Okay, additional surface in the lineup. As you can see, the jet skis scooping the lineup. We need your guys' collaboration to move away. We want to start on the dot, and we count with you guys out of the water in respect to your fellow competitors. Thank you.
The 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour battled the elements and delivered career-defining performances in Tahiti. Erin Brooks' incredible comeback saw the 19-year-old phenom claim her first victory as a full-time CT member. And on the men's side, Hawaiian Seth Moniz finally broke through, capturing a long-awaited CT win.
Let's go.
Now the championship tour hops to another island paradise and the flawless Fijian left-hander, Cloudbreak. Here, raw power and freight train barrels define the arena that demands nothing short of legendary performances. The stage is set. Imagine what's next at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero.
What a life!
Hula, it is a beautiful morning here in Fiji for stop 8 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. The boats are fired up on dark. World number 2, Leo Fioravanti, the first to run out to the floating Red Bull athlete zone. Anat's fired up. Al Cleland Jr. is ready to go. And world number 1, Gabby Bryant's just taking a soak, relaxing. That beaming smile never leaves her face, especially when she's next to world-class waves here at Cloudbreak. The entire tour is ready. 60 competitors here, staying on Tavarua or here at the Momi Marriott, the Motu. And look at these conditions we have this morning. Gabe Medina got trained. Marco Mignot getting a warm-up this morning before game day. Last year's Rookie of the Year is fired up. Marco Mignot has Seth Moniz, and McGillivray will get another shot as the replacement. And yep, he's got his good friend Luke Thompson for the 3rd straight meeting this season. Luke Thompson officially part of the rookie class, and Matty's just trying to extend his trip here to Cloudbreak as a wildcard replacement for Jordy Smith. Check out this view. We are in paradise. This is the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Welcome to, I think, the best set on tour. I don't think anyone's going to argue that. This is the Momi Marriott host set. I'm Joe Turpel. This is an Eddie Aikau competitor, CT standout in her day, and now one of our good friends. Flick Palmatier, this is the day that was always set to be opening day for competition.
Yeah, it's exciting. Yesterday was that little bit smaller, so we, obviously had the late 8. This morning we've woken up, and as you've seen from the arrivals, there's definitely some swell out there. It looks incredibly fun. Tubes, barrels, turns. I'm really looking forward to getting into competition today.
Yeah, so much to digest today. I've heard contest officials are even maybe debating on the overlapping format at some point during the waiting period. First thing, though, they want to make sure that there's enough surf in each and every heat, looking like 35-minute heats, starting with that scary round 1. This is the round that you really don't want to be a part of, and if you are a part of it, at the back end of the season, you're probably facing getting knocked off tour.
Oh, it's really tough. I mean, we've all discussed it. It almost, I think it was Morgs that kind of joked, it almost feels like a trials because you're not in sort of the main event yet. You kind of have to advance through not 1 round, not 2 rounds, like 2 rounds just to be, sort of having a little bit of difference on your points on the rankings. So, yeah, there's a lot at stake with this opening round.
And this is the part of the year that we were really trying to analyze where Gabby Bryant would be at this stage. She's holding the yellow jersey. Now her test will be, can she keep up with the Molly Picklum story of being the defending champ in a world title event last year?
That, I think Molly Picklum, obviously a big threat out here. She's got so many fond memories. This is where she's, clinched her world title. But then you've got people like Erin Brooks, snapping at the heels as well. She's just fresh off the win at Chopes, where she's incredible in the tube. She's also had a win here as a wild card. There's a lot of names in the draw. Carissa Moore's back on tour. She's done well out here before. There's past winners, Sally Fitzgibbons, another past winner. There's so many different people there that could, sort of steal that thunder. So, yeah, it's exciting on the women's side as well.
Know what you're alluding to there. Sally Fitzgibbons versus Stephanie Gilmore. Ooh. That's in the draw for today in a round 2 meeting. This was super finals over the years. Two of the best Australian rivals the sport's ever seen.
I'm really looking forward to that because that's my era, my generation of surfers and women that, I was competing with. So that one is going to be a great matchup. And, we're looking forward to hopefully seeing that today.
Before we get there, we have to start with men's round 1. These 4 heats that'll kick it off with Luke Thompson, rookie from South Africa, taking on a fellow South African in Matthew McGillivray as a replacement surfer this year for Jordy Smith. Jordy, I think, really happy that it just got sent to Matthew McGillivray. It wasn't up to Jordy. It was just the way the numbers worked, with McGillivray being a spot out from staying on tour last year. And the stage is set, 35-minute heats, not overlapping, just standard procedure here. Top 2 waves move on into the second round. Eli Hanneman will be coming up next, taking on Fijian wildcard Teo Denge, who actually got some last-minute ASIM boards built by Ryan Lovelace before this contest. Mateus Hurdy will have Jarvis Earl, world junior champ, who's had some moments in the wildcard position at the big stage. He's back and ready. And then we'll see Ramsey Bukiem versus Oscar Berry. And that'll be a big one for Ramsey, coming off his best result of the season at Chopes, and Oscar trying to get his first win of the season.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive heat. I think obviously Oscar's so hungry to advance through one of these rounds for sure. But when you think about Cloudbreak and you think about the kind of surfer Ramsey is too, and coming off the back of a really good result at Chopes, and how we know what kind of a surfer he is and how fired up he gets from these waves of consequence. So that's going to be a pretty hard matchup on paper.
Setting up the first wave at Cloudbreak, Flick. It's an interesting situation. You're at one of the most premier venues of the championship tour. Maybe even the reason why you go through the hard roads of qualification. This is where you want to be one day, with one other person out trying to get the best waves of your life. However, finding out where you sit could be a little bit of a puzzle to get through.
I just don't think you can stress this enough, how big the playing field is out there, how many different takeoff locations there are. The excitement that you would have to just keep at bay, knowing that, oh my God, I finally got the jersey on and I'm out here by myself with only one other person. And to get a read on that, we'll elaborate a lot more on that throughout the day, but it is incredibly hard.
Well, we'll wait for these guys to get started. Luke and Matthew start paddling up the reef a bit. As we say a big Bulan good morning to one of our great friends, Vaughn Blakey, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Rio Waida.
Great to see you, Joey. I'm just going to wing it here, mate. I hope we're online. We're just having a few comms issues. But with me, a man who loves the Pacific Theatre, a man who loves Thundercloud Reef. He's finalled here before Rio Waida for the official call, mate. What is happening today?
It's on, and waves looking fun, and I'm excited. And practice was fun. Everybody was out there, and some of guys got barrel, and some of guys got many waves, so it will be a really good day.
Unreal, mate. Fond memories for you at this reef, obviously.
Oh, definitely. This is probably my favorite place to come visit. And then even I was talking with the boys on the Tabarua, and then this is, I don't know, of course we're here for competition, but the experience thing at Tabarua, I don't know, the food and the locals, and the locals are very welcoming, and then I don't know, the boat ride to Cloudbreak and stuff is really fun, so it's really fun here and I love it.
And the roommates, mate.
Hey!
Have you seen the TV remote? I can't find it. Mate, have a great day. We're in, it's officially on. Men's round 1 into women's round 1 and then into men's round 2 as well. Thank you very much, Rio. Have a great com.
Thank you.
I love it. 2 great roommates that you would just love to stay with if you ever came here to Cloudbreak or Fiji to hang out. Just Vaughn, obviously Captain Good Vibes, always bringing great energy, along with Rio Waida, just a class act on tour. And that's what makes this event so interesting. Accommodations. A lot of times around the world, and being a grown-up, you just stay by yourself. You get your own room. You just expect that as a top athlete. But yeah, in paradise, you stay in berets, and they're beautiful. Sometimes there could be 4 or 5 people in them, and sometimes you could be hanging out with Vaughn all week, which is great. He could be a little good luck charm for Rio this week.
Oh, totally. I mean, Vaughn's always up for a good time, but yeah, that's the uniqueness of staying over on Tabarua. You're bunking in with people and you're sharing, and I think that's what makes this event so special. I mean, we hear all the Championship Tour surfers talk about this event and what it means to them and how different it is, and sort of that brings that little bit of family feel to it. You know, everyone, bringing their family, their coaches, and everyone's, running around on the island and having a good time, and you're living in close quarters.
Matthew McGillivray enjoyed several full-time years on the Championship Tour, representing Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Real exciting surfer, charges, can throw airs when you're least expecting it, and just has great reads on the ocean. Had a 10-point ride for perfect execution at Te Hupo'o. Last year, he actually got the best result of his career. Runner-up in the final to Jordy Smith in El Salvador, and strange part about that, fell off at the mid-season cut.
Yeah, and that's got to suck. It really does. You think about the extreme emotions that you're feeling from your best result on the Championship Tour to then thinking, okay, I've got a bit of momentum here, things are going my way, and then not making that cut and just having to navigate those emotions around that and where you sit, and are you going to make a comeback on that Challenger Series? Are you even going to entertain that? And it's just, that is a really rough one for Maddie and to sort of grapple with those emotions, because it's just one extreme to another. And but it is really awesome, for us to see him back in that jersey. He's competed 3 times now, I believe, from El Sal to Rio and then Chopu just last week. So it's awesome for us to get to see him in that Championship Tour jersey again. Yeah,
they've been trading wins, these two. The 3rd straight meeting for Maddie and Luke Thompson, as Maddie McGillivray got the jump on him back at Saquarema and ended up getting past Gabriel Medina as well, making his comeback to the CT. Really brilliant. Let's now say a big good morning in Bula to longtime boatman out here, Strider Wazalewski. How's it looking, bud?
Good morning, Joe. How are we feeling?
Oh, fantastic. You look great, by the way.
Thanks, buddy. It's beautiful out here. We've got a swell that has arrived, and I feel like it's just picking up and filling in. We've got a little bit of that morning sickness, got that wind coming across with the higher tide this morning, and then it kind of rippling across the face. But I feel like as the day goes on, we're just going to see it improve through the day, and really excited. We got some
Catch up with Strider in just a moment. He just dropped his microphone down to the bottom. Someone's going to fish that up for him, and we'll be right back in action. Always great to see the Waz here at Cloudbreak. He spent many, many years traveling out here. He still has a pretty consistent strike to this location. One of his favorite waves in the world, as this heat has just one number, a 0.5. But it's important because we do have the priority rotation starting. Luke Thompson now will have undisputed right-of-way out the back to pick the wave he thinks will be enough to get the jump on Maddie.
Yeah, I think we were kind of touching on it before, just how hard it is going from surfing out there as free surfing, right? I mean, it's super crowded. It is such a big lineup, and I can't stress this enough. It almost is the size of 2 football fields, right? I mean, it is giant out there. So you're free surfing, right? And you can kind of get a good gauge on where you want to sit, what kind of waves you're looking at. You've obviously right down the bottom of the reef, you've got this place called Shish Kebabs. You can sit wide, and then you've got that middle sort of section. Then you've got the deeper section up the reef. You've got the ledge. You've got the outer ledge. Like, there is so much to this, and it's really easy to find your place when all those people are out there. But when all that's taken away, it can be very easy to get lost out there. I mean, these guys are obviously putting in time here. Maddie's been here before and competed in the Jersey back in 2024 when, Fiji made its comeback on the World Championship Tour. But, for some of these guys that are a bit more greener out here, it can be really hard to sort of really decipher what wave you want and what those wave profiles look like and what ones are going to be the good ones.
Such a gorgeous view. Checking out the Judges Tower. They were there first thing in the morning, realizing that we had some great waves and the southwest swell is beginning to fill in. Expecting to see some size throughout the day today and max out the heats that we could get done before dark. And these two guys with the lineup to themselves. There's some familiar faces there. Nathan Hedge in the corner of world champ Molly Picklum. The Hogs had several trips out here to Cloudbreak when he was full-time on the championship tour. One of the best coaches you could ask for, always fired up, and that was a little taste of it right there, bringing the energy first thing in the morning.
So good. And what a valuable person to have in your corner. So much experience from championship tour days to now heavily involved in Surfing Australia and their high performance program, and bringing the championship tour surfers out here on expeditions, you know, outside the contest window.
Matthew McGillivray will take this wave under priority. Nice patience for the South African. Belts it beautifully. For a well-timed snap, he pulls into the barrel, leans forward as it's really jumped him on that inside ledge. So Matthew McGillivray will get scored on the backside snap, incomplete on the barrel ride. Smooth operator when it comes to backhand surfing, even though he grew up going frontside quite a bit. From Port Elizabeth originally, but his family moved to J-Bay because of surfing. As we look at the channel angle on this one.
Yeah, so I love this angle, especially for the tube. We can have a look what happened inside. So Matt just navigating beautifully, but just decides to hit the eject button because that one just rattling off down the reef, really hitting that inside section and running off without him. So just the one turn there. But I just think it's such a difficult wave to read because unless you've put in so much time out here, or sometimes you just get to a place and there's those rare surfers that have that natural connection to a wave, but something, Cloudbreak, you really, really need to put the time in. And it's such a long stretched out wall that it can be really easy to suck you into just doing a high line the whole way, right? But instead of like staying really tight in the pocket, wave selection's a big thing. There's just so much to this wave and figuring it out that, yeah, it really demands like a lot of time put in out here.
Big change for this season was getting rid of this idea of a non-elimination round. No warm-ups, it's elimination from the get-go, which created this round one where you have 4 heats and 8 competitors that are trying to get into round 2. When you look at Luke Thompson, he's dealt with round 1 at every single stop this season. 7 events he's been a part of it, but he has the best strike rate of getting to round 2 with 5 wins and just 2 losses.
Oh man, it's so tough when you hear stats like that because you're cracking it. You know, the most of anyone 5 times, and you've made it out of there, but you keep matching up against these really high seeds. I mean, you look at who he potentially would match up right now, it's Italo, and you know, he's wearing the yellow jersey, he's the best in the world currently, and it's a really tough slog to try and make it out of that next round. I think back to guys earlier this year, we mentioned it in the Dawn Patrol, you know, your Morgan Siblicks, your Liam O'Brien's, the guys that have actually managed to make it out of that and stay out of this round. That's a really, really tough job in itself.
And the key thing is getting out of round 2. You get triple the points if you lose in round 3 compared to round 2. So it's a big deal. We've got a couple of guys we'll see quickly here in round 1. Jarvis Earl fired up. He'll be in heat 3, surfing against Mateus Herdy, a rookie from Brazil. Then right next to Jarvis is Teo Dengue representing Fiji. He's got Eli Hanneman coming up next. I reached out to Teo yesterday. I was like, are you going to ride some of those asymmetrical boards that Lovelace made for you? He's like, well, I got to look at the surf first. So he's taking it all in. We'll see what he ends up on in about 20 minutes. That's
really cool. It'd be fun to see someone take something a little bit more alternative out there. But yeah, I actually chatted to him too, and you know what he said? Fun little fact. He's like, if I make it through my heat, I'd be pretty stoked because he would match up with Leo, and Teo's actually half Italian. So he's like, it'd be a cool little moment.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
First, dealing with Eli Hanneman. Eli had a frightening performance, I guess, if you're Eli's mom watching at home.
Oh.
That would have been a really stressful one for Linda. Taking off on toe sets and just jumping out of the sky. I asked Eli about it, and he's like, well, I had Kelly, so I had to surf for 10s. I had to look at everything, but I think he showed the world that, he's going to go on the scary ones. A little bit different type of day with bright blue sky, not overcast and rainy with crazy wind. So I think Eli's in a really good spot to go far through this event.
Oh yeah, this is it's a very different day today compared to what we saw at Chopes. Those images are burned into my brain. It really. still images that came out of that, you know, it was just no business paddling those. If he did make those kind of waves, though, you're looking at tens for sure. I mean, but yeah, much different story today. We've got blue skies, blue clear ocean, and I think we're going to see a lot of combination of barrels, turns, fun combinations. Very different looking day today.
So 2 events back-to-back where you have the caddies in the channel with backup boards. Al Cleveland Jr. right next to his coach, Jake the Snake Patterson. Chris Gallagher enjoyed his time on the championship tour. He was the first to ever qualify representing Santa Cruz, California. But he's been on the North Shore for over a couple of decades now. Just a nice sound mind, easy to hang out with. He was out there last night just coaching before anticipating what would happen on game day. And that's what makes surfing so interesting. You're not getting the same conditions that you're going to get for your heat, especially when you know you've got a rising swell and it hasn't quite shown up yet. But you got to keep those reps in. Just spend time on the reef. Get familiar with your takeoff marks with, you know, someone who's been here and done that on those bigger days. Gally can kind of pass that information on what to expect the following day.
Obviously, there's a difference between the size when you come to cloudy, you know, from these smaller days yesterday and the day previous to when it's big, but you still get out on that reef and you still have similar wave profiles coming through. Even though it's 1 to 2 foot, you have similar sort of looking waves as what it would be when it was, you know, 4 to 6 foot, 8 to 10 foot. And you can sort of start to decipher, okay, that's still the wave that I'm looking for, even on a smaller scale.
Teo's family traveled to this region in a big bus together. His family brought such a happy spirit to the opening ceremony that was done right here at the Momi Marriott. Okay, looks like a symmetrical surfboard, so maybe the ASIM's still on the rack at the moment, but we'll keep you posted on that for Teo Dengue coming up next. Asked Teo some questions because I met, you know, some of his siblings that were there. There were several. And I was like, wait, how many are there? And he was like, good question. But it was really cool. They were just all so happy to make the trip, you know, up the coast, to be here for such an incredible day. Teo said, I just want to represent my family in this one, and you could tell he's ready to go. Eli, Teo coming up next. Still 18 minutes on the clock in this one, and really not much for scores, Flick.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I think it is a little bit slow. That swell's still starting to fill in. I think we're probably going to see it improve as the day goes on. Well, I hope so. But yeah, a bit quiet. And also, this is a guinea pig heat. I kind of feel like this happens, you know, every event. You know, it's the first event, a first heat of the event, and surfers trying to find their position, trying to really suss out, you know, what is a good looking wave today, and being a little bit more, you can be selective. You've got, what, 35 minutes on the clock. You've only got 2 people out there. I feel like Cloudbreak really is a wave selection game, and depending on when you have your priority, making sure that you have priority when those good ones come, right? I think we were talking about it earlier. It's just so crucial because you can just take so many notes from this first heat. Things are slow. It's really important that you are on those good ones when it comes. I mean, Maddie's taken off on 2 other waves when we've obviously been crossing to different vision, but haven't seen too much opportunity come through yet.
Luke Thompson still holding priority. Just like Maddie, their first start in a CT jersey was at Jeffreys Bay, which meant a lot to both of them. McGillivray, that's his home break for Thompson, spending time in Durban and in Cape Town before qualifying. But he's had 2 wild cards. Last year he got to have a heat with the Big Brew, as he called it. Surfing with Jordy meant a lot to Luke, as the Smith family's been incredible to Luke in his career. Giant supporters for both these guys. But just breaking through round 2, that's his goal. 5-2 in round 1, 0 for 5 in round 2 matchups for the rookie this year. And you can only win Rookie of the Year once. Callie Voss doing a great job representing a well-prepared rookie representing Chopes in France on tour. He's already put it as a favorite to go far in the round. However, his draw is huge. He has Crosby Colapinto, who has probably released a couple of our favorite free surfing clips in the lead up to competition day.
There's some crazy matchups in that round too. That's definitely one. I also think Callie's going to be incredibly hungry to do well, because if you think about him in the last event last week over in Chopes, he would have been thinking, yes, I'm home. I've won an Olympic gold here in the last couple of years. This is my home break. This is where I'm definitely going to, put up a really good result here. And I don't think he probably would have done as well as what he would have thought. Crosby as well, oh, man, I mean, the free surfing clips that have been coming out of here, incredible. We know he loves to charge too. That one on paper looking really good. The heat after that, heat 15, Jack Robbo, Barron Mamiya. Major matchup there too. So there is some big heats coming up. I mean, we were speaking about this other one, Heat 2, Ethan Ewing, Cole Hauschman. There are some big heats underway for round 2.
Jarvis Earl staying warmed up on the Red Bull Athlete Zone, a floating version of that. Excited when the phone rang to get the call up into this event as he takes on rookie Mateus Hurdy in Heat 3 of this round. Mateus ranked 30th coming into this event. Remember, top 22 will be able to participate in the postseason. Also, top 22 requalify for the tour at the end of the Pipe Masters. And if you don't make that top 22 into the postseason, it's going to make it even harder to requalify, because the top of the tour moves on without you. More of a chance to improve on your rankings. As you can see, a nice shot of this lineup, clean conditions, but still waiting for something special as Luke Thompson scoreless at this stage, with now 13:40 remaining in this 35-minute heat. This is why Renato Hickel and the crew didn't want to just start with overlapping heats. When you overlap, you want to make sure the consistency is available for not just one heat, but 2 heats running at the same time.
Yeah, and there needs to be enough opportunity. And I mean, if this heat is anything to go by so far, I mean, we've only had a couple of waves on the board and nothing really significant. I think it's just smart to just see, how these first couple of heats are going to play out, especially this first round. But Ocean looking a little bit more quiet. Hopefully we're going to see the swell sort of fill in as this day sort of rolls by a bit more.
Caught up with Matthew McGillivray at the opening ceremony a couple of days ago, and just reminded him about that heat that maybe he didn't want to think about at the time at Chopes, because it was frightening. He did 2 trips around the lagoon. It was windy, dark, scary, and Matt's so humble. He was just like, oh, that was a little embarrassing. I was like, how? You're surfing like 20-foot bombs and going for it and getting smoked. I mean, you put your head down. He's like, obviously I wanted to make one. That's where his head was at. And then I was like, hey man, I haven't seen your name on the Challenger Series this year. And he's like, yep, I'm not going to try to chase that. He's loving this opportunity where he's getting to put this jersey on again, seeing his old friends, still competing at the top level. But he had already made the decision that it wasn't something he was going to chase. So this moment for Matty, even more valuable, not knowing how many more call-ups he will have in his career. So far, he's out in front with a 2.33 combined total. Much more to come right after this break. Big thanks to our friends at Surfline for giving us the reports for the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, telling us that day 2 of our waiting period, which is today, we'd start seeing this really solid southwest swell with long periods fill in at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, we waited yesterday, right call this morning. Obviously, we've woken up and yeah, we've seen the swell really fill in. This heat obviously a little bit slow, but I'm predicting throughout the day that we're going to see a bit of a kick in the swell. And it's going to hold true for tomorrow, supposedly, and a little bit potentially on Friday morning. And I think the good news is we've woken up and we've had some nice offshore clean conditions. This is what we're looking at today, 6 to 10 foot. And in the afternoon, we can see it is trending. You're going to keep the same size throughout. And then offshore winds. But this afternoon, it is going to pick up a bit. We've got 10 to 15 knots cross offshore. And then the next 4 days, as we look ahead, you can see tomorrow morning, still got a bit of size there, but it does start to trend down through to Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday a little bit smaller too. We have got another carrot dangling at the end of the waiting period here. The last 3 days of the waiting period, I think it's September 2nd, 3rd and 4th, looking like another potential swell. So we'll keep our eyes on that.
Thank you very much, Surfline. Yeah, 2 targets on the forecast, this being the first, and we'll be watching these waves the next 3 days closely, expecting a couple of down days and a potential bigger pulse to wrap things up. Eli Hanneman preparing for wild card Teo Denge in the next heat. Eli representing Lahaina Maui, moving his family over to the North Shore of Oahu in the last few years. Really well-rounded, kind of known as a young flyboy when he was a kid, just so light. He could do airs on little 1-footers at the harbor just growing up there. But man, the time he's put into Waves of Consequence, and more specifically Pipeline, has just been incredible to see his growth in giant surf. But this is such a great playing field for Eli to show how he can mix it up, because that's what the judges are looking for. They're looking for all elements of the judging criteria today: speed, power, and flow, commitment, degree of difficulty. They're also looking how you read the wave with timing, a variety of major moves. Luke, after a long wait, finally gets to his feet with 8 minutes to go. First tag there off the top. Let's see if he can find a way to combo it up. And that one's going to really rush him through the inside reef. So after a serious long wait, he produces one backhand turn. McGillivray's already thrown down one of those. And Maddie's on the next one. Crushing section. Nice air chop for one major move.
Interesting. Super, super interesting. I think up until that point, you can say, oh, it's been such a slow heat, but the thing that happens when no one's really had a wave of consequence yet is it actually does make it super interesting in these last 8 minutes, okay? So the trigger's been pulled. Luke used his priority and sort of, you know, took off on a wave that was really long and stretched out, really ran off quick down the reef, and then Maddie managed the one big turn behind him. So let's first of all break down this one from Luke. And paced approach here, and you can just see that this one has that super long stretched out wall. He's trying to get down the line, but kind of just hits that eject button behind him. Maddie, look, the one single turn here, it was epic. Really beautifully eyed off this section, releases the fins there, but just a bit too much. It also looked like that one really did run off down the line here. We might be able to get a bit of a better angle to see what happened. Yeah, so that one too, just running off super quick and fast down the line. So you can see here, this one big moment. Obviously, this is going to be the biggest moment of the heat so far. Just the one single turn, but it is the best moment of this heat. And it's really going to apply the pressure here in the last 6 minutes.
These two backsiders, two South Africans, probably had an idea that they're going to be looking for barrels, looking for multiple combinations of turns. Right now, it's just about comparing single maneuver backhand snaps in this first heat of the morning. Luke Thompson waiting at the 8-minute mark to finally get that first wave, and got a 1.43 for the wait. That's going to sting. Maddie's big turn behind him, a 3.5, has him out in front. Let's check in with Strider.
Yeah, Joey, thanks. Yeah, you know, there's been some long waits, and as that new swell arrives, that's what we would expect. It's just going to be long period coming in early on that swell line. So that was going to make a longer wait for these sets to arrive. I think as the day goes on, though, and the tide's dropping, it's kind of moving back up on the point, so we'll have deeper waves, breaking more consistently further back, so the positioning will probably change in this heat. But as you've seen, these ones that are hitting this inside right now, the walls are just stacking up, and it's really hard for them to get a complete ride out of it. So I think going to turns as soon as you can is the game plan right now.
Thank you very much, Strider. Let's see how things change throughout the day with this building southwest swell. Low tide still dropping for a couple of hours here. It'll be dead low at 11:22 a.m. It's 8:05 in the morning here in Paradise. 5-minute warning. We've passed that. We'll see what Luke's going to do here just to chase a 3.9. It has come down to just one maneuver so far from what we've seen in this matchup.
It's interesting because we've got this swell filling in, and it is very slow at the moment. Strider mentioned the longer period as well. Luke doesn't need much. He only needs a 3.9. You've just got to be thinking with 4:20 on the clock, is there going to be another opportunity? And if there is one, is there going to be two waves? And then Luke potentially takes off on the first one. You've got to be thinking Matt's going to go the second one, and he's going to be bettering his score as well. So it's a really tough situation. It's a stressful one, and this next heat going out, Eli and Teo, they're really going to be taking notes from this and probably going to be adapting a bit more to what Strider said and really changing their game plan.
Well said, Flick. 3:50 to go. Just feeling the pressure that Luke's been under this year as a member of the rookie class. The pressure evident in heats, but he has been making sure he's enjoying his time battling the top 34. 71% winning percentage in round one this year is the best in the round, and doesn't need much here. The challenge of making it through round two when you're a low seed is you take down the giants of the sport. Italo Ferreira's world number one. I mean, that's where the winner of this heat goes to. Maddie pacing underneath priority, trying to see if he has some other options here. He's staying with some longtime friends, Liam O'Brien, in a homestay just around the corner. I think they've got about 5 people in the room. Jake the Snake Patterson, Maddie, Liam O'Brien, Sophie McCulloch, Al Cleland Jr. They're sharing a boat together and getting their laps done for the warm-up sessions. And Maddie's just saying how stoked it is to see all the people he's been traveling with for his whole life, really, after being on the sidelines at the start of the season. What a difference from their heat it shows. Scary, dark, cloudy, trying to make anything to make sense of a really intense lineup. This one started off with a bang with some good free surfing moments, some barrels and big turns. And like you were saying, Flick, sometimes this happens. You start the horn and the ocean's like, okay, hang on. Wait for it. Be patient. We know it's out there, but yeah, Cloudbreak can keep you honest at the best of times.
Oh, I just think that's surfing too. I think surfing keeps you honest. Just when you think you've got it all figured out, I think it's just you've got to be the queen and kings of being adaptable, right? And I think that's what the sport brings. You've just when you think you have it all figured out, the ocean has ebbs and flows and rhythms, and I think that's the beauty of it, right? It kind of what keeps you coming back too. As a free surfer, no day's ever the same, and that is part of the beauty of surfing, but also when you're competing, sometimes one of the most frustrating things.
90 seconds on the clock. You can see Luke Thompson getting antsy there, just standing on his board, seeing if he'd have a chance here to answer back. He could just come down to a wave that could give him one backhand snap. Maddie's was pretty significant, though, for a one maneuver section. Blew the tail out, super critical. So he can't just force it on a half a footer on the reef. Into the final minute. Eli and Teo taking notes of these. And that one rolls underneath him. He's still carrying a 1.83. And Luke's just scratching around the corner now. and probably just kind of dumbfounded, you know, seeing all the waves this morning. Sat with priority from the very start of the heat. First wave ridden at the 8-minute mark. No doubt thought he'd have a few more chances. 10 seconds to go. And the man that's been just running through majority of his round one heats is running out of time in this one. And we close out the first heat in a very interesting way. Luke Thompson, the rookie, out, chasing just a 3.9. Only rode one wave in that one for a 1.43. And McGillivray, the replacement surfer for Jordy Smith, just did just enough to move forward.
Oh, wow. This is a really, really tough heat. Even if you're advancing in your mat, you're not satisfied with that, I think. And I really feel for Luke. This was a really, really tough heat. There wasn't much opportunity, and the surfers coming up in that next heat are really going to be having to take notes and potentially changing their strategy.
Coming up next, it'll be Eli Hanneman taking on Fiji's Teo Denge. We'll be right back.
Beyond Cloudbreak, Fiji is very just day to day, like very simple. Right now we're on the south coast of Fiji, Maui Bay. Some fun waves to the right of us and to the left of us. I would say it's pretty different vibe to Nandi region, where all the world-class waves like restaurants and Cloudbreak are. Life is just day to day, like catching your fish to eating it for dinner the same night, and a lot of people still don't have social media and phones and laptops. Untouched nature, really nice beaches, and really nice people just living and just having fun. Forget your worries at home and just chill out in Fiji.
Fiji sits in the heart of the South Pacific, and you feel the hearts of all the locals when you come here, and they truly welcome you in to their beautiful world here as they spend our time on the ocean chasing waves, and we spend our time learning about the beautiful culture in song and rhythm with a word named Bula that we hear all the time when we wake up. Before we go to bed, Bula Vinaka, thanks for joining us as you see myself and Flick all the time. And we always look forward to hanging out with Hannah Bennett, president of the Fiji Surfing Association. Thanks for coming in, Hannah.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure.
How have things been and just a prep for another big event here?
Yeah, we're really excited. I feel like every year it just gets more and more exciting, and we just keep hitting these milestones for the local surfers.
And especially for Teo Denge, it was really cool to see his entire family show up for the opening ceremony.
Yeah, he's got a big family, and they're so supportive, and they're so beautiful. He comes from a really, really special place, and yeah, I'm just stoked for them.
How long would it take for them to drive here from their local break?
Probably about 2 hours. Yeah, or maybe under 2 hours, but they live on the Coral Coast. It's headed south, southeast, and yeah, it's a little special spot for them.
Thank you so much for joining us for the call, Hannah Bennett. Seeing Teo Denge here on paper, taking on Eli Hanneman. Flick, as we know, Eli has been kind of picked to be a huge thing in the sport since he was about maybe 9, 10. You know, watching video clips of him growing up on Maui and working really hard now for the second time to get back onto the championship tour. And I feel like a breakthrough result is just right around the corner.
Yeah, I just remember the early days of seeing the clips come out from him and him being so incredible in the air. Like amazing, right? And I guess a lot of Maui surfers end up like that, you know, surfing that wave hookieper all the time. You get those winds straight into it and just being so incredible in the air. And then he's really proved himself, I feel, as well in Waves of Consequence over the last couple of years. Winning that Challenger Series event at Pipe last year against some heavy hitters in the final. And then just last week at Chopes, I mean, taking off on some absolute crazy waves that were toe sets. And so, yeah, making his way back here, showing incredible determination a couple of times to do it, and really looking for that result, that breakthrough result.
Hannah, coming from a couple hours away, for a guy like Teo, you know, how often do you think he would roughly, you know, make a trip to a wave like Cloudbreak? Or are there kind of too many waves on the way that he would just probably surf more often?
Yeah, I think, you know, as a young kid, he started surfing really early, and having a variety of waves in his area was helpful. But also who, you know, he grew up with, and those people allowed him, you know, to be able to come here a lot because of their access and their resources. So I think from a young age, he was actually able to surf Cloudbreak a lot. And that makes a big difference.
Oh, huge difference. And we know the big difference we were talking about last year as well was just the introduction of more and more board riders clubs, you know, that can actually get, you know, competitive with each other to learn the ropes of pro surfing. That's really come a long way. And I'd imagine Teo would be really a good example of a product of that.
Absolutely. I mean, we take pride in our local trials. That's one of our best events, I think, in the region especially. And he's been doing that the last couple years, and we saw him just perform like on a whole nother level this year. Obviously, the waves are pumping. You know, we have a good window to hold it. And yeah, he was just next level. I mean, the depth is getting a lot deeper. It's getting a lot harder to become the wild card these days.
Oh, what a great opportunity for Teo in his first CT jersey, representing his family and all of Fiji. As you see this enormous playing field that we have here at Cloudbreak. You're so far off the coast, and you gotta have boats, jet ski access, great water patrol on hand as well. Be driving the Red Bull skis. Got 2 drivers moving around the lineup at all times, and a 3rd driver with a grabber that'll always be available for pickups and for safety reasons. So these guys starting off sitting just like we saw in the previous heat. So Eli, with a lot of experience, will try to set up a game plan to try to get the edge on Teo here. Earlier this year, he did finish in the round of 16 at El Salvador, Punta Roca, which is his best result of the season so far. This wave kind of going underneath them and staying really full on the face. They'll let this one go through, so it's another patience game once again, Flick.
Yeah, that one didn't have much opportunity on it. You could see it was a bit more full, and I think that's just a good example of, we were talking about different wave profiles out here and what you're looking for. The earlier heat, we saw those big, long, stretched out walls that run off super fast down the line. You've got those kind of more fuller, fatter waves. There's just so many different things that you're looking at out here, and I think I was saying it lends itself to experience, but that one, you know, not much scoring opportunity. I'm interested to see what happens in this heat in terms of opportunity, and that swell maybe starting to fill in, the tide getting a bit lower. Then I'm also interested to see what happens in terms of strategy and these guys adjusting too.
Hannah, we always enjoy opening ceremonies on tour. It's great. We get to get familiar with the culture, the place we're at, and this one was really special once again. And you're be able to tell me all these extra details about what we were witnessing with the dance and the song. And then your speech was off the charts, by the way. That was a kind of a goosebump type moment for me of just hearing your passion and your heart coming out to your community, but also to the surfers that have traveled here. What's your kind of takeaway looking back from your experience of how this event kicked off?
Well, I mean, I think it's something we can all relate to, right? At the end of the day, like I was saying in my speech, the ocean has always been here. And we come and go, generations come and go, and the ocean doesn't know who we are or where we come from. It just knows our presence. And I think the WSL Fiji Pro has had such a presence over the years. I've seen the ripple effects and the impact it's had on our community and our surfers. And I'm just so grateful that we're able to foster this relationship to be where we are today. We've got our 2 wild cards, and we've got a whole, and it's not just about them, right? We've got a whole lineup of next generation surfers that are hungry, that are, just more educated on competition and surfing. But yeah, I think it's something we can all relate to. And just a reminder, a grounding reminder that the ocean is like that one constant and the great equalizer.
So true. You could have the best of plans, and you kind of got to be humbled at times, and also just let the ocean lead and take you to the right place. We're always coming back to it. It's our gathering place, for our entire tour. It connects all of our cultures, It's like this ripple effect, that we all feel no matter what stop on tour we're at. Eli and Teo still scoreless as they're waiting patiently to get their heat started. Let's get a little bit of a catch-up with Matthew McGillivray with Vano.
Thanks, Joey. Matty, the anticipation to get out here into Cloudbreak and, really get some waves of truth is always so high. But when you're the first canary in the coal mine, sometimes you've just got to cop whatever the waves give you. And that was a really tough heat against your fellow countryman, Luke Thompson.
Yeah, it's funny. I was sitting at the dinner table with Snake last night, and we were talking about being the first heat. And he's like, yeah, the first heat always starts and it goes flat. So I don't know. I had that in the back of my mind, and it's so funny that it happened. I mean, it's brutal, and that's surfing for you. I really feel for Lukey because in the free surf there are so many waves, and we really wanted to get a couple and trade off with each other. And there's a good vibe going out there. And then just unfortunately the ocean went flat there for that first heat. And it's a good forecast, and it's supposed to be filling in throughout today, so we're going to see some really good sets soon, I'm sure. But yeah, just a really weird one to start the morning.
Totally. This first round is such an intense pressure cooker for the surfers on tour. You've been back for 4 heats now, and you've got a 9th, which is a great result. But how do you find it? Getting these entries here, and do you feel that same pressure that the other crew are feeling?
I definitely took the pressure off myself this year, and I'm just stoked to be hanging with the crew again. I love traveling with these guys. I'm just keen to get some good waves. So I don't have too much pressure on. Obviously I want to do well. I want to prove to myself that I can get scores and surf my best. But just kind of seeing what happens really. That's the plan's no plan.
We know you're an adrenaline glutton, mate. You love the big stuff. You got a famous 10 at Chopes a couple of years ago, and the swell forecast looks good here. We can't wait to see what you can do if you get a little bit more consistency and some more juice.
I would love to see Cloudbreak doing its thing. So crossing my fingers.
Good on you, Matty. Congrats, mate.
Hey, thanks so much.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Matty McGillivray. And he's got this piece about him, before just staying on tour, trying to make sure he's qualifying. That's all in the rear view now for Matty McGillivray. He's accomplished a lot, 29 years of age. He told me he wants to jump off more mountains, and, we're going to be there to watch. We did finally get started with this heat. Here's Eli first, Flick.
Yeah, so we see Eli here just really trying to set up potentially for that tube, a little bit out in front of it. One nice crack, and just hits the eject button. And then behind him, Teo just finding a real little nug on this reef. Perfect little cylindrical shape here. Nice little layback stall into the tube. So much style. And I think that's the thing, we were talking about earlier, wave selection, and really this wave lending itself to experience. Here goes Teo.
Teo on wave number 2, just steezed his way through that first little pit. Now he's just flowing. Just a patient approach from Teo Denge, and he'll just kind of lose it off the top there on his second effort. Eli just trying to see what happened with the wild card there. Hanneman happy to release a really tidy backhand snap. That should put him in a really good spot in this heat. But wow, stylistically, Teo, wow, he's easy to watch, Hannah.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of my favorites too. I mean, these, you know, he hasn't spent that much time in a jersey, but the thing about surfing big Cloudbreak from a young age is he knows how to deal with pressure. Like, he knows how to deal with those moments that require like a lot of focus and attention. I think Cloudbreak just has a way of teaching you that. And so I think he's doing pretty good in the jersey from what I can tell.
First wave for Teo in a CT jersey, a 2.83. Slight difference with Eli's backside snap, 2.67. Hanneman with priority, staying really close to the wild card. And Eli will have a decision to make here. Seeing some more promise in the swell here. Some lines out the back here. And putting himself in position to move is Maui's Eli Hanneman. Nice controlled takeoff, smooth off the bottom and off the top, throwing a fan. Great transition, belts it right in the pocket again. Hanneman into his third snap, crushes that one. Fourth big backside snap, make it 5 maneuver wave here for Hanneman, and he will have to step off into a real shallow section of water there. His technique is perfect. Well-read wave for Hanneman. Strider, what'd you think?
Wow, those are some hammers, some hangers. There's just spray everywhere, fins out the back. We got Chris Gallagher, he's over here. We're doing the Fiji Airways check-in on the boards. What do we got under the feet of Eli out there, and what do you have to back up?
He's got a 510 whiplash. This is a 511. Based on sort of the surf we saw this morning, we went a little bit bigger. It's been a little slow, but last wave was good. Hope for more.
Those are some hammers. I love it. Can't wait to see the answer back from the local surfer. Let's go. There's some nice waves coming in. It's looking really good. It's really starting to come together out here, and we're going to start to see it just firing down the line. We love it. Let's go.
Let's go, Strider. Thank you so much for the Fiji Airways board check-in. Chris Gallagher, coach for Eli, caddy as well, going to the 510 whiplash from Lost Surfboards, and he put this one together beautifully, Flick.
Oh, just timing here. It's all about precision, just beautiful technique. And I think one of the most important things about surfing this wave is not outrunning it and really being able to place your turns in the perfect place. And I think back to the events I've commentated, even just surfing out there and seeing the guys that do it really well, they don't look like they're in a rush. And I think that's just so evident on this wave. They look like it's just a nice paced approach. It was good wave selection from the beginning, but then just precision on the timing. You cannot get any better. I mean, it's beautiful to watch. It's really good technique, and really the first wave of consequence that we're going to see this morning. I mean, it's pretty funny hearing Matty, talk to, as we see Teo.
Teo Denge leaning into another stylish little turn, fading. He loves a little lean back, doesn't he? Now he's getting drained. Teo's putting himself real deep on the reef. Kind of drops that back shoulder. He can go into an arc or just stall and put himself nice and deep in the pit. Incomplete on that effort, but I think he's having a good time.
Yeah, I think so too. He doesn't look very nervous, which is awesome. It's easy to have the nerves take over, especially for a first-time wildcard. And smaller waves, he's a charger, but he's doing great.
As you look back on this kind of past year since we've caught up last, Hannah, with everything you deal with as the president of the Fiji Surfing Association, have there been some big breakthrough moments, more events popping up? I mean, we're certainly meeting new names of young surfers that will probably be in this event someday.
Oh, absolutely. We are sending a team to the World Games this coming week, actually. We hosted an Oceania development camp last year, bringing together all the countries within Oceania, Samoa, Vanuatu. We had PNG come, and they were all under 18, just grommets, and we hosted them here. And the cool thing is we took them to a different part of Fiji where we were able to surf a variety of different waves, but just seeing regionally the development improving. And I think it's safe to say that Fiji's really spearheading that. And I know that these surfers, they recognize their place as role models for the rest of the region, which is cool.
Beautiful. Watching Eli go up and out. Teo's last score is a 2. Last score for Hanneman, a 7.5. So a big jump way out in front for Elijah Kealoha Hanneman. really found his rhythm with some big, impactful backside turns, Flick.
Yeah, it was really well done. I think it was just really great positioning, great wave selection, and then a really paced approach where he looked like he wasn't running out of time. The wave wasn't running off without him. All those turns were just, yeah, beautifully placed, not in a rush, and really well rewarded with the 7.5. I think it was good judging.
Eli Hanneman wants to make it into a finals day appearance here at Cloudbreak, and he knows he's got a long road to get there. He saw Seth do it at the last event. He's ready for his turn. Eli, 7.5 out in front. We'll be right back.
There's something special about coming back to Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. The moment I arrive and see the ocean, I instantly feel at ease. My days begin with the energy of the ocean before easing into the evening, with incredible food, a beautiful sunset, and a sky full of stars. That balance of adventure and tranquility is what keeps bringing me back.
Don't feel bad for Flick. Don't feel bad. She's had some tough assignments in her career, and maybe one of the toughest.
Hey, it was a tough gig, Joe, but someone had to put their hand up for it. And I thought, you know what? I think I'm up for the challenge. But in all seriousness, this really is such a beautiful resort, and so happy to be back here for the third time.
Oh, well earned. I love it, Flick. Enjoying our time here every year. Watching a nice quick whip into the whitewater section. Hanneman working hard for some targets here. He'll get out in front, kind of a down carve sweep to create the lip to hit, and nice lively active end section. We'll finish with the float to back up the 7.5. Here comes Teo Denge, Fijian wild card, pulling into the first section and making it out. Well, red wave for the local, and there's that cool, stylish way to stall. He'll come out of that messy section as well, and he wants more. Look at him lean back. Ends up reading it beautifully down the stretch and steps off, and just such creativity in his lines. Can really get to know a guy by watching them surf out here. Real smooth operator, and definitely turning in the best barrel rides of the morning so far, Hannah.
How's that style? I got butterflies. Oh man, he looks good. He looks on, and I think he's having a lot of fun.
Just love just the expression, you know, how you look on a wave. You know, kids think about it growing up when they're putting on a jersey, but to look this cool in a CT jersey, that's hard to do.
Oh man, talk about really having great wave selection out here, and you can just see the time that he's put in just with being able to find a wave with a triple barrel section out there. A local is going to be able to do that. Taya's found this one. I mean, look at this inside section. Look at the stees in the setup into that third barrel. It's a little bit far out in front of it, but everything on that wave. I mean, you got to look at that wave selection. It was perfect, really, for today. As we see the Rebel athletes on the boat, everyone watching on. And then let's have a look what happened here for Eli. So This one is going to back up the 7.5 nicely. Just a really nice paced approach here. A little bit slower. I love this section. This was my favorite combo. The carve down into the snap and then into this float to finish. So that the whiplash is looking really good underneath his feet.
Strider, two different approaches here. Eli, backhand snaps, putting it together, and Teo, the local wild card, barrel hunting at the moment with style.
Oh, good times and good signs. I feel like, you know, those are some great set waves, right? They're starting to fill in. You're starting to hit the read. And Teo's just, you know, finding that little moment, and it's really fun to watch. The wave wasn't crazy. It didn't have a huge barrel, so the score's not going to go through the roof, but it's a great sign of the local knowledge and seeing him, you know, coming through those sections and coming through this inside in here on the shish kebabs part of the wave. It's just running so fast, but just, you know, he just committed to it and loved every second of it. So I really like the commitment. I love the local knowledge, and I just love the way the swell is still building, and hopefully we'll get even more out of it in this heat. Get deeper in the barrel, get a little hollower, a little bit more square. Can't wait for more.
Good man, Strider. Just watching the cool lines of Teo Denge winning the trials, earning his spot in the event, showing us why that he was going to be dangerous in this one. You could be lethal, you could be cool. It reminds me a little bit of like Clay Marzo, how creative he gets in the barrel. But Teo doing it his own way. This is magic.
Yeah, you know, his sparring partner out here is James Casitano. So they're like, you know, you'll see them together out here all the time, and you know, the difference is he's goofy, so he has that, you know, that different element.
That first tube was really, really difficult to read, and to navigate such a, it started off a little bit more open, but it went so tight and a really difficult exit to read. So he just did so well on that. You can just see the years put in on this reef, the time, the experience, and just know, you know, surfing so many different kinds of waves and knowing exactly how that wave was going to break and where to find the exit was really impressive.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Eli had the 7.5 on his second wave. Eli's best wave this season was an 8.83 that he had back at Punta Roca. And Teo, trials winner, representing Fiji already so well. 5.5 on his last score, riding the barrel on both of his keepers. Chasing out a 6.51 under priority. One of the hardest things to do is just settle the nerves down when you have a big stage like this, even if it's a wave you're familiar with. And I think Teo's managed that well. He's looking for certain types of waves where he could show how well he rides the pit here at Cloudbreak. And Hannah doing such a good job as the president of the Fiji Surfing Association. But I'm starting to hear a little bit more about Hanua Ocean and the Hanua Surf Festival that is developing. And I know that you're a big part of that as well, giving more back to the community.
Yeah, you know, my time in the FSA, it's been over a decade, and it's been such an amazing learning curve. I mean, more importantly, it's been an entire village behind it, right? The whole team. You know, we got Stu, we got our Secretary Tyler, and all the board riders and the heads of clubs that contribute to the sport as a whole. It's definitely like a national effort. But I'm transitioning, and so the next chapter is to obviously continue that work in a little bit more personal way. I recently launched Hanua. It's a nonprofit community organization a couple months ago, and Hanua in my native language means home. And it's just about, you know, preserving our Pacific Island way of life. You know, we focus on connecting people back to the ocean through surfing, stewardship, and storytelling.
Absolutely. Awesome. I love that. What a perfect transition. And congratulations on an incredible run, you know, with the Fiji Surfing Association as president, being such a great leader for this community that has an impact on our whole global world as well. So really stoked to check out more of hanua.org as we watch Teo Denge doing that unbelievable layback under the hood. Oh my goodness, how do you put yourself in that position? If that stayed hollow, he's pulling that all day.
Oh, totally. That one, he just is so good at that. I mean, my knees kind of cry when I watch it. I'm, oh my goodness. Like the layback, the way the knees contort. But yeah, he's just so good at that. He's got style beyond his years. So let's have a look here. You can see the beautiful little fade there for the bottom turn. Really set him up so nice and deep for this section. And then this is the moment, just the snap back, really laying down on the ocean itself, and then finds himself in the tube. just trying to give himself another opportunities. I mean, you've got to be thinking that last wave that he got, the 5-5, if he had positioned that a little bit deeper on that last section there and really threaded that shish kebabs wave, he's on his way to, you know, in that 6-5-7 range. So well within his wheelhouse if he's finding himself in this tube for sure.
You just take a moment sometimes to pause when someone's being this creative with the jersey on. You know, you kind of think of all the nuts and bolts of how to compete, and then someone's just trying to do a layback as it's barreling above them, and it makes a really big impact on you watching a wave ridden. You're just like, wait, he's going for a risky move, looking that cool as he does it, positioning himself in a way that you won't see a lot of touring professionals do today. It's really unique to his style and approach, and has a little bit of a throwback to it, you know, from what we used to see in the 80s and 90s, and all the expressive surfers from Buttons to, you know, Bertelmann, and, you know, even, you know, more recently with Clay Marzo. It's like to be able to be that loose and free to pull into barrels. Yeah, I could watch that all day.
For sure. I mean, he's got a different approach, and I think it's refreshing to see just that diversity in his surfing. I know these guys watch like Andy Irons, the Bruce Brothers on repeat. And I mean, historically, Cloudbreak has hosted some, you know, some really stylish surfers, so they got a lot of inspiration to draw from.
Just past the 5-minute mark. It's been a great heat for these two after a sleepy opening heat that somehow Jake the Snake Patterson predicted it would go flat. He knows everything. As we look at the recap from Heat 2, Eli versus Teo. Eli found a jammable wave and just belted it to pieces on that 510 whiplash from Lost Surfboards. 7.5, took control of the matchup.
Yeah, it was a beautifully surfed wave, really not rushing it, and I think that's something so important out here. This is his backup score. This is the 4.5. So once again, this wave's starting off a little bit slower, but the inside section here, it was this down carve to the next snap, and then this float. This like 3-turn combo on the inside section, beautifully done. And then Teo here finding an absolute gem of a wave. I mean, such a long tube right there at that beginning. Stalls again for this second one, and just style beyond years, the layback snap into the tube, and then really trying to stomp on the brakes here, put through this shish kebab section. But yeah, 5.5 for Teo here. He's out the back now, searching for a 6.5. So we'll see if the ocean provides another opportunity.
3:42 on the clock in heat number 2 of this opening round. We saw Matthew McGillivray advance over Luke Thompson in the first heat, as Matthew will take on Italo Ferreira in round 2. Winner this heat takes on Leonardo Fioravanti, who's world number 2 for Italy. And Teo knew about that draw, and he wants to get a piece of it. Needs a 6.51 under priority in this big playing field at Cloudbreak. See, with all of Teo's experience, if he could find some space against Hanneman here. Eli, one of the hardest working guys in the game, pushing himself to the limits in waves of consequence, even having a scary wipeout at Pipeline, recovering from that in the past, and dealing with the pressures of the Challenger Series and the Tour, but then providing big moments like a US Open title, putting himself back on tour with just a crushing season on the Challengers last year, almost won it. Ended up as the number 2 seed from the CS this year. We're seeing him stretch this one out, little racetrack for Eli Hanneman. He'll create some space here just to kick out. Now priority is with Teo with 2:30 to go. And looks like he sees a score in this wave. Teo Denge for Fiji lunges into this section, stands forward, and ends up stepping off. So 2:15 to go. Eli turning around, got nervous, seeing Teo with priority, the chance to turn the heat, both having to turn in incomplete scores there, Hannah. So now the pressure could be building on Teo, even though he's not showing any pressure at all.
I think he did a pretty good job selling that one to Eli. And then, you know, I think he was hoping that second one was going to run down the reef a little bit slower. But good little strategy there. We've got just over a minute. Could be time for one more.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit of time. Let's see what happens here. Eli taking the first on the cell job.
Yeah, I think that was a good job by Teo for sure. This one you can see so fast running off down the line here. And yeah, that one just hit the reef and just decided to run. And then behind him you can see Teo. I mean, He's looking for some sort of a tube. You can really see, I just feel like as soon as he takes off, but that one too, running off down the line. Fortunately now it's going to be pretty hard because Eli's sitting out there with priority, a minute 15 on the clock, and, you know, potentially are we going to see another opportunity? I'm not sure, but I think really promising things have come from this heat. We've seen a lot more opportunity compared to that first heat. A lot more sets come through, a lot more waves ridden, so really promising things as this day moves on.
Yeah, tide will continue to drop. You could see Mateus enter the screen. You could actually paddle out into position with 3 minutes remaining. You can sit and watch the whole heat right next to the caddies by the buoy there. Those guys will hold their positions. They stay clear of the ongoing heat, and they'll be counted in shortly. It's a quick count if you don't have a final exchange. But if there's a wave at the buzzer, they've got to hold tight until the judges get their scores in. Red Bull skis activated there, and you can see everyone invested in the next heat, including coach Leandro Dora, who's working with Mateus in his rookie season. We are going to close this one out. Eli shadowing Teo in the back end of the heat. Smart move for Hanneman with waves on the way. This one's already into the countdown. And neither surfer is able to get a final wave, so we'll have Eli Hanneman with that 7.5 and a 4.5 with some brilliant backhand surfing take on world number 2, Leonardo Fioravanti, in the second round. And a great showing of the local talent, Teo Denge, 5.5, and showing one of the greatest styles we've seen so far in this event. That was awesome, and always a pleasure to hang out with you, Hannah.
Thank you so much for having me. We're so proud. I know the entire nation is behind him, and we look forward to seeing Taya later today, hopefully.
Yeah, any insights on Taya? How do you think she's going to do today?
She's in the zone. She is in the zone, hyper-focused. So, yeah, I think we're going to see good things to come.
Hey, we'll see you in that heat. Hannah Bennett's going to come back to join us for that one. Action continues here on the second day of the waiting period, opening day of competition. Mateus Hurdy takes on Jarvis Earl. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Starling for the call right after this.
We're at Cloudbreak and Mateus Hurdy, heat 3 of the opening round for the men. Brazilian. Nice hanger on the backhand for Hurdy to start off his matchup against Jarvis Earl. And quick to strike, Mateus Hurdy with some smooth surfing on the backhand. Numerous backhand hooks for Hurdy and a nice start for this heat at the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Endless waves here at Cloudbreak, and the answer back now for the 2022 World Junior Champ Jarvis Earl with a big slash off the top for the surfer from Cronulla. One more big snap for Jarvis, looking energized in his opening ride. And Jarvis winds up again, has to deal with a little froth on the face, but no problem in this battle of World Junior Champs in this Heat 3 of round 1. Earl looking for a finish and gets that finish. Wow, what a way to start off here. We're at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, a place that exudes hospitality and shines in beauty. And I'm here with Jessie Starling. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. Jess, second day of the window, and we're already right into competition. Feeling good about it.
As we should be. The waves look so fun out there. Matthias Hurdy just did about 15 turns on one wave to kick this heat off as well. And I'm a massive fan of this matchup. I mean, WSL, he's been on a really good run on the Challenger Series so far as well. Bolito was a standout, but now we get to see him on his front side, really putting his best foot forward. And like you mentioned, the battle of the two previous World Junior Champions. So both of these guys have tasted success in that junior career, have dreamt of being on this stage, and now they can really put it on the table and show us who's best out there.
Yeah. Jarvis Earl, you mentioned the semifinal finish over at the stop number 1 on the Challenger Series. Earned his way into this event as a wild card, as the highest rated Asian Pacific surfer on the Challenger Series, and that's how he got the wild card. The 2022 World Junior Champ, matching up against the 2018 World Junior Champion, the wave of Matthias Hurdy. And but this is a big opportunity right now just for Jarvis Earl to make a name for himself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jarvis, I've known him for an extremely long time. I mean, competed alongside him all the way through the junior ranks, and Jarvis was just one of those guys that you knew was eventually going to get to the top level. I mean, he hasn't quite qualified for it yet, but he started off his year so strong. Jarv, little fumble at the start of that wave, but how well did he regroup from there? I mean, he's a really zippy surfer, fast. This wave potentially a little bit smaller than what we saw from Matthias's, and one thing I really want to note is how much foam is on the face. You can tell this is either the second or third wave of the set, and it is causing just a little bit of bump off the top of those turns for Jarvis, but nailed it. Got that first wave under his belt, got the completion out of the way, which sometimes is the best way to shake some nerves, just finishing your first wave start to finish. Matthias, however, on one of the earliest waves of the sets, was having to deal with a little bit of bump. I haven't seen one of the sets that has potentially just a bit of side wobble through it, but this is just Matthias's bread and butter. He really does know how to stay nice and lively on his feet. He kept his turns really nice and tight at the start of that wave. Had to start pushing a little bit more out, and then starts to wind up into the pocket for one nice final hit. Slightly bigger wave, cleaner canvas, so yeah, Matthias, he had to get the nod on that exchange.
5.83 opener for Matthias Hurdy, and here he is on wave number 2 for Matthias. Really paced start to this wave. Now gets a little steeper inside section to be able to hook it on the backhand. Looking down the line, looking for a barrel, search and dragging the body, gets behind the curtain just for a moment. Looking for a second section, gets drained through that second section. So building momentum right now is Matthias Hurdy. Looking sharp on that JS. Matthias came here with a quiver from Tractor, from JS Industries, a 5'10" all the way up to a 6'4", a mix of Golden Childs and Forget-Me-Not 3s for Matthias Hurdy, like we could see the 2018 World Junior Champ.
Yeah, I really love Matthias's style and approach to surfing, similar to what we see from someone like Teo, a wild card in that last heat, where you don't really know what you're going to get. He has this really cool element of surprise factor in his surfing, especially in his competitive surfing. Sometimes I actually like when a bit of pressure is applied on Matthias, because that's when you start to see him get really creative. Usually we see him take to the sky, but that's going to be a little bit tricky with the winds that we have this morning. It's going to keep a lot of the surfing on the face, and I'm not mad about it. Really beautiful traditional surfing from Matthias. You can see had to fight really hard to get his knee and arm in the wall, to get himself in a spot where he got coverage. So incredible read from Matthias on that wave on what was a tricky section to get a barrel on. But again, really tidy surfing. He's just figuring out this wave. You can tell he's put in a lot of time here over the last week just preparing, but this is that moment that I really want to talk about. Look how hard he is fighting to stay deep in this barrel here. That knee completely externally rotated in the wall of the wave alongside the arm. So as he is full body dragging to get as deep as he can in that tube, he's read the judging criteria. He knows that deep barrels are going to get rewarded. And I dare say, maybe a little bit inspired from what the wildcard in that last heat, Teo Denge, did.
I think so. And you talked about pressure and Mateus having to perform under pressure. He does have a bit of pressure on the championship tour. Coming into this event as number 30 on the rankings. Remember, at the end of the year, we take the top 22, so he's outside that cut line. But good news for Mateus, he's done some backup work on the Challenger Series. 9th place in Bolito, quarterfinals coming off the US Open, so he's currently number 6 on that Challenger Series. We take the top 10 from the Challenger Series. So a surfer who's got a busy flight schedule. As you can see, his placings this year, only one time has he made it past the second round, and that was in a brilliant performance over at Snapper Rocks with that quarterfinal.
Yeah, that was insane. That heat in particular that he had against Jake Marshall in the round before the quarters, he pulled out every stop in the book. He was going to the air multiple times, giving us laybacks, and he was on an incredible looking quad. Now it's Jarvis.
Jarvis's turn on the CI plus minus pro, 510 under his feet, and Jarvis looking good on the comeback. His opening score, 4.83, finds the barrel, a little funnily section, has to squeeze through that one, looking for more open face, and Earl, nice rail work to finish off there. Bit of a tapered finish here in comparison to his last wave, but got some work done on the outside and also found the barrel. He's just gonna scoot on into the channel and signal for the Red Bull jet ski.
Jarvis is a really interesting one to me because, you know what, I'll get back to it,
Mateus, I mean, talk about, we had a slow start this morning, but now the waves have really showed up. The consistency, pretty incredible.
I don't mind that two-turn combo and using and capitalizing on that steepest, biggest part of the wave there. You can see Mateus taking off just a little bit deeper, going big twice. So it's a different strategy to what we've seen from his first couple of waves that have actually kept him in that 5-point range. So I'm interested to see how the judges are going to digest just those two really critical turns here for Mateus. But like I was saying, Jarvis is a really interesting draw for me because he's the kind of wild card who could go really deep in this event. And coming up against someone like Mateus, who it is his first time competing in Fiji, but guess what? It is also Jarvis's as well. So even though Mateus is full-time on the CT, you'd actually have to think this heat is a little bit more evenly matched than what you'd think.
I agree. It's very evenly matched, and we'll see the numbers to show that. Here we go, a replay of Jarvis.
Oh, I mean, just beautiful traditional carve on that first section. Really tightly coiled, gives us some variety, gets nice and deep in the tube. He's going to exit out of that one before it really started to funnel off down through shish kebabs. And then you can see a couple more swoops here. Didn't get anything major through this inside section, but I love the fact that he's playing around with every single different emotion, I guess, this wave has to offer. You can do traditional turns, you can get tubes. So Jarvis is also showcasing that, hey, he's been here multiple times before. Surfing Australia always send athletes out here to get some reps in because they know that this is a wave that you need to put time in. Now, this two-turn combination, I'm a massive fan of. Really critical on that second one in particular, that tail drifting up and around the section, and I dare say fins are out the back, Kaipo.
Yeah, right, spraying out the back. Seeing those fins out the back in the channel, Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, we just got to touch on Jarvis out here. He looks like he's like a little kid in the candy store. He's just grabbing everything that he can off the shelf. And there's been some really great waves, like second wave in the set, and that last set that just rolled through, nobody on it. So I feel like he needs to calm down a little bit and just try to strike on some of these bigger, more open-faced waves that are coming through out here. There's been some really beautiful ones, and if he just slows himself down a bit, I feel like he could really do some damage in this heat because it's pretty fun to watch Mateus belting it, and he's looking really solid. So I think Jarvis is going to have to take his time, wait for a good set, and then he'll get a big score.
Thank you, Strider. Well, good news for Jarvis. He does have priority, so he has a chance to wait for another set. Currently, he needs a 6.13 to overtake Mateus Hurdy. There's a 5.83 and a 5.23 for the lead for the Brazilian at the moment with 22 minutes on the countdown here.
Yeah, pretty interesting for Jarvis. He actually is coming off a major injury. So at the start of last year, he was competing over in Korea and ended up doing his MCL and ACL. So Ouch. He was out of the water for 6 months. He had about 9 months no competition as well. So to come back from all of that and go straight into a third place at Bolito, you can tell how much work he's been putting on in the off season.
Yeah. Putting in the work in the last heat and onto the second round. Maui's Eli Hanneman. Vaughn Blakey's catching up with Eli on the glass. Vaughn.
Eli, last time we saw you in the Rashi, mate, you were in one of those, or it seemed like you were in one of those Red Bull spacesuits, skydiving back down to earth, an insane wipeout at Chopes. This heat, a lot more manageable, a lot more fun, but still dangerous in its own way.
Yeah, I was stoked to go out and actually put a couple waves together and yeah, just go out and surf perfect waves. It's fun.
Super fun. The first heat was pretty slow. That wave started to kick in a little bit more.
Yeah, there was like a couple bombs before the comp started, and then the first heat was super slow, so I was like kind of nervous going into my heat because I didn't really know what I was looking for. I knew this guy was going to have it all kind of tuned in, so I had to be on my game, but yeah, stoked to get through.
Yeah, Teo, a real dangerous draw. Not everyone is aware of just how talented he is out here, and on the big days, he really knows how to get drained. Was there a hairy moment for you in that one when you sort of pulled off that wave and saw him on the next one?
Yeah, I seen him like doing a layback like in the barrel. I was like, whoa, this is gnarly. But I knew that if I just stuck to the turns, like I'd have him there. And I knew that he's a dangerous barrel rider, and he's probably got this lineup on lock. It's my first time here, so definitely, you know, no walkthroughs in these events. You got to take everyone seriously, and you know, he's a tough draw, and yeah, it's fun to get one over the locals, but it's always nerve-wracking coming up against them. And
Leo Fioravanti up next.
Sick, yeah. Leo's been on a heater, but you know, every heat's a stacker in this at this level. So yeah, I'm just here to do my best, and whatever happens, happens.
Congrats, mate. Great platform in that one. We'll see you in the next round. Over here, the man of the moment, Teo. Come on over, mate. Congratulations. What a proud moment for you to represent Fiji here at Cloudbreak.
Thank you.
Mate, tell us about that frontside layback. I mean, it was channeling Al Nost, Crookie Brown, Lungi Slab, some of the greats, bringing so much style to the CT.
Yeah, I like the new stuff that looks cool, and yeah.
Mate, I got to surf out here with you last year, and so impressive. What did it mean for you to pull on that rash vest and represent this country?
Everything, yeah. Show my family, show the country, yeah, and surf with one of the best. It's good, yeah.
That's awesome, mate. Congratulations. I'm sure all of Fiji is absolutely stoked. And just before I chuck it back to you guys, I had a chat with Jarvis Earl before this, and he's jacked up and ready to perform in this heat. It's his second CT after a start at Margaret River. But the big thing that's inspiring him, there's 4 Cronulla Shire goofy footers in the lineup over the past few days. We had Ockie out there, Luke Egan, who's a transplant, of course, but considers himself a Cronulla guy, and Connor O'Leary, as well as Richard Dogmar. So the Goose from the Shire are representing out there, and Jarvis feeling inspired.
Yeah, that's right. A long lineage of incredible surfers coming from Cronulla. That was a great list right there. Put Jim Banks on that list as well. A lot to unpack there as well, you know, with Eli Hanneman, inspired. That was like the all-time day at Lahaina Harbor right here at Cloudbreak. And then, you know, with Tail, those frontside laybacks in the barrel, it's reminiscent of Dwayne Webster at VLAN in the early days of that technique. Here we go with Mateus Hurdy, our heat leader. Bigger wave, bigger barrel, comes out of there, looking to improve upon a 5.23, eases through a nice cutback, banks off the whitewater, staying with the foam ball, hooks it on the backhand, airdrops into a finish, and I believe he's going to improve upon his scoreline. What do you think, JJ?
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a really big fan of that last wave. This is why I would say surf fans, you and I, Kaipo, just enjoy this wave so much. There is so much variety when it comes to this wave. You're on the edge of your seat because Mateus is deep in a barrel on a bigger looking wave, and then all of a sudden he's free falling out of a sick backside rear at the end of that wave. So this is definitely, for me, Mateus' best wave. You can take off. It's noticeably bigger. We know that swell is going to keep filling in throughout the day. Deep tube, it goes high, really nice and clean exit there. And then we start to see this traditional surfing come back into play, which it ticks everyone's fancy. That's a solid section, that last one. A lot of foam to deal with too. That wave coming back at him, so did really well to re-engage the fins and make sure that he got a completion. As far as I see it, with the combo of that barrel and a really nice end section turn, this has to be really well rewarded. Let's see how deep he just gets from this drone angle shot. Completely covered. He's sitting on the foam ball for just a moment there too, and read it really well to be able to come high and find that clean exit. Yet another really important part of barrel riding in the criteria is having those clean entries and exits into the barrel here, which Kaipo, we've seen over the years, can actually tend to be quite difficult out here.
Yeah, the wave ever changing. This nice slow motion. You can really study the technique of Matthias Herdy and able to take that high line, get out of the barrel, a little side slip on the JS, but no problem. And Jess, you're right. He did improve upon his scoreline. We're watching a 6.33 with this completion.
And you can see just in that moment there as well, when we zoomed in on that slow-mo, on that carve, just as he was coming through the end of it, he stepped his back foot back. So shuffling his weight just ever so slightly back to the pivot point on his board, and hence why we saw such a neat and tidy backside Rio at the end of that wave.
Yeah, absolutely love it. There's a spread, the IC score line. Couple judges going 6.5. We throw away the high, the low, and we end up with simple math there as a 6.33 for Matthias Herdy. Another thing that I enjoy right now this season, Jess, is that with the brackets, we know exactly what road each of our surfers are going to take through every single round. So the winner of this heat will be in heat number 3 of round number 2 up against Iago Dora. And we're going to get to that heat today. That's the plan, at least. So so whoever wins this heat's going to surf twice today.
If you put yourself in the shoes of the athlete, do you think you would be more nervous knowing who you're coming up against, especially if it's the reigning world champion who won his world title right here?
I don't like surprises at all. I like to plan, and so plan ahead. Either Matthias or Jarvis, you got to plan ahead because you're coming up against a guy who's really, really good at Cloudbreak, Iago Dora. Heat number 4, Ramsey Bukayam, Oscar Barry. They're going to go up against Miguel Pupo in heat 13, round 2. We're not going to get to that today, but we will see that rematch from Tahiti to finish off this round between Ramsey and Oscar Barry.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. There's a lot riding on the line for both of these guys, still being in that main round. We've only just seen Ramsey break out of round 2 for the first time this season, just last week over in Tahiti. And then this is an emotional one for Oscar. It's stop number 8 of the year, and he's looking to make his first heat on the championship tour. Is it today, Kaipo? We're going to find out.
He's going to get another chance at the Rockin' Moroccan, getting ready. Headphones on, rocking out. And the Red Bull boat, athlete boat, is tight quarters too. So that's another thing. You can't really separate yourself from your other competitors.
Oh my
You're right on top of each other.
It would be tense, I reckon, just to see your competitor there getting psyched up. If they're jumping, are you thinking, I'm going to jump higher?
It's just, it's as intense as the buffet line over in Tavarua, which is very intense right there. Competition for the second servings every night. 13 minutes and 50 seconds left here, and the requirement just has grown. 7.23, so that is a pretty meaty number that Jarvis Earl needs at this point.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this because Strider mentioned that Jarvis was like a kid in the candy store. He was just taking any wave that was starting to roll through. But when we went to that drone shot, you could see the distance between the two. So now Matthias, he's got the 623. He took off a little bit deeper, had the barrel from that peak that's a little bit further up the reef. But Jarvis, he's going to swing underneath. There's some really nice waves on that more inside ledge. So Jarvis is going to try and capitalize on that, and I don't hate that.
Yeah.
Just creating a little bit of space from your competitor, it can allow you to free up and potentially make better decisions in heats.
And this being a reef pass, you can see the difference is the wave slows down a bit further down the line where Jarvis is, so it's way more surfable. I feel like Matthias is almost trying to pull Jarvis under priority, trying to pull Jarvis, because up there on the top, that wave moves really, really quickly, and it's hard to make that first section. So, yeah, we'll see.
Really interesting for Jarvis as well. Obviously, we haven't seen him compete on reef breaks a lot in these higher levels like the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. So when you're looking for stats and numbers, you actually do have to go back to that qualifying series. And his first career major win was in Krui back in 2024, which for those who haven't watched it, is this beautiful long-running left-hander over in Indonesia. So as far as Jarvis's record goes with competing and doing well on left-hand reef breaks, he's actually got a pretty good number. So he's just going to have to tune in, try and connect with this reef just like he did over in Cruy, where he won. We're calling it Jarvis's Ledge. So hopefully he finds that here in Cloudbreak as well.
Oh, here we go. Jarvis finds a nice looking wave right here, finds a nice looking barrel, comes through that first section, speeding, skittering out on the CI for the second section, and not going to get much more than that, but a nice barrel for the 2022 World Junior Champion. He won that World Junior Championship in another left at Seaside, which he really performed at. It was a bombing swell for that championship for Jarvis Earl. So catch a replay of what happened. Oh, now dues being paid, though.
The more I hear about Cloudbreak, the more everyone says, no, you do have to pay to play. You have to just even maybe kiss the reef once or twice just before you start to get those incredible waves out there. And Jarvis is feeling the pain of that pay-to-play mentality. But what a wave. This is the biggest barrel we've seen of the day so far. Deep, really deep in the tube there for Jarv. Big open cylinder exit as well. Then it starts to get really quick. Because he took off so far down the line, it actually shifts to that shish kebab section really fast. But look at this water angle. He's deep. He's hugging the wall, both arms to stay as just far inside that barrel as he can. You could see him hunting for more, but it does start to get really quick there. So Jarvis pressing the eject. He's going to get back out the back. And again, this is going to set the scale, set the story for the day. Are big open barrels without a combo of turns going to match to something like we saw of the 633 of Matthias Herdy?
Yeah, well, we're waiting for scores right now. We're going to come back with that score. Can Jarvis Earl turn the heat on Matthias Herdy? We're going to find out. Conclusion of Heat 3, Round 1, after these messages.
I actually got the wild card into the World Juniors as well, and I came in at like bottom seed, and I flew over there kind of expecting like grovelly surf. I had like all my epoxies and shortboards.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a shock when I got over there, and there was like pumping waves the whole period. I don't think we got any days that weren't like below overhead, so that was fun. But yeah, it was like pretty big opportunity going up against the world's best juniors, and it was a wave that I knew like suited my surfing, so I just took it like keep my heat and tried to put some good scores together. And then next thing I was in the final up against the local boy, and yeah, I was just stoked I put it together and came away with the win. It was probably one of the best days of my life.
Jarvis Earl on the Lineup podcast, and Jarvis Earl on your screen right now, dropping into Cloudbreak. The Cronulla Surfer off the bottom, off the top. Nice carve for Jarvis, keeping that CI Pro plus minus on rail. Great job here. Bit of a tapered wave, however. It has to deal with some inside froth, but continues to power through turns. Gets a little caught on the heels and goes down. Right behind him, Matthias Herdy. Heat leader here with Matthias. skitters off the bottom, slashes off the top, underneath the lip there for Mateus Hurdy, the 2018 World Junior Champ. Stalling, looking for a barrel, not going to find it there. Pulls in, but a little too deep on that one. Kaipagura, along with Jesse Starling on the call here. Nice exchange between the two.
Oh, yeah, I'm a fan. Talk about the swell filling in. My goodness, they were some solid-looking set waves. So Mateus, it's not going to go into his top two, that last one. There was some moments of it, but just slightly ahead of the pace of the wave. But Jarvis, how about those beautiful carving arcs? That grab rail one right at the end, and then it was too far over his heels. I was like, no. That was the moment where he needed to hang on to that. Let's take a look at Mateus one here, though. I love that section. He free fell out of that carve, foam all over his face. It had to feel pretty cool. But this is that moment where he's potentially just a little bit too far ahead of the pace of the wave. And then this inside track, it is proven to be really hard to make it out of that second section worth of barrels, which is why we saw Jarvis sit a little bit further down the line, so deep, just completely swallowed by the foam ball there for Mateus Hurdy. But really, just his technique in the barrel is beautiful.
Oh, wave number 6 for Mateus. Finds the barrel again, second section, dragging the body through there. A little bit of spit on the way out, lines up off the bottom. Looks for another barrel section here. Needs to really stall through this inside section. And not going to get quite in the barrel there, but it's going to kick out, looking to improve upon a 5.83. Jarvis Earl, back out, back in action. Finds a barrel, gets through that foam section right there for Jarvis. Winds up off the bottom, big grab rail down carve off the top before the ejection on the inside. Non-stop action for both surfers, catching 6 waves apiece. The consistency is starting to get turned up.
Yeah, the ocean really has just started to roll its way on through. They were some exceptional looking waves. This is that Cloudbreak that everyone turns on their TV for. We come and sit, we want to watch because it is just so perfect. It's so beautiful. A couple of things that I want to touch on that came to my mind watching those waves. Did we not say Jarvis is a scary wild card to draw? I mean, he's found 2 of the biggest, widest open barrels and then comboing it up with some of the most beautiful grab rail carves, which we don't see very often anymore.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful rail surfing and tube combination. Striders in the channel enjoying the whole show.
Wow, yeah, settling into, well, the swell arriving and the ledge just showing up. We got little mini ledges out there. We saw those waves. They look like they're just taking off into the channel, and then they suck back into the corner, and then they just stand up and give you those big, beautiful barrels that we're watching. I mean, there's been multiple waves out there. These guys frothing so hard, trying to figure out which one to go for. So fun to watch their headspace out there, but it looks like Jarvis is finally settling down a little bit and waiting for those bigger sets. So he kind of has identified that they're coming, and I'm really impressed with Mateus. His surfing is looking really good, really strong, really clean, and calculated. His tube positioning, everything is looking really good. So I think this is a hammer of a heat. It's on fire, and I can't wait to see Oscar Berry come up in the next one against Ramsey. It's on. These boys are coming out right now, just about to paddle by, and the froth level's just going through the roof. So everybody's psyching out here.
Psych juice, getting going.
Hammer.
First thing in the morning, right? Have a big glass of it. Here we go. Take a look here. Mateus Hurdy.
Yeah, again, just his technique is borderline flawless, because especially with this second attempt to get in the barrel here, this is what I just want you to lock in and focus on. That knee. It is working in and out, trying to stall himself to get as deep as possible. This first barrel was really nice. You can see they're completely covered. His body is in the shade. He's deep in that tube. And then this next one, we're going to see it again from this water angle, but you can tell he's put a lot of time into just perfecting this backside barrel technique, which is arguably one of the hardest things you can do in surfing. Now Jarvis sitting a little further in, hollow barrel, not as much cover time as his previous one, but finding those big open barrels. You can tell he's found that sweet spot on the reef where he's comfortable. Complete stand tall barrel there, and then comes through again, like I mentioned, grab rail carve. It's a bigger wave, so he's going to have to he's holding himself just for a little bit more control, because with this wind it would be really easy to skid out on your fins during those carves. So Jarvis going kind of vintage on us with those grab rail carves.
I love it. The 5.7 last for Jarvis Earl. He's still trailing. These are 6.46. You can see it in the scorebook. But when we talk about backhand surfing, and different styles to get in the barrel here at Cloudbreak. One of the most unique styles that we saw here in the past was Michelle Borez with the actual 3-point leg drag. Body and leg drag, yeah. Deemed the Allen wrench by Kelly Slater in an ode to Alan Pantaleon from the west side of Oahu, yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go back and watch that. When I was psyching myself up, I actually went down this major wormhole of the 2012 Volcom swell that they had. And this
Code
wave,
red swell.
It is crazy how much swell this wave can hold and just be so perfect all the way through. It really does have so many different moods.
Yeah.
And I don't think many waves around the world can hold 2 to, 20 foot?
20 foot, sure. Yeah, and brilliant commentary, by the way, in that Volcom 2012 by Dave Wassel, who's a master wordsmith and a world-class surfer, as well as one of the best lifeguards on North Shore.
Wow, yeah, I had the computer screen like held so close to my face. I was like, are you kidding? Like, it was just this major wormhole that I went down, and it really did open my eyes to the beauty of this reef. I haven't been here before.
Yeah, Dave caught a 20-footer that day.
No way.
Jumped off the boat. He was doing commentary, jumped off the boat, borrowed a gun, caught one wave, made the barrel, came in and said, hey, my job's done.
That's it, I'm done.
Absolutely legendary stuff. And legendary stuff happens here, you know, at Cloudbreak. This is just such a world-class wave. I'm so glad that, you know, the WSL Dream Tour is really in effect. This is stop number 8, and we have just incredible stops ahead of us, but we've also had incredible stops behind us as well this year.
Oh, absolutely. And even introducing new stops to the tour as Raglan, and what a successful event
and we're
that
going
was
to the Philippines.
Well. We are. This is exciting.
Here we go. Jarvis needs to get back in there, needs a 6.46. Double pump bottom turn to top turn carves, some foam right here. Needs a big finish here. Lip glide and just skitters out in very, very shallow inside section there for Jarvis.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds to go, you'd have to think that's probably the last opportunity for Jarv. But I was thinking when he took off on that one, I was like, oh no, is he swinging on these inside ones again? And then I looked at the clock and I was like, oh, Devo, this heat's almost over. I've enjoyed this so much.
Yeah, 35-minute heats, and they fly by when the waves are pumping. That was the 7th wave for Jarvis Earl. Unfortunately, he's not going to be enough for him. The wild card eliminated from competition. Coach Leandro Dora applauding his pupil, Mateus Hurdy, right here. Mateus on to round number 2, where Mateus Hurdy will be facing up against Iago Dora. The irony of that, the dad, the coach, and the son's going to be the opponent when we get to round number 2 for Mateus Hurdy.
And again, a real opponent to come up against in Iago, defending world champion where he won it here. So yeah, Mateus, it's tricky.
Back with more action. It's going to be Ramsey Bukhayam up against Oscar Barry when we return.
The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by Fiji Airways, the official airline partner of the Fiji Pro, and by Tabarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Fiji Pro.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. We're live from Cloudbreak, Fiji, where the flotilla is in effect, and we're in the opening round for our men's. Heat number 4 to finish off this round, and we got a great one for you. Kai Pogura along with Jesse Starling and Ramsey Bukayam up against Oscar Berry in the lineup. A rematch of their matchup in the opening round over in Tahiti at stop number 7.
Yeah, this is a great looking heat. I mean, Ramsey's coming off his best result all year. He was wild over in Tahiti. It's one of those events where you're sitting at home and you're borderline screaming at the TV because it is some of the most monstrous waves, and Ramsey was putting himself so deep and airdropping the takeoff to get it extra critical, so he would definitely be taking some confidence out of that. And for Oscar, every single stop that he shows up to, this is an opportunity for him to make his first ever championship tour heat. He is a rookie. He hasn't made one, but I tell you what, he is still staying so positive, so optimistic, putting in the work.
Yeah.
And hard work, it's got to pay off.
It's got to pay off
and
for
somewhere.
Oscar Berry. We'll see if he turns the corner here. Ramsey, there's Oscar on a Luke Short Designs, a 2026 Championship Tour rookie for Oscar Berry. And again, like you said, alluded to, 7 stops in, has not made it past the first round. So the mental challenge right now, we know physically, Oscar Berry is an incredible surfer.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's backhand, forehand, innovation, power, he's got it all. It's just that rookie year is so intimidating, especially with this new format that we go straight into elimination.
Yeah, definitely. And that has been a real handbrake for a lot of those guys who are a rookie on tour, or maybe in their 2nd or 3rd year and still don't have the reps on the boards quite like those guys who are in the top 10 who have surfed multiple man-on-man heats and know their strategy, know the games, know exactly when to push and when to pull back a little bit. So you can tell that the vets on tour are really thriving, but it's exciting to know that once these guys do get their game plan down pat, that it could be all systems go. And we've already had a couple of new winners this year as well.
That's true. That's true. Just last event, Seth Moniz with his first championship tour win.
Welcomed a baby girl into the world.
Here we go. Ramsey way up on the reef here. Powerful surfer, 6'1", 198 pounds, 90 kilos. Just gonna squeeze that big frame into this funnel right here, traveling through there, and almost powers out, kicking off in some dry reef on that inside shish kebab section.
Yeah, wow, that was so close. That was a tiny little exit at the end of that barrel there, and Ramsey, with his big frame, almost got out of there. His board did, but body, unfortunately, just left a little bit far behind. This one of the smaller looking waves in comparison to some of those sets that we saw in that last heat that were really starting to filter in. But Ramsey's that type of competitor. He likes to get a wave early. You can see this inside section is just completely hollowing out. He is so deep and traveled for so long in that tube. I love this side shot. You get a feel of what it's like to be out there. Look how deep he is in that tube. He is completely on that foam ball. There was a quick exit there, but unfortunately he does go incomplete. But this is really good signs to know that Ramsey is still feeling really confident in the barrel, just coming off that great result over in Tahiti. Shallow section though on that inside. So he looks okay, his board looks okay, and he's gonna get back out there and hopefully try again on a slightly bigger wave.
Yeah, Red Bull jet ski is going to take them back out to a takeoff zone. With these jet skis, there is an assigned path for each one of them that they're going to have to assign to. They have a drop-off area outside there for the surfers. Upon shuttling the surfer back out, then the surfer will paddle back into the lineup on their own accord. But it's going to be jet ski assist all day long here, so we'll see more surfing and less paddling.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a fan. As a surf fan, I love the fact that we're going to see more surfing. It's a pretty interesting wave where you probably get quite tired quite quickly in the free surfs with the fact that it is a really long paddle out, just considering how big this beautiful stretch of reef is and how many different emotions this wave has. And you can get a wave from all the way out from the outside ledge straight through to the inside. So yeah, these guys definitely going to make the most of that jet ski. And yeah, thank you to the Water Patrol as well for keeping the surfers safe.
Yeah, we have so many people to thank, you know, putting this contest together. We have our Water Patrol, but we also have Surfline and our forecasting to help us plan ahead. And with Surfline, we have Kevin Wallace dialing in. Kevin, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Capo. Thanks, Jesse. Good to be here and good to see some waves this morning.
Yeah, and what are we expecting today, Kevin?
Well, we've got a new swell on the rise, obviously. You know, it basically went from flat conditions yesterday to pulsing this morning, and it was really good to see that last heat. You know, a couple pretty solid waves roll through. This swell is going to fill in through the morning. The tide's dropping out for another couple hours, so I suspect, you know, it'll just get better through the morning, and then we'll have the tide push to the afternoon, and the swell should come up into the afternoon. I don't think it's going to be necessarily any bigger than those set waves that we just saw in that last heat, but we should see more consistency with those types of waves. And you know, good conditions through the morning. We've got trades. Winds may swirl around a little bit this afternoon. I know that's been the case the last couple of days, particularly up, you know, back up towards Tavarua, which is like a mile away from Cloudbreak. But yeah, you know, good day of waves, and hopefully a couple of good days ahead of us as well.
Yeah, let's talk about the future. What do you see upcoming?
Sure, yeah. So here, you know, today we've got waves running in the 6 to 10, 8 to 10 foot base range. So the big set's probably around double overhead. Heading into tomorrow, this swell's going to come down just a little bit, but we actually have a reinforcing pulse, and then we'll get the same on Friday. So a little bit down tomorrow, and then a little bit down again on Friday, but still good waves and good conditions too. Like tomorrow for winds, pretty much a facsimile of today. Going into Friday, go like real light winds in the morning, just light trades in the morning, just beautiful conditions, great weather. And then we'll probably get a sea breeze in the afternoon on Friday. You know, as we move through the weekend, it's smaller. Like, you guys are stoked. It'll be super fun. You know, my suspicion is it'll probably be off, but you can do the commentator's couch or whatever. And then as we look towards the end of the waiting period, you know, those last couple days in the 2nd to 4th range, looks like we'll see something pretty solid line up. I think confidence is increasing that that's going to be the biggest swell of the event window.
Wow, unreal. And Kevin, can you tell us a little bit about, you know, your studied bathymetry of what makes this wave so special?
Well, you know, it's basically it's out in the middle of the ocean, number one, which is pretty cool. We've got this barrier reef that's you know, well offshore, and it's just a magnet for any sort of swell that is coming out of the Southern Ocean or Tasman Sea for that matter. And you know, it really focuses long period energy, especially, you know, so like 16, 17 seconds and above. And it can take a relatively modest swell, you know, a 2-foot swell, a 3-foot swell in deep water, and really turned it into very solid surf, you know, well overhead surf. So it can focus and amplify that long period energy, and, you know, take a modest swell and turn it into pretty solid surf, take a big swell and turn it into giant surf. You know, if you got a 10-foot swell at very long periods, it can be a 40-foot wave on the face. And
Kevin, I want to tap into your mind a little bit more on when we talk about swell period. What's the best swell period, say, for Cloudbreak versus restaurants, which is also on the table?
Yeah, two very different things, actually. You know, generally speaking, Cloudbreak loves long period swell. So anything, it's pretty good on anything from 14 seconds and above. But really, it kind of really comes alive when it's like 16, 17 seconds and above. And if you're lucky to be there when you get a swell that's like 18 to 20 seconds, that's when it's just crazy. You've got these lines that look like they're stretching to Tavarua. If you're paddling into them, they kind of look like they're going to close out, but then they just stay open, and they're so beautiful. You know, restaurants and the rest of the waves around Tavarua and Namotu prefer a slightly shorter swell period. So we tend to see those when we see storms move into the Tasman. So restaurants is great at like 12 to 15 seconds. You won't get as much energy that's focusing at Cloudbreak. You know, when it's really long period, all that energy pretty much focuses at Cloudbreak, and it kind of leaves restaurants in a bit of a swell void. But when that swell period drops, a lot of times we'll be on the same swell, just be on the backside of a particular swell. You see that swell period comes down, and that's really when restaurants comes alive.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much for all the insight, Kevin. We really appreciate the forecasting and all the work that you guys do over there at Surfline.
Yeah, cheers, Capo. Great event lining up. I'm excited to watch over the next few days.
Yeah, we're excited as well. I mean, Surfline, remember, become a premium member of Surfline. You get those extended forecasts and all the cams without commercials. It's well worth the investment if you are a surfer, because that makes the most of your surf time no matter where you are in the world.
I'm a criminal cam checker when I'm home. I swear, I check the cam and I have a look around everywhere. And I'm so lucky to live in a place where there's so much opportunity for waves. But first thing I do in the morning is I check the Surfline cams wherever it's good. See you there.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, it was a good catch up with Kevin to see what was happening today and what's happening in the future. But in contrast, JJ, this heat, I mean, we saw just fireworks and a very consistent heat in heat number 3. Heat number 4, we're down to 22 minutes with just one wave being ridden. So now the pressure is building for both of these surfers.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We saw a similar storyline unfold in the very first heat of the event this morning with the 2 South African surfers. It was Luke Thompson and Maddie McGillivray. Both of them, Luke only had 1 wave in that heat. Yeah. Matt, maybe 2 or 3. They definitely want to learn from their mistakes and hopefully get the ball rolling in the next 22 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to need to get things going here. Oscar Berry with priority, so the Australian with a slight advantage with that priority, but under priority, looks like Ramsey's going to get one. Bukayum pulls in, and that one's way too deep, gets crunched, just panini'd there, and that's not going to be a score. Here we go, important wave for Oscar Berry. His start has to come through a foam ball section, and that wave is not going to let Oscar out. And Ramsey barely ducking under that one too, as sets roll through here at Cloudbreak.
My goodness, I was thinking, is Oscar going to come out of this and throw a surprise or a spanner in the works for a solid exit? But Oz, you can tell he's got a game plan in mind. It's get barreled. So he's sitting a little further up the reef in comparison to what we saw of someone like WSL in that last one. Really similar spot to where we saw Matthias Hurdy sitting. And he got some good waves. Let's take a look at this one. Again, just obsessed with this water angle shot. You can see Oz really deep in this one, which made it difficult because it forced him straight onto that foam ball, but he's up and riding again.
Here we go. And so, you know what? With these kind of, I'm not going to say misfired. I don't think the waves gave either surfer that much opportunity, but that's just going to keep this down. Basically, we're going to have a 20-minute heat, Jess.
Yeah, my goodness, it's back to the QS.
Yeah.
It start to 20 minutes, get out there, get the job done. But the thing we want to see is these guys obviously turning a lot of waves, but a lot of good waves too. So I understand why they've been picky, but it's time for both of these guys to get a start, especially with the small scores in their lineup.
Yeah. Potter bends to Matthias Hurdy on to round number 2. Let's hear from Matthias. He's with Von Deadly.
Matthias, that's what we're talking about. You know, all those years of grinding the queue, this is the dream come true for you. You paddle out, the flick switches, Cloudbreak starts to throb out, and you get a dream heat.
Yeah, that was a dream heat for sure. I wasn't expecting, I thought it would be slow, and then, yeah, that heat was special. During the heat, I was just thinking to myself, wow, like I dreamed to be here since I was a little kid. Just, you know, getting barreled in a heat, it's always special, and offshore, everything you want. It's just awesome. I'm so happy.
How much bigger is that lineup when there's not a single soul in it other than you and your opponent?
Oh, it's amazing. It's huge, but it's at the same time, it just feels, I don't know. I almost stop thinking about the heat. You know, just start thinking about the waves, and you're like, oh, I want to be on a good spot for that wave because that wave's sick, and start a lot caring about the heat. But yeah, it's tricky, but at the same time fun, and I'm so stoked, happy, yeah.
A great warm-up, mate. Jarvis Earl, obviously a good friend of yours, a fellow World Junior champ, a very tough opponent, but up next, I think you've got Yago.
I know. Yeah, Jarvis is a great surfer. He's been ripping on the free surf, so when I saw him in the draw, I was like, damn it. Like, no. But yeah, yeah, he was really, it was a wild card, yeah, and then now Yago. So it's you know, I know this eventually, if I make this heat, I knew that I would face Yago, and Leandro knew too, and we all know, and it's gonna be fun. Hopefully the waves are really good, and we just get barrel, and yeah. Stoked, man. Like, this is sick. Yeah.
I love that, mate. What you said, you know, when the comp disappears and you're just out there loving where you are and what you're doing and surfing, that's the definition of the dream tour right there.
Yeah, it is. Like, I actually, one of my best waves, I had priority, and I think the right thing to do was not to catch the wave because Jarvis was still like coming back from his wave. I was like, oh, I gotta go. This is too good. Like, I'm going. Never mind. And then I went and ended up being a good wave, thank God. But, you know, it's you risk those things when the waves are good. And yeah, man, I'm learning these conditions. You know, it's still my first time here in Fiji, first time competing in Tahiti. Still learning a lot. You know, I have a lot to learn, and I'm humbled to get better in these conditions. And yeah, let's go.
Congrats, man. Give the crew at home a rundown of the heat in Portuguese.
Fala, galera. Obrigadão aí por estar acompanhando. Altas ondas aqui em Fiji, o lugar é animal. Agora é a bateria com o Iagão. E é isso, obrigadão, todo mundo tá torcendo, família, amigos, é nóis.
Congrats.
Yeah. Yeah, Matheus Herdy thanking his family and friends in Brazil, and the dynamic in that next round where Matheus will be facing his coach's son in Heat 3 of round number 2. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic there. During that interview, however, JJ, we saw Ramsey put up the first kind of real number in this heat. You can see it on the scoreline, the 6.33 for this right here.
Yeah, you ask and you shall receive, Kaipo. This is exactly what we were waiting for. We wanted these guys to find one of those better looking waves, really clean barrel there for Ramsey. And again, he was working hard to stay in that barrel. You forget that Ramsey's a really big guy. So for him to wedge himself down in that barrel on what is classified as a smaller wave for out there today, it is pretty impressive. You can see he gets really low, actually almost loses his fins there with that lip ricocheting up the wave. So really well done just to hold on there. His reflexes paying off for Ramsey, and it was a deep tube with a really nice turn at the end of it. So yeah, put it in the 6 range and let's get a heat on our hands.
We sure do. Strider, what did you think about Ramsey's wave?
I think Ramsey's got like some 6-inch toes, because he held onto his board somehow, pulling through that thing. It was ridiculous. His board was going sideways, and his feet were just like, the talons came out. They just ripped into the wax somehow, and he hung on. It was really impressive, and you know, he got a solid score out of it. But you know, a note out here is that those first waves of the sets, just stay away from them. I feel like just the second and third wave just looks so much better. They're more groomed. They're pulling off the reef harder, and they look just that much more open as they come down the reef. And the Oscar Berry wave, he almost made his wave. I just feel like it's been the story of his whole year. He's just that close to a great score, and then he just got squished right at the end. So unfortunate for him, but he's back on. He's got priority. He knows where he's sitting, and he knows what he wants. He's got Joel Vaughn out here in his corner, caddying for him and yelling at him as he goes by, telling him what to do. It's on.
Yeah.
Boys are reloading.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. Yeah, for Oscar, you know, and just talk about, you know, the roller coaster of professional surfing, JJ, is if Oscar's not able to make this heat, he's literally going to have to start booking tickets for San Sebastian for the next Challenger Series. That's September 26th. So our surfers are going to go back to back. You're going to go from San Sebastian, Brazil, which will be a new stop, September 26th to October 3rd, and then a quick turnaround. October 6th is when Cero Pro starts over there in Portugal. So with a surfer like Oscar, if he's, you know, at rate number 34 coming into this, if he's not able to make this heat, it will be probably mandatory for him to book that Challenger Series tickets.
Honestly, I would do it anyway, just to get some wins and have that winning feeling again and surf some heats, get that confidence back. No matter what, it's probably a good idea for someone in Oscar's position just to find a spot where you feel good in your surfing again to show up at that next CT event.
I agree. I agree with that philosophy. Well, we're going to continue on with more action from Cloudbreak. Stop number 8 on the championship tour. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, continues after this.
Say you're a fan, prove it. Hit up your friends or go against the world. Leave no doubt. Pick your fantasy team. There's only one champion.
Hurry up. Pick your fantasy for the women, because after this heat, round 1 for the women are going to start, and your picks are going to be locked. So go worldsurfleague.com or on the app, pick your team, complete your bracket, play along, put some skin in the game, and we're going to see Tia Zabrowski coming up against Yolanda Hopkins when we switch channels over to round 1 for the women. Kai Pagura and Jess Starling here on the call. Tia looks like she's ready.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And what a cool matchup, 2 rookies, Yolanda Hopkins. This is actually a rematch of a Challenger Series heat that decided who won the Challengers last year, so that's going to be fun.
And here we go with Ramsey, our heat leader, the rockin' Moroccan, showing some powerful surfing on the JS Industries boards. Ooh, little slide to the tail right there, getting loose for Ramsey. Already has a 6.33, and he is going to back up that 6.33 handedly with that 4th wave surfed, and he's going to put a lot of pressure now on the rookie, Oscar Barry.
I love that little mid-wave. Ooh, like you weren't expecting. That was sick. And again, on a smaller looking wave here. So Ramsey, he realized that with this 20-minute heat, it's time to get moving. Great first carve, feeling super loose. That board has just transferred so well between barrel riding to carve surfing. There's that moment where he really got that tail flared out through this inside section. So beautiful rail surfing for Ramsey. We've seen some great deep barrel rides from him too, but just staying really reactive to what this heat has thrown his way. It was a slow start, so he thought, I've got to get 2 scores on the board. I've got to do it quickly. Took off on 2 smaller waves in context of what we've seen so far today, and has put himself in an excellent position, and it's put a lot of pressure on Oscar. So yeah, like I mentioned, I just think reacting really well to what this heat is throwing his way.
Yeah. Here we go. Oscar Barry looking to come back here. Backhand hook, got to clear this section. Looking for perhaps a barrel. Going to switch channels to get some turns in there, but that wave just fades off. So Oscar is going to continue to search. He's actually in a soft combo right now of 2 waves and 10 points.
It was on its way. I mean, the start of that wave with that big open hook, that's exactly what we want to see from Oscar. Let's think back to his best heat total so far this year. It was actually in Raglan. So we know that his backhand is a really big strong point for Oscar, but just struggling to find one of those waves where it stays steep through that next section there. Like you mentioned, there was a moment of, all right, do we pull in here? Is this what is going to happen to really start to get some scores on the board? Solid looking first turn for Oscar. Hooks it so sharp in the pocket, but that wave didn't really throw over like he was hoping. So he was stuck to go to that traditional surfing, and as he's winded back up, that wave has tapered out. So it really does show that Ramsey, who has experience here, he's using that knowledge to his advantage of this reef.
Yeah, and for all you math fans that were scratching your head when I said soft combo, that was incorrect. A 10-point ride was possible for Oscar Barry, so that would not have been a combo. So I'm redoing the math right there. Math is slightly better, but still pretty intimidating for Oscar. He needs a 9.57 if he wants to turn this heat in a single wave. I feel still, though, if this consistency picks up, he's going to have a chance to do it in 2 waves.
It's not over till it's over. 8.5 minutes. There's so much time for 2 good waves out there still. Let's think about how quickly Ramsey turned around a 6.33 and a 5.17. So it's not a major scoreline that he's chasing. He needs a 6.5 and a 5.5, essentially. So 2 mid-range scores. So doable for someone of Oscar's caliber. So he's going to have to regroup here and also play a bit of a game, but he's just having a chat out there in the surf.
Which is fairly unusual. I think a lot of times
definitely
to actually have a chat out there. A lot of times, guys are like in the library out there, completely silent to each other. But
maybe he's trying to ruffle his feathers a little bit, act all nonchalant, but he's like, actually, I'm coming to get you.
He's trying to distract Ramsey. Hey, look on the inside. Oh.
Yeah, why are you sitting out here? This isn't the spot, get in there.
And it looks like we've got some lines right now, so Oscar's going to activate and paddle up the reef, trying to get away from the priority of Ramsey.
A couple of positives for Oscar. He's on a really good quiver. So he's on the set of boards that was made for Hawaii, the Challenger Series last year as well. He took this quiver to WA this year. So he's on boards that he knows are reliable. They're versatile in a lot of different conditions. Let's think about pipe in comparison to marks, really different. So his boards are looking incredible. He's going to take Ramsey's approach and try and make something happen here.
Yeah, Luke Short Designs?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, the GT model under his feet. He also just rides an MF fin everywhere he goes. He never changes it. And I quite like that because you see people get really shifty with fins and equipment, but Oscar, he's the kind of guy, if something works, he's going to run it.
It's good to have that consistency of just having a go-to fin that, you know, you keep as a constant, right? It's you're not experimenting. And those MF fins are actually super, out of all the FCS range, honestly, those are the driviest fins of them. Just the template, but also those fins kind of have like a rolled edge on the foil and allows for a lot of drive. Speaking of driving, the Rockin' Moroccan driving through this barrel right here, JJ.
Yeah, did so well not to slip out when that foam ball started to creep up towards him here. Again, just comboing up fun barrel riding technique with really beautiful progressive surfing there. So nice and tight in the pocket there for Ramsey. Again, he did this in about 10 minutes, these two waves. He was left on the back foot, needed to find something, and this is where he got super loose, super free. We saw that tail start to whip around in tight pivot pocket calves. So Ramsey getting himself 11.5 points in a really short amount of time and applying pressure to Oscar, who unfortunately hasn't cracked a 2 yet.
And shout out to our audio tech right there for that soundtrack for the Rockin' Moroccan on that heat recap. That was so appropriate.
Loved.
I'm loving the sounds too, you know? Big music fan. Here we go. Oscar with a chance. Barry looking down the line. Needs something big right now to turn this heat. Needs at least a mid-range score. Powerful hook off the top there with a nice paced approach. Wave smoothing out on the inside. Big slash there. Hangs on. Little hung up, but gets another big slash on the rail of the LSD. And looking for a finish, and is going to get the finish. He's going to surf this all the way nearly into dry reef.
My goodness, I was thinking if he hits that section, he is going to be on dry reef. It's one of those waves where you do actually start to hold on for the surfer as they get towards that inside section. But Oz needed that and got that under priority. So smart decisions from Oscar Berry there.
You could see too shallow to duck dive right there.
Yes, seriously, that's how you know it's not a good place to do a turn.
Here's a replay.
Yeah, so Oscar, again, like I mentioned, got this one under priority. I love the fact that he highlined over that mid-wave lump in the face and then just drove really nice and hard on that carve. Good sign is his confidence is still up. Winds up into a nice second turn, a little bit hung up, but keeps that momentum flowing down the line. He's not falling. He's putting his boards in really critical parts of this wave. So this is what he needed. He needed to get himself, like you mentioned, Kaipo, at least a mid-range score. And I believe he's done that on this wave.
I agree. I think he's right back in the game.
So this means he does need another wave. So something really similar to this where he's driving through the turns. He's giving us variety to think about as well. Doing that, but on a slightly bigger wave and maybe even adding a barrel. As you can see, Ramsey really deep in one out the back there behind Oscar. So this way, this heat, now there's this a bit of energy starting to filter on through. Super late takeoff for Ramsey. Deep, driving so hard. I would love to know what went wrong here. So Ramsey, I love how just the position he puts himself in this barrel, it is so deep. So now he starts pumping through and it just looks like that foam ball completely caught up to him and unfortunately pushed him off balance. But that was a really makeable barrel. It stayed open all the way to the end. So potentially a slight error from Ramsey because door is now open for Oscar Berry.
Good news for Ramsey, though, because he felt further out the back, he was able to regain priority. So Ramsey with heat control, he's got the lead and he's got priority. So really, for Ramsey, he can dictate these final 3 minutes. I think Oscar's going to have to get crafty right now to find that 7.33.
And you know what? These are the moments that make or break championship tour competitors. If you can get creative and get nifty and fight your way out of these moments, that's how you get better. And that's how you know to take on those really high top seeds. But let's not forget, if Oscar does make magic happen in the next two and a half minutes, essentially, he's got Miguel Pupo. So if he can make this happen, that energy and that mentality has to carry on through to the second round because we've spoken about it, even with someone like Luke Thompson, who has such a big winning streak in this opening round. he hasn't made it past the second round yet. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I got you. Strider, what do you got for us?
Well, I was just watching that last set come through. Kevin Wallace was talking about, you know, the size maybe not getting bigger than what we've seen, but that last set was bigger. That last set was really heavy and just pulling back on the reef. And Ramsey just, you know, he had the second wave of the set and he was so perfectly poised, but he just got a little bit greedy at the end there. You really got to be careful because, you know, not just Chopu has a gnarly tube monster. There's one out here too, as you always say there, Kipes, that inside barrel section that just keeps hucking and throwing, and then that little foam ball will catch you. So you can't get too greedy on that inside bowl after the, you know, initial part of it. But wow, were those waves beautiful. Actually, third wave of the set was the best wave, and it was absolutely gorgeous going by unridden. So the next heat, Yolanda, we're looking at it just going, what? It looked like, you know, you could see them and Tia just like, the eyes were really big and round and going, wow, it is pumping out there. So this next heat for the ladies is going to be really fun. They're going to be sending it.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins and Tia Zabrowski are certainly fired up right now. They're going to be in the opening heat of the opening round for the women right after this in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. And you can see the anticipation between those two. Oscar under priority, paddles for that one, nothing to lose there. That wave just sections off. Now just a minute of heat control for Ramsey to close this out.
Yeah, Ramsey would be stoked in a moment like this to know that he has under a minute to go. He has priority and the lead with his competitor needing a 7.33. He's going to take this wave though, so Ramsey's up.
Ramsey in the funnel, in the barrel. We're flying above here, tracking Ramsey, and he just gets caught up again. But a little bit of a defensive strategy. Saw that that was a quality wave and wanted to take that option away from Oscar Barry. Oscar now just hoping, crossing fingers, JJ, he's got 30 seconds to find a wave.
Yeah, and a 7.33, it's going to probably have to be on a slightly smaller wave. We just had sets roll through. I haven't seen them be that consistent that we're going to see them again in the next 20 seconds. So like we mentioned, he'd have to get really creative on potentially a smaller inside wave. There's a tiny lump rolling throughout the back, but with 10 seconds to go, this is going to be the last opportunity.
Yeah, so this is going to be it. And Oscar Barry, great sportsmanship, applauding the effort from Ramsey Bukhayam. Ramsey is going to be on to round number 2, where he's going to be meeting Miguel Pupo in heat 13 of that second round. There's the numbers. 11.5 was enough for Ramsey to continue his winning streak here on the championship tour. He's on to round 2, and we are on to a break. When we return, Yolanda Hopkins comes up against Tia Zabrowski. We'll bring in Joe Chappelle and Felicity Palmentier for the call right after this.
happiness right in front of us here in Fiji. Beautiful people, beautiful waves, beautiful culture. Welcomes us each and every year, and we're enjoying our opening day of competition on our second day of the waiting period as we're flying around the lineup. And there'll be a happy Moroccan right there. Ramsey Boukiem talking to Cowley Vost about that heat win as he moves on into the second round of competition. And Oscar Berry moves on to lower trestles, now starting opening round for the women as we get underway. Conditions continue to get better and better. Starting off with a very sleepy opening heat of the day. That's long behind us now, and it's starting to pulse. Joe Turpel with Flick Bombardier enjoying our time here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. This host set, our favorite on tour, and we're just in the lap of luxury right behind us, Flick.
It does not seem real. It is not a green screen, guys. I can assure you that's actually real. It's real. Check it out. I mean, does it get more beautiful?
It connects to the ocean. So one of the coolest parts about this event, especially the world title event last year, the Red Bull skis are whipping around those berets right there and crowning our champions with a big ceremony right here at the Momi Marriott. So it's a really cool tradition that's underway. By the way, it's been announced that we are coming here guaranteed through at least to 2029 with a great partnership with Fiji and also the World Surf League.
Oh, I absolutely love that. I love this wave. It is one of my favorite waves on this planet, and it really deserves to be on the championship tour and demands a lot from the surfers. So happy that we're going to see a lot more of it in the future.
Let's get started with round one, Flick. This is a matchup for the rookie class. Tia Zabrowski, creating history, being the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour, takes on Yolanda Hopkins. Yolanda and Tia both representing the European region. Tia for France and Yo-Yo for Portugal. We've seen a lot of Yo-Yo over the years. Even had a wild card call up a couple of years back where she was able to get past Carissa Moore. Still talks about that as a major highlight as we'll get caught up with some surfing, this action happening during the break.
Yeah, so Yolanda, look, picked off a great-looking wave. It just looked like maybe her front foot semi-slipped off here. Was it her front foot? Yeah, she just leaned a little bit too far into the face of the wave. But you know what? It does not surprise me that Yolanda is hunting down the tube. Rewind about 10 days ago at Chopes, and she was hucking herself over the edge of some of the most gnarly, scary-looking waves and really putting in a solid effort. So she's picking back up right where she left off, Joe.
She's gone through a lot. She calls herself the most grateful rookie on tour. I think they're all with a lot of gratitude making it this far, but you can see it with her smile, even when she is getting smoked over the reef at Chopes and then making a barrel on the very next opportunity. I think she just really sums up her nature on tour, just looking at every second of a moment that she could turn her career around. So don't be surprised if she gives us like a contest full of highlights in one matchup.
She just is the epitome of grit when I think about Yolanda, and just how long she was, going on the Challenger Series, trying to crack the championship tour, all the effort that was required for her to do that. Just year after year, the resilience it takes on the Challenger Series to, not qualifying for a multiple number of years, and then to finally get the job done last year and to make it onto the biggest stage the world has is just really rewarding for me to see as someone who just puts in so much effort. And it's been interesting for her as she's come onto the championship tour. She hasn't had a breakthrough result until Chopes, right? And the interesting thing is she's actually not backing herself up on the Challenger Series this year. She is backing herself on the championship tour because she truly believes that she belongs to be here, and she doesn't want to, take any second chances on this Challenger Series, because she's like, no, I deserve to be here and I want to put in the best performance I can. So it was really cool to see her get that breakthrough result at Chopes and see if she can continue with that momentum here in Fiji.
Sometimes it's a psychological thing, isn't it? The way you plan your schedule. If you're signing up for the Challenger Series or what could feel like the minor leagues, you're almost going, okay, I'm planning on needing those results. If you just skip them, you're like, no, I'm going all in and backing myself up on tour, fading, weaving on the open face as Tia Zabrowski belts that end section. Real cool, comfortable style. More power stance here for Yolanda Hopkins as she'll kind of fly through that little open face hook and has to get out of there. So two different styles and approaches there from these two. Tia finding some good sections to work with, including a nice, clean, sharp finish.
Yeah, she backed off a couple of nice turns there. As you can see, she was the Challenger Series champion last year, and when she came on, it was incredible, right? She's the youngest to ever qualify, and such an incredible surfer, and still so young, but sort of similar thing, hasn't really, you know, she's made one final this year in Rio, which was incredible, but let's see what happened on this one. This one, sort of a tapered approach to this wave, but it allowed her to bank off a couple of nice turns. This one here, really beautifully timed, really crisp, and then behind her, Yolanda again, similar sort of wave profiles, just sort of stretching out to sea a little bit more tapered. So Yolanda choosing to get out of that one.
Yolanda Hopkins, like Flick mentioned, coming off a great result in Tahiti, showing that she can charge over a shallow reef in scary conditions, making a semifinal. That's her peak this year so far in her rookie season. And that puts Yo-Yo just one spot ahead of Tia on the rankings, which will be live rankings since we're underway with this event. You can check that out at worldsurfleague.com. Tia Zabrowski one spot behind her at 18th, but that includes a final appearance that she made at Saquarema in Rio. She had a lot of experience there, competing successfully in the Challenger season. Not all venues are rated on both tours, but Tia had some experience there and really paid off with a runner-up finish. And just with 2 wins out of round 1 this year, that being one of them where she moved all the way to that final. Leading the Rookie of the Year charge is Spain's Nadia Aristarbe, who's staying here at the Marriott. We've seen her walk around a little bit, looking comfortable and being a solid goofy foot, being on her front side out here, really solid in the barrel. We've got some big expectations on how Nadia is going to move. She's not dealing with round 1 anymore. She's seeded into the second round of competition and leading the Rookie of the Year race in the top 10.
It's going to feel really good because we actually got a preview of Nadia the year previous. She came on as a replacement surfer and only got a few events, and I kind of know that feeling myself. That's what happened to me. You don't get the full run of it. So you kind of are like, well, how am I going to requalify? I don't get the full run. I don't get the full points. And probably didn't get the results she wanted. And then this year, it's her first full official year on the championship tour. And I feel like it just must be so rewarding for her to come back and really put her best foot forward and, you know, put together some incredible performances. Snapper comes to mind, how lethal her backhand was. And then over to Chope's, totally different wave, a wave of consequence. And we got to see her really charge and send it on a few.
Oh, really enjoyed that performance as well. Once again, just transitioning into women's round 1. We just wrapped up the opening round for the men. Ramsey will have Miguel Pupo in the next round.
Already coming from deep. Yeah. I wish I was 20 meters up. Yeah. But since I was with Oscar playing with him, it put me down. So when I turned, I was like, oh shit, it's a bigger one.
I reckon you could have pumped.
But it got like that a little bit.
A little bit, like, but that's why you couldn't really. Wasn't going to open.
No.
Like it wasn't going to.
I thought it was going to go.
Like Callie's next to me, and he goes. He thought he was at Chopes and it was going to open back up. Yeah. You kind of had to go a bit high, sneak it.
But you see the takeoff? I got lift again.
Oh, bro, it was going to go again too. Down on the shallow bit, it went again. So you could have went wah wah.
And then into another.
Good hit, man.
But you see when I bottom turn at the back, it lift me in the head again like Chopes. But I pushed through.
That's the one set you needed. The 6-3.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Was it alright?
Honestly, it was alright. But it's just I wish I was 20 meters deeper because it already came draining, that big one.
They love the 5.
I told you, bro. I knew I was going to go. I said, in my head, I said, go do a 5 on this. Do a 5.
5.1.
That's it.
I was like,
4.8. And I didn't push, huh?
Nah, it was good. Well, it looked good.
No, it is good. I didn't open up at all.
Nah.
I wanted to open up, but I was like, cheap. Build 6.5, and then if the wave came at the end, I would have pushed.
Yeah, because that one lull was long.
Yeah.
That one lull was like crazy. Good job, bro.
Thanks.
Let's go.
But you're right, the barrels were a little harmony. See, even the last one, I'm in there.
Yeah. You just got to play a little bit, you know? You just got to kind of not get too greedy, come out. And they're scoring turns as well, so just a barrel and then come out, big open face.
Yeah. What did I get, a 6 and a 5?
6.33 and a 5.1.
Okay.
Good scores.
All right, thanks, man.
For the love of the game, Ramsey Bukiem and Richard Dog Marsh. What a partnership. A great partnership in pro surfing. Dog, a longtime competitor on tour one of the greatest coaches we've seen, joining forces with Ramsey on his comeback to the tour this year, dealing with some injuries, but always highly animated in those heat breakdowns, and nobody does it better.
It's just so fun watching that relationship play out between the two of them. And I mean, we both know they're fiery, and as we have a look here, Yolanda
Hopkins rolls in. Her last wave was a short one with a similar start. We'll see if she connects with this section there. A little whip, finds the pocket. Flowing off the top again is Yolanda Hopkins, and she'll step off of what will be her best score so far. Last wave for Tia Zabrowski, 4.17. So Yo-Yo trying to at least match that, needing a 3.35 to take the lead off Tia Zabrowski in this all-rookie matchup. See, Tia was able to find a vertical moment on her last wave. She's got a real cool height performance, kind of new school ability to fin drift when she sees a nice hard coping. And for Yolanda, we always know she's going to have that strong power stance. You know she'll be barrel hunting. But we'll see if she can actually move up more vertically on maybe better wave selection.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely a wave selection thing here. This one kind of just forces her out here. You can really see it. Had that really tapered approach here, and we talk about so many different waves when it comes to Cloudbreak, and lots of different waves when they approach. Ones with long stretched out walls, ones that are more tapered. That was the perfect example of the one that was more tapered. It's going to force you out onto the face, and you're not really going to be able to find those more vertical sections.
Surfers on tour are looking at the top 14 scenario. This is top 8 of the year. All roads leading to the Pipe Masters in December for the World Title Showdown, but we'll have a postseason before that that Yolanda and Tia want to be a part of. At the moment, they're both sitting outside of the top 14. Big heats to look forward to in this round, and a classic that we get to enjoy is coming up next. 8-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore preparing for her longtime rival in the world title race, Australia's Sally Fitzgibbons, 3-time runner-up in the world and 2-time Fiji Pro champ. She won those titles back-to-back. We get to see that coming up next.
I think that first title was against Steph.
It was.
So that is really cool.
That was the 2014 final here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah. So I love this next matchup. These are the women that I grew up surfing with, and sort of my generation and era. And I love seeing that they're still on the championship tour, still as relevant as ever. Steph this year getting a win on the Gold Coast, one of the most iconic wins I've ever seen, with the biggest, most packed Snapper Rocks beach I've ever seen as well. And Sally still delivering incredible performances and still at the highest level of surfing so many years on. It's an amazing feat.
Yeah, some great heats to look forward to. That one's up next, but the whole round we have 8 heats. And they're trying to get a spot against the seeded surfers in the second round. Those are all the ones leading the tour. Alyssa Spencer will have Vahine Fierro. Vahine looking to bounce back from an early loss on her home break at Chopes. Anatole Lior, we'll see how she handles her best result today in the final against Erin Brooks. She's coming in hot. Rookie representing Israel will take on Brisa Hennessy, who's pretty much an adopted local around these parts.
Yeah, Heat 4 for me is a really great one on paper. And that was incredible over at Chopes, scoring excellent rides in the final up against Erin. And then Brisa, we know her second home is Namotu, so that is going to be a really good matchup.
How many times has Sally Fitzgibbons done this, putting on a CT jersey with her longtime friend, serious rival in Steph Gilmore? You don't know how many more matchups you'll get with these two names in it. You've just got to soak it all in. They're about to paddle out into their 22nd matchup on the championship tour. They've been around a long time. 147th event for Steph at this level, 138th event. The CT level for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Man, talk about legacies and talk about absolute icons of the sport. Those two are some of the biggest and will forever go down as absolute icons.
We'll get caught up here Tia Zabrowski just got this wave.
Oh, loved that vertical approach straight away. Just couldn't find the second turn there, but I love her approach. I love that she's trying to go vertical into the lip, keep really close to that power source of the wave.
And then you saw just Yolanda Hopkins take a look, but she was able to hold her position out the back, so Yo-Yo still with priority. And Tia Zabrowski getting that one-turn section when we were looking at the round 1 heats to come. Yo-Yo in position now, chasing a 3.58 for the lead. Controls the takeoff, coming around the corner and just has to delay her first turn. Now meets the lip with an airdrop. Running out of water here, she still fights her way to combo it up. Third turn is a little slashing turn off the top and still chipping away, and she'll step off. Hopkins' wave before was the 3.6, and now she's chasing a 3.58. Forced her to be patient on that first section, and she definitely made up for it. Jumps on the back of the Red Bull ski. A lot of tests for water patrol assist, and even overlapping heats were done here at Cloudbreak back in the day. And big thanks to a legendary human being named Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a world champ of a human, who had some really brilliant ideas that we still enjoy today.
This wave here from Yolanda, so she kind of waits for this section. I really like it because it forces her to go so vertical, so tight in the lip and the pocket there. And it kind of keeps her honest throughout this section. She just stays so tight in the pocket. I think what's happened is she's had her first couple of waves and she's realized, okay, I really need to position myself a lot deeper. Maybe wave selection, she's also noted that too. And this one, so much more critical in the pocket, so much tighter with those turns. And I just love that she's calibrating throughout this heat.
Packed channel at the moment, anticipating this big opening day of competition. At the moment, we've got something weighing on our hearts. On behalf of the global surf community, we'd like to take a moment to honor one of our own who passed away this week. Mark Lane, known affectionately as Laney, helped shape the sport over the course of 2 decades through his leadership in Western Australia and on the national level. He was instrumental in putting Margaret River on the world stage and bringing the championship tour year after year to Western Australia's world-class reefs. Renowned for his personalized communication and personal touch, Laney's heartfelt hospitality made everyone feel at home in the West. Most importantly, Mark's legacy endures through the grassroots programs and the thriving community he passionately championed. Thank you, Laney. Your impact on surfing will be remembered for generations. Beautiful views here from the sky, and look at this channel here at Cloudbreak. What a wave. Can't believe we get to be here on the Dream Tour, watching this rookie class matchup still continue. Tia Zabrowski flying down the line. Bottom turns and a little misread off the top, and Tia goes down, leaving the door open for Yolanda Hopkins to continue to put up points on her. Last score for Hopkins was a 6.17. So an even bigger fall there from Tia, who is needing to turn this thing around. Vaughn Blakey standing by with winner of the last heat, Ramsey Bookiam.
Ramsey, congratulations. That was a really tough heat. The heat before that was pumping. But just as you were about to jump off the boat, we saw a set break and you were like, whoa, not quite big enough. Did that give you kind of the faith that there was going to be some scores on some insiders?
Well, I honestly, I was prepared for a slow heat because I saw the first one, the second one, the third one. You could see moments, you know, in those heats, moments where it was pulsing and moments where it was pretty slow. So we actually had a couple sets in my heat, but it's just not quite doing it yet, like that whole shish kebab section. But my wave, I got a nice one, but I was a little bit too under. I wish I was 20 or 30 meters more up on the point, and that thing was draining. And I just got a little greedy maybe, but no, I'm glad to make that heat against Oscar. Oscar is my friend. You know, I really wanted him to make a few heats too. You know, but unfortunately, yeah, I'm chasing my requalification here, so I'm really motivated, really focused, and feeling like myself again. And let's go.
That's it, man. This whole tour kind of flips on its head when we start getting into some really juicy waves. Got a third place in Tahiti, obviously, and the lure of what could come in this swell window is obviously a big carrot for you to keep going.
100%. It looks good today and throughout tomorrow, and then something big is coming. So hopefully I'm in there when it's big, and just try to do my best. And you know, the Chopes, it's my favorite wave. Here it's a wave that I don't really know a lot, but it can become my favorite wave too. So no, it's two amazing comps. I'm really happy. Honestly, I'm psyched. So you know, I want to surf. I want to get barreled. I want to make heats, and I want to have fun, bro.
Yeah. Well, what's it like when you come over a lump of swell and you see one of those big sets? Like, what happens inside you?
I'm happy. Happy and scared. It's a mixed feeling, you know. I mean, not today, but if it's big, yeah, definitely scared. But the good scared, you know, the scared that you want to go, you know. Hopefully, man, like you said, hopefully keep going. I think it's gonna be there's gonna be some really fun waves tomorrow as well. So I might be on tomorrow, and yeah, heat by heat. Let's go.
A battle of some powerful goofy footers in that next heat, Miguel Pippa.
Am I with Miguel? I think so. Ah, okay. Miguel, or I don't know. Yeah, Miguel he's the uncle, you know, experience. Like honestly, we stayed together in Chopes, and he's a really good guy. He's like my good friend, and it would be a good battle for sure. One of the best goofies out there. So,
mate, congratulations, great heat, and we look forward to seeing you in the juice.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, Ramsey's fired up. He loves his job. He's actually getting to know the Cloudbreak on the fly. First trip out here, believe it or not, for Ramsey Bookiam, and he's figuring it out quickly as we check out round 2 matchups. Here's the top half of the draw. We should be able to get to those first 4 heats by the end of the day, Flick.
Oh, there's so many good ones looking at that. I mean, we spoke about Heat 2, Ethan, Cole, 2 powerhouses matched up. All Brazilian affair in Heat 3 with Iago and Mateus, but I mean, we're probably not going to get to it today, but Heat 7, all Aussie matchup. Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson. We know what Liam's been doing over at Cloudbreak in the last couple of weeks. He came here on one of those strike missions with the Surfing Australia crew, and obviously Callum, what he did over at Chopes. And then you look to the back half of this round 2, and there are some seriously stacked heats here. I mean, Heat 14, Cal Ivast and Crosby Colapinto. Wow, I mean, that is an incredible heat. Heat 15, Jack Robinson, Baron Mamiya. Another heavyweight hit out there, 2 absolute tube wizards. So just some really stacked heats as you go through this men's round 2.
And there's that matchup Vaughn was telling Ramsey that he's going to have with Miguel Pupo. Miguel, a veteran of the tour and surfing his best to date, as he's the number 4 seed still involved in the world title race. Always great views here from the Fiji flight cam, watching the judging tower, seeing how shallow and dry the reef does get at the end of shish kebabs there, and seeing some better and better sets as this swell continues to show itself. The long period southwest, that's exactly what you're hoping for when you come to this event. And you can see the rest of the island chain the Mamanuca Islands here as we enjoy a little takeoff under the hood. Barrel riding, Tia Zabrowski. Great start on that one. It just didn't stay open for her. 7:45 to go, and she's still chasing a 5.61 under priority.
I love the attempt. I love the intention. It was epic to see the tube riding skills from Tia there, but that one just not really staying open, so she couldn't quite find the exit. And then you got Yo-Yo out there, just staying patient, potentially having a look here. Let's have a look what happened. So beautiful grab rail to start, tucks up underneath, but this barrel became so tight and almost like almondly. Didn't really have a proper exit, just very crumbly, but beautiful technique here. The day after the comp at Chopes, I paddled out and Tia was out there already. Just you know, it was a beautiful day after the contest, and I just saw her putting in so many reps, just really trying to perfect that backhand tube riding. And we just got to see it on display as we see her again.
Nice couple of completions here for Tia Zabrowski, recovering well from the previous wipeout in the tube, but Yolanda Hopkins is on the next one. Driving through the lip, and she'll eject early, noticing that it was closing out. So Tia responds well, getting the first wave under Yo-Yo's priority with a shot in round 2 on the line. Tia having a tough time in this round this year in her rookie season. Yo-Yo being a little bit more effective with 4 previous round 1 wins. Red Bull ski on hand. There's always communication there. A great team once again assembled for this event, with guys like Lyndon Ringrose, who is thrown on the championship jersey on himself several times in his career, full time, and even more recently as a wild card when he came out of the trials representing Phillip Island. As we check out what Tia did on her last wave and if it'll be close for a lead change.
I loved it. It was 2 quick turns straight up into the lip. Really powerful, really aggressive, and I just love it when you're not forced out wide and you stay really tight in the pocket. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go on these couple of turns.
Look at that high speed effort from Lyndon Ringrose, competing here back in 1999, that year that Mark Akalupo won. Speaking of Aki's here, saw him in the free surf, staying on one of the biggest sailboats I've ever seen in person in my entire life.
Oh yeah, that thing is pretty crazy, but looks like Team JS is over taking up space on that big 3-mast yacht, but pretty cool to have Ock in your corner. There it is, the Southern Cloud.
Oh yeah, he's got a few of his Raging Bull models on there with JS Industries. Saw Jack hanging off the bow yesterday with Kanoa Igarashi, just loving their time here in Paradise. For people from Australia, they're pretty lucky. They can hop over here pretty quickly. Not too far, is it? What, about 4-hour flight? Yeah, 3 hours?
Just under on the way over. So just under 4 hours on the way over. Very quick to get over here. The coolest thing about it is if you are a really keen surfer and a free surfer and you can have a few days off work, you can literally see a swell, jump on that super early morning flight, fly over here, 3.5 hours, jump in the car, come over down to Momi, and then you can literally be out in the lineup by about lunchtime or 1 p.m. Surf the swell, and if you really need to get back to work, you can fly back the next day. It's actually crazy how convenient it is just to get from Sydney, Brisbane, over to Nandi and land here and surf some perfect waves.
Look at that. And find waves like Tia Zabrowski just did on the IC score update, a 5. The Tia will still need more to get into the second round. She needs a 4.78, so she needs another one of those. Nice thing for Tia, she's just a smart competitor. She's like, well, I got a 5, one more will get me the lead off Yo-Yo. Got that under priority, so similar situation that she stays in at the moment. Representing France, her parents, professional snowboarders, growing up in the southwest of France and making some select trips to Tahiti, where her father's from. Paddling for this one, and Yolanda's going to let Tia move on it here. Beating a 4.78 first turn, a little carve off the top of the lip, and she's got to step off, and a very smart decision for Yolanda to let Tia go on that wave.
Yeah, it was. I think she obviously had the foresight that that one was just going to run off down the line. Tia rolling the dice, and Yolanda's already sitting out there with 6.17, pretty healthy score. She's looking to back up something, a 3.6. She obviously didn't think that that wave of Tia's had the 4.7 in it. So just smart surfing from Yolanda. And something that was interesting, I was speaking to her after her performance at Chopes, and just the heat that she ended up getting third over there, and she lost to a nut who went on to the final, and she was saying, I just got a bit too obsessed with tube hunting in that last heat, and maybe not worrying about the actual competitive side of the heat itself, and sort of needed to. That was my mistake in that heat, and I think maybe coming into Fiji here, you can really start to see her maybe just tightening those few little mistakes up and really focusing on just a bit more gamesmanship here. And obviously if the tube presents itself, we know she's going to have a dig, but yeah, just smart decision making here from Yolanda.
Yeah, such a great report, Flick. Certain waves on tour will all of a sudden throw your heat strategy out the window, and some heats at other venues, depending on conditions, your heat strategy is really obvious, and you see real clear defensive moves, leaves with priority. Now we'll watch Tia find some open wall here. Draws a nice snap to start. Finds a second section, and will she get a third here? Little late float, but stays on her feet for the completion, chasing a 4.78. Finding space just to get that wave under Yo-Yo's watch was impressive.
It was really good. It was smart surfing. You just got to start drawing comparisons to the few waves surfed in this heat as we see Yo-Yo.
Bigger wall, grabs the rail, barrel hunting, she'll adjust. Yolanda is looking to lay down just a step off here, so unable to capitalize on that bigger wall. And just in two minds, thinking maybe start with a big barrel, adjusted, and then ran out of room for turns. Red Bull Ski standing by with Tia as we enter the final minute. Judges thinking about that last wave surf for Zabrowski, the 15-year-old trying to turn things on Hopkins in the dying stages.
Super important wave at this time in the heat. You've got to start drawing comparisons to Tia's last scoreable right, which was the 5. Now that wave was 2 critical turns, slightly bigger wave. This one, slightly smaller wave, but 3 turns managed. And so right now, I think the judges are going to have to be, they'll be watching these replays, they'll be dissecting this, because super crucial score coming through right now. Let's have a look. So this one, underneath the priority of Yolanda, takes off, smaller wave. She gets 3 turns on here. You can see it's a very paced approach. You can see she really wants the finish here. Is it enough? You've just got to draw comparisons. The 5 was a bigger wave and 2 probably more critical turns in the pocket.
Yeah, good point, Flick. In comparison, it's really nice for the judges. They already have a 5, and she needs just under that amount, 4.78. Smaller wave, and the size of the section definitely matters. Her flow was great there. Her execution was solid, but were the sections critical enough for Tia Zabrowski to turn things on Yo-Yo?
The other turn of this is Yolanda. If she does get the score right now, then Yolanda's going to be making a big mistake. Like letting her go. I had priority. I was kind of right next to her. I just let her go underneath me. So this is one of those things where, hindsight's a perfect science, and where you sit here and you say, oh yeah, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, but time will tell when this score drops as to if that was the right move or not for Yolanda letting her go.
Steph Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons on standby as the judges will take a moment to review the tape. They always write a score down first, and then they'll back it up with replays. They'll have a chance to look at Tia's 5. They can look at any wave they want, really. Yolanda's 6.17 is the best wave of the heat. But both put up a great fight, and Tia did really well without priority. When it takes this long, it's incredibly close upstairs. Tia now climbing up on the back of the Red Bull ski, waiting for the announcement. As we've run out of time, IC score update. It is not enough. Tia chasing a 4.78, ends up coming in at a 4.57. You can see a 4.8 there was dropped. One judge having that heat flipped, and Tia unfortunately getting that tough news now.
This is really hard, and this is where you say hindsight's a perfect science. Yeah, okay, Yolanda let her go, and it was all right, but that was incredibly close. So really, really tough pill for Tia to swallow. And Yolanda, though, continuing her charge of keeping this dream alive on the championship tour.
That's right. Yolanda Hopkins trying to move to the better side of the top 14 so she could be a part of the postseason as she wins that rookie clash against Tia Zabrowski. Up next, a legendary moment. Steph Gilmore takes on Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll be right back. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Icy Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Well, what a show this is going to be. Two giant names of the sport matching up here as early as round one for all they've given to pro surfing, all they've given to Cloudbreak. Pull up a chair, let's watch. Steph Gilmore taking on Sally Fitzgibbons in round one, heat number 2. 35 minutes scored on their top 2 waves. They've been around for a very long time. Steph Gilmore started off her time on tour back in 2007. Still the only surfer to win a world title and Rookie of the Year award in that same season. We knew things were changing big time, and well, Sally Fitzgibbons ended up being a big part of this rivalry as she qualified a couple of years later and is often sitting right next to Steph when it came down to the world title showdown at the end of the season.
Yeah, this is iconic, this heat. This is awesome. I think, Joe, you mentioned it before, this is special because it's kind of like when we see Kelly in a jersey last week at Chokes. You just don't know how many more times that we're going to see Steph and Sal battle it out. You know, I know that Sally, you know, she's been, relegated back to the Challenger Series, made it back onto the Championship Tour. We've seen Steph, you know, take a sabbatical for a couple of years, then make a comeback. And she won an event this year. Incredible, but we just don't know how many more times we're going to see this. And it's delivered so many amazing moments for our sport and for women's surfing. And this is a really cool moment, special.
That first world title 2007, and she kept that throne to herself for 4 straight seasons, 2008, 2009, 2010. All world championships for Stephanie Gilmore. And then things got interesting with Carissa Moore, and then to Tyler Wright, and then to recently even taking some time off the tour. And then broke the record officially that she held with Lane Beachley in that final 5 format. Came in as a low seed and upset Carissa Moore at lower trestles. That was the same year she won her 33rd CT event in El Salvador at Punta Roca.
That was incredible, watching her do that, and you know, making the comeback midway through that year to then sit in the final 5 conversation and come in at that number 5th seed and take the world title on finals day, basically from Carissa. It was insane. The sort of stamina she had throughout the day to go all the way from number 5 to take the world title was insanity. We almost saw that happen here last year with Caroline Marks. It hasn't been repeated again. It's like, she is iconic. She is the GOAT. She is the greatest of all time. And I just love watching these two duel it out. We know they've got so much history together, and we get to watch history be made once again here today.
Sally Fitzgibbons, 35 years of age. Steph Gilmore, 38 now, as you see them still just trying to set a position for the opening strike. Steph's out there in red, sitting a bit deeper, and Sally's trying to move underneath her now. They know each other so well, Flick. Oh. They've seen everything in their time on tour, and we'll see if they finally get things started. Strider Wasilewski, front row seat for this one.
Yeah, they are really pushing the limits of the out of bounds right now. They're so far up the reef on the other side of the bowl, but that just shows you how bad they want that first wave. They just want to try to establish dominance in this heat, and they're like up there where Medina surfs in his free surf. So it's like pretty wild how far off the bowl that they are right now. So when a big set comes, you know, they're going to have to adjust and kind of race back in, and that's just the name of the game at this point. But they're definitely dragging each other up, way up. Pretty fun to watch.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, the strategy just to really own the start of the heat, especially on today when, you know, there hasn't been a ton of keepers with sets, I suppose. And if there was one early and you're deeper, you could just force a big score on your opponent. And with these two names, they know what they're both capable of, especially out here at Cloudbreak. Steph Gilmore did get her 34th win of her career earlier this season, which just made this comeback to the tour so sweet for Steph. After a couple of years of thinking about her next move, to see a crowd like that at her home break, being the queen of snapper, it was definitely a win that she'll never forget. 33rd was the record before that. That's hers. So she's got the most in the all-time win list. And I think for her to have that on the Goldie was extra special.
I think watching Steph out at Snapper, it's just this romance that you will continue to always want to watch unfold. Her surfing suits that wave incredibly. You know, she grew up just down the road at Kingscliff, surfs Snapper every single day. It's probably one of her favorite waves on the planet. And Steph in right-handers, long point breaks, it needs to be studied. It really is. It's the perfect way to do it. She just brings so much style, so much grace. But men or women, just watching her is beautiful. It's like really is poetry in motion, and to watch it go down this year, that's probably the biggest crowd I've ever seen on a beach in my time just commentating and on the championship tour level. Like Burleigh the previous year was packed. This I think was even more so. To see Steph get the win and then Ethan straight after, you know, two Australians back to back. The beach was packed. I reckon there was about 30 to 40,000 people. The fans were literally in the water up to their waist, just trying to get a piece of these guys and women. It was insane. It was cool. It was really it was awesome to watch.
And that big total Steph got in the final, 17.33 to win that event. That's her highest combined total this season. A lot of waves on the way. Remember, they were pushing each other deep up on the reef. It will be Steph lock into the first wave of the matchup. Sets up a nice little under the lip hook. Always patient, always with finesse. Fill in work to see this wall grow. She's out of stick to little arcing cutbacks, and it's going to stay pretty full in the face. So after a serious battle for the first wave, Steph kicks out and is going to have to watch Sally Fitzgibbons loading up. Finding more of an arc off the top there for Sal, the two-time Fiji Pro champ. Settling things down towards the channel and kicks out. Finally seeing the opening exchange. Steph, no doubt, was hoping for a little bit more of a bowl on her wave. We'll have some good comparisons here.
Yeah, I think when we look at those couple of waves, they both had a bit of a taper to them. So both waves sort of forcing the women out onto the face of the wave a little bit more than probably what they would have liked. I'm looking forward to breaking them both down. I think they're definitely going to recalibrate after this and take note. Priority's been established. Where they want to sit, they can now move further down on the reef. Let's have a look at Steph's one first. So long stretch out wall initially. Beautiful hack there under the lip, and then this one just lays down a bit. You can see her really working with this one, really staying with it, trying to find this little inside track and hoping that it would stand up a little bit more. So look, bit of a slower start. She's going to recalibrate. She's going to position to sit where she wants after that. Sally behind her. This one, probably, you know what, a bit more vertical in approach, I'd say. Probably going to throw, you know, at least a couple of more points on the board potentially than Steph here this turn. A bit more power, a bit more finesse. and does find another little section here on the inside. But both women are going to want more than this. So nice one too, but I think we're going to see them position better after this as we see a beautiful unridden wave going through the lineup. Just got to mind surf this one, Joey.
Look at that racetrack section of Cloudbreak just opening wide. That is what we were waiting for today, and those will be filling in our lineup throughout this day of competition on this long period Southwest swell. You just got to be in the right spot at the right time. You know, easier said than done out here on this huge playing field, and especially when you're thinking about the battle for the inside position. Numbers are in from the start, still relatively close. Steph 3.17, and Sally just upped it to a 4.0.
Yeah, kind of exactly where we thought it would go. Sally ever so slightly better, a little bit more push through the turns. But they're going to position where they want now. There's no more funny business going on for jostling up the inside, and I'm assuming we're going to see better scores.
Vaughn Blakey standing by with winning the last heat, Yolanda Hopkins.
Yo, congratulations. Obviously, everyone in Portugal and everyone through Europe knows that your biggest strength is attack mode. People who have seen you on the Challenger Series know that as well. But really, the whole world got to see that at the last event in Tahiti, and you've kept that rolling here. A couple of big sections looming, and that was the difference, just going at them as hard as you could.
Yeah. I mean, this is first time I'm here at Cloudbreak, and such incredible wave. It's been kind of flat the last few days, and so wasn't able to get the reps in. But yeah, this morning was already way better, and it was so fun to be out there. I was saying, choke point with the heat I lost, I kind of was more trying to like get the barrel of my life than actually competing. And I think this heat I did the opposite. I was trying to just compete and not serve. So I'll for sure try to mix both in the next round. But yeah, incredible wave. I can't wait to get like more reps in.
You did such a great job competing in that one. You know, it was a really well-crafted heat strategically. Up next will be Gabby Bryan, and that will require, you know, strategy, but also the absolute best that you can provide.
Yeah, 100%. Gabby is a heavyweight in these leagues, and yeah, I'm probably just going to try to attack it just like I did in the 6, and hopefully do it even better and get better waves, maybe some barrels as well. It seemed like me and Tia were talking in the beginning of the heat, like, oh, it's going to be a battle because we saw the barrels from the heat before, and then it kind of stopped and it only came right at the end. But yeah, I would love to have some barrels as well and get some heavy inside sections as well.
Yeah, which you love. You know, we've seen it throughout this Pacific leg already. People who were struggling to get through early rounds early in the first half of the year have really sparked their campaigns to life, and it seems like you're one of those surfers.
Yeah, I was super stoked for the second bit of it. I mean, it's kind of, I keep saying I didn't even back myself into challenges because I knew these events were up and coming, and I just love like waves of consequence, and that is kind of what I've been trying my whole life since I started surfing. Yeah, I was fully confident that these kind of events were going to go well for me, and yeah, just put time to improve whatever I could. And Chopu in here is like probably I would consider one of the heaviest waves around the world, and yeah, I'm super stoked to make up the rankings. And like one more heat is just it's kind of on the nose, but it will be heat by heat and wave by wave is kind of how I'm trying to take it. Maybe calm myself down a little bit. I tend to get a bit excited sometimes, so trying to keep the calm going. I mean, staying in the beautiful place in Tavera, vibes are great, so yeah, just keep it going.
I don't know about the calm. Just keep the attack going. Everyone loves it for you. Becoming a real cult hero on this tour, and we can't wait to see you up against Gabby.
Oh, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it.
Keep it fired up. Great advice from Vaughn Blakey out there. Thanks, Vaughn. Thank you, Yo-Yo, for putting on a great performance. A very close one against Tia Zabrowski. Tia almost turning it on her under priority, but she will get the shot with Gabriella Bryan in the second round. And also Yolanda moving to 5 for 8 in round 1 matchups this year. Pretty effective in converting them into round 2. Steph Gilmore caught this wave during the interview.
Yeah, this one looked good. Just beautiful bank off the top there. This one running down the line. And she manages to find another section here. Gets another belt. And look, she obviously wanted more, sticking with it. Couldn't quite get around that. But look, 2-turn combo. She's going to back up 3-1-7. She's going to go into the lead here. But I think that I just have a feeling that both these women are going to put up some bigger scores. We've seen some really beautiful waves coming through during this heat as we have a look here. Sally
Fitzgibbons, 12 championship tour wins in her career, 2 of them from right here at Cloudbreak. Trying to burn off some speed, staying out in front till now. Got a bit of shade, making the backside pig dog effort worthwhile. She'll grease it with a finishing move and step off of what looks like her best wave so far.
Yeah, that was nice. It was nice. I know she probably would have wanted to be positioned a little bit deeper, just so she could have easily more snuck into that tube, had a little bit more length of ride in the tube. But from where she was, she did the best she could. She just tried to pump on the brakes as much as she could, maximize the time in the tube. It was done really well. So here we go. Let's have a look. You can see here, just eyeing off. This one's starting to go pretty nice and hollow, but yeah, she would have just loved to have been that little bit deeper. She's really doing all she can to maximize the tube time. She does find it. And I love that she just went for this turn here, just realizing, hey, I'm not going to get past this section. Let's just finish this off. Let's finish it strong. And really just sort of a bit of an exclamation point and exclamation mark, sorry. So yeah, beautiful little tube ride there for Sal. And I just love the way that she finished it strong too.
For barrel riding, judges are always looking for commitment, critical positioning. They're looking for depth and duration inside the barrel, technical control through critical sections, and probably what Sally hit, clean and composed execution, was what they'll be thinking about with that exit of the tube and getting a finish behind it. But these two with all kinds of history, going way back, but including a final here at Cloudbreak, going back to 2014. It was huge. It was a year that Steph would go on to win her 6th world title. These two are always next to each other when it mattered the most. It ended up being Sally's first of 2 wins out here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see. Sal really ended up with a beautiful affinity with this wave. You know, the following year she also got the win, but oh my goodness, check out that wipeout from Steph. That was actually so nuts. But yeah, Sal went on to win the following year too, so has such a cool relationship with the wave. And then it also speaks, you know, we talk about these women being on the time that they've put on the tour. But just the matchups they've had. I mean, look at these head-to-head stats. No one on the women's tour has more matchups than these two. I mean, 14 wins to Steph, and then 7 to Sal, and then very close in the max heat score, and then both women dropping 10s. I mean, it's to be expected though when you put that much time on the tour and you're that much of a caliber, that higher caliber surfer. You're going to be expecting big things from both of these women, but. I just go back to Sal's relationship with this wave, and you know, obviously we saw her go back to back here. The following year came back and got the win again and did it in spectacular fashion. She actually blew her eardrum during that event and went on to win with strapping her head and her ear up the rest of for the finals, which was incredible. It speaks to her resilience, but also speaks to her affinity with this wave.
16:40 to go in this one. Amazing looking back at history with these two as we continue to celebrate 50 years of the World Tour, and we're watching Cloudbreak starting to show its teeth a little bit. Tide still dropping, and swell is picking up. We're getting really close to the low tide. And now in their 22nd matchup, they saw those high totals. Steph threw 19.5 points in the final at lowers with Sally. That was that same 2014 year that they met here at Cloudbreak. So they had multiple finals that season when Steph went on to her 6th title. Most points Sal put up against Steph was the 19.77 total. That's one of the best heat totals of all time on the women's tour. And you look at that, that was a quarterfinal heat in 2013. In those 6 finals they've been in the past, we watched one of them here in Fiji. It's 4-2 in Steph's favor. But Sally got a couple that really stung. One was a Bell's trophy. When Sal started getting that winning feeling for the first time in her career, Bell's was her very first CT win out of 12. And for Sally, her last win was in that real quick shortened season back in 2021 over at Rottnest Island. Since then, her career's looked a little differently than Steph. She's actually been dealing with the Challenger Series after falling off at the old mid-season cut we used to have. However, she's such a huge name on the Challenger Series. She's never had a problem. 2023 finished runner-up in the whole season. 2024 she won the Challenger Series, took the whole title, and then this last season to get her spot on tour again, she finished 3rd.
She's too good. She is too good, and it's just amazing to see, right? Because you can get so many, so many conversations around, being relegated and coming back on, but she's totally deserves to be there. If you can't beat her, she's, just so deserving of being on the Women's Championship Tour. An incredible surfer and just so resilient to fight her way back on.
Sal has a 4.87 now to go with her 4, so slightly increased with that tube to turn combination she just had. And Gilmore holding down priority, chasing a 4.78 in her 147th event here. And, for Steph, she did take some time off over the years, a couple little injuries when she was full-time on tour. And Sally, on the other hand, when you look back at all of her seasons on tour, going back to 2009, you just don't find any absences of any kind. And we've even seen her deal with little injuries along the way, but what I see, it's perfect attendance, which is just incredible for an athlete at this level.
Yeah, another person that comes to mind when I think about athletes that maybe were struggling or carrying injuries, but didn't really say anything or note of it, was Courtney Conalog. She really, they're kind of similar in that way of just the complete ultimate athlete. Sally came on tour and has taken this profession so seriously from the very beginning. Involved in so many different sports from such a young age, and then basically had the opportunity to choose, you're so good at every sport, what one do you want to do? And she chose surfing. She's an incredible track and field, incredible at soccer, but then just really maintained that professionalism throughout her whole surfing career. And you wouldn't know it if she was carrying any injuries, because she's very rarely ever missed an event. And same goes for Courtney Conalog, those two absolute ultimate athletes.
13 minutes on the clock here. Sally leads just slightly over Stephanie Gilmore as Mahine Fierro is getting her game face on, preparing for Alyssa Spencer. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Seeking back-to-back wins at Cloudbreak, Sally Fitzgibbons unleashed one of the grittiest performances in surf history at the 2015 Fiji Pro. In round 2, Sally unloaded 2 solid backside hits before an inside tube on the Shisky section went awry. Surfacing from the whitewash, Fitzgibbons reached for her left ear in visible pain, and her opponent, Mahina Maeda, immediately signalled for the medical team. Sally won the heat, but not without suffering a ruptured eardrum. The medical team advised Sal to call it quits, as she could cause further damage if she continued to surf. But the gritty little South Coast Australian refused and powered on into round 3. Taped up like a 1980s rugby league second rower, Sal rallied against Laura Enova and Lakey Peterson. Fitzgibbons ripped into 3 backside hacks for a 9.6, proving she couldn't be stopped. In the final, Fitzgibbons once again threw caution to the wind. She posted 2 more 9s and against all odds, went back-to-back in Fiji.
What a highlight in the 50 years of the World Tour for Sally, going back-to-back. We'll never forget That moment where she was told she couldn't continue to surf, and she was like, yeah, I think I've got other plans. And she didn't just surf. She had 5 nines that followed that burst air jump, including 2 big nines in that final with South Africa's Bianca Buitendag. That was a magic moment for Sally Fitzgibbons. Had a really good shot at a world title that year, but she is just all over the history of this event. Let's get caught up. Flick during the break. Steph Gilmore got this wave.
Yeah, let's see what Steph's got in store here. So just really paced approach. Nice carve here. Let's see if this wave sort of stands up. Still pretty cruisy, just that graceful style we know from Steph. Does she get around here, and can she get another turn? Manages to bank another one off. Just a little bit more of a cruisier approach here. I feel like she's still wanting more. You can really sort of see it in her approach there. And then Sal.
Letting go of the rails. Nice, easy takeoff there for Fitzgibbons. Dealing with a soft wall, so she pushes hard with a fading cutback. Another setup turn for Fitzgibbons. Now getting down to the shallow end, and she'll jam it quickly. There's a big bowly section. She's able to attack the lip line before running out of water as she looks to get rid of a 4. Steph kind of fishing her way down the line, trying to find a good section. Fitzgibbons doing a good job to identify it on the inside corner.
Yeah, Sal really put the board super vertical on that last turn. I think the judges are obviously rewarding that. We've seen that already in this women's first round. Let's have a look at Sal's wave. So this one's still forcing her out a little bit wide here at the start. But then she kind of lines this thing up on the inside. My favourite moment, really, even though the wave's gotten so much more smaller in size, is this last turn. I just love how she's able to square up so tight, sends a lot of spray. You know, she's really, I think it must be kind of getting a little bit more challenging out there. I mean, we're seeing it's not getting challenging, so to say, but in this heat, in the context of the heat, there's been a lot of those more tapered waves that Steph and Sal have been sort of finding, not those ones that have been traditionally running off down the line.
As we go to CT by the numbers, we're just focusing in on excellent waves. That's 8 points or better. Fitzgibbons right behind Bianca Buitendag with 15 in her career. So many 9s as well in that mix. Sally all over the record books here at Cloudbreak.
My good mate Laura Enevat, she's in there. She actually got a 10 out here and she lost with it. Not the stat you want.
I actually could still picture that wave from Laura. Just so many big backhand turns. Oftentimes you think of 10s, you think of barrels at waves like this. Laura getting a 10 on maneuvers, which is very impressive. Laura, one of her best friends as well. Steph Gilmore in motion. They spent a lot of time together, and we see Steph just kind of trying to grind out a score here at Cloudbreak. You see her just pushing her points, trying to find sections to work with. Sally just still looks like she's in control with wave selection. Real smooth snap to air drop. Fitzgibbons slips off as she ran out of space there.
That's tough. I feel like she finally found a section where she could really go up tight and vertical in the pocket, and she would have made the second one. It's got to be the best wave of the heat so far. But yeah, man, I mean, falling on that second turn, that's going to sting. But back to Laura's wave, yeah, I've just got to say that those 3 big belts on the backhand were absolutely crazy. I still remember watching it too. Pretty crazy to get it done just with turns and not going to the tube. But Laura's had a lot of 9s out over here in the past. That year that Sal won, the 2015 year, I think they matched up like 3 times and she dropped like 3 or 4 different 9s. So yeah, she's always been a standout out here, no matter what the size.
And you know, it was kind of the preview of what was to come for Laura to really start a big wave career as we look at last to Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, this one here, beautiful setup, and then she gets this moment where she goes really nice and vertical and straight up into the lip. If she finished this last turn here, she has definitely got the highest wave of the heat for sure. And Steph just sort of cruising her way through this. You can really just see her, the anticipation is there, I feel. You can see it in her surfing. She's waiting to go vertical. She does click off that one moment there, but once again, just really, really waiting for this thing to stand up. She wants, I feel like you can see it in just her body language, just like, come on, give me something to belt here. But yeah, that one manages another little belt here on the inside, but she's just waiting for that steeper, more critical section.
So Steph Gilmore trying to put a lot of effort into that last wave to see if the judges will get her out of that low 4 range, but it'll probably be similar when it comes in. Her low score now a 4.10. She improves just slightly to a 4.27. So Sally will still have her lead even without her previous wave scored. And she has priority with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a good position for Sal to be in for sure. And I think with just so much experience on the board here for both women, but Sally in particular, this is going to be tricky. You got to be thinking also Sal's bettering her score as well. So just making that job that bit harder for Steph as well. But you got to be thinking that Sally probably isn't going to make many mistakes. We talked about her going back to the Challenger Series, getting relegated there, but just being such a workhorse and such a weapon on the Challenger Series. And I feel like it's just due to her heat IQ. And when I talk about that, I mean just the way she puts together heats. You know, she's not just going out there and surfing. She's going out there with the chess match in mind and just you move here, I move here. At this point in the heat, there's this much minutes left. This is where I go. This is where I sit. This is what I do. How to manage my priorities. She's just an absolute beast when it comes to that. And I think in this point in time, it's going to be pretty hard for Steph to get an opportunity unless a two-way set comes through.
3:45 on the clock. I know you guys are always curious to see what the pros are riding, but you can actually go ride it yourself, courtesy of Surfboard Empire. You could scan the QR code on your screen and shop the world's best surfboards and grab a piece of equipment that, well, Steph Gilmore might ride right now at Cloudbreak. Watching this, Sal Fitzgibbons locking in. A nice little quick arc off the top, starting to jam. Down to the bottom of the wave and just almost over-rotated the bottom. Turn, recovers well. Hits the lip and rejects on the third maneuver. And that was kind of a wild ride, kind of settling down on the bottom. There's a lot of chatter there. She was trying to push as hard as she could on that Town and Country surfboard.
It was a good sell by Steph too. I mean, you could really see she was interested in it, made Sally use her priority, and now she's got a few minutes to sort of hope that a wave comes through, but you can see it's getting so shallow on the inside here. Red Bull Jet Ski to the rescue, but yeah, Steph, she having a look here potentially, but I mean, job done for her. She had to sail a wave, she took it, and it looks like you can really see it getting super shallow. What was the 11 was low tide, right?
That's right.
And so we're just on that right now, and I think you can really see it's super difficult, especially on the backhand when you're trying to set that hillside rail when it's so shallow and there's so much of a scoop, and just like trying to have trouble keeping that line and that rail. So it's looking kind of tricky on that inside section.
Scrappy little heat for these two Aussie legends with a lot on the line, because whoever makes it through this one gets to take on Carissa Moore, who's been in the mix with them for a very long time. Sometimes you get lucky with a heat draw, and this is one of those times. It'll either be Sal or Steph with another classic. Carissa seeded into the second round. She started off in round one on her comeback to the tour, along with Sally and Steph this year. But due to back-to-back wins for Riss, she's in a great position in the second round. Great view of the Red Bull ski on the route they take to drop off Sal with 90 seconds. Gilmore knows she just needs a 5.7 to turn this one around and extend her stay here in Paradise. Round one this year. 2 previous wins in 7 events. And she stayed active on her backhand, forcing some turns, getting a couple of 4s in the mix. Not a whole lot separating these two. Sally just getting the edge on her top 2 scores. And I don't think we could actually humanly count how many times Steph has turned heats around in a minute. You know, surfing in 147 CT events, it's happened a lot.
It's a lot of experience, Joe. It's a lot of experience. I think it's just whether or not the ocean will provide. I mean, there's one little line, it potentially looks a little bit on the small side and maybe a little bit deep up the reef. So I don't know if she's really going to get another opportunity here.
So the clash of the 2 Aussie legends is about to come to the close. Remember, it was favored in Steph's way, big time, with overall wins. But Sally did get their last one. That was in 2023. We've waited a few years for this. And Sal might be starting a little bit of a roll on Steph Gilmore. Beating Steph in the final here back in 2014 in the final rematch. comes to a close here in round one. It will be Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Carissa Moore in round two. And Steph Gilmore will now prepare for lower trestles as round one continues. Alyssa Spencer takes on Vahine Fierro coming up next here at Cloudbreak. Vahine trying to bounce back after a tough result on her home break. And Alyssa, who started off the season well, is looking for another finals day appearance. We'll take a break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call right after this.
The beautiful Fiji Marriott Resort at Momi Bay, where hospitality is exuding and beauty is endless. Flying over the fish bar here to the lagoon, over the water accommodations, those vibrant colors, guess what? That's not a filter, that's real life. You want to check out a vacation spot? The Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. We're on the Fiji Marriott Momi Bay set here. It's so beautiful, it just took my words away there. You can see it all behind us. I'm Kaipo Girl, Jess Starling here.
Hi.
We're enjoying our time here.
Oh my gosh, definitely.
And we're enjoying our surfing here as well.
Yes, absolutely. I was just fangirling so hard over that last heat with Steph and Sally both in the water. And now we kind of have that new generation taking on Cloudbreak.
Whoa. How was that takeoff by Alyssa Spencer? And that was just going to hand over priority to Vahine Fierro. Let's see if Vahine can activate on that priority. Paddling hard, the Tahitian surfer here. And Vahine finds a gem. Beautiful carve there. One more carve for the Tahitian. Tube Seeking finds a barrel, streaks through this one and makes it complete. So what a start for Vahine Fierro.
Okay, this is exciting because Vahine, you'd have to think she was either going to come out this heat one of two ways. One of them being exactly like that, just full game face on, absolutely going for it, or potentially slightly rattled after not getting a good result at a place that we all assumed she would. So Vahine, it's crunch time for her year to get herself into a really nice rank to make sure that she's making those reduced field events. And what a way to start. I mean, a couple of really nice turns and a big barrel. This is a wave that plays into her forte.
For sure. After a disappointing start at the home break over in Taupo, here's Alyssa Spencer on the comeback. Pulls into a barrel of her own, finds a little bit of shade, and so well done for Alyssa to get back and keep this very competitive.
Yeah, so I love this matchup. I mean, both of these women, extremely talented, of course. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. But Alyssa actually spends a lot of time in the off-season traveling over to Mexico and putting herself in really big barrels. Now, another place that she gets to do that as well is over at Pipeline, which, Kaipo, you and I got to call the Challenger Series there at the start of the year. We were chatting to Shane Dorian, and he's put in a lot of time with Alyssa about getting comfortable in the barrel, especially at a wave at Pipe, and arguably there's no one better to pick their brain about than Shane.
Yeah, she's got some great people in her corner right now. You can see a couple of semifinal finishes here in 2026 over at Bells and at Raglan. And Vahine Fierro, we talked about Vahine, you know, the 2024 Tahiti Pro winner, but what a disappointment she had going down, equal 17th in Tahiti, going down to Isabella Nichols, and Isabella really stepped up in that, but you would have had Vahine as the clear favorite in Tahiti, and so let's see if she can come back. She's got a 7.5 so far. Here she goes. Fierro stalls for this one. This is a big, roomy barrel. And the queen of Te Aupo with a nice execution there. Not super deep, but I like the fact, JJ, that she made sure she completed that barrel to back up that 7.5.
How about that takeoff on that wave as well? There was drama in there. You could see her board was skidding out under her feet. So luckily that she has some incredible equipment, and she relies on it at one of the scariest waves in the world, being at Tupu. So I love that Vahine is putting herself deep on this reef, trying to get herself a lot of cover up at the start, because if you match turns for turns between both of these women, they're probably really evenly matched. But Vahine does have that edge when it does come to tube riding. She knows how to get herself really nice and deep in that pocket here. And we're going to see that. This is going to be a replay of the 7.5 though. So this wave started off a little bit different. Saw some of that rail surfing, which she's used to her advantage multiple times this year. Just a couple of calves cut a little bit short, but this one just starts to bottom out. She's deep, she traveled through and read that exit perfectly. For her to be able to get out right before that wave really hit that inside track and ran off on her was super smart. So Vahine showing her knowledge in the barrel. She's completely covered, and I'm not surprised that it went there. What a way to start off this heat for our Tahitian surfer. And then this one, big takeoff, chunky wave, stood tall right at the end there. Did she get super deep? Not necessarily, but for her to give her the opportunity to place herself in this, I'm guessing that you don't get many reps like this in the free surf with everyone out there. So Vahine is figuring this out on the fly, and I'm super impressed so far.
Yeah, super impressed by able to making a drop like this on the CI. A step up. The Happy Traveler that she's actually dealt into her own personal model called the Happy Tahitian, and just a great effort. That's a 5.33 that we're looking at on this replay right now. So combine that with the 7.5, she's got a great two-wave total already at 12.83.
Yeah, she's already gonna put a lot of pressure. It's the second time today that we're seeing a surfer requiring a 10-point ride. We saw that from Oscar Berry this morning. Now Alyssa Spencer. Good news is plenty of time on the clock for Alyssa to try and get herself into a comfortable position in this heat. Try and looking at making it to that next round. Alyssa's had an interesting year. She's had a couple of good results, but what she has been lacking is consistency, and that really does speak volumes to just how hardcore the women's tour is this year.
And it speaks, you know, this is an important heat, this opening round for both Alyssa and Vahine. Alyssa number 15 on the championship tour coming into this event. Vahine number 20. Both are below that 14-spot cut line when we look at requalification for the 2027 championship tour. So really, I mean, and we're in the back half of the season, so this is a super important heat for both of these surfers.
Yeah, when after you've been on the tour for a long time, you've seen so many different storylines unfold. What part of the year is it really crunch time for someone who is in the position of either Vahine or Alyssa
to me, it's go time right now. For both of these surfers. Because think about this, then we have, you know, Laura's, then we got the rest of the schedule, but really you need to start having some meaningful results. You know, Vahine has just had actually just a string of 9th and 17th so far this year. So yet to make a finals day. Alyssa's made a couple of finals days, but still, because of the math and those early exits in the other events, still below that cut line at 15. So
goodness, yeah, it's crazy to think that Alyssa can start a year with such a big result over at Bells and still be chasing. She had another finals day appearance at Raglan. Of course, her forehand was exceptional at that event, but unfortunately still in 15th, which is just wild. And then, of course, when you look to 14th, and Nat Leilior, she just got second last week and she's still in 14th.
Yeah.
So the women who are suffocating that top 5 are miles apart.
That's really the story. And look at Yolanda Hopkins making her heat, Tia Zebrowski out of competition, Sally Fitzgibbons making her heat. So that's going to tighten up. But we look at kind of that 15 through 20 mark on the rankings. That's going to be really getting a lot tighter. Speaking of Nat Leilior, here she comes up next, up against someone who knows this wave really well, Brisa Hennessy.
Okay, so 2 women in particular, for me personally, watching Tahiti, that put their name on the map for absolute charges. They're going to throw themselves over the lip, get deep barrels. One of them is on your screen right now, and Nat Leilior, I mean, she charged over there, as well as Yolanda Hopkins, who is into that next round. So I'm excited for these ladies.
Nothing like a congratulations from
Oh, yeah.
Oxter on the way out of your heat win. Mark Akalupo in the channel here, and he's on the big JS schooner, the whole Kanoe Garashi, and Jack Robinson on that schooner out there in the channel. And Ak is just, gosh, any kind of Aki energy, you got to take it.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I got to work a job with Aki in Bondi just a couple of days ago.
That must have been fun.
It was so fun, and I was just picking his brain about absolutely everything. And that boat that they're all on was all completely organised by Aki. So he's also consistently giving back. He's obviously got the Aki Grom Comp back home in Australia that he puts on for that next generation. So for all those who think that maybe Aki's not that intertwined with surf anymore, you're so wrong.
Nah.
He's consistently putting in time and energy for anyone out in the water.
All hail the Ak, 99 Fiji champ. He's commandeered the Southern Cloud. That's the 3-masted schooner they have out there in the channel. And for all you surf fans, the Oxter's going to be joining us a little bit later today for the broadcast. So a lot to look forward to here.
Gosh, he's got some good stories too. I could listen to him tell some stories for a really long time. And to be fair, he's a great asset to have in your corner, especially for the likes of Jack and Kanoa, who are staying on that boat. They can pick his brain about this wave in particular over and over again. It's a resource that if I was a competitor out here, I would absolutely lock into for a good amount of time.
Yeah, I love that. And I love just the tractor team kind of coming together right there with Jason Stevenson supporting all of them. There it is. Look at that. Now that is a thing of beauty.
My goodness, it's huge. There's about 10 people staying on that boat at the moment, and what a way to wake up and check the surf. You're just in the lineup. You can take a look exactly what the waves are doing. So again, yet another advantage for those guys.
Behold the Southern Cloud in all of its majesty out there anchored inside the reef. Wow. Well, one of many things that's happening over here. Very unique situation at Cloudbreak. This reef break, barrier reef break out in the middle of the ocean. And our South Pacific tour continues here on the World Surf League. Coming through her heat into round number 2 is a smiley Sally Fitzgibbons with Vaughn.
Thanks, Kaipo. Sally, wow, a clash of the Titans, 2 absolute legends of our sport. How fun is it when you get to still compete against Steph after all these years?
Well, it's why you still do it, boy. I mean, like, I think the universe was at play there because we were in separate parts of the draw, and then unfortunately, I hope Katie's getting better, but yeah, that mixed up the draw when Katie wasn't in it, so it was back to Clash of the Vets, and we were reliving our heyday, our 2014 final, I think it was, and the conditions were a lot better though. In that final, the Deverly wind came up and it was all a bit chaotic, and but even in your first round, you're trying to get your line. We've sort of warmed up only on like a little 2-foot swell, so you know there's always things you want to do better, but just to get enough points today, it just feels so special. Yeah, especially because hearing of Laney's passing, and that one was for you, Laney. Yeah, he was a true legend of our surf community, and he was with me from, gosh, like when I was 13, 14 on Team Australia, so I was thinking of Laney and sending all my love to his family and friends.
Good on you, mate. Yeah, the surf community in Morning today are a great fella. At the start of that heat, it was just classic old school. You two just went straight into beast mode and paddled each other that far up the point. Strider was going, where are they going? They're not going to stop. You know, it really does bring out your best when you have a rival like that in a heat.
Oh, 20-year rivalry, you got to have that. Like, I don't know, it's just that energy around it, the spark, and yeah, I've just been waiting for matchups. Like, I love surfing against obviously the new generation. That pushes it also, but there's nothing like it, eh? That bitter taste of all the defeats that your rivals handed to you, and you just want to go out there and smash them.
Good on you. Well, you got another big rival coming up next too, Carissa Moore.
Oh, that's perfect. I can't wait. Yeah, we've just had the best week, and just, yeah, reliving all those old memories, making new ones, and can't wait for the battle.
Fantastic, mate. Well, we know how good you are out here. You're an absolute grit merchant when it comes to this wave. We've seen you taped up like a 1980s second row rugby league legend, and you know, I'm sure there's plenty more performances to come.
Yeah, I thought twice about that one this year, Warnie. The helmets have come a long way, so helmet on and away we go. Yeah.
On yourself.
Cheers, guys. Bye, everyone back home. Big love.
The energy of Sally Fitzgibbons. Absolutely love it, Sal.
Oh, she's just the perfect role model
Right.
as well. And I know that Flick and Joe touched on it, but it would be rude not to. Just what she did to perforate her eardrum and then come back and win that event, and then all these years later, I'm sure there's still nervous energy there. You wouldn't not think about that time, and for her to come back all these years later, still show up, consistently put her best foot forward, she really is just this driving light for women's surfing and inspiring everyone just to show up best foot forward every single day, because that's what Sally does.
Well, Sally and Carissa, when they clash in the next round, that's going to be their 28th clashing together, and it's 15-12 in favor of Carissa Moore. So she talked about that clash with Stephanie Gilmore, on how, you know, those feelings are still there. The old rivals. We're going to see another rivalry from a couple of our legends in the sport in round number 2 for the women between Sally Fitzgibbons and Carissa Moore. Sal also mentioned the reseeding because of Katie Simmers pulling out due to injury in Tahiti. We're going to see Sophie McCulloch as the injury replacement. We'll see Sophie in heat number 7 up against Erin Brooks, who's just coming off a win there in Tahiti. So that's going to be a good one, and I would not underestimate Scruff in that matchup.
I was just about to say the exact same thing. Sophie McCulloch, it's similar story to what we had earlier with WSL. Incredible wild card. She's competed on the championship tour before. She's actually qualified for the CT, but right before her rookie year started, she did syndesmosis in her ankle, so didn't get to compete in the first few events. Then her very first event as a CT competitor went to the quarterfinals over in Portugal, and Katie Simmers actually beat her in the dying stages of that heat. So kind of ironic that now Sophie is taking Katie's spot. And she's a woman who's also done a lot of time here. Like I've mentioned before, Surfing Australia are really big on sending surfers over here and getting reps. And Soph, she's ready for this.
I mean, at the end of last year on the Challenger Series, we took 7 to the championship tour. She was like 1 heat away over Newcastle, finished number 9 at the end of the year. Talk about like so close to getting back on the championship tour.
We watched that heat. She had to beat Sol Aguirre in the quarterfinals.
Crazy,
and then
right?
she would have been on tour full time this year. But with her losing, that actually gave Annette Lelior her spot onto the championship tour. So we wouldn't have had the incredible performance that we had from her last week in Tahiti. But it's one of those moments, Kaipo, where you're like, she is coming back to the CT.
Yeah. It's just a matter of time, right?
It's just a matter of time.
And this woman is shining on the championship tour, Annette Lelior. Can't wait for that. That's going to come up next. Annette up against Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, I love that matchup. It's such a fun one because Annette has really showed up as she's a woman who is good when it comes to left-hand barrels. She finaled over at Pipe in the Challenger Series at the start of the year. Her performance at Tahiti speaks for herself, and now we're here with barrels on offer again, just coming off the low tide too. I mean, her technique is going to be amazing. But then you match her up against someone like Brisa Hennessy, who is spent so much of her life here surfing this wave, probably knows the reef arguably better than any of the women here, just with the amount of time that she's put out. So that's going to be a really fun matchup, and one that I'm really grateful that you and I both get to call.
Yeah. There's Brisa. I mean, she's pretty much as local as you can get when it comes to Cloudbreak. You know, Dad Mike managing the Motu Island. She spent a lot of time here. Brett Powers is here from Channel Islands, taking not just a board caddy role, but a coaching role, along with Bella Kenworthy.
One of the best in the business when it comes to boards. Brent is just so in tune with equipment, so he's a great guy for both of these ladies to have in his corner.
Well, right now it's Vahine Fierro in the driver's seat, driving through the barrel. Let's see if she can hang on to that lead. More from Cloudbreak after this. Today's action at Cloudbreak. Let's get you all caught up. Eli Hanneman. Hanneman hammers his opening round heat.
Yeah, what a heat. I mean, coming up against the local wildcard, Teo Dengue, this was just going to be a big matchup. We knew it from the start, but Eli just putting on such an incredible performance. I mean, going vertical time and time again. This is what we were looking at. The tide was a little bit higher. The wave had slightly more pace to it, and Eli matching it perfectly, but what a performance for Teo.
A battle of two former World Junior champs. Mateus Hurdy up against Jarvis Earl, but it was all Mateus magic.
Yeah, this was a fun one to call, Kaipo, but Mateus started off so strong, finding the barrel straight away, comboing it up with really, really dramatic end turns, taking that one, showing us a roundhouse, and Jarv put up a good fight as well.
Next, the rockin' Moroccan Ramsey Boukayam rolls on.
Yeah, keeping that momentum flowing from last week in Tahiti, he is showing that he means business here at Cloudbreak, finding some amazing tubes this morning and also reacting so strongly to what was a slow start to this heat. So Ramsey staying alive in this competition. He's got a big looking matchup, but I'd be scared to draw Ramsey in round two.
Oh yeah, some momentum right there. Now you're all caught up. Back to live action here with Vahine Fierro, who's in the lead over Alyssa Spencer in this Heat 3 of the women's round number 1. And Vahine just going for turns here, looking to improve upon a 5.33 with this effort. And probably not going to do that, but she'll remain in the lead. Right behind her, Alyssa Spencer. Looking for a barrel. Just getting a little bit of shade for Spencer, so still going to be seeking a score, I feel. Needs something big on the end here if she wants to turn the heat. She needs a large score. Nice carve there. Air drops into it and rides over. Barely any water before the ejection. Wow, Jess.
Wow, I love both of those waves there. I mean, Alyssa, she did really well to make something of the end of that wave there, because the start unfortunately did let her down a little bit. She was just ahead of that barrel the whole time, but then to have such a dramatic finish, you can see her barely pushing her board down to duck dive there.
Knuckle scraping zone right there.
Seriously.
Bottom dinging, knuckle scraping, fin dragging zone.
yeah, a bit of a worse nightmare, especially when there's waves coming through. But Alyssa, this wave, this is what I want to touch on. Like I mentioned, just the start of this wave, unfortunately did let her down a little bit. She was stalling, but still too much speed on her board there. So she knew that there had to be some sort of drama to round out this wave. Really nice bottom turn, hacks in the pocket, and then slightly gets hung up on the lip line, but air drops out of it. So Alyssa, she liked it, gave us a fist pump, but I do fear that she's going to need more to try and match this 7.5 and a 5.33 of Vahine so far. Love that open shoulder swoop there from Vahine, how she just wraps her body around consistently through this inside and then attacking a really steep section there. So that's going to really tickle the judges' fancies, the fact that she was constantly in the steepest part of that wave. And Vahine, she set the bar high in this heat, so she's still continuing that momentum.
Yeah. So last score for Vahine that we saw was a 4.77, so she'll remain with a 12.832 wave total. Nice sportsmanship between Anat Lelior and Brisa Hennessy coming up in the next heat. And we'll see if Anat can keep on that momentum that she developed over in Tahiti, because she's, again, probably one of the toughest in the draw in this opening round with Brisa Hennessy and her local knowledge.
Yeah, and I think back to the first heat that she made this year. She spent the first 4 events, that Australia-New Zealand leg. She didn't make a heat, unfortunately. She was stuck in this round 1. Then we moved over to the other side of the world. We were in El Salvador, a place where she actually feels quite familiar to. Obviously, it's close to Costa Rica. She speaks the language over there, and she said those little 1%ers actually made her feel more at home. And then guess what?
Quarterfinals.
Made her first year, yeah, made her first heat, and then she went on a run there. I'm getting the same sort of energy now that we're here in Fiji as well. She spent so much time here, a place that feels like home to her, and we know that has brought her good results in the past. So this could potentially be a breakthrough result that Brisa needs at this point in her career.
8:30 on the clock, and Vahine Fierro with heat control. She's got the priority as well as the lead, so she can really kind of control the complexion of these last 8 minutes in the heat. Play defense, play offense. Really, everything's in the corner of Vahine Fierro. Alyssa Spencer has to find that fighting spirit, hope for a multiple wave set, and sneak one under that priority.
Kaipo, in your opinion, for someone like myself who's just been here, this is my first time really digesting this wave in person. We're just coming off dead low tide. 10 minutes ago, we hit the bottom. Does it start to get better as this tide pushes back in? Is this, or is dead low where you want to be as far as big scores go?
No, I think you want a little bit of a tide push. And and also what's really unique, and you can see how spread out this whole reef pass is, it's there's kind of like a bunch of different zones that you can be in, and to read that with the tide change, you know, and maybe be able to surf a little bit further up the reef or further down the reef. There's a lot of choices that you need to make, and there's our tides right now. So we're at 11:36 local time. 11:22 was low tide, so we're just past the dead low. We do have, you know, quite a tide change, as given the, you know, that we're in the South Pacific here. So a big old high tide pushing in through the end part of the day.
Wow, it is a massive difference between the high and the low. And interestingly enough, just chatting to some of the surfers as well, which you would be able to touch on more than I can, the takeoff position slightly shift with the tides too.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what's the trick about this, and that's why even in the next heat, someone like Brisa Hennessy, you would think would have a little bit of an advantage over Anat Lelior, just probably knowing this reef pass a little bit more intimately. But we'll see. We're anticipating that. What we're anticipating right now is the next set, but you touched upon that too. Bottom of the tide, a lot of times you have these doldrum periods where you just have nothing coming through, and that's not good. That is not good news for Alyssa Spencer right now, because she wants another series of sets just to give herself a chance.
Yeah, this storyline seems to be repeating itself a lot today, where one person has taken full advantage of the heat, thinking back to Ramsey, what he did in his heat, now Vahine as well, leaving the other competitor in the likes of Alyssa Spencer in this one, chasing a major number. And when you think of Cloudbreak, you think, yeah, we are going to see excellent numbers this event. It's almost guaranteed, just because of the forecast that we have, the competitors that are competing here. But Alyssa, to find a 9 under the priority of Vahine with less than 6 minutes, you're thinking it's probably going to have to be 2 waves because we haven't seen a 9 roll through, a 9 in the look of a wave roll through in quite some time.
I agree. Well, let's take a look at what happened in this heat as we go to our heat recap, where it really started off strong for the Tahitian surfer.
Yeah, let's relive this moment. This was fun for Vahine, and what a way to just set herself apart from the rest of the field. This wave completely cupping out through this inside track. Vahine deep and traveling through that barrel. Again, reading that exit perfectly. That one came through as a 7.5. Now, biggest wave of the heat so far. Stands tall in the barrel right at the end there. I hope someone was in the lineup shooting that, because that would have been a crazy photo. So she backed it up with a 5.33, and Alyssa found her best wave on this last one. Unfortunately, stuck way too far out in front of that barrel, so had to make some magic happen through this inside section. Reads this so well. Beautiful bottom turn. That outside fin completely exposed. Air drops out of a really nice and critical turn, but it is still leaving her chasing a 9-point ride.
Yep, back to live action and live clock. You can see all the waves ridden. The unabridged version of the heat. 4 waves ridden for each of the surfers. Highlighted are the best 2 waves for each. And also, that also shows some of the lulls that we're experiencing right now on this low tide. Because, gosh, we had earlier heats that had 7, 8, 9 waves ridden. But on the scale of heats today, a slower heat.
Oh, definitely. And this is one of those ones where, unfortunately, it is going to happen. Like you touched on with the tide, it's so good to know that on those low tides, you probably, if you've got a heat on dead low, you probably have to be prepared for a lull.
Yep.
And to make sure that you're getting your scores at the start of your heat, building your house, as they say, and that is exactly what Vahine Fierro has done beautifully. She's got those scores right at that start, taking the pressure off her shoulders, where on the shoe on the other foot, unfortunately, Alyssa's still chasing her first real number. Her highest score is a 3.83, but like I mentioned at the start, she has put so much time into getting good at riding the barrel and positioning herself deeper. So I'd love to see her potentially paddle up the point and just get herself a really nice deep tube and showcase all that hard work she's been putting in.
Anat Leilior having a chat with Kaoli Voss on her paddle back out. Brent Powers giving some last minute advice to Brisa Hennessy as they prepare for their heat.
Yeah, I would just be sitting wherever Brisa is sitting if I wasn't that.
That's kind of actually
What's
that
the
makes
game plan.
that
See where she sits.
That makes actually the well said though, because that's actually a really good advice for someone like Anat. Why not?
Oh,
you know?
yeah, absolutely. And almost as a free surfer as well, you probably would eye off where she's sitting too, or I would probably eye off where Oki's sitting. And if Kelly was here, you bet your bottom dollar I'm sitting right next to him to know exactly where I have to be positioned on the reef. And those men and women who are so good out here, Sally, another one, you'd probably look to her lineups. That's how these newcomers are going to figure out these waves for the very first time.
Don't sit where Gabe sits though, because he sits way too far up.
Does he? Let's not go there.
He's way up the reef, but he's one of the few human beings who can make it. And another thing that you talked about, you know, the 9-point ride, and we're expecting excellent scores. This is one of the stops on the tour that we've seen perfect heat surfed. You know, and so that's a rare bird in the world of professional surfing. So stops that you've seen 20-point heat totals, you know, are special stops.
Do you know it's been almost 10 years since we've seen a perfect heat total?
Yeah.
The last one is in 2017. It was Geordie Smith at J-Bay. Makes sense. Haven't seen one since, which is crazy to me when you think back to some of those days at Pipe where John is just getting, or Barron are getting so crazy barreled. So that whole storyline gets me really excited as a surf fan of, hey, we're back at a place where it arguably has more perfect heat totals than we've seen across any stop on the championship tour. It's 50 years. It would be fitting.
Yeah.
If
I
we
mean,
saw another perfect heat total.
Griffin came pretty close over in Tahiti, you know, and Seth and Kelly, you know, Jesus, like Kelly's high 9. I still think one judge went 10, and I agreed with the one judge. But yeah,
my guy.
That was my guy. So yeah, we're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1 minute 10 seconds actually. So there's our tower, and that's where all of the action goes down mentally for our 5 judges and our priority judge. They got all the resources up there. computer scoring as well as replays, a spotter. Of course, we have a separate priority judge checking everything out there, and it's a long day out on the tower, so thanks to all of our crew in tourism competitions, especially our international panel of judges from all over the world that come together for every championship tour event.
And you'd have to think in the water now, Alyssa needing a 9 with second priority and 35 seconds to go. That is not where you'd want to be in round one, especially on a wave as perfect as Cloudbreak. So Alyssa would be, I dare say, feeling this one, because this is a spot where she really could have excelled in.
And it's a bummer for her given the swell period, because there's the first one, and Vahine is going to take that, and it's going to be really down to the wire to see if Alyssa can get the second wave of the set. We'll keep up with Vahine Fierro slashing off the top there. Vahine, again, great control on the rail. CI looking solid on their foot. Airdrops into that finish. Oh my goodness. Alyssa, I believe this is after the horn, and it will not count. So yeah, certainly that is after the horn, so it will be Vahine Fierro moving on into the next round.
Yeah, there's that swell interval you're talking about. We've got about 16 seconds between sets today, and Vahine took off on her wave with about 11 seconds to go.
Yeah,
so perfectly timing that one. And Vahine, what an end turn too.
Yeah.
That was critical.
Yeah, it was. We're still waiting for that score, but regardless of the number, she is going to move on. So a smiley Tahitian, that's a happy Tahitian, moving on into the next round where she will be meeting Sawyer Lindblad. Here's a replay of that last wave.
Yeah, great just defense here from Vahine. She had to take this wave because Alyssa is just too good of a surfer. Love those first two turns. That second carb definitely drawn out, but there is the money. Really tight in the pocket, air dropped out of it. Yeah, Vahine definitely looks to me that she has a great connection with this wave.
Yeah, and a good comeback after disappointment over at the end of the road. There she goes, 7.5. She did improve upon her scoreline. A 6.67 for that last ride. On to the next round for Vahine Fierro. We're going to take a break right now, but when we come back, more action from Cloudbreak. It's Anat Lelior coming up against Brisa Hennessy, and Vahine knows how to find the barrel.
The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Fiji Pro.
You like great accommodation? You like endless hospitality? Or maybe you enjoy delicious cuisine or world-class waves? It's all here at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. Check this out. Not only do you have 2 pools, you got the lagoon swim, you have over-the-water accommodations, world-class cuisine, multiple restaurants, sunsets at your availability, endless things to do. I'm going to take a swim right after we call this heat because we got Brisa Hennessy up and riding, Kuiper girl, along with Jessie Starling and the local Brisa tube seeking right here. Lines up down the line. Nice snap on the backhand. Looking solid through the length of this wave, and you can see what a long wave it is for Brisa before finally ejecting on the very, very inside.
Yeah, Brisa definitely connected with this place. She has spent arguably more time out here than majority of the women have. I would say that Sally's probably pushing that as well. She comes here a lot in the off season. She trains here. She's a multiple time champion, but Anat Lelior, she's going to show us what she's got out here too.
And that coming off of her first finals appearance in the championship tour, caught on the heels there, and that's enough to push the surfer representing Israel off her board.
Anat is definitely what you would call a momentum surfer. She is one of those women and one of those competitors who feeds off energy and good results and crowd factor too. And you can see that just having the people sitting right in the channel over at Tahiti, it paid off for her, hearing the crowd and everything. So now they're actually kind of in a similar environment. I dare say Anat's going to love Fiji just as much as she did over in Tahiti.
She had a great moment there. She had her dad in the channel in Tahiti.
Nice.
She had a great coaching from Kahea Hart. Hats off to Kahea for just really being someone who could help Anat structure a lot of her heats. But she is a really inspiring story. I mean, she didn't really surf. She started surfing in the Mediterranean Sea.
Wow.
So I don't think she was like 11, 12 years old before she actually surfed in the ocean.
No way.
She's yeah. So and the fact that she came through and qualified, you know, with that Challenger Series, not expecting to do it, just feeling things out last year, coming through, qualifying, and then coming to the championship tour and making a final, nearly winning. I mean, she was in the driver's seat most of that Tahiti final. The first half of it was all Anat. But what an incredible final. Actually, hats off to both Anat Lelior and Erin Brooks, because that was one of the best finals I've seen all year.
Yeah. Can you tell me what it was like when you were there? Because
it was surprising.
I was
I thought it was all in that, you know what I mean? And because she was just getting incredible barrels, and she was just so brave and in super challenging, scary conditions. And then Erin comes back and gets her own, you know, excellent rides. It was one for the history books, I think, when it comes to when we look back at this tour. There's Erin Brooks focusing. We're going to see her in heat number 7 of this round up against Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, that's going to be a great matchup. We touched on that earlier. Erin and Sophie are both women who aren't afraid to throw themselves over the ledge, similar to what we've got with the 2 women in the lineup at the moment. So Erin, again, quite similar to Anat, definitely momentum surfer. So that's going to be really fun. And what I've seen from the free surfs, she's been a standout.
Oh, yeah, right? Erin Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at her. She won in 2024 as a wild card, right? Really, we already knew of the talent of Erin Brooks, but that just solidified it with that win. Here we go. Brisa hooks off the top there, and that's all it's going to be for Brisa Hennessy. So we'll see how that score eventuates.
One thing I really like from Brisa is that she's staying super busy, which Vahine did in that last one, and Nat now.
Lelior going to turns here. Always strong surfing on her silver surfboards. Tico and Teco shaping those boards. Also, a lot of the force behind Italo Ferreira's equipment as well.
Yeah, and Nat and Brisa really similar last 2 rides. Just unfortunately, those waves tapering out a little bit. But the thing that I'm taking away from both of these women is that they both seem to be full steam ahead. They really want to get this heat going. They're both looking to generate scores early. They've definitely taken a leaf out of Vahine's book, and with Vahine having Brent Power in her corner as well, I'm not surprised that Brisa is doing that. But Anat, she's keeping up with Brisa so far. So I dare say once some good waves start to roll through, we could have some big numbers in this heat.
Yeah. Brisa Hennessy, her best finish was a quarterfinals back in 2024 here at Cloudbreak. Anat Lelior, this is her first time surfing in a jersey here.
How do you feel like first timers, newcomers to this wave, or I guess other than Erin Brooke, tend to go at Cloudbreak?
I feel you can easily get lost. And I think that's a challenge for the first timers here. And also, it's such a good, there's so many good waves, like in your mind, is just to be selective. We saw Jarvis Earl just kind of go crazy at the beginning of the heat, right? Just because you just like don't want to let one go. Vahine Fierro, great performance, 7.5 opener. She's on to the next round. She's with Vaughn.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, one surfer who didn't look lost out there at all, Vahine. It's your first contest here. It's your first Fiji Pro, but you've done a couple of strike missions to get to know the wave, and it really showed just then. You found the inside runners, and you also found a couple of nice big wide sets.
Yes, thank you. Fiji is such a cool place, and it reminds me so much of my home. Yeah, it's hard not to be positive and feel so good and be happy here. So I'm super stoked. It kind of went from 0 to 100. Like yesterday, I was like napping all day and picking up shells on Tavarua, and then all of a sudden I'm like in the shish kebab section getting pounded. Like it was like a good wake up call, and yeah, I just tried to lay all my energy in the water and be energized in my body, and yeah, I found a good rhythm, and that was super cool.
You really did, yeah. Shish Kebabs has some nice shells in there too. I've met them face to face myself on some odd occasions, but it's been a tricky start to the year for you, but there's just something that happens when the ocean starts to lift and give you power. You respond like this is your home.
It's so funny because when I took my hat, it's been a while that I haven't worn my hat for an interview, and there was like spider webs on it in my bag. I was like, oh my gosh, it was about time. So no, it's been tricky, but you know, sometimes it goes that way, and then somehow it clicks again. So yeah, hopefully I surround myself with good people. Kaoli was I thought he was gonna go in the heat for me. He was so excited, and then he was in the channel like screaming his head off when I was getting pounded. So good energy and just trying to get a rhythm.
Fantastic support. We know how much people love your surfing, particularly in waves of truth like this. Up next, Sawyer Lindblad.
Oh, she's what, number 1 or number 2? I don't know. We're like on the opposite side, but we're matching. So yeah, it's Goofy against Goofy, and I love a good challenge. So let's go.
Fantastic, great result, fantastic surfing. Look forward to seeing that heat.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, Vahine advancing out of our heat. We can take a look at the opening round for women. We can see the winners highlighted and the losers grayed out, and look at what we have going forward. Sakura against Bella Kenworthy in heat number 5. Tyler Wright, Francisco Veselko, that's going to be a great one.
Oh,
I'm really looking forward to Tea Corrupt, the Fijian wild card at the end of this round up against Isabel Nichols.
Yeah, you're scared of a wild card no matter where you go, but like we were touching on before, Cloudbreak is such a big playing field, so to have a local wild card here, and for the first time ever, a female Fijian local wild card who competed through the trials and won is really cool, and it's cool to see someone who was also a part of the Rising Tides now get to put the jersey on for the first time in her career in the championship tour, so that's going to be rounding out this afternoon, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Great day here. Here's our heat leader, Brisa Hennessy, using her priority. Stalling for a barrel, finds some cover in the barrel, traveling through that one. One more section for Hennessy, and it just clamps on her. She looks like she was on her way, just couldn't find a door out. Anat Lele, our second wave of the set, finds a barrel of her own, traveling through this one, speeding through this barrel. The Israeli surfer wide open, and this one just goes a little too fast down the line. We can see that empty barrel, so that will not change the situation for either of the surfers. Brisa Hennessy will remain in the lead. And on that, duck diving that silver surfboard. Surfboard information. Thank you, Britt Merrick. Tells me that Brisa Hennessy right here that we see is on a 5.9 CI Pro.
Oh, cool. I tell you what, it took every ounce of my power not to just start screaming, go, go in both of those power rides. I mean, and Nat was going so fast, traveling really quickly through that barrel, but it's something that I'm picking up quite quickly throughout the day. On this lower tide, that foam ball can really catch up to you quite fast. Let's take a look at Brisa's here. You can see she was eyeing off this section, gets into that position, and she is locked in. She has done plenty of time in the barrel out here over the years, but as you can see, she went high, and that foam ball kept pushing her up the face of the wave there. So unfortunately getting caught up with the lip. But Brisa, I just love how deep she positioned herself there. Now, Anat, This was a big hollow tube. Let's take a look at it from the water angle. She was racing, but it looked like it actually took her down pretty early. So my bad, I thought she traveled for longer than what she did, but this wave, just even looking from those last 2 barrels, it is totally in control. And it changes a lot as well, but both of these ladies, really good signs. They're hungry for some nice deep cover-ups, and I'm ready to see more of it.
I love it. I love the show today. I love that our forecast is looking good. All the support from especially the Fijian government that we're getting here, and also the Fiji Marriott Resort here at Maumee Bay has been incredible. This is, when we talk about a dream tour, this is a really, really dreamy location. I think all the surfers and supporters are enjoying our time in Fiji.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, before, when I got the call up to come over, I was like, I need to just immerse myself in information. And no matter where you look, when you type up Fiji or Fiji Pro, it is just positive everywhere. Whether it's the people that you learn or find out about, it is how warm and beautiful and welcoming they are, or the wave, how world class it is. And you just can keep going on this incredible deep dive. I mean, even back in 2022, there was a really cool team of doctors and just oceanologists who came and looked at the reef and wanted to see how the reef was doing over the years and is it preserved. And they actually got to do an entire 3D graphic map of the ocean floor here, and they showed that the coral is in such healthy condition. So it's nice to know that this part of the world also takes so much pride in keeping their land healthy too.
Yeah, I think Cliff Capono may have been a part of that
He
group of
was,
doctors.
yeah, he ran it.
Oh, there you go. Dr. Cliff. Brisa Hennessy hammering off the top here. And this one goes a little tapered, but she's going to anticipate an inside section right here. Hennessy looking to improve upon her low of a 1.93. And I think with a finish right here, she has just got the job done. Matter of fact, I know she's got the job done. She got a little extra section right on the inside. So she's going to increase her score and increase her lead over Anatle Lior.
Smart, super smart decisions from Brisa. Similar to what we saw from Ramsey in one of the earlier heats today, where okay, it is a bit of a sleepier start. We're 16 minutes into this heat, the highest score is a 4.83. So what does Brisa do? She just starts to get the ball rolling. She starts to get some momentum in this heat, even just taking off one of those smaller ones, slightly smaller ones that is, picking one with such a beautiful pace here. So Brisa, nice and tight arc, first thing. That's what the judges are going to be really thinking of, and how much spray came off the back of that turn too, showing how hard she's pushing. And then this inside track just looks so fun and playful. 2 really nice turns, including this one. And Brisa, I agree, definitely dropping that 1.93. She had it in the back, but I just think as far as where we are in this point of the heat, this was just a really smart decision to, all right, let's get another wave, even if it's a slightly smaller one, execute from start to finish, which she ticked all of those boxes, and then apply more pressure. So loving what Brisa is bringing right now.
And hopefully for someone like Brisa Hennessy, this home court advantage plays into her favor as she's really trying to turn her season in the back half of the tour. Taking a look at Brisa Hennessy on the paddle back out. And she got the news that she got a 4.1, so she did increase upon her scoreline, and there is Brisa's season in a nutshell. So still yet to have a finals day appearance. This could be a turning point for Brisa.
I hope so, because she is such a talented surfer, and she's been on the tour for a while now. She has also been one of those surfers who kind of has been a dark horse, so trying to channel that energy here.
Anat pulls in, and that one was way too deep, and that one ran off too. So Anat Lior is still going to be searching for completion out there. You can see what's on Anat's mind, though. She's thinking barrel, and she's got a broken board.
No.
So that's going to eat up some time.
Wow, and that is clean in half as well. First one of the event, and it is a proper break. So Anat Lior, she's going to have to go get that backup equipment, but that also just goes to show how powerful this wave is. The fact that she pulled in, she was pretty deep, and I dare say it's a similar story to what we saw with her last wave, where that foam ball caught up with her really quickly, just boom, snapped that board in half. So potentially a crease prior.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see the pickup right here. Red Bull Jet Ski and our Able Water Patrol. Grabbing Anat. This timing's going to be, wow, that was a great drill right there. Gonna get up on the Glendon Ringrose, actually piloting the PWC, and gets it out back in the saddle. Talk about some expert ski driving. Ringa is one of the best.
Oh yeah, he's come to multiple stops.
There, he knows how to duck dive a ski as well. Meanwhile, Brisa Hennessy taking off on what looks like a good wave, forming down the line, pulls in, but again, the low tide just having those waves run off into the channel.
Good news is, with this tide starting to fill in, we're actually getting more pulse in this ocean. So right on cue, there's a little bit more water in the reef. It's starting to draw some more energy in towards us, but it is leaving that inside track really fast. Hard to make those barrels. I would say arguably maybe harder, especially being on your back end there. So this is where Anat could actually lean on some strengths.
Yeah, and this is the drill right here. So Anat, they take her to the channel. She does the change in the channel. Now she has an option of either paddling to the peak or hopping back on the ski and getting deposited outside of the takeoff zone. So it looks like she's gonna make the decision to get back on the Red Bull jet ski, get back in the saddle with Ringa, and get deposited outside in that outside buoy to have a restart basically of her heat. A reset is what she needs.
I like that. I really like that decision to not pedal back out and be down on the inside. She's actually probably going to get dropped off further up the reef than what we've seen Brisa been sitting. And you never know, if you're up there, you've created space between you and your competitor. You can find a wave and potentially get a score. Let's take a look at the big picture here. She's only looking for 2 4s, or a one wave, a 5.93 is going to take her to the lead too. So that's going to give Anat some space to generate a score for herself and then put herself right back into the heat to potentially get another one. So yeah, take a look at that empty lineup, and Anat can now really start to make something happen with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I didn't have eyes on where Brisa's paddling back out, but really the story is the first person to get into the lineup will establish the priority. And this is going to actually be kind of a close one between the two. This is going to be up to our priority judge and who's going to get the priority at this moment.
And it looks like straight into some waves as well, so
might not be even need to make a decision.
And I'm wondering too, from Strider's perspective, he was saying this morning he would leave that first wave of the set completely and then go for the second or third. So priority, it paid off. It's actually gone to Anat.
Yeah, so she was the first person to make it back out, and so she got the priority, and she's going to use it straight away. It looks like engaging here, Anat Leilior is going to hand over priority right now to Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, no worse feeling of getting that priority, doing all that hard work, and then just missing it. You can see that wind has slightly picked up a little bit, but it is in a good direction. It is offshore, but that had held her up at the top of the wave there. So Anat, unfortunately, you can see paddling really hard, but even when you chat to some of the guys who are really good out here, they do talk to the power of the paddle in. It is such a crucial part of the
wave. With the wind,
yes.
I mean, you're out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right?
Yes, and if you don't have that speed coming into this wave, you can get left behind. You can see Anat, unfortunately, just not making it happen there.
So another backup for Anat Leilior over on the Red Bull athlete boat. Getting picked up, making sure they got the right measurements.
What's that one? If there's a fin key,
5'10".
Yeah, I reckon she'll probably need that one. Is there a fin key anywhere, bud?
Those FCS2
Yep. Only a surfer knows the feeling, Jess. Where's the fin key?
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
It's the little things. It's the leash string. It's the fin key.
I couldn't tell you where either of those are. I am constantly borrowing things off people.
These are very little instruments that we have as surfers, but they mean so much. There's the fin key. Okay.
Oh, okay. Good. Quick turnaround. I mean, if if I was there, I would be unreliable for it. They are things that I consistently lose, and I'm like, yes, I just found a leash string, and then all of a sudden, it's just been swallowed. It's like my missing pairs of socks in the washing machine.
There's a story about long time ago. Pat O'Connell, when he was on the championship tour, used to get glass-ins on his boards.
No way.
But you know why?
Why?
Because he would never be able to find the fin key when he needed it, so he just had the fins glassed on his board.
Stop.
So you never have to worry. Of course, they're not removable, a little harder to travel with and everything, but...
Oh my gosh, it is so much harder to travel with. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the ancient days, JJ, there were these foam blocks that you would put over your glass-on fins, and your board bags would
Really?
be giant. Yeah.
No way. So how many boards could you fit in one of those board bags for glass?
Well, I'll tell you about it as we take a
Oh, yeah.
bonsai brew break right now, and we return. Right now, Brisa Hennessy is in the lead over Anat Leilior.
Beyond Cloudbreak, Fiji is very just day to day, like very simple. Right now we're on the south coast of Fiji, Maui Bay. Some fun waves to the right of us and to the left of us. I would say it's pretty different vibe to Nandi region, where all the world-class waves like restaurants and Cloudbreak are. Life is just day to day, like catching your fish to eating it for dinner the same night, and a lot of people still don't have social media and phones and laptops. Untouched nature, really nice beaches, and really nice people just living and just having fun. Forget your worries at home and just chill out in Fiji.
Yeah, Fiji's a special place. Brisa Hennessy calls it home for a part of the year, and Brisa in the lead over Anat Leilior here. Brisa Hennessy looking for a barrel, finding a barrel, streaks through that section. Brisa still in there and just gets the hatchet on the way out. Right behind her, Anat Leilior trying to answer back, trying to get back into this heat, and that wave offers her nothing. Kaipogura along with Jesse Starling on the call here, and Brisa will remain in the lead.
I just love when you can come to an event and you're on the edge of your seat, because barrel riding is arguably the most critical thing you can do on a wave. You are sitting inside a wave, and just reading it and navigating the exit is so hard to do. Brisa had done all the hard work on that last wave. It came right down to the exit where you saw it actually got higher and higher and higher as the wave, as that barrel started to finish. Let's break it down from this water angle. Brisa, this is a big looking wave here. So this incoming tide is definitely bringing some more swell, but let's watch this barrel. She gets herself into a really good position, stays nice and high, is in a good line. She's traveling, this exit stays super open, but again, that foam ball unfortunately creeping up towards her, and that got underneath her board and pushed her body into the lip, which unfortunately pushed her down. But gosh, she was so close, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was really close. So a 2.7 for that ride, so not in her top two. She'll remain in the lead, however, and it looks like she's on her way to establishing priority in which she would have control in this last 7.5 minutes for Brisa Hennessy.
But good signs for the conditions. I mean, we knew that it was going to be really good today, and we also knew that the winds were going to be in our favor for majority of the day today. I love the fact that they have stayed offshore this long, because the last couple of days chatting to some of the surfers, the wind has actually swirled around a little bit, but it's played in our favour, and these women are getting to lap up some really fun Cloudbreak conditions.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and the strategy in a heat and the way that you kind of control the heat for Brisa Hennessy, who does now have heat control with that priority and the lead. And we can take a look at our story of priority, JJ. In this heat, it has been Hennessy with the majority of the priority and the heat control here.
Yes, 71% for Brisa and 29% for Anat, which actually makes a lot of sense. Brisa has been a lot more selective with her waves, and she hasn't had as many as Anat had. So Brisa holding down the priority, and it's back with her now. So Brisa's now regained priority. That percentage is going to keep ticking over as this heat starts to wind down. But it is arguably, it's a big topic, especially for a wave like Cloudbreak, because it is so perfect, but also how many storylines across this tour so far have we told where the sit and wait strategy doesn't particularly work, but this could be a wave where it might.
Yeah, you know who I haven't heard from in a long time? I'm wondering if he's still around. Strider Wazalewski, are you out there?
We're still here, Kai.
Yeah.
We're still here.
Woohoo!
Yeah, baby. Wow, you know, just watching these heats and watching the ledge work and watching the barrels that are coming in really deep. There's, you know, it's really hard to get one of these waves on the shoulder and then do a big turn and then try to get barreled through this inside section here. It's got that weird little flap on it, and it's really hard to execute a big barrel. So I think if we can get the surfers behind that ledge a little bit, they can thread that needle and come out and just do some open face carves, and they're going to come up with some excellent scores, because there are barrels out here. The ledge is working, and we've had quite a few great waves. It's just a matter of getting behind it deep enough so that you can thread through, come out in the face, and then really go to work on the maneuvers to finish. That inside, though, it is deadly and shallow, and Ringa is having a real tough time in there with the pickups and I mean, he's been excellent so far, but it looks dangerous. Let me tell you, I've been watching. It is radical. Tide was low.
Yeah, tide's real low, Strider. But, you know, I'm calling you a part-time resident out here. What's your take on the conditions and what are we looking forward to?
Well, the conditions, I just feel like they're excellent. We've got, like, you know, 4 to 6 foot sets hitting that outside ledge, and they're really backing up into the corner, which is a really beautiful thing. And then we got this beautiful offshore winds. I mean, it's almost semi-glassy on parts of the wave. So everything has come together for these heats, and I just feel like we're being blessed right now, and Fiji's on fire. So let's keep it going. Let's keep that thing lit. And we're coming up with another excellent heat right after this. I mean, it's going to be nothing but fire. And then we got Aaron Brooks coming in another heat after that. I mean, this is just going to get better and better, and the waves are just going to keep firing. So I'm a little frothed out right now, sorry.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you, Strider. Strider Wazalewski reporting from the water. Strider, former boatman out here. Also, just like I said, comes out here a few times a year to Tavarua. So he's definitely an expert when it comes to Cloudbreak. Strider is.
Yeah.
Aaron Brooks, too? We could put her in an expert category because she's won out here. That makes you an expert when you win.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, she has really just got such an abundance of knowledge in her corner. The year that she won here, Kelly was caddying for her. There isn't maybe anyone better to have in your corner out here. And then
Kelly went on full uncle status right there. Just took over on the caddying.
He did. I loved it. And it was one of those ones, you know what? Don't mean to toot my own horn.
Go ahead.
But I picked Erin to win that event. That back in 2024,
nice.
She was my power surfer and she won.
Nice.
I was like, yes, I believed in her. And because of that, I've picked her to be my power surfer again this event.
Great choice.
Thank you.
Great choice. She's coming off of some really, really good momentum. And by the way, thank you all for playing Fantasy Surf on WorldSurfLeague.com and on the app, and also the Bracket Challenge. Hopefully you're playing Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League. All right, so 3 minutes remaining, and Brisa, you know, we talk about heat control. This is really the ultimate in heat control. A substantial lead given the context of the scores that are on the board and priority and not much time on the clock.
Gosh, it'd be so frustrating to be a Nat, only needing a 5.93 and thinking back to the excellent scores that she was dropping. I mean, she was minutes away from having a CT victory last week, but now she's struggling to get herself above a 3-point ride, and that's not for lack of effort. She has been charging out here today, but to get a 5.93, it does have to be a completed ride. We've seen the judges do also want a combo. They want to see turns and barrels, because essentially it's a 6.
And really, it's the roller coaster of professional surfing's crazy. You go from a finalist, you know, in stop number 7 at the last event, where you had incredible heats the whole way through the draw, and then your opening round here, you're on the precipice of elimination. That's the highs and lows. That's the ups and downs of the championship tour.
It's wild. And for those men and women who have found consistency this year, it actually does really speak volumes in the rankings, because they do have so much space between them and some of those lower seeds. So yeah, it's going to be a really fun end to the year to see who is actually going to navigate those rankings and getting those points.
Brisa using priority here. That was the defensive part. Now here's the offensive part. Let's see if she can improve upon a 4.1. Big vertical snap on the CI Pro. One more strong power slash off the top. Just a little pit ride there and ejects. But I like the surfing that I'm seeing from Brisa Hennessy. Come back here and a catch of the rail, so that's going to eliminate the opportunity for Anat Leilior. I feel that she fell early, so she still has a chance to get back out there with 1 minute on the clock and get another wave.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the first wave that we're really getting a look at Anat's new equipment under her feet as well, after unfortunately breaking her board. And there does have to be a wave of slight subtle adjustment. Unfortunately, it's with a minute to go. So that wave did come slightly later in this heat for Anat. Still time. She's out there by herself with Brisa, taking that wave all the way through. But it's time to just flick the switch and make something happen here. I dare say Brisa's probably going to drop that 4.1. So this requirement is going to go up for Anat. So you'd have to hope that a set's going to roll through for her in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, and given the period you mentioned earlier, that's 2 waves. So the next 2 waves that go under Anat Leilior are going to be her only chance, as we see the Red Bull jet ski. And there's the path. They got to stay within those buoys right there for the drop off. And there goes Brisa. And there goes the clock, actually, down to 10 seconds, Jess.
Yeah, it's frustrating. You can see just those shoulders drop completely for Anat Leilior. And just like we were mentioning, professional surfing is just a roller coaster, because a week ago, she's had a career best result, 2nd place finish over in Tahiti, and now unfortunately is sent home packing and has to get ready for trestles. Just a week later.
Yeah, so Anat's going to be having to prepare for lowers for stop number 9. Meanwhile, it's going to be Brisa Hennessy, who's looking to turn her season around, moving on into the 2nd round for the women. There's Brisa, and that's a good feeling Red Bull jet ski ride.
Oh, absolutely. Brisa, this could be the moment in her career that she needs to rocket herself up the rankings and get her back on tour next year.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson versus Bella Kenworthy. When we return to Cloudbreak, stay tuned for more action at the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back to Cloudbreak as we roll in with Bella Kenworthy. Couple of mushy sections coming down and then squares up and attacks the lip. Well done, Bella loading up, trying a lot of water off the top. And she will do the pin drop to sneak out under the end section closeout. Well-read wave. Good timing for Kenworthy with some nice backside connections to kick things off quickly against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Both these surfers going to be on their backhand, attacking the lip line here at Cloudbreak, and hopefully getting some really hollow opportunities that we've been seeing in the last couple of heats. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Flick, we remember Betty Lou was able to get a spot in the Final 5 last year for the first time and felt that world title pressure at Cloudbreak. Let's see if the nerves will be settled in a little better, knowing that it's a regular season event this year with the experience she gained from last year.
Yeah, not just the experience even from last year, but the previous year too, coming here. And I mean, the experience, it's really experience versus the rookie. And for a wave like Cloudbreak, it really lends itself to that. We know how big the playing field is, how many different looks and faces it has. So it's going to be a tough one here for Bella Kenworthy.
Here's a great view of the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. There's a lot of restaurants to choose from as we get back to surfing action. Carving it off the top is Oahu's Betty Lou. Great style, great control, and going for a huge backside snap with power. And running out of water on that inside section is hard to watch those real aggressive wipeouts, but she's already paddling back out on that lost surfboard. Such a radical surfer, likes going big on every section that she attacks. Growing so much since her rookie debut back in 2022. Makes this just a great matchup to enjoy. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson growing up on the North Shore of Oahu. Now number 13 in the world heading into Stop 8. And Bella Kenworthy enjoyed her rookie year last year, made a few quarters and felt what finals day felt like. And now she's just trying to get some heat wins because she's running out of time. She wants to be in the top 14 before the postseason.
Yeah, it really is crunch time. And if you're going to make a charge, I mean, right now, I mean, Chopes really kind of was this tipping point, I felt like. And then really, as every event progresses now, the expectation and the pressure is only building as we look here to Bella and see what she got done on this first wave. So incredibly well-timed turn on the first turn and just really beautiful paced approach. I love this. They didn't feel like, I mean, she just pressed the eject button there as that one went onto pretty much dry reef. And then behind her, we have a look at Betty Lou. So this one, a little bit more tapered in the profile of this wave. Second turn, a little bit more vertical. And then comes through to the inside and has a really awkward fall here. The bottom just drops out from underneath her. The nose pokes and it's incredibly shallow in there. Just gone past that low tide mark. But I really love Bella's wave. I thought it was a really good approach. I thought it was a really well-timed wave and didn't look like she was rushed. And I feel like they're my favorite waves to watch out here is when you really feel like you're not outrunning the wave and you really feel like you're just in sync with it.
Timing. Such a great thing in surfing, isn't it? When you're able to time something that's moving and often unpredictable, and no wave is the same. There's this relationship that can go quite spiritual when you talk about the surfer in the ocean and then a wave that could be increasing with swell. There's long period southwest, it changes on the tides, and when a surfer is in sync with good timing on their turns, it just is so easy to watch and usually reflects to huge scores.
I think out here it can be so easy to outrun the wave too. You traditionally see those big, long, drawn-out lines, and the default can be just, I'm going to highline this thing the whole way. So when you really eyeball someone with that great approach and great timing, it's pleasing to the eye.
One guy who's always on time, Vaughn Blakey, loves his job. Great surf mind. He gets to hang out with Brisa Hennessy right now in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Oh, Joe, you could not have been more wrong with that call, mate. I'm never on time. Brisa, welcome home. We know you surf at Costa Rica, but Fiji means so much to you, and the ocean came to life in that heat. That was some of the most consistent surf we've seen today.
Oh my gosh, we're so lucky. I think my Fijian family on Umochu sent all those waves, so thanks, guys. Yeah, super stoked to be back. I definitely feel my heart, really fulfilled.
a very dangerous heat, and Nat obviously had an incredible event over there in Tahiti. Loves big, hollow Pacific waves. We know that about her now. But you were in great rhythm, and really I thought your position in the lineup was a big difference.
Thanks, Vaughn. Yeah, Anat was so impressed with just her resilience in Tahiti and her barrel riding. So I knew going into this heat it was going to be definitely a tough one, since I saw definitely a few barrels out there. But yeah, gosh, hopefully I know this lineup. I've been spending a lot of time out there, but it's so moody. I feel like every time I surf it, it has so many different faces and emotions, and that's why we keep coming back, I think.
Talk to us about the backside tube riding. You got some really deep, long runners and just pinched on the end, but you know, that's good signs for the swell that's coming ahead as well.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I think this angle seems like a little bit straight at times. I think that's why it's a little pinchy at the end, but no, I also feel like maybe I should have just got one more pump or held on a little longer, but yeah, it's so cool. This wave has just so many variations. I mean, being able to do maneuvers and get barreled all in the same wave is like a dream, so stoked.
World champ Molly Picklum up next.
Oh my gosh, really? Holy cow. Yeah, honestly, this is what I signed up for. We're like, yeah, she's like one of my best friends on tour. And just seeing her win the world title last year here was just like, gosh, so inspirational. She works so hard, and yeah, I want a good fight. Yeah, hopefully it'll be a good one.
It will be a great battle coming up. Congratulations on getting through this heat, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thanks, Don. Gracias a todos en Costa Rica por el apoyo. Me siento todo el amor y vamos con todo. Vamos a seguir adelante. And yeah, thanks to all my Namotu Fijian family for all the love. So happy to be here. Pula Vinaka.
Thank you, Brisa. Thank you, Vaughn. Oh, that was really nice to listen to. Brisa's always so thoughtful with her words. She writes poetry. She gives us a lot on her social media through the ups and downs of what she's been dealing with over the last few years. Went through some serious health issues in the past and even fell off tour, and she realized it was like divine timing where she needed to take a break, putting herself in high pressure, stressful situations. She had to kind of learn how to get away from that fight or flight response that she was kind of living in constantly as trying to be a successful professional surfer that is also balancing the Olympic Games and having these regions of the world that are just counting on her. Costa Rica, Namotu, Fiji, Hawaii, you know, a true citizen of the world.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. And I think Brisa, she's been around for a while. She's been on tour, she's fallen off, she's come back on. And you touched on it, Joe, she's someone I think who gives us the most when it comes to being vulnerable and really opening up. And we get a proper, accurate read on where she's at. Some people are very closed off and cagey and don't really want to let you in. I think that's always been a really beautiful thing from Brisa. It's a real testament to her character and just the growth that she's had in her life and the situations that she's been sort of put in, whether she's liked it or not, and just how she just keeps showing up in the world. I think she's a great role model, and I love watching her compete, but I also love watching her post interviews because she just gives us so much.
She does. She also gives back to a lot of people here. She hosted her own week on Namotu. It was a really cool women's week that was all about health and wellness, surfing, of course, foiling, yoga, being the best version of yourself, cooking, of course. That's my favorite part, one of her strengths. She's such an amazing chef, and she could run a restaurant someday. She has Molly Picklum, the reigning world champ. Those two are very close. You know what? If they had a podcast, I'd sign up to listen to that.
Oh,
they have some amazing conversations.
That and two, I mean, Molly gives us a lot too in post-heat interviews. I feel like over the years we've seen her grow as an athlete, but also as a human, and what she's been able to give. But in terms, they also do show up very differently too. There's a lot of differences in their personality. So yeah, I'd sign up too. I think it'd be a good laugh, and I think it'd be a good cry at times. So potentially something down the line for them to think about.
We've had some action in the water during that interview with Vaughn. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson extending her lead a bit further. 4.0 start, then just got a 5.5. Bella Kenworthy opened with a 4.5, so she's right in the mix. But great to see Betty Lou taking control of a nice hollow wave there. Bella Kenworthy's on the Channel Islands surf team. She's got basically any model she wants to ride. Britt Merrick was telling me that she's riding a Goldie model. That's the model that they developed with Baron Mamiya that he went back-to-back pipe events on. Britt was saying most of the Channel Islands team had their bags full of both Goldies and the CI Pros for Fiji. The main difference between those models are the Pro has more rocker and mostly a single concave, more geared for turns. The Goldie, and that's what Bella's on, this one's a bit flatter, has a lot of double concave and also area forward in the board and is really more barrel oriented. So Bella Kenworthy choosing wisely today. That 4.5, it looked sparky and full of life, and she's right in the mix with priority to challenge Betty Lou.
No, it's a good choice. I feel like in the last sort of hour, we've seen a lot of tubes. The last heat, Brisa, Anat, we saw Anat pull into one. I mean, unfortunately, she didn't quite get over that first little section. That thing just absolute freight train down the line as we have a look at the Channel Islands board there. But I love the idea of going to the Goldie. It seems like she wants a little bit more volume underneath the chest, a bit more paddle power, a bit more front foot weight forward, momentum through the tube. I like it. And, I mean, we even saw Betty Lou. I mean, her last wave, the 5.5, that was based off just the tube itself. And I had flashbacks to just that stance and that style of hers that we saw at Pipe a couple of years back, the semi-final with Molly Picklum. And let's have a look here at this beautiful technique. So grab rail from the beginning, and she can eye it off. She just stalls here beautifully. You can see her managing her speed inside the tube by using her hand just to dictate, you know, how much drag she wants in the water. So beautiful water angle here. You can see that arm I'm talking about, just playing with the wall of the wave and executed beautifully. But yeah, just reminiscent of that semi-final with Molly Picklum and what that moment meant for women's surfing and just how far they pushed each other in that semi-final a couple of years back at Pipe.
Yeah, cool. One of those events that you'll never forget. Just given the platform, the tour will rise, and the women proved that by getting the addition of Pipe. Honolulu Bay was always a classic, but it was time to have the men and women join forces at every stop on tour with equal prize money as well. Lots happened in the last few years, as we'll check in with Strider.
Right on. Well, we got some action right now. Looks like Bella's dropping out of the sky on the CI. Big hack on the backhand. That was a beautiful turn. Going for another one, blowing spray out the back. Wow, that was a couple of buckets out the back right there. But we were Tommy Witz over here doing the Fiji Airways surfboard check-in. What do we got under the feet out there for Betty?
Betty Lou's liking the feel of 510s for today. You know, this kind of swell kicked in after the free surf. She was on a 6.0 just to feel it out, dropping down, just to get some turns done, because there's medium ones where you're doing turns. So she's got a couple of models in the 510, and we got a little 5.8 here just in case we want to get loose in the juice.
What do we got here? We got a whiplash, and what are you sitting on?
I think she's surfing on a whiplash because they're a little bit more forgiving for turns, so she wants to rip and get really in that pocket and get some nice tight turns done, and then she actually found a little tube, which is cool. So we're on sabotages here, which are a little bit more for sort of the thicker barrels and the, you know, the speed lines.
All right, well, there you go. Fiji Airways surfboard check-in. Get them on the plane. Let's go. Get over here.
Love it, Strider. And love hearing from Tommy Whitaker, Captain Good Vibes, longtime professional on tour, giving us great memories over the years, and a super coach working with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Now the last couple of seasons, remember they joined forces last year. Betty Lou turned in her best season to date. Also making changes with her surfboards. She jumped on Lost Surfboards last year. Big win on the Gold Coast. Big win at Lower Trestles, which is the next event. So once again, Betty Lou will get the chance to be the defending event champ. When she went on the Goldie, it was over at Burleigh, so it was a little different, slightly. Different venue on the Goldie, going to Snapper this year. But now she'll go to Lowers and going, yep, I'm on the banners. The last person that won here. That's going to feel great for Betty Lou.
Matt Bowler shapes a lot of good boards for a lot of the best women on the championship tour, right? I mean, you think Carissa Moore, Erin Brooks. I mean, just the list goes on, right? It is actually crazy when you think about the caliber and what he's been able to produce. Caroline Marks working with the best, you know, Olympic gold medal in Caroline. Olympic
Tyler
gold medal.
Wright's world title run. That was crazy.
It's totally, right? You think about all the best women in the world of the last 10 years, really. It has been really the Matt Viola show. It's been pretty incredible. So no doubt Betty Lou jumping on those boards, and they're really working for her.
And she tried a lot. She was trying a lot of boards. And if you're Betty Lou and you surf the way she does, Shapers are going, yep, I'll make you a quiver, no worries. So it's kind of like a little bidding war. It's a good chance to catch up with the surfboard empire. CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea. Lost remains, well, untouchable at this stage. They've never lost this challenge ever since it was invented. Slight rule changes, you know, just with each team able to count their top 2 riders. The thought there was maybe stables with smaller teams might be effective, but it doesn't matter how many times you change the rules. Lost is still on top.
Oh, I know, man. It is actually incredible. Just a testament to the whole team. Over in San Clemente, the team over on the Gold Coast as well in Tweed, but yeah, shaping incredible boards and yeah, well out ahead. I mean, good luck to anyone catching him. But just a year after year, you know, you shift the goalposts and he still shows up, just motoring out ahead.
What a balanced brand, you know, releasing movies that you'd have to ask your parents if you're allowed to watch them, you know, back in the day. You know, you weren't allowed to go to their parties, you know. You had a strict curfew. It was sort of like the against establishment type vibe. But then all of a sudden, it's been like the strongest stable at the top platform of competitive surfing for the last few years. Betty Lou, 5.5 and a 4. Bella Kenworthy chasing a 5.01 at the moment. And this is where things get interesting, Flick. When you know that there's really hollow ones coming through, but then some heats that can go a little bit slow. You know, this tide's a great tide for Cloudbreak. I mean, this wave breaks at all tides, but on the low tide, the reef really shows what this wave is made of. It goes faster. The barrels are more intense, obviously more consequence as well, but you've got to be ready for everything and able to adapt on the fly if you need to, you know, chase maybe a wave that you didn't think you needed before the heat started.
That's what I think makes this such a unique wave on the championship tour. You know, we think about the last event, Chopes. It's absolutely incredible, but it really is all about the tube. Here, you've got the tube, you've got turns, you've got barrels, you've got even airs we've seen done, you know, in the past. This wave breaks anywhere from 2 foot to 20 foot to 40 foot. It is insane what it demands from the surfers. I think it also really demands that you show up in a certain way with a lot of respect for the wave, a lot of intent and sort of urgency in the way that you show up too. So I think for me, it's I mean, I love Chopes, I love watching big barrels, but for me, I love this because it requires you to be really well-rounded surfer in all ways of surfing.
Passing the 15-minute mark, you can see this energy just unloading on this reef. They call it the top of the point. You know, it is a reef break, but it's kind of shaped like an underwater reef point break. It's so perfect the way it comes out of deeper water and unloads and takes a lot of power and holds at a lot of size. Speaking of size, Strider, what are you seeing out there?
I'm seeing our first capper, our first wash through. We just saw, you know, both the athletes getting caught inside by a really big wave, and what happens is it kind of hits that outer reef and throws up a big whitewater ball and just like big flexing on your head, basically, you know, 15 feet, 20 feet of whitewater on your head, and you just got to deal with it and get underneath it. And it's just part of the game out here. When the waves reach a certain size, you get those wash throughs, and that's a great sign for us because that means the other waves are gonna start hitting the ledge more as well. So it's a really good thing to see the waves of that size coming in and pushing through over the reef, because that means we're still on the increase, which means the swell is still pumping, which means the barrels are gonna still get bigger and bigger, and we can't wait. We got a little foamy water around us, and if you could have been in position to catch the roll in of the whitewater and get in, there was a huge barrel on the inside here where it backs off and just goes crazy, kind of like those waves you saw Owen Wright getting the 10-point rides on back in those heats. So we're excited out here right now. We're back in the foam and we're stoked.
Great memory, Strider. Great breakdown of this lineup. Owen Wright creating history out here in 2015. He didn't just get one perfect heat, he did it twice in the same event. That is unbelievable. Well, his little sister's coming up next, Tyler Wright. She'll remember that highlight reel very clearly. Owen Wright, one of our favorites to watch, a big Cloudbreak, big Chopes. This was his time of the year where he could show what he was made of.
Pretty crazy that he managed to do that twice in one contest. Most people are just hoping to get 110 in their whole career, right? Like, that is insane.
12:45 on the clock. Betty Lou out front. Bella chasing a 5.01. Let's get more of these trainers for these two. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
There's something special about coming back to Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. The moment I arrive and see the ocean, I instantly feel at ease. My days begin with the energy of the ocean before easing into the evening, with incredible food, a beautiful sunset, and a sky full of stars. That balance of adventure and tranquility is what keeps bringing me back.
Lucy Palmatier is in her happy place. Yes, she came here before the event started, so she's very familiar with the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. From spa experiences, good dining as well. Do you have favorites, or you just like the whole experience?
There is so much to choose from here. I mean, the dining's incredible. For me, my personal favourite, the fish bar, which I believe we'll be all going up to tonight. But yeah, the fish bar's incredible. There's a pool there. It's infinity. Watch the sun go down. It is incredible.
Locking in, here's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from the North Shore of Oahu, throwing some water off the tail of that lost surfboard. There's the fading cutback. Now she finds the patience to jam the lip, but a wild ride to get the completion. Running out of water there. Did well for commitment, but unable to stick it. But that landing almost looked impossible with the way that wave shaped up. Right there, she'll try to navigate a way to stay light with her duck dive, but still pushing through some serious power through the whitewash.
Yeah, so let's see here. Beautifully squared up turn, and so I'm just forcing her out a little bit wide, but beautiful little track. I can see she just had the right idea. She wanted to finish, she wanted to go vertical, but just the way with those two forces coming together, almost like a wedge, it was almost, it's really hard to make those sort of turns there when you get that converging bit of whitewash. So right now, Betty Lou just trying to improve on that situation. This one still sort of smaller scores today. I think we're just waiting for that one breakaway wave. There's definitely opportunity out there. We also heard Strider talk to it. So just a matter of having priority at the right time and also being able to select that right wave when it does come through.
Bella Kenworthy now holding down priority. Remember, a low seed, trying to be in the top 14 for the postseason. So she's already feeling the must-win situation upon her. Representing Southern California, San Clemente, Salt Creek. She's all over that zone when she is home, obviously traveling most months around the world. I run into her on the North Shore of Oahu quite often with her whole family. As we look at this one for Betty Lou, a solid one, big airdrop, and controls a crazy takeoff. Look at the amount of speed Betty Lou has. Where is she going to put it? Tries to get one in quickly in the pocket. Pushing hard off the tail to extend that little wrap back and then into a pin drop. You could just kind of see Betty Lou thinking right there. She's like, okay, I nailed a crazy drop. I don't want this thing to just throw me to the channel without maneuvers. And they weren't obvious sections to work with. She had to really earn it. That whitewater section was kind of clamping and she snuck a snap in. Got in another little fade before stepping off, but that wave had a ton of power on this lower tide.
Yeah, that was cool. I love just seeing the size because that means that we haven't hit the peak yet. It's clearly with every set that we're seeing now, it's just getting that bit more bigger. You can see it really here, beautifully demonstrated. And this moment, just eyes off this section and snaps up under the lip. And she manages to get another big solid turn here too. So probably one of the bigger waves that we've seen caught today. A couple of big turns. But I love the commitment. I love the commitment to the takeoff too. It was a really late drop, and they're not easy to sort of make those drops underneath when you're paddling, and you got foam breaking on your back as well. But one thing to note that you can kind of see, like we've still got pretty nice groomed conditions, but from where she took off on that wave to where she finished, you could visibly see that wave getting more groomed as it goes down the line. Because you know, Joe, you were speaking about this wave being sort of like a point break, which it is, underwater point break. The further you wrap down this reef, the cleaner that inside section goes, and I feel like you could really see it on that wave. So hopefully, potentially, you're going to see some barrels this afternoon, you know, on that inside shish kebab section.
Let's go. That's what we come for. I just love Betty Lou's commitment on that one as well. Sometimes just thinking about the takeoff, how you start an entire wave, just really connects you to the performance right away of her willingness to kind of free fall. She's very comfortable in powerful waves. Loves now that the tour is finishing at home for her with the Pipe Masters this year. 15,000 points on the line for that event. That's never happened before in surfing history, where Pipe will have the most points to hand out for the world title, but also for requalification this year. Numbers in, 4.23 for Betty Lou. And that'll be her low score to back up her 5.5 strider. Not bad.
That was a bomb just flying out of the sky. Bad Betty on it. Just a heater out here right now. And the next wave, Betty thought that, you know, her opponent had priority. So I think she thought that Bella would be on the next wave. And the sheets had gotten pulled tight. And the second and third wave are just incredible right now. The first wave had a lot of chatter on it, a lot of wind because of, you know, the across it. And then that second wave just was absolutely perfect, just grinding out down the unbelievable opportunities.
Thank you very much, Strider, for the update from the channel. Strider Wasilewski spending so much time out here at Cloudbreak. He was getting paid as a boatman. What a job. You're taking guests surfing every day. And then when it would get maybe too big for the guests, Strider would be like, okay, well, you guys could watch.
Yeah.
Not a bad life.
Oh, yeah, one of the best jobs in the world, I reckon. If you love surfing and you love being on islands and you love, you know, providing people with some of the best waves they're ever going to surf in their life, that is the job for you.
So many memorable moments in surfing history when this place gets big. That's what makes this reef so incredible, how much size it can hold. It just doesn't ever seem like it could get overwhelmed. You know, going back to 2012 and that famous thundercloud swell, guys like Reef McIntosh flew over here and got the waves of their life. You know, the one Reef got is still standing as one of the greatest barrels ever ridden in history of surfing, really. When you really stack it up, it's like a clip that gets better the more you watch it.
Yeah, I think some of my most memorable surf imagery that I've seen in my life has come from this wave. Bruce Irons on this like fluorescent pink red sort of board, that has been burned into my brain. Just the contrast with this big crazy ocean monster. It was like 25 foot and he's just sitting in this tube. A really recent one, Solly Bailey a couple of years back, or was it last year, just had this insane wave, just kept on giving, and he just had this incredible long barrel. It would have been about 15, 20 foot. We were talking earlier, that really crazy wave that Makua Rothman towed. He towed one out here that I think that was probably one of the craziest tow waves I've ever seen in my life. If you want to just type that into YouTube right now and just quickly have a look, please go and do that, because I feel like it's one of the biggest waves ever towed. It is insane. Doesn't even look like it exists. It kind of looks like AI.
Oh, it really does. Yeah, big shout out to McCool Rothman. That wave was crazy. Still ripping, incredible shape, inspiring people every day, making music. Great job. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out front, 2:30 on the clock. This is still round one. It's a venue that one wave can define a career or just always stick with you. Tyler Wright has a wave like that, where she was on the foam ball, backside, rode over it, hands free, and got blown out the other end. She believed in herself because her brothers believed in herself first. Mikey, her younger brother, would say, hey, if I can do it, you can. We grew up together. And then Tyler would roll in and do something like that. She is going to be a handful for Kika Veselko coming up next.
Yeah, when I looked at that heat on paper, it's exciting because you've got Kika, who hasn't competed out here in a jersey before, and then you've got obviously the experience of Tyler and, you know, the years she's put out here. I think she's made a couple of semis, a couple of quarters, and all that experience. And you talked about that time in her life when, you know, she really started pushing the boundaries of what's possible in women's surfing, and she was, you know, at the forefront of that. I remember some waves, I'm pretty sure that she got maybe a P pass as well back in those times, that era where she was just standing tall in these cabins. And so Tyler really has been at the forefront of that, and I know that she loves it over here. So I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also really looking forward to seeing Kika first run on the board here out in a jersey, and seeing, you know, what she's learned over the last, you know, week or so, because it really is a wave that demands a lot from you, and you really need to, for the, you know, she probably would have been spending a lot of time out here, considering that, yeah, this is her first time in the jersey.
You can paddle out 3 minutes before your heat start into the contest area. You just got to give the current competitors plenty of room and not interfere. But on a lineup this big, you definitely want to take advantage of that 3-minute jump start just to put yourself where you want to be on the reef. When it's pumping, 35 minutes flies by. A lot of these surfers staying on Tabarua Island, which is about 1.5 miles from Cloudbreak. So a pretty quick boat ride to get out to check the conditions from all the happy Fijians that welcome you and remember your name every single year. 25 seconds as Bella tries to avoid a round one loss. The lower seeds have been kind of on a roll in this round. From Sally over Steph, Vahine over Alyssa, Brisa over Anatle Lior. This might flip things around for the high seeds. With now 10 seconds to go, even though Bella has priority, she's still searching for a wave to ride. 2 seconds on the clock, and we will run out of time for the Californian. And Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is going to move into round two, where she takes on Luana Silva, one of her best friends and childhood rivals from Oahu.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun matchup. I loved already what I saw from Betty Lou just then. We saw shades of the barrel riding, the technique, and then we also saw, you know, she's not afraid. Took off on one of the biggest waves that we've seen so far ridden today. So good preview and exciting matchup coming up.
Coming up next, it's a two-time world champ headlining round one, heat number 6. Australia's Tyler Wright takes on Portugal's rookie Francisca Veselko right after this. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by Fiji Airways, the official airline partner of the Fiji Pro, and by Tavarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Fiji Pro. Round one action continues out here with Tyler Wright taking on Francisca Veselko. Tyler Wright has had her way with the rookie class this year and remains undefeated here into stop number 8, including a previous matchup over Kika earlier this season. Tyler, however, though, did lose to the young wild card at Chopes, Miss Teahupo'o, Kalia Galina, and is looking to bounce back from that. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier here for the call. Kika taking in her rookie year with stride, even though she was hoping for more wins and more celebrations. I ran into her at the opening ceremony, and she looked cool, calm, and collected, and really enjoying her time here in Fiji.
I think when you come to a wave like this, these are the sort of championship tour events that this is why you potentially even wanted to qualify for the championship tour. Fiji is just one of the wonders of the surfing world, and I think as soon as you qualify, everyone can't wait. Everyone hears the stories of what it's like coming to Fiji, how beautiful the place is, the people, the experience of staying on Tavarua or Namotu, and just these beautiful Pacific islands. They're insane. And I think also, probably maybe why you think it's so good is she's also backed herself up really nicely on the Challenger Series already. So maybe a little bit of pressure alleviated, but there you go. You can see that beautiful island there. That is Tavarua. Those experiences that come with staying on there, they're those like sort of, for some people once in a lifetime sort of opportunities, or if you're lucky enough and you stay on the tour for a while, you get to do it potentially every year.
Oh, it's great. And there's great families that are behind that as far as operating it, and local Fijians that have basically been raised on that island, and they're just so great with their hospitality, just their stoke, giving you a big bula when you arrive, playing music, fresh sashimi almost every evening, pool, jacuzzi. Paradise. Watching this here, Francisca Veselko representing Carcavelos will tag that first section. A lot of open wall here. Whips through it nice and clean. And now will she have time for an end section snap? She's got to get there quick. Off the bottom, throws a nice arc. Actually created some space and plenty of time on this wave that gave her some sections down the stretch. So Kika getting the opening ride against Tyler Wright.
It was nice. Really, really beautifully paced wave. It didn't seem rushed. She wasn't like frantic in the approach. There were some really well-timed turns. And, you think about the context of, I know this is a different heat, but, you think back through the round and you think about what's been done and what's possible. And I think that's going to be a pretty healthy score. And nice to get a run on the board. A long, successful wave with a few nice, beautifully timed backhand turns.
Kika Veselko, 3 9th place finishes this season. That's in the second round of competition. Showing that she has had 3 round 1 heats this year. And trying to break that mold into the final series. Let's have another look at her opener.
Yeah, you can just see here, it does not look frantic. It looks really well timed first turn. And even here, okay, just great maneuver selection for what this wave had on offer. Even just this big high line here, when you got these big long stretched out walls, that feels so good. You choose the best line and you just get so much speed and you get projected out in front of it. It really is one of the best feelings in the world, and you really just see her have a great read on that wave. I think she was probably looking for one more turn there on the inside, but it's going to be a great start and put the pressure on the 2-time world champ.
Nice view from the sky. The Red Bull ski and the water patrol. That's a good view of their route that they take. Those buoys are placed purposefully and they wrap around the outer edge. They're always making sure that they're not putting any wake or lump and bump into the lineup. They stay out of the impact zone unless it's a safety reason. And the surfers get dropped off in the same spot and then they work their way to where they want to sit. That's one of those benefits when you make the tour. Water patrol there for you on those Red Bull skis. Right after you scored a 5.67. I think some rookies will tell you when they score somewhere on their their first trip on the Dream Tour is going, wait, I have no time to relax. I just rode a wave and I'm getting dropped off into another one. It's like, you've got to be ready to go again.
Oh, it's one of the best things though, because as a spectator, as a commentator, as a surfer yourself, and you're watching this, all you want to do is see surfing, right? So I think it's just awesome that, you know, you got the invention of the jet ski and may as well put it to use. And it was Bugs, right, that implemented that. So yeah, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew implementing that here. And so it's just awesome to see, because we want to see more surfing, and really cool shots before. You could really just see as well, like how far out to sea we were as well when we were tracking that jet ski. And it really is so different to Tahiti, that obviously Tahiti's got a fringing reef and it breaks out on that fringing reef, but this one just sits so much further out to sea, and you can really see why it is so wind affected too, and also so exposed to so much swell.
It's crazy that Bugs got pushback on that idea when he was trying to present it to everybody on tour and going, I got this great idea, you know, jet ski assist. He said, you'd be surprised how many people actually push the other way, saying we don't need it.
It's so funny, yeah.
Anytime you have change, usually it comes with a little conflict. People like the way things are, and, you know, I don't think anyone would argue differently these days after seeing it in great effect for many years. Francisca Veselko, 5'6", but Tyler Wright's the big name. We got to see the heat earlier this morning with Steph Gilmore and Sally Fitzgibbons. I mean, you look at the region from Australia, historically, it's just been such a dominant force since the beginning of time of the World Tour in all these 50 years that we're celebrating. And you look at our current crop on tour and you look at region with the most wins, it goes to the Aussies. And big reason for that, Steph, Tyler, Sally having so many wins. You know, Sally with 12, Tyler's 17th championship tour win. Wasn't that long ago. It was at the start of last season at Pipeline.
You just think, I just feel like a lot of Surfing Australia is responsible for that, and the High Performance Centre and what they were able to build at Casuarina all those years ago. I mean, and yeah, I know that Tyler, Sally, even Steph obviously has come down and used the centre, but especially for Tyler and Sally, that was so just important in the early stages of their career, to go down there, to utilise all those coaches, to utilise all that information, the knowledge, the experience. The High Performance Centre now has just evolved into this absolute incredible place. You know, there's been renovations done in the last couple of years, and it is really, you know, that's why I feel like Australia is such a strong contingent. When you look at the Challenger Series, you even look down to the Pro Junior Series, it's just really good for fostering that talent. And I don't think, you know, I mean, I do think that is why it's responsible for, especially on the women's side and the men's, but so strong.
The whole story this year was the old school versus the new school coming into 2026. And, you know, for Carissa Moore, she's doing it for all the longtime legends. Waves approaching, solid one here. Could be a wild ride through the whitewater, but controlling it is Tyler Wright, and then the next section explodes on her. And that's going to be her starting wave, with Francisca Veselko with some cleaner water behind her. Kika into her first section, nice and critical. Passes Tyler now. Well-timed backhand snap. Great rails on a two-turn combination for the rookie. Now with 2 scores, with Tyler having to deal with all that water on the head. Tyler punching through the next one. And when you have, you know, one of the biggest names in the draw, this is exactly what Kika would hope for. But now she's dealing with one of the bigger sets, unloading on this entire reef. Water Patrol whipping in to start their communication. Tyler still further out the back, trying to hold her position.
Oh.
And this set is just not stopping anytime soon. Look at this thing opening up.
That is a freight train of a tube right there. It gets you excited watching that kind of thing. Not excited that they're caught inside, but wow, it really gets you fired up watching that. And I think it's just such a good sign that the swell hasn't peaked yet. There still really is a lot of juice in the lineup. And yeah, it's really good to watch. So I also think that last exchange, well, Tyler taking off on the first one, Kika taking off on the second one, perfect demonstration to Strider's point before, is that second and third one of the set. I mean, we even got to see it, great demonstration. Obviously they weren't in position for that because it was breaking so much further out, the second, third, fourth one. But with every wave, each one was just cleaner than the next. You know, as Strider said, the sheets are pulled tight and the wave is so much cleaner. with every wave that goes on in that set. So I feel like that was just the perfect sort of demonstration of that. First one, chunky, bit wobbly. Yeah. Second one, nice and clean.
Love it, Flick. Strider, how would you break down that last set we saw unload?
Woo! I mean, you know, Tyler trying to get involved, but just unfortunately trying to catch the first wave of the set. You know, as you guys talked about, jumbly, windy. You know, Vaselko on the next one looking really sharp, doing beautiful turns. I think she got two really, you know, consequential sections on that wave, and then behind that, the third and fourth wave were just absolute drainers. And as they come in, each set breaks further down the line. So you're underneath that and you're thinking, okay, maybe I'll be okay on the next one. The next one just comes and just rolls you again and just keeps pulling you down in the impact zone. And I watched Tyler really, really deal with it. I mean, she got unloaded on by three waves that were just right on her head. And, you know, for her to get back in the driver's seat right now, I mean, I know she can do it. She's got a huge heart. And she's you know, the spirit of a lion. So let's see what happens when she gets back out there, because that was an incredible feat of just devastating waves on the head.
Thank you, Strider. Strider still losing it out there in the channel as these two dealt with the biggest set of the day here. Round one, heat number 6. Kika's last is 6.5. Tyler is with first priority again after a slow start, but plenty of time for the two-time world champ. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson just got a heat win, and she's right next to Vaughn Blakey.
Betty Lou, a pretty amazing moment in that heat. First of all, congratulations on the win, but yeah, caught one of the biggest waves of the day and a real elevator drop, which thankfully you held on to. How was it out there?
Yeah, you know, it was pretty tricky, but stoked to find a couple of waves, and yeah, that big one was kind of just like, oh, I'm just gonna go and hope that I stay on my feet. But yeah, it was kind of fun, like trying to hunt for a barrel, but mainly just turns, trying to get the job done.
This time last year you were in the WSL finals, you know, surfing for a world title. This year's been a little bit tricky, but this is a perfect event to find some momentum, given that you have been here before and you know the lineup pretty well.
Definitely, yeah, it's been really annoying this year for myself. I feel like I've just been getting, not making heats at all, and it's just been really tricky to find that momentum and that confidence back. But, you know, coming here this year with good memories from last year, you know, being here for Final 5, I'm just really on the hunt. Like, I'm just gonna keep knocking the door down, you know, it's gonna work my way sometime soon. So just, yeah, keep hunting.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're charging that hard into big sets like that, you know, that's going to open doors for sure for really good scores as well. Lulu up next, that's going to be a great heat.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously grew up back on home, but yeah, really just fun. Just two girls from the North Shore of Oahu surfing a heat on the biggest stage in the world.
Love it. Well, congratulations on getting through that one, and yeah, we look forward to that battle.
Thank you, and Dad, I'll get a bigger barrel for you next time. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, guys.
Well done.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Barrels, that's a great gift for your dad. And Betty Lou will be happy to have a childhood rival and friend in Luana Silva in the water. Lulu raised with Betty Lou on the North Shore. As we know, Lulu representing Brazil on the championship tour. That'll be heat number 2 of round 2. Lulu having her best year to date, making a couple of big championship tour finals this year. Betty Lou coached by Tommy Witz. Lulu coached by Leandro Dora this year. That heat will be on another day. Our goal here today is to, one, complete this round. We have Aaron Brooks, Sophie McCulloch coming up next. Isabella Nichols will take on the Fijian wild card, Tea Kurup. And then hopefully the first 4 heats of round 2 for the men. And then we'll be calling it a day. Corona Cero post show. And as Surf Lion and Kevin Wallace told us, a lot to look forward to the next couple of days here.
Thanks, Aaron. Good luck. Have fun. I don't think so. I know, right? I gave him the pretty pink one.
You don't want to send that other 5-6 out with Jay?
No, it's fine.
Yes, thank you.
Have fun, AB.
Thank you. if she breaks forward, I'll come back. They'll whip me over here, I'll get you thrown over.
Sorry.
Aaron Brooks is looking forward to this. We're looking forward to this. A champion to this event is a wild card when she was 17 in 2024 and coming off her breakthrough win, her first being a full-time competitor at Chos at stop 7. So talk about momentum into another pet event for Aaron Brooks as she takes on wild card Sophie McCulloch, who's replacing Katie Simmers in this event.
It's a massive matchup. Erin speaks for herself. You know, the winner chokes. She's won here as a wild card. Her ability on her forehand, the aggression that she attacks this wave with is insane. The free surf, the clips that I've seen coming out of here already, just in the few last days, she's looking on fire. The boards look good as per usual. She is going to be pretty deadly, but she's coming up against Sophie McCulloch, who isn't going to turn down an opportunity like this to really stamp her name out at a wave like Cloudbreak. She's come here with Liam, her boyfriend, and I feel like, you know, Scruff, as she's known as, she really charges too. She's not scared to back down, so I think if the opportunity presents herself, she's going to huck herself over the ledge and have a serious crack.
Exciting times in the day and this afternoon, especially if you're on a boat watching the world's best compete here at Cloudbreak. Kika Veselko at the moment has a 2-time world champ comboed. We'll take a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
You have first priority. It's a great time to sign up for one of these incredible VIP experiences here in Fiji. If you want to be a part of one of these in the future on the championship tour, you can check out thermal.travel. All VIP experience. Scan now to join the 2027 waitlist and experience Cloudbreak like never before. Beyond Cloudbreak, it's the Fijian hospitality. All these beautiful islands in the Mamanuca chain where we're sitting now is absolutely gorgeous. There's even Castaway Island out there. Remember that film with Tom Hanks?
Wilson!
Exactly, his best friend Wilson. That's a classic. And even the stunts were done right off Tavarua here at Cloudbreak and restaurants. It looked like Tom Hanks going over the falls. But John Roseman, big part of Tavarua, was doing a lot of stunts for that movie way back in the day. Tavarua and Namotu, beautiful islands to stay, great food. A lot of cool stories come out of those islands from guys like Dave Clark, who came out of California back in the 80s. Dave Clark, a teacher, was teaching over nearby American Samoa, and he actually went camping with his cousin on Tavarua. They were camping. There's nothing there. And
Wow.
They realized there was this unbelievable wave out there. An American yachtsman named John Ritter was sort of passing the news about this spot of being a world-class wave.
Dave Clark connected with Scott Funk at the time, and they built an early version of Tavrio Island, and that very limited capacity, about 24 surfers. I think it was $100 to stay there at the time. But look where it is today. There's new partners and ownership, and it's still the happiest place on earth. 13:10 on the clock as we've got Tyler Wright grabbing the rail, controlling that takeoff for a moment, and an awkwardly similar ride to her start, having that lip catch up to her on the back, and two wild little wipeouts for a two-time world champion.
It's kind of a funny situation to be in and to find yourself in, I think, and really hard not to get stuck on the fact that it's sort of replicated itself a few times by now, and you're like, God, what's happening? You're kind of stuck in a little bit of a glitch, and really just trying to shake that monkey off your back and trying to get something to stick, because right now, I mean, she's in a soft combination, and with this time ticking down, I mean, she only needs just over a two to break that. But just the less time, and you know, we do know that it's a little bit of a longer period swell, so it takes a little bit more time for these sets to come. So let's have a look here. Just that wave just breaking on her back. Just a little bit too deep, maybe not quite the right line there.
So Tyler looking to regroup, working with Richard Dog Marsh this year on tour, and did peak at a nice runner-up finish at Punta Roca this year as her best result so far of 2026. You can see Dog right there next to Jake the Snake Patterson. They both kind of have the same outfit on today.
The bucket hat for the win.
Yeah.
Keeps the sun off the neck too. It's a good choice.
They got a lot in common, those two. Their nicknames are both animals, the dog and the snake, which fit them very well. Richard Dog Marsh, fierce competitor, was part of one of the youngest finals of all time at Bells Beach with Nikki Wood, had wins like at Reunion Island. And then Snake, man, he's won all over the world, including one of the most dramatic finishes to a Pipe Masters over Bruce Irons, who was the local favorite, was already getting chaired up the beach, but there's time on the clock, and that's why I think he's seen everything. He's done it. He has such a brilliant surf mind, so he could actually predict situations before they happen, including how the first heat of the day would go flat this morning. I don't know how he saw that one coming, but he did.
He's a wizard when it comes to coaching. It's incredible. I was lucky enough to coach with him a bit back when I was doing the qualifying series, and his brain is insane the way it works. Just, it is like a chessboard, the way he really, but he's able to simplify it, and I think that's something that's really important, because competitive surfing, you can make that pretty confusing. If you don't have to try too hard to make it really confusing, but at the end of the day, it is just two ways, and I think that was one of the biggest takeaways from just me working with him and just getting to see how he works, is that he has a really good knack of making it pretty simple.
10:25 to go. We'll see Kika Veselko take a look at this wave. Just a little whip back to the pocket, and not the one she was hoping for, so potentially Tyler kind of forcing it on her to use priority. So Tyler Wright opening the door for herself with 10 minutes on the clock. Coming close to another CT win this year, but she's getting a little dangerous with her seed. Tyler down to 12. Cutoff is the 14 mark for the postseason. And more waves on the way.
Yeah, I think these ones are, I mean, look, we're going to see how they fare, but it kind of looks like these big, long, stretched out walls here. Bigger sets. And I mean, I like Strider's Point. You know, these second, third ones are looking like they are really pulling those sheets tight, and they're providing some nice, cleaner face. Potentially might be someone in the space for this third one here.
You can almost see here, even with a really nice wind direction, it can create a little lump. Wow, clean takeoff this time for Tyler Wright. Nice draw on the open wall with that carve. She's got her tube stamps locked. Can she get deep? Tyler disappearing for a moment there with a strong line. She enjoyed the way that one felt. And she will look to punch out the back. Combo has been broken. And now Tyler Wright's going to have a chance.
It's going to be a good score. And the claim, I mean, you can feel the pure emotion from her. I mean, she's had 3 cracks at it, and she just kept replicating that same mistake. So to really shake the monkey off her back with one of the most sizable waves we've seen ridden today, one big, beautiful hack, and then just a really nice setup into the tube. really trying to manage her speed in there to maximize that time. It was really well done. Third wave of the set, nice and clean. That's my first takeaway. This turn, really meaty, chunky section. Drove through that, through buckets, grabs the rail. A little bit out in front of it here, but you can really see her she really gets cover there, trying to maximize that tube time. Really held on when that wave broke on the back of her head. So you can see here, this is the size that you see from this set wave. This is going to be a great score. And then I wanted to see this channel angle. We can really just see what she's doing inside the tube and really maximizing, using the whole side of her body, her hip, her leg, and her arm, just to like give longevity inside that tube. So really awesome wave from Tyler, and really cool to sort of reframe at that point in the heat, because when you've made a few mistakes like that, it can be really easy to get stuck in that mindset of like, come on, let's fix this, and sometimes you can't. So that was awesome.
Strider Wazalewski, Tyler Wright is back in this heat.
Wow, we talked about it. She was getting flogged by the lip. She was getting pounded. She took the first wave of the set. She got smashed. And then she calculated, she reset. She got the third wave of the set, and the wave was just incredible. You could see it as she took off, and she did that hack and grabbed the rail, leaned her body into it. Everything about it was, beautiful. And she came to the inside. She went by her Kurt with the dog, and she said, I was getting effing flogged, but now it's on! And she just screamed at everybody in the lineup and went by her just with this pure emotion and psych, and it was a beautiful thing. And I was saying that she could get back on that horse, but it's going to be rough, but she did it, and she did it in a beautiful fashion. So hats off to you, Tyler. Let's go.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, that's going to fire up Tyler Wright after 2 tough falls. Having to go back out there, hearing that she's comboed from the tower. That script is going to change, but here comes Kika Visoko throwing some water. Quick whip off the tail there. Francisca misreads the second opportunity, and she goes down. Her numbers will stay the same, and Tyler gets handed priority once again as she uses it quickly for an up and out. But she's in a great position to stay out the back while Kika's further down the reef.
You kind of feel like this might be a stage of momentum change right here. Tyler off the back of a really great wave, and then Kika takes off on one, not bettering her situation. Tyler, she obviously had the little quick in and out. She knew that wave wasn't going to get her the score she needs. So she's remaining at the back with priority, and, 6 minutes on the board.
I see the score update. A nice, clean 7-point ride for Tyler Wright. Best score of the heat so far. Half a point better than Kika's 6.5 that Kika got on her second strike in the matchup. So now Tyler, 5.5. Things are really doable for her. A 5.17 sees her move on to round 2. Winner of this heat will move on to another classic old school matchup. If it's Tyler, it'll be Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright. Kika wants it to be new school versus the old school. Lakey, one of those surfers that had a great start to the season, including a big win at Margaret River this year, which keeps Lakey in the top 10 picture. Now hitting the 5-minute warning. It's interesting how you can break down a heat. I know Dog's ready to already do it with Tyler and how things started, and picking off those lumpy first wave of the sets and kind of falling with the back, or the lip hitting her in the back, and then just staying so glued to her game plan and really adapting to picking a much cleaner open wall. She got in so beautifully on that 7-point ride, and that first aggressive open face hack, and if you just stop that bottom turn, that'd be like a cover shot. How low she was setting up that backside turn before she got drained.
Well, I'm pretty sure she was grabbing the rail too on the bottom turn. It looked like that for a split second. She gave the rail a touch. So you could just really see then how low she gets and how much extension she gets off the bottom of that. But let's have a look from this really epic angle. Just beautiful belt, and then the setup for the tube. I love all the boats in the foreground, the tube in the background. That is just iconic Cloudy right there. All the jet skis. That shot pull back is just so sick. I'm pretty sure that might be from Tavi, right? That one. That looks like it could be from Tavarua. Just so epic to see that. I love it. It's trademark Cloudy, and now the pressure's on for Tyler. I mean, she's got herself into a great position. She's got the highest wave of the heat, but she's going to have to pull the trigger here, 3 minutes 30 on the clock, and nail a 5.17. So start drawing comparisons to what Kika did for her 5.67, you know, a couple of belts. So Tyler has got a little bit of pressure.
Kika Veselko also under pressure of just re-qualifying for the tour, but doing double duty on the Challenger, and she just will enjoy that time in the jersey. The goal is always to get your results on the championship tour if you can, but sometimes there's just a little bit of time of learning how to win heats and going to these new locations for the first time. Kika said she got a lot of practice in over the last few days and weeks here in the lead up to the event, so she was happy to put in some time here at Cloudbreak, and it showed with her quick start, 5.67 into a 6.5. Now Tyler against time here on the clock, winning her world titles back-to-back seasons. Her first title, winning 5 events and winning really early in France that year. Before the season was over, she actually took off switch in the final just as a celebratory moment, wearing her big brother Owen Wright's jersey as he was going through some injuries at the time. But we'll see what she could do now. You can tell her adrenaline's firing with that 7. But now this is where you got to calm down that energy just to make sure you're on the right wave at the right time and to avoid a round 1 loss.
There hasn't really been too much opportunity in between the time of Tyler sort of paddling back out and if there was another wave for her to take off on. So, look, I mean, it really is coming down to the crunch. It kind of looks like we've got a couple of waves rolling through here, so we'll see what happens. Potentially a 2-wave set, maybe if it's on the small side.
Tyler looking to recover from that early loss she had at Chopes to the 14-year-old wild card, Kalia Galina. Last thing she needs is another round 1 knockout here. She had to miss Margaret River this year due to injury, which then dropped her into the first round. Mentioned the final at Punta Roca, but also had a quarterfinal at Raglan this year. 2-time semifinalist for Tyler here at Cloudbreak in the past. And now down to 45 seconds. Aaron Brooks, Sophie McCulloch coming up next. And Kika trying to get her first win over Tyler Wright this season. Rolling into this, Tyler just chasing a 5.17 to turn it. Deep off the bottom, carving that first section. So far, so good. Wright belts it again. Aggressive snap on the open face. Under the lip again, stays on her feet. She likes it, steps off. Chasing a 5.17. Leaving it up to the panel now to make their comparisons. Kika still has some time. This one's got some size on the takeoff. She takes off, controls it. This wave counts. Just kind of flowing through that high line, hitting it harder and having to eject as the bottom drops out. Kika going for broke, but her situation won't change. But she'll have to deal with the next wave on the head as well. She was attacking that wave like she needed a 9 just in case Tyler went crazy on hers, and Tyler put up some fair decisions on her last effort. Doesn't have to be as good as Francisca's 5.67, so judges no doubt would be calling on that wave for a comparison right now.
This is going to be pretty close because I think it was a smaller wave, of course, but she did 2 vertical belts on it and timed really well. So let's have a look. Takes off. I really love how she can see that this one is reeling off down the line. Really nice approach to this one. Forced out a little bit on the face here, but she goes to town on this inside section. Really gets a bit of drift with the fins on the second one. Banks another vert turn. Look, it was a smaller wave, but not necessarily always judging the wave size out here. It's always sometimes just the technical ability of what was done on the wave. This one here, I mean, just the, my goodness, that was late. But that if she had maybe timed those couple of turns a bit better on that wave, I mean, it was a big set wave, nice cleaner face, potentially had the opportunity to put herself really in a bit more of a qualifying, like a comfortable advancing position if she'd stuck that. But it all comes down to this last wave of Tyler Wright.
Tyler already talking things over with Dog Marsh. Was it enough? Judges looking at the 5, 6, 7. There's the 6-5 Kika had. It doesn't need to be that high up since Tyler has the best number of the heat, that 7-point ride. She had to make a move on a wave that didn't have the same wave height as her 7. It was smaller, but she definitely attacked her points really well, including that big blast with the tail slide. Finished. This one will be close.
Oh yeah, anytime that taking this long, you know that they're reviewing a lot of different waves, going back through different waves. They have the ability to do that and making comparisons. They're definitely making comparisons to the 5, 6, 7 and the heat overall. It's just the last couple of turns for me from Tyler were it. I mean, she went vertical a couple of times. The second one, she got the fin drift, so a little bit of progression there.
Remember, Tyler Wright, 12th in the world, getting close to that 14 cutoff. She needs to be inside of that for the postseason and also for requalification this year. And as we've been talking about, round 1 knockouts are just sting. Barely get any points. Put yourself in a tough decision. I think judges should be getting close to a score now up in the tower, making their comparisons to what Francisca did. I see the score update and it's not enough. Comes in at a 5.0. Tyler needing a 5.17. You can see a 5.3 there on paper. That was clearly enough. But ultimately the average goes just below, and Tyler falls to the rookie class for the first time this season. And Francisca Veselko takes a very important heat win. She will move on to take on Lakey Peterson in round 2. Coming up next, Aaron Brooks, the champ from Tahiti, the wild card champ from 2024, headlines the matchup with Sophie McCulloch. We'll bring in Jesse and Kaipo for the call.
Looking back to 2024, where a wild card set Cloudbreak on fire. Aaron Brooks on her way from a wild card to a Fiji champ.
Yeah, this was impressive. I mean, there was so much hype about Aaron Brooks. Is she going to make the tour? What's she going to do when she gets there? Well, she got the call up for this event, and she came and she proved everyone right. She is this phenom, this next generation to come through. First ever CT event, and she won. So Aaron Brooks has very fond memories of here. And yes, I'll put myself on the line. I did pick her as my power surfer.
Well, here is the matchup that we come into, the opening round for the women. Heat 7, Erin Brooks up against Sophie McCulloch, who's got the call-up as an injury replacement wildcard for Katie Simmers. This should be a great matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I am such a fan of both of these women, but I'm really close with Sophie McCulloch. I see her all the time back at home. We both live on the Gold Coast, Northern Rivers region, and she is just one of the most dedicated athletes I have ever seen. She is so committed to her craft. She is always training, and now she's actually started giving back to that next generation. So she's specifically training young girls back at home, trying to help them get better. And like we mentioned earlier, really similar storyline to WSL, and just the threat that she possesses as a wild card. She is so good.
Why Scruff?
So, I don't know. I don't actually know. Everyone just calls her Scruff.
It's a great nickname.
Oh, it is. I'm quite a fan of it.
The Australians as a whole create very good nicknames.
Well, you know what's so interesting is there's a lot of people, there's not many people back home I call by their first name. Like,
right.
Everyone's just nicknames, which I love.
I think that's great. Yeah, it's almost like you can create your own name.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to go with mom and dad's decisions.
No,
You're
no,
making
you
your
can make
own
your
name.
own. Yes, absolutely.
Good one, JJ. Our outer known Tahiti Pro winner, and Erin Brooks just having was having a tough year up until that brilliant victory at the end of the road. Up 7 spots. She's CT number 11 now, coming into stop number 8 here, the 19-year-old. Second year on the championship tour. She was Rookie of the Year in 2025. Just, I'm expecting a lot from Erin Brooks here.
Oh, same. And I'm stoked that she got that win in Tahiti, because like you mentioned, it has been a rough year. She hasn't really had those big standout performances, and of course, she made so much noise with winning here as a wild card in 2024, just like we watched. And I think that really did set the bar high. It set the expectations high, and you always forget that she's still a teenager. You know, she's still so young, but I did some deep diving. I wanted to figure out what other women had won as wildcards before they qualified for the championship tour, and it's the most elite list. It's Carissa Moore, it's Stephanie Gilmore, and it's Tyler Wright. Erin Brooks adds her name to that list, so hopefully she's on that same trajectory as they were to multiple-time world champion.
Yeah, love it. Well, Kiko went out there and kicked it right into round number 2. Let's hear from Francisco Veselko with Von Deadly.
Thanks, Kaipo. Kiko, wow, that was such a great heat, a real battle, probably the best we've seen today. And you got off to a flyer, but Tyler came back with all guns blazing, putting you in a situation where you really had to attack that last wave. You gave it everything. We'll talk about that in a sec, but how good does that feel to be in such a heated battle and to get the bickies?
Yeah, that felt really good, really stressful, you know, like you were saying, Tyler started off slow, and then she got that 7, and then 1 minute to go, she needed like a 5-1-7, and she got that 5. So, you know, that just means you're never secure. Like, everybody's just so good, they can turn it around. Like even Belle in Brazil, like 30 seconds to go, and under my prio, she got a 7, and I lost in the last 30 seconds, which really sucked. But, you know, it just feels good to finally make a heat on the tour. Yeah, just so happy. I don't even know. I was like stressing for a moment, and that last turn, I was underwater for so long, just scratching the rocks, and just gave it all, you know.
You did give it all, and it kind of felt like you might need to, because Tyler did get that score, got that wave, and it looked like she might be heading towards the score. You went on one of the biggest waves we saw in that heat, hit the lip. It looked like you got flung by a catapult just straight into the bottom. So much airtime. What happened underneath that thing? You said you got a really bad hold down.
Yeah, just a huge hold down, and just kind of just touching the rocks. I had to like put my feet and like jump up in the rocks, even if I got cut, because I was under there for so long. I just needed to come up, and you know, with so much adrenaline going on, you go out of breath even like quicker. So, but yeah, you know, it was everything or nothing. So I just went for it. Ended up falling, but whatever. Stoked I made it, and hell yeah, I'm so stoked.
It was the story of your heat. You were going for it right from the word go. And one thing you hear a lot of great surfers out here at Cloudbreak talk about is tempo. And Flick Parmentier mentioned that, you know, your tempo looked right on for this wave. Is it a wave that you're connecting with?
I came here like after Tahiti and surfed like a week before the comp started. and like had a couple good sessions out here and started feeling like more and more connected. But it's an intimidating wave actually, like today with the sun and stuff. Like it's mellow out there, but even the heats before there were some some big barrels too. And yeah, I just felt connected in the heat, started off strong and then went pretty quiet. So maybe next heat, just keep the momentum and don't stop. Just don't sit in the board too long because the heat can change really quick. So I need to be active and just create opportunities. But yeah, feeling connected and just so stoked. It's, for me, nothing to lose right now. I'm like last in the rankings, so I just really want to put my surfing and, do more of what I haven't been doing this whole year so far.
It's great to see your fighting spirit and great to see you really attacking this wave. We can't wait to see you in the next one against Lakey Peterson.
Let's go.
Back to live action here. Erin Brooks winding off the bottom. Nice carve there for Brooks. She's had a tremendous rail game. She's just got a lot more strength in her surfing, actually, since winning here just a couple years ago as a wild card. And you can see that strength on display, just handling that wave, and a great, strong rail surfing by Erin Brooks.
What a wave to kick off this heat. Erin Brooks, I mean, if you haven't heard the whispers or even just seen the footage, she has been one of the standouts in the free surf. Went right up and vertical into a chunky looking section, but unfortunately just sent straight to the bottom, similar to what we just heard Kika Veselko talking about on her last wave. But let's look at this. There's something about Erin's timing on her forehand that it's just so smooth and easy to watch. One thing to note in particular, she always finishes every single turn back in the foam at some point. She's always re-engaging with that power source, and then that is keeping her bottom turn so tightly coiled to stay in the pocket. I dare say she stays tighter in the pocket than anyone else at this wave. She has such a beautiful connection and rhythm with this wave. So Erin, definitely, that was a bit of a flex on that wave, that last one, and I'm super keen to see how she keeps charging for the next 25 minutes.
Yeah. So we're waiting for that score for Erin, and as she does the Red Bull jet ski ride out. And I think a lot of that skill set that she has, a lot of that tempo and strength in the forehand snap she's developed over back on the North Shore, where she surfs rocky lefts a lot, right? And I mean, not to compare rocky lefts to Cloudbreak, but it is a reef break. There's some power behind all those waves. You got to match power with power, and it's a wave that she just absolutely has wired. So I think some of that developmental surfing skills that she's able to perfect there translates really well to Cloudbreak.
And how often do you see a competitor get a win and then start to go on a roll? And I really hope that's what we see from Erin Brooks. This season, like we mentioned at the start, it has been slow for the likes of her standards, but now that she's got a win and a great looking score, you'd have to think that Erin is definitely going to be feeling confident now.
Oh yeah. Talk about it. It's an excellent start for the pride of Bernie, Texas, Erin Brooks. You can see up in the scoreline, excellent score, 8-point ride to start off. That is exactly how you want to kick off a heat, and that continues the momentum that we saw Erin have over at the end of the road in Tahiti.
A little bit more texture on the face too. That wind has puffed up a little bit, but it's playing in Erin's favor because the amount of spray that was coming off the back of her turns, they were fanning out so perfectly. It's making those turns have even more exaggeration than what they already do. So Erin starts off excellent. If you're Sophie McCulloch, you're thinking, all right, game on, no holding back now. And I wonder if this is going to force someone like Sophie McCulloch, who we know will charge, to sit and wait for those bigger ones and then unleash on them.
Yeah, Sophie with priority right now, so and ample time on the clock to respond. And let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, just Erin Brooks coming up excellent on that first wave. She is so well trained. It's unbelievable. Coming off of Tahiti and that win and feeling the flow, you can see that obvious in her warm up sessions. But the reason I feel like that she is so unbelievable with all of her turns and all of her technical surfing is the training that she does on the side. I remember watching a video of her bouncing on a trampoline on a wall that was up at an angle and landing on a half dome workout ball. I mean, you could break your ankle just trying to do that, but she was perfectly bouncing off of a trampoline onto a half ball, and all the supportive muscles in between just creating, you know, that strength. And I think, you know, that she doesn't just surf, you know, she's got so much in between and does so much work physically to get herself to this point. It's really impressive, and I feel like, you know, she should be, you know, praised for the training that she's done like that, and some of that stuff with Kahea Hart over in Hawaii, and she's, you know, got multiple trainers around the world that I know she works with. So definitely an incredible training mind as well. So beautiful work by her.
On trampolines on Oahu.
It's a very unique type of training, I will say, but builds the plyometrics
100%.
very well.
Especially when you do that on a workout ball, you can kind of dial in all those small twitch, you know, quick twitch muscles and stuff, and being able to kind of have that muscle memory that you need and that core stability. So,
isn't it crazy how much surf training has probably changed?
It has.
Over the years?
It has, but you know what's the wild thing though? Like there's all this cross training and you need it, but there's no substitute for just surfing.
No, you're right.
And Erin Brooks is someone who just surfs a ton, you know? But you supplement all that, and it does take it to another level.
Yeah, and Erin is also one of those competitors, you know, Strider touched on it, she does all of these amazing extracurricular training, but she is also one of the surfers who probably clocks up some of the most water time.
For
out
sure.
there.
That's, yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Usually the first person in the water. I mean, you can see it on the WSL socials. She's down there, it's still dark, and she's getting on a boat going out to be one of the first women in the lineup. Someone who is arguably challenging her the most this year on that would be Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, always wants the Dawn Patrol.
Always wants to be the first one out, and will do a cheeky 5K run before it too. I've never met a woman like her, but it really is just pushing the bar even further for women surfing, and I'm here for it. I love it. I love exactly everyone's niche individual training, and Erin's found something that's worked for her, and she's continuing on with a great role, starting this heat with an 8-point ride.
No, I agree. And you know, at 19, she's still growing and she's still gaining muscle, you know, and you said she's noticeably stronger right now in 2026 than she was in 2024 when she took that win here. So it's just enhancing her performance. She's always had that great technique. She was kind of a flyweight back then, and I think now she's just super strong. Okay, let's see if Scruff can come back. Sophie McCulloch with a nice carve off the top, and that wave closes the door, shuts it down on her.
Yeah, that was tricky. That wave did look really stretched out as she was paddling in. I was hoping that maybe there would have been a slight high line to get around to a nice steep bowl on that second section, but unfortunately, Soph just a little caught behind. Now, like we've mentioned, she is a CT surfer, and it's just been a couple of short starts here and there. She hasn't quite found that rhythm and entire consistency on this level, but she's showing up here as a wild card and a late call up too, so she didn't get that same amount of prep time. She's been back at home on the Gold Coast. I've been surfing with her at home. It's been small. It's been about 2 foot, really fun, but nothing like coming to Cloudy. So it definitely speaks volumes to the women who, like Kika, have been here for a week and have spent time getting to know this reef and getting adjusted to this power.
I mean, Sophie McCulloch, I just like her drive, right? She qualifies for in 2022 for the 2023 championship tour, gets injured, is not able to surf her rookie year. Doesn't take no for an answer, you know, and just comes back and is able to once again get on tour in 2024. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut that year, but just never has given up, you know, and got injured again, I believe, in 24 with that back injury, and still fought back and she nearly qualified last year for this year's tour as well.
I know, 1 heat away.
Here we go. Brooks in the barrel, traveling through this section. More room ahead, and this thing is going to keep on going, and Erin Brooks just comes out of maybe the ride of the day.
Oh my goodness, again, all my willpower not to just start screaming at the TV. That was the longest, deepest tube we have seen for this entire day. I'm just thinking the whole time, do it, keep traveling, keep on moving through. And Kaipo, my goodness, it's a good score.
It is what you were waiting for. You can't do any better than a perfect 10 for Erin Brooks. 10s all the way across the board. All 5 judges giving Erin a perfect 10-point ride and a Yeti 110 cooler. Look at that. The boys are excited.
My goodness, a 10-point ride. It had to go there, and how quickly did that score drop in as well? The judges unanimous across the board, 10s from every single one of them. She's 2 waves into this heat. She has an 8-point ride and a 10-point ride. Unfortunately, she's put Sophie McCulloch in an 18-point combination. But Erin Brooks, I mean, how technically good she is at not just rail surfing to drop an 8-point ride, but to then get the biggest, best tube we've seen all day with both men and women in the water is wild to me.
I see a perfect 10 score line right now, all the way across the board. Internationally renowned Erin Brooks does an 18.2 wave total. Yeah, you called it, Jesse. Look at this wave and look how much time she spent in the barrel.
Oh my goodness, this tide's filling in, the ledge is starting to open up. Erin's so deep, driving through this wave. She's completely covered the entire time. Perfect exit, hands go to head. We're just as baffled as she is. I did not see this coming when she was paddling into this wave, but check out how deep she is. She's just driving. She's not just sitting there letting it fold over her. She's working hard. She's hunting through the barrel. I just saw Strider's hands fly up in the air, but Erin Brooks, the most deserving 10-point ride I have seen, and this is such an incredibly deep barrel, but it wasn't easy. She was working that whole time, so wow, 10 points for Erin Brooks.
The restaurant at Tabarua, absolutely going crazy. Applause throughout the room. Slow motion, we can really appreciate how hard this was and how long Erin Brooks was in the barrel.
Are you kidding me as well? Just the setup. She was so perfectly placed. And I could imagine if you're Strider sitting and looking at this, that she probably could have spread her wings and completely not have touched either side of that barrel. It was big, it was hollow. She was as deep as she could be. And I would have my hands on my head too. That could arguably be one of the best waves she's had in her life.
Absolute time travel through the tunnel for Erin Brooks. Here's a reaction from the Red Bull boat. There's Dad Jeff. And the boys, yeah, they called it 10. And the judges were really quick to put in the score line. And you know what you get for a 10 on the tour? You get a Yeti 110. So you will never, ever not have cold drinks, refreshments, ample room in that Yeti 110. Take it away, Erin Brooks. You deserve it. And she keeps that ball rolling from all the momentum she had off of the Tahiti win straight into Cloudbreak.
My heart feels so good. I just am so stoked. That was incredible. This is why we come back to Cloudbreak. It is one of the best waves in the world. There's still 14 minutes to go, Kaipo, so we have a chance for her to do that again. We were talking about how we haven't seen a perfect heat total in almost 10 years on the championship tour, and I believe we've never seen one on the women's side. So Erin, with the potential to still do it again, but my goodness, that was the best wave we have seen all day, and I cannot wait to replay that time and time again throughout this competition.
Let's set up the story. We still got just under 14 minutes, so this is enough time for Erin to go ahead. She's got in her to do that again. Then you get your perfect heat, Jess.
My goodness, please. Please, I'll do anything for it. It would be so cool to see a woman for the first time ever get a perfect heat total. Sophie McCulloch, on the other hand, this is heartbreak for Soph. She's looking for an 18-point heat total, but just look at this barrel. She is so perfect, so deep. She is hunting and chasing that exit, gets out when it's still big and hollow and open. No wonder the boat was elated afterwards, and immediately Cole, Al, Marco, Seth were all putting 2 hands up going 10-point ride, and it has to be. The judges, they want to see big, long, deep barrels with a clean entry and a clean exit, and she ticked every single one of those boxes there.
Yeah, CT by the numbers, 10-point ride in Fiji. Well, she's on a very elite list right here. Laura Enever, Carissa Moore, add Erin Brooks.
My goodness, that was wild. And Laura's 10, it was so different to what we saw from Erin. Laura had 3 or 4 really big backside hooks, and Carissa, she just does what Carissa does. She could honestly drop 10s all the time in my eyes. I just love the way she surfs. But for Erin to be so deep and so technical in that barrel, to add her name to that really short list of women is incredible. And again, adding yet another accolade to her name so quickly between winning Tahiti, but at such a young age too. Her career, I cannot wait to see what the stats are going to be in 10 years time.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild.
Well, she's building them up, and not all 10s are created equally too. That was a perfect 10. We're going to enjoy this perfect 10 once more. We're going to calm down, take a Bonzoy brew break, but the action is just heating up at Cloudbreak. Back with more after this. Look at that. Welcome back to the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. And if you missed this, we're going to show it to you one more time. A perfect 10 for Erin Brooks over multiple foam balls. Disappearing act.
Oh my goodness, show it to me multiple more times. That was the most unbelievable 10-point ride. She got it right at the halfway mark in the heat too. And let's not forget, she has an 8-point ride in her lineup as well. And guess what, Kaipo? She's paddling again.
Here she goes, Erin Brooks, feeling the energy of Cloudbreak right now, just on an absolute heater. Can just kind of cruise through this one. Why not? Find another little funnel right there. She's just having a good time at this point. Big slash, so quick on that mayhem, kicking out. Probably not going to change the scoreline, but wow, I love what Erin Brooks is bringing to the table. And I love that she's continuing on with that momentum from her win over in Tahiti.
Can we think about this? And let's put it all on the table. Have we seen anyone read the lineup better than Erin Brooks today?
Not today, yeah. No, she's to your point, JJ, she's done the best read, and we're going to look at her scoreline. That's her third wave ridden, and all of these, obviously the 10, but I bet you even the third wave that she had, which is a throwaway, would have been a keeper for most surfers in their heat.
Definitely. I'm just so impressed. And Hannah, who is the head of Surfing Fiji, she even spoke about this wave. It doesn't matter how many titles you've won or how many times you've won here. It's got to be a personal connection with this wave, and Erin has that. Sophie
McCulloch now has to surf her way out of a two-wave combination, and it is a severe combination of 18.01 for Sophie. So 8 minutes on the clock, and Sophie's just going to have to surf through this one, but it looks like it's all Erin Brooks Strider.
100%. You know, there was to set that wave up, there was multiple sets, and she paddled. It was like she was reading through a book, and she just turned the page on each wave that she let go by, and then she just stopped on that one that just looked perfect, and she put herself, and she so perfectly read the ocean to find that wave and put herself in the most perfect position. I mean, we saw the barrel, we saw the replays, we saw, you know, her driving through multiple sections. I mean, everything was executed perfectly, obviously for the 10-point ride. We knew it was a 10 when she came out. She came to the inside. I want to say I saw Snake drop a tear. He was definitely emotional. And it was my first time I think I've seen it. And he was like sitting there, and then she goes, hey, give me the board. I want the board. And she changed boards. She says, the Biola's crew and Mayhem Surfboards and Lost Surfboards asked me to bring a bunch of boards over here, and a couple of them were for Erin, and so she just wanted to get on a different board so she could go out and practice on it, because she figures she needs to, be ready for, having multiple board changes throughout this event. So that last wave you saw was her just warming up on a brand new board that she's never ridden before. So just calculating and getting better, and just even proving that she's just working to get better as it happens in a heat that she's already slammed the door shut, thrown it in the cooler, she closed the refrigerator, and this thing's already over, but she's still working on getting better in this heat for the rest of the event, which is wild.
That is wild, Strider.
Back to you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, the presence of mind, actually, Jesse, to be like, okay, I got this heat wrapped up, but now I'm going to do a little bit more homework on some new equipment.
Yeah, what?
That's hero status stuff right there. From a 19-year-old, by the way,
yes,
right?
oh
Only
my
second year on the
gosh.
championship tour, right?
Oh my gosh, that is the exact word to describe that. It is hero status. For her to get an 8 and then drop a 10, and then, by the way, look exceptional on that board too. It looks so fast and whippy under her feet that she thought about that her brain went there mid-heat after dropping a 10-point ride is wild. That is definitely hero status. Let's take a look. So this wave actually dropped in as a 633. So you're right, Kaipo. This would have been a keeper for Soph McCulloch. Slightly smaller inside one. She's looking so loose, so free. She's in full attack mode. Another fun deep tube here for Erin Brooks. And then this end turn, this is the turn that made me go, oh wow, that board looks amazing. So fast, so zippy. She's just so connected with this wave. I love it.
So that wave we just watched on the replay, a 6.33, to put in context, would be a keeper in every other heat today.
Oh my gosh, it would be.
So that's just to like frame everything up on what's going on right now with the mana of Erin Brooks and the mana of Fiji too, flying high in the lineup. You know why?
Why?
Because we got the first native female wild card coming up with Tea Kurup in the next heat up against Isabella Nichols. So there's going to be a lot of mana. There's going to be a lot of force from the crew over here in Fiji for Tea coming up next.
Wow, look at these waves rolling through as well. Like we mentioned, this tide is still filling in. It's starting to pulse so beautifully. We saw that 10-point ride for Erin, and there has to be a certain element of the ocean going to connect with Taya in that next heat. So yeah, Isabella's definitely got her hands full with the local wildcard.
Yeah. I hope I say this right. Uluki Lupetea, her full name. But we're going to have Hannah Bennett joining us for the next heat, and we can get all of our correct Fijian pronunciations. I'm pretty good with Maori. I'm pretty good with Tahitian, just because it's kind of close to Hawaiian, but the Fijian language is just something is different.
Well, you're doing better than me,
yeah.
Kaipo. I'm just a young Aussie girl. That's about it.
Wow. Well, it has been, shocking. And you know what? Honestly, as we planned out this heat and the coverage of this heat, we were going to have some of the highlights from Tahiti, from Erin Brooks in this heat, just to highlight what she did in Tahiti. But guess what? We haven't had time for that because she's creating her own another highlight reel in real time.
We don't need it.
We don't need it. Here we go, Sophie McCulloch. Let's see what she can do here. Nice slash off the top for Scruffin. Oh my goodness, gets caught up over there. That's a tough one.
It's heartbreaking because Soph McCulloch is so good. The world has seen her talent and her potential, but you would be hurting, and it would be so easy to get into your head and maybe mentally check out of this heat when your competitors put you on an 18-point combo with 15 minutes to go. That means you need at least 2 9s or a 10 and an 8-0-1. But Soph, even just where she's placing that turn, how hard she's charging on that wave, unfortunately that back foot coming completely disconnected with the back of the board as she was airdropping out of that turn. But it does really hurt my soul because you know how good she is. She just hasn't been able to A, put it together, and B, had nearly the read on the lineup that Erin Brooks has.
But that was a gnarly turn, by the way. That was placed in a really gnarly section. So Sophie, I mean, not holding back at all. I love the spirit of this Aussie right here. Unfortunately, like this, Erin just took all the air out of the room, you know, with her first 2 waves, an 8 and then a 10.
And this would hurt too, because Sophie turned down going over to Spain and Portugal to go and compete in the International QS 6000s to get some points towards the Challenger Series, because of course you're going to take the championship to a wild card. You're absolutely going to show up here and put your best foot forward, but knowing that she's left points on the line potentially to be here full time next year might be stinging a little bit for Scruff.
Yeah, I think so. And of course, when we look at the Challenger Series, you take your best 4 results, but you're able to replace one of those 4 results with a single international QS 6000 result. So that's the math there. We're going to get into that math a little bit later in the season as we get closer to qualification. But right now, what we're doing in this heat is we're celebrating the brilliant surfing of Erin Brooks. Sophie's just going to take this wave, and actually nothing there, just a leash test for Sophie McCulloch. But Erin, thank you for the show. We're down to 90 seconds, and this has it's a foregone conclusion with the results of this heat.
And to think, we're not even finished day 1 of the competition. We're not even there yet, and we already have a 10-point ride. This is going to be an exciting week of surfing. I think Erin has really set a new bar for what the women are going to bring to the table, whether it's for the rest of this round, we still have 1 more to go, or for that round 2. This is the new standard.
Speaking of this, for the women, this is the 2nd highest heat total of the season that we just saw here. Carissa had a 19 over in New Zealand, 18 for Erin Brooks, and so she's going to be on that list right there with a season high heat total.
Yeah.
Setting the bar here at Cloudbreak, and honestly, setting the bar here at Cloudbreak, Erin Brooks, for both the men and the women today.
How exciting. Erin Brooks could have a full movie piece here by the end of the week from being in the jersey. She's already got 2 waves. That 10, even the 8, like we can't take away from that. That had some of the most powerful, exceptional on-rail carves that we've seen today. And as this swell builds and this ocean starts to change, I really do believe Erin's going to be able to adapt and stay present and stay consistent with the lineup.
Big set rolling through here, nearly toppling the buoys. Right, well, there you go. I hope you're entertained. If you're not, I don't know what's wrong with you. 18-point total for Erin Brooks, a perfect 10 on the way. She's easily into the 2nd round. We're going to take a break. We're going to try to calm down, but we got more entertainment on your way. We're coming back with a special guest and more action from Cloudbreak. This is a 10-point ride right here.
Already know what our first-time visitors are about to discover. Fiji has a way of staying with you long after you leave.
A wonderful opening ceremony at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, as we are zooming down on paradise on earth. Everything that you would want here, amazing location, beautiful scenics, great hospitality, and you're just a boat ride away from many breaks. And speaking of many breaks, someone who knows a lot about all of the breaks here, Hannah Bennett joining us, president of Fiji Surfing Association. Thank you for joining us again, Hannah.
It's awesome to be here every time.
What did you think about what we saw in the last heat, that 10-point ride?
My goodness, it's pumping. It's pumping. And of course, Erin just posted a 10-point ride. I mean, gosh, she's just taking it to a whole nother level. It's amazing.
You know, everywhere we go, we have opening ceremonies, and opening ceremonies are generally done by natives or indigenous cultures. I really enjoyed the opening ceremony here. Can you tell us a little bit about what went on to officially open this Fiji Pro?
Yeah, so in Fijian custom and traditions, you know, we have a lot of protocols, and that was just one example of one of our protocols, right? The kava ceremony, it's emblematic of our culture and just of our traditions. So to open an event of this magnitude, it really required that specific type of ceremony where we have the elders in the village, the men, you know, the chiefs and the ratus that are there presenting the kava. They're doing it in a certain way. They're doing it in a certain kava bowl, right? So every little piece has holds a lot of significance, and yeah, that's what we saw.
Yeah, I felt the mana, I felt the spirit in that. Well, speaking of that, in this heat that we have coming up here, we're making history because we have the first Fijian female surfer to be as a wild card featured here in competition.
It's amazing. It's a dream become a reality. I think I've been waiting for this day for over a decade.
Ulu ki lupitea. Did I say that right?
I think it's Ulu Kepetea.
Ulu Kepetea.
Call her Tea.
Corrupt. And we call her Tea, second generation surfer, proud representative of Fiji. And she's the wild card winning the trials, and she's up against Isabella Nichols here.
Yeah, this is a great heat. I mean, Isabella, similar to what we saw with Erin in that last heat, she's carrying on a lot of momentum from Tahiti. But Taya, this is so exciting. She's still young, 17, I believe, and to have a first Fijian woman representing in the highest stage of our sport is beyond incredible. And it was really interesting. I saw her Instagram post, and she actually spent most of it paying tribute to the women that came before her and inspired her and paved the way for Fijian women, and how proud she was to now fly the flag and represent that on the highest stage.
We're so proud too. I mean, it's a long time coming, and there have been, you know, like she's mentioned, I think before that in Fiji surfing history, we've had a set of sisters kind of, you know, pave the way, and now it's her and her sister Havana, and how incredible. They're at the level now.
There's a replay here, JJ, of a 4.83 opener for Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, so smooth for Isabella. She's just, again, one of those really smooth operators. You know she's going to go out and connect at least 2, 3, 4 times in a heat and execute too. And so I know it's still a small score, but that board looking extremely flattering under her feet. She looked like she had a really nice connection with it. But of course, Taya, she's going to charge in this heat, so maybe want to be on some of those bigger waves.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, 6 years on Championship Tour, 2 CT wins coming into this event, number 10. And speaking of 10, a woman who went out there and scored a perfect 10, Erin Brooks, is on the boat with Vaughn Blakey.
Oh, Kaipo, magic moments down here, big feelings. Before that heat, no one had been able to unlock excellence. Erin, you paddled out. You did that on your first wave, 8-point ride. But more importantly, you backed it up with one of the greatest 10s we've ever seen out here at Cloudbreak, an 18-point heat total. Absolutely on fire, one of the best heats of your life.
Yeah, that was definitely the best heat of my life. I mean, all week I've been saying how much I love it here. I feel so connected to the wave and the place, and that I'm just honestly speechless and so amazed, and I'm so thankful to the Lord for letting me make that, because literally, like, through the whole whirl, I was like, when is it gonna, like, get me? I thought I was gonna get hit by the foam ball, and then it just let me through, so I was just so happy. It was so fun.
Mate, the second 10 of your career, an unbelievable one behind the rocket snapper, but this thing is on another level. A huge set wave. It just chambered off so many times, had more chandeliers than Buckingham Palace. You were just riding over shockwaves. I was going, what is going on? The whole boat was in a state of disbelief. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, taking off on that wave, it was like such a nice little roll-in, and I pulled in, and like you said, so many chandeliers. I was just like praying as I was like going through it. I was like, please just let me through. I want to make this one. And then when I came out, I like went straight into the channel, gave Snake a high five right away, and just felt the energy from everyone in the channel. So it was one of the best moments of my life by far.
Snake is not very good at hiding his emotions. Tell us what he was doing when you got to him and gave him the high five.
He was like screaming, giving me the 10s. It was like a 20. He was hyping me up. And then we switched boards to keep the magic one on ice. But I've never seen him that excited.
Always the tactician. Mate, you've obviously won here as a wild card. The performances that you've put in your free surfs are on another planet. There's like a John at Margaret River kind of gap between you and the rest of the field at this stage, you know, just from all observations. What is it about this wave that just connects with your surfing so well?
I wouldn't say John, because in my opinion, he's like the GOAT. But thank you for saying that. I've just been coming here a lot recently. Like the last 2 years, I've probably been here like 5 times. So I feel like super connected to the wave, and I've just been having like a really fun time. I came here right after Tahiti and stayed. There was like a nice Canadian lady who let us go in her house, and I was there with Lakey and Caroline. And we were just getting pumping waves, and I feel like Tavarua, it's like not even a contest. I feel like it's a summer camp. Just getting to play games with everyone, eating meals with them. I feel like it just makes me super stoked, and it shows through my surfing.
It's so true, yeah, that like the island vibe there, everyone's together, everyone's sharing space, you billet it out with the competitors. There's no other sport in the world I can think of that does that, and it really brings a sort of family element to this whole experience that you clearly love.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait to get back to Tavarua and like see everyone in the restaurant. It's always good vibes when you come in, and hopefully they'll be stoked from what I did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mentioned John just simply because you have set a new benchmark out here. Your surfing is absolutely on another level. That heat was so special. A great way to start your campaign. Congratulations on one of the best 10-point rides we've ever seen out here. It's just amazing.
Thank you so much. Let's do more.
Love that.
After you get a 10, you have a lot of media to do, and Aaron Brooks continuing on that. That was incredible. We saw Isabel Nichols ride a wave come through, and she's on the Red Bull jet ski on the way back out after completing her second ride for 4.5. More chandeliers than Buckingham Palace.
Oh my goodness.
You think that man writes music?
He does. Honestly, I've never met anyone with quite the vocabulary of Vaughn. He is just so creative and exceptional, and I love watching his brain think, and that was such a cool interview. But what a two-turn combo. That second one had a lot of drama, free falls out of the lip there for Isabella Nichols, and just starting to build, starting to get a bit of rhythm. But you can see on that jet ski ride, although they're going quite fast, that wind is starting to pick up a little bit, Kaipo.
Yeah, true. And so now it's setting up for Tea Karup to really answer back. But Hannah, can you tell us a little bit more about young Tea, just a 17-year-old making a splash here?
You know what? She's put in so much time out here. Her and her sister Havana have been pushing each other a lot over the years, and I just love to see that bond that they have where they're pushing the boundaries and they just continue to like take it to a new level. But at the same time, you know, we have a really big local male crew here that also push the girls, and that's awesome because they get amongst it, they rub elbows with the boys out there. So you see Tea on a bigger board, and she's ready to go big.
Yeah, I love that.
Get her first wave.
I love that. And Tea actually, second generation surfer, and Tea's dad Yuri. I mean, a lot of this event I don't think could happen without Yuri.
They're amazing. Like, their family has just put in so much to this event and to the surfing community. You know, it's been a long time coming, and they've been grooming the girls for a long time. And they're not just surfers. You know, the girls, they're good water women. They can foil, they can do rescue.
Like a chip off the old block, because I would have to, if I had to describe Yuri Karup, I would describe him as a waterman, like versed in everything, right?
yeah, and now his daughters are, you know, carrying on that whole legacy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story, really, and it's just the beginning, I think, of a story for Thea right now.
Yeah.
Exposed to the world, the international surfing world right now. All the eyes are on her priority with Thea, and plenty of time to answer back with 22 minutes on the clock there, Jessie.
Yeah, I've got to know as well, Hannah, for someone like Thea to be in this position and to have this honour of being the first Fijian female to compete on this stage, what does this do for that next generation? I assume Havana is the younger or older sister, like for even her sister to now have something to dream towards next year, it would change everything for the women here.
It's absolutely going to change everything. I think I mentioned in my speech in the opening ceremony, what we're seeing is like a pathway become visible, right? We're seeing it in a jersey on the waves in the actual main event, and that just opens up a whole new perspective to what's possible. Havana's right there on her sister's heels. You know, they compete on with each other on a regular basis. So yeah, you're going to see the female side of local surfing just completely take off.
Yeah, I believe that's true, and if we've ever seen kind of a pathway, I think this is something that happened maybe 5-6 years ago over in Tahiti with that movement of the great women surfers in Tahiti, and actually then making a mark, you know. So we got Kelia Galina, who came in, you know, as a 14-year-old wild card who went absolutely crazy. But then we can talk about, you know, Tia Zabrowski and Vahini Farrow. I feel like that same kind of vibe is happening now for Fijian surfing women.
Yep, and we're just getting started.
Just getting started is what I'm saying. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's so cool to see just different regions of the world start to move and also push women surfing. My sister actually has a hand in organising the QSs throughout Asia and Australia, and she just helped to put on an event in India. And Indian women surfing is growing at a rapid pace, and to come here to Fiji and to witness this, it's something that even myself as a little girl would be dreaming of, you know. And it's so cool to see that Fijian women are so active at pushing the level too, and as a collective I think women across the world are going to keep rising the sport, even with what Carissa's doing this year. I'm a broken record on it, but I'll keep talking about it. I love her, I love what she's doing, and it really does translate down to someone like Thea who's here for her first time.
Yeah, Carissa's amazing, and I love it because there's so many different generations involved in the mix right now. Like, I'm the same generation as Carissa. I also have a couple kids, so she's inspiring me to get back into it as well, and give the youngins a hard time. But yeah, there's so many generations that are just taking it to the next level. And like you said, grassroots surfing in Fiji, especially for the girls, is starting to pick up. So we can start filling that gap, which is nice. We had a bunch of gaps in our development, and I think we're going to start closing those gaps in the years to come.
And I also love the conversation of a surfing mom like Carissa Moore, and then now with the maternity wild card, we're going to have a couple more moms on tour. Yay! Tatiana and Joanne DeFay also, and Hannah, yourself, you are a surfing mom on your own.
Yeah, give me a couple years.
Yeah.
Yes. A couple years, I think I can do it.
I love this.
So it has been real, and I feel that that's kind of the maturing as we look at the field as a whole, JJ, in that now we're celebrating mothers surfing, and we're allowing maternity wild cards on tour. I mean, we're breaking new ground as we expand in our world of professional surfing right now.
Honestly, I think we're breaking new territory as we expand in the world of sport. This is so cool to see what surfing is doing and how active and quickly they're wanting to keep progressing the women's side of the sport. Of course, if we're talking about surfing mums, we have to give Lisa Anderson a nod. She was
the OG.
The first to do it, and she was such a light for the generation like Carissa Moore to do what they want to do. And it was really interesting. I was chatting with my sister before Tahiti, and it was crazy to think the last time that we saw Carissa compete there, none of us knew she was even pregnant for the Olympics. Right. So to go back and compete there and take her daughter, it's so incredible. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how Fijian women surfing progresses, because like I mentioned, Thea, she just seems so cool, calm and collected as well, which of course, would come from being a part of this incredible culture and connecting with Mother Nature before anything. And I love how that's going to filter through as well of staying humble and appreciating the opportunities that come towards you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their whole family, like I said, they give back so much to the community and a lot of our local board riding events. So the girls are continuously engaged with that younger generation, and that's really positive.
Checking out the Fiji flight cam here, and your home, Hannah, is absolutely beautiful from above.
It never gets old. It never gets old.
It was really interesting. I was telling Kaipo earlier, I was doing a deep dive. I'm a bit of a bathymetry nerd, and I came across a video of this Mega Lab team coming in and analysing the reef over here, and it was so beautiful to see how well kept your reef was. And now that they have this 3D map of your reef, it also can help you guys preserve it for longer, which is so amazing that you guys are consistently wanting to improve your beautiful environment too.
Oh my goodness, Fijian culture and customs is deeply rooted in the reef ecosystem in particular. I just want to add that, like, we don't have boundaries when it comes, you know, from land to sea. We see it as one entity. From, you know, ridge to reef, it's one custodianship, and it's like something we take a lot of pride in. It's not just where the foreshore begins and that's kind of where your custodianship ends. We take pride in our stewardship over the reef as well, and I think you see that demonstrated here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Even in the ads, they have an underwater shot of the coral reef, and it's like a rainbow. It's so beautiful just to see everything. And I know even some of the coaches for some of the athletes are actually making the athletes dive down and get used to the reef and look at what they're surfing over, just with an extra way to connect here, which I think is pretty cool from a coach's perspective.
You know what? The reef is kind of like our guideline on where to sit. Yeah, here we have Tia up and riding.
Yeah, riding over the reef right now, looking to come back, streaking down the line, setting up a nice top turn there. Great wave selection here. A little snap on the inside. Speaking of reef, she's just going to skitter off right before that dry reef right there. So we'll wait for the score for Tea Kurup and see how that sets up this heat. We're nearly halfway through at 15:40.
Yeah, and I like that wave from Teo. She got multiple turns done. Obviously, the requirement is big at the moment, a 7.33, but she's only chasing 2.4s when you look at it as a bigger picture. So 9 points is the target at this point for Taya, and such smooth, stylish surfing on that last one. And to keep so composed, it is so easy to get nervous and caught up because there is a lot of eyes on someone like Taya, but she just looks so graceful on that wave. I loved it.
Time to froth it up, you guys. We're going to take a Bronzoi brew break, and coming up, Marco Mignot. He's getting ready for his matchup against Seth Moniz. More on the way from Cloudbreak after this.
I'm so stoked to be back in Fiji. The Fiji Pro's back on and we're ready for Rising Tide. Everyone's frothing and we're going to Cloudbreak.
Today we're surfing with all the girls and all the local girls, and I'm super excited. It's so sick, so happy to have the opportunity to do it. Living the dream.
We're here at the 8th stop of the championship tour here in the middle of the ocean in Cloudbreak. Pulling kids from Tavarua, from the Marriott. It's so cool to get them out here. What a special experience. The lineup is closed off for them. Water safety's here. Our pros are in the water. They're getting to see what this feels like on a CT format.
It is very special for the kids because it's very hard for them to catch a boat to come over to Cloudbreak. To see all the surfers around, it is a big chance for the kids. Colleen.
Colleen won a custom lost surfboard because she was the best student in her class, and I'm so excited to see her go Cloudbreak on it.
Rising Tides is so cool because year after year when we come back, we have girls winning trials events. So we have Taya on the water right now. Our trials winner for this year was in Rising Tides 2 years ago. She's now in the event draw with girls she was surfing with.
2024 was my first Rising Tides. Definitely cool to be doing that, and then now back here is like being part of the event as well. It's really special.
This is the pathway. This is the first step. You meet your heroes, you see it, you can be it, and this is living proof that she's in the draw and we can't wait to root for it.
Isn't that a great story with Rising Tides? We've seen it over and over again. Participants, young girls who participate in Rising Tides move on to professional surf careers like Erin Brooks and like Taya Karup, who's the wild card in this heat against Isabel Nichols. Thank you, by the way, to IC. I always thank Joey at IC. I actually want to thank Allison at IC for the support of our Rising Tides. Kaipo Girl, along with Jesse Starling and Hannah Bennett on the call here. Speaking of Erin Brooks, she's celebrating a 10-point ride with our crew from Yeti. That's who's going to give her the Yeti 110 right there. Greg and the crew over there at Yeti.
You know what? If I had a wave like that, I'd be celebrating for the rest of my life.
And a quick one for Taya. Her last wave was a 1.8. She got a 2-point ride, so she's looking for a 7.33 up against Isabella Nichols, who started off strong with a couple of 4+ rides for Isabella Nichols. And important for Isabella to make it through this heat, by the way. Number 10 on the championship tour rankings coming into the stop, number 8. She wants to maintain that place. Remember, 14 at the end of the year make the cut, so Isabella looking to avoid and keep her dream alive on the 2027 championship tour.
Definitely, and having a great result over in Tahiti definitely helped, because I know that she was doing the Challenger Series as well prior to Tahiti, but to have had that and get to the semi-finals, it definitely is going to take a lot of pressure off her coming into this event. But yeah, Bella's going to want to maybe make at least another quarterfinals to start to feel a little bit more confident, because just with how close it is between all the women, you do really never know, and the men, to be fair, you do never know what's around the corner, and just how much those rankings can shake up.
And it's just a tiered system. You go through pro juniors to the qualifying series, to the Challenger Series, and ultimately to this championship tour. But a lot of the surfing starts with regional support. And Hannah Bennett, the president of Fiji Surfing Association, let's talk about the Surfing Association, because I feel everything starts with your regional amateur association in every region.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We talk about grassroots, but in Fiji, it's a tougher dynamic because of the access to waves, right? You need boats, you need resources to even get kids out surfing. So we're kind of like on the back foot when we get started, and that's where the association really tries to partner with, you know, organizations and like Tavarua or Kaiwai Water Sports, or, you know, just the regional resorts that can provide that access for the kids. We really lean into that, and then, you know, from there, they got it. You know, these kids grow up around the ocean anyways. You just need to put them on a surfboard and put them on a boat. And
they just need the opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
It's just giving them the opportunity. Swell's coming through here. Seth's coming through here. Priority with Isabella Nichols, who does have heat control. We'll see if Bella takes any waves in this set. We got eyes in the channel also with Strider Wazalewski. Strider, what you seeing?
I'm just seeing funnels coming through the inside, just vibe checks, just amazing. I mean, we got barrels barreling down the reef right now outside. Looks like Bella's gonna pull the trigger, and she's on. She's like, the thing's gonna line up on the inside. Looks like it could be a long stretched out wall though, maybe just a jump and prayer on that one, because that thing was just radical. But vibe check in the channel right now. Here we have last event's winner, Seth Moniz. Divine timing, went home, had a baby, now he's here in Fiji. He's here with Doug. Doug's got his vibe alive, as you can see. Coral's been out here getting quotes on Aaron's 10-point ride. I mean, the vibe is elevated at the moment, and the waves are still pumping. And, well, these guys have just been identifying how many barrels are coming through on the inside as well right now. So the outside working, the inside working, we're working in the channel. Back out to you guys.
Yeah, well, I hope everything's okay with Doug Silva. He's hiding out his identity right now, so hopefully Doug, you're on camera and we're identifying you, so can't hide. That's the coach for Seth Moniz. They had a great celebration over there in Tahiti with Seth's first CT win. Here we go. Tea, good looking wave here, streaking down the line, looking for that barrel section, has to get clipped right at the end, so still seeking a completion out there at the 7-minute mark.
Gosh, she did so well. She started to line up that barrel through that steeper part of the wave there, but you could tell she identified that it did start to run off, and she wanted to use that speed to get round the corner. Unfortunately, she is stuck in the impact zone here. She's still got time, but it's getting towards that phase of the heat where it might not be doable to still break it down in 2.
Yeah.
It could potentially be 1, just with how big the period we have is for the swell today and how consistent the sets have been so far in this heat.
Yeah, washing machine right there. And the Red Bull jet ski, though, should be coming in and giving the grab. So that's the assistance that we've had all day long. And it's just been a great tool. And this is something new, I feel, for Tea to learn, is just the whole jet ski protocol right here.
You know what?
She's
No.
good. Oh, my dad's really good on a jet ski, actually.
Yeah, this is how they started. You know? I think Yuri had the girls out here around like 10 years old doing step-offs already.
Yeah.
That was their introduction to the place. So the jet ski situation, on and off safety, they've got that down pat.
Yeah, Dad's a master in ocean safety, actually, Yuri Kurup. Yeah, you're right. So this is nothing new to her. She's right in the saddle, and she will be deposited out at the lineup near the takeoff zone with ample time on the clock to seek out a 7.33. Looks like she's riding a Glen Pang surfboard from Town and Country.
Yeah, I was just talking to her about that. So the first time she ever rode one of those was Brissa Hennessy's.
Oh.
Brissa donated her boards to the sisters, the Kurup sisters, and they loved it. So they got their own custom.
Nice. And Glen Pang, just a master. He's been shaping for decades, you know, and when it comes to step-ups or any kind of board for more powerful waves, a lot of people call up on Glen Pang. So great to see her on some good equipment. That is appropriate for Cloudbreak, I feel.
And speaking of women and Fijian surfing as well, obviously Brisa does represent Costa Rica, but she spends a lot of time here, and I'd love to know just your take on what Brisa has done for the community here.
Oh yeah, she's so involved, and she's such an inspiration. You know, even though she lives out on Nomotu, she's everywhere. You'll see her not just at Cloudbreak, but at swimming pools or Wilkes. Yeah, and you know, she's one of those people that we used to see a lot of during COVID when nobody else was coming in out of the country. She was here in Nomotu, and she was out there on the big days pushing it, and it was just really kind of like this beacon of what was possible for females, you know?
Well, today is Ladies' Day, I'm telling you right now, because I still can't get the 10-point ride out of my head. That was like by far the best wave surfed all day long. And what a way to open up our event, too, you know? Just second day in the waiting period. Looks like, JJ, we got a lot more swell lined up. Just gonna have to play the wind a little bit.
Oh yeah, and you know what? There actually is this beautiful little sweet spot in direction. It's around about 195 to 210 from the southwest, and we're actually sitting at 205 today. So we're in that sweet spot, and that's why we're seeing some of the most incredible waves move on through. I mean, Hannah, you mentioned it, it's absolutely pumping out there. And the thing that gets me really excited is that Erin Brooks has just dropped to 10. She's just won over in Tahiti, and guess what? Seth Moniz is out there next. He's just won over in Tahiti, so he would be channeling exactly what Erin's just done and trying to push the limits there, because the men, we know that they're going to be hunting the barrel the minute that their section starts. But I love everything that Cloudbreak has given us so far, and even in the different phases on the tides, it has been so beautiful and just pumping all day.
Yeah, it's the most consistent spot, especially in this region. High tide, low tide, you know. The only wind it doesn't like is that north wind, really, but you can surf it all day.
Yeah, and we got
really
other
do that
waves.
anywhere else.
We got other waves here. Like this is the marquee spot, right? Cloudbreak, but there's a ton of other waves here, aren't there?
Oh yeah, but like I said, you can't surf everywhere all day. You have a high tide window, whether it's you know, Tavarua Rights, pools, and you can surf it, but not like you can surf Cloudbreak.
Yeah. You can surf Cloudbreak through the tide, is what you're saying.
Through the tide, yep, and through the wind most times. Yeah.
Well, it's a great opening day for competition here. By the end of the day, we're planning on getting through 16 heats today. So that means after this women's round 1 and the completion of men's round 1, we're going to do 4 heats of the second round for the men. And like JJ mentioned, you want to stick around because the first heat's going to be great. It's going to be a great challenge for Marco Mignot, number 11 in the rankings, kind of up against a guy who's coming off his first CT win in the way of Seth Moniz.
Yeah, that's really exciting for Seth. And like Strider mentioned, divine timing. He did go home, welcome a baby girl into the world with his partner, and what a special week in his life. Probably the best ever so far to get his first championship tour win, to finally crack that code and honestly get his year started. He's had a really slow year, but then to have the most beautiful moment in his life, to become a dad, all in 1 week, it doesn't get much better.
And JJ, we barely made it home. Our flight was canceled.
No
we were stranded in Tahiti for a while. We had to pull all kinds of strings and stuff. We finally got on the airplane. We avoided a hurricane.
Oh my gosh!
All this stuff happened in this last week for Seth Moniz.
It did have to be divine timing.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. But that's what happens when you have warm Pacific waters. The storms love it. That brings you swell, but also, you know, you got to be heads up on everything else it brings. I've been told this is the warmest Pacific waters that we've had as a whole since 1877.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty cool to know. It's just it's a really, the more I be here and I immerse myself in the culture, it's such a unique part of the world. Even learning how the swells have to pretty much travel through this gap between Australia and New Zealand, and it starts so far down. Sometimes it can be from an Antarctic storm and make its way all up here, and that's what we get to look at and enjoy as surf fans, and see the first ever Fijian woman compete in a championship tour jersey, and see Erin Brooks drop 18 points just 35 minutes ago. So definitely a historical day for women surfing at Cloudbreak.
You know what? The mana is alive. It's alive and well out there right now.
Yes.
Do we call it mana as well in Fijian?
Yeah.
Oh, same.
I think it's Pacifica. Right?
Pacifica, yeah.
Yeah, we can relate to the word mana in the same way.
That's great. That's great. Well, you got to be proud. I mean, this is going to be Tea's first taste of professional surfing, but I'm sure we're going to see much more from the 17-year-old Fijian surfer in the future. It will be, however, Isabella Nichols on to the next round, holding her first 2 scores. Horn has sounded, and it is official. Isabella Nichols on to round number 2. Hannah Bennett, I want to thank you so much for your hospitality and your knowledge. We look forward to seeing you every single year. Hopefully we can have you back again as competition continues.
That would be rad. I'd love to. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this opportunity, WSL and the whole team. You know, we love hosting you guys.
Yeah, well, we enjoy the hospitality. Thank you very much. Vanaka. Hey, we got more on the way. Men's round 2 starting, and Mark Akalupo on the set. You don't want to go anywhere.
Last event was a massive one for Hawaii's Seth Moniz as he started in round 1 and probably had the scariest draw in the contest, taking out Emio Zermak, the man who won the trials. It was massive. It was frightening. It had little moments that it looked like the Code Red year and even stronger southeast winds. But Seth kept swinging in a year that it's been challenging to make it out of round 1 and 2. Drifted into that first round, then just kept on building. Had matchups like with his best friend, Baron Mamiya, Italo Ferreira, Griffin Colapinto, who's like a brother to him on tour in the final. Ended up being a day that he will never forget. Qualifying a long time ago, 2018, made it on tour, Rookie of the Year the following season. He said, well, that was well worth the wait. We ended up getting stuck in Tahiti because of a storm going through Hawaii, so we had an extra day to kind of soak it in, and he talked about everything that meant to him the most, and he said that was his biggest win for the moment. Then his baby girl was born a couple days later. He's like, okay, well, that just took the cake, and now he's back here in action in the jersey. What it's right have been for Seth Moniz as he takes on Marco Mignot, and what a great time to be hanging out on the Momi Marriott host set. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and a world champ named Mark Akalupo. Aki, thank you for coming over.
Hi, Flick.
How was your ride over here, by the way?
Well, this one, the last one was a quick 2.5 hour flight from Brisbane, but the last one, yeah, wow, where do I start? We're on the Southern Cloud, and I jumped on, you know, as a passenger, like I'd done the passage. I was part of the crew, actually. They're all watching, so hello, guys. You know, I've been on the boat a fair few times. It's been coming up to Fiji for a few years, and I've asked the captain, can I do the passage? And this time he was on the Gold Coast. The comp was on, and he came down and put some new boards on there for Rothi, and he's like, it's time, you want to come? And it was my 60th birthday, so I had to explain to Jess, you know, she was going to fly to Fiji with the boys, and we went out to dinner, and I popped the question. Not that question.
Oh, right.
But I said, you know, I know what I want for my birthday. And she's like, what? And I said, I want to go to Fiji. And she's like, we're going, you idiot. And I'm like, no, I want to go on the boat. She's like, oh, I get it. So it was supposed to take 8 days. It took 3 weeks.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
I don't want to
what a journey.
interrupt. I'll go into the story, but let's get back to the surfing here. Look at these waves.
That story's going to continue. Marco Mignot burning some speed in the pit and find some daylight in a nice hollow pit to kick things off against Seth Moniz. So kicking off round 2, hopefully getting 4 heats done to this round before getting close to the sunset and enjoying our time with Flick and Aki here for the call in this one. Seth Moniz moving up dramatically with that win in Tahiti, Flick. He was sitting in the 30s, you know, on the rankings, but 10,000 points. Now he's on the right side of the cut.
Oh, moved up 12 spots. That's pretty insane. Really, he's not an underdog when you think of him in barrels at all, but in terms of the rankings this year, he was. I mean, he's right down the bottom and kind of coming into that, sort of needing a miracle result. And you mentioned it, we saw the package and all the people. He could not have drawn a harder draw when it came to Chobes. The people that he took down along the way, his first heat matching up against Emio, doesn't get any harder, and he just went from strength to strength. So, yeah, Seth coming into this with a lot of obviously great momentum, but I mean Marco just posted up a pretty nice score straight off the bat.
You've seen Seth grow up, Aki. You know, so many winners together on the North Shore. That must have been a meaningful win to see him accomplish that first goal.
Oh, it was just gold. Like really, you know, we see Marco here. He needs a wave like this to, you know. Oh no, that must have been his ride, but. You know, like I've known him since he's been a real young kid. Here we go. This is Marco, right?
That's right.
He needs a wave like this, you know, to start it off against, you know, the last winner, you know, in Tahiti. And that seems like it's going to be a pretty good score to me. It wasn't super deep, but what a beautiful wave. I've known Seth, and, you know, I texted Lindy, you know, because I knew she was there, and they're all staying at Julie's house. And, you know, I stayed in that house for a long time with Andy. I stayed there with Andy when he won. His last win ever, and I've got goosebumps talking about it because
I remember you calling that final.
Yeah, remember that was tough. But I fully felt Andy, like, you know, leading that win to Seth, and it's that kind of place. You guys were there. Did you feel it?
Oh, we felt it. We felt it with every heat win, with you know, Andy's mom being there for the first time. Danielle made her first trip there. Axel was there, of course, and they were checking in with Seth, you know, every day, and that was just a direct connection. Seth going all the way to his very first CT win of his career, and his years changed. You know, he was openly telling us he was questioning his journey on tour this year. Now I think those thoughts are long gone, Flick.
Oh, completely. Not a shadow of a doubt. And I mentioned it before, you mentioned it too, the names you take down, the confidence you get from that, that was not an easy draw. And I think coming in, you know, we've gone right now from Tahiti straight into another Pacific event in Fiji, which obviously we know this is a bit of a different wave because we've got turns as well, but it also provides so many barrel options. I mean, we just saw Marco thread a nice one, but I just think it'd be maybe a little bit different if you're going from here to a beach break. You know, you're feeling, okay, I've just done so well at Chokes, which is just such a different wave, and then going straight to a beach break. We're within the wheelhouse here. It's definitely playing to his strengths, and I really like it for him.
Schedules can change a lot, but there is something when Tahiti and Fiji are back-to-back on tour. When that happens, some surfers can really stand up and really take over the tour, Rock. Is that bringing any memories there?
Well, it does. Thanks, Joe. You know, like I think Louis called it the Diamond Double. I actually got it back in 1999. Tahiti, then Fiji. You know, it should have that kind of name because the two best events on tour, the Diamond Double, I thought was a great name for it. I mean, can Seth do it? I mean, look at Erin. She could do it.
She could do it, man.
Like, my goodness, that 10 was amazing.
Yes. What made it such an automatic 10 in your mind of what Erin Brooks just laid down?
My goodness, it was so long, and it blew my mind. Like, there's those special waves at Cloudbreak, and she's dialed in. I mean, the year she won a few years ago, like, she just surfs this place that good. And with the swell on the way, wow. Yeah, incredible.
Exciting. And what an answer to winning in Tahiti. Then just an enormous total and a perfect 10. Erin Brooks into a matchup with Caroline Marks as this event continues. We're catching up with Aki's journey.
Yeah.
Celebrate his 60th birthday. It wasn't supposed to be a 3-week trip here to Fiji.
No.
What happened?
So the way I met Dave Rothwell, and it's the Rothwell's boat. Everyone's been asking who owns the boat. Definitely not me. So the Rothwells are a classic family. Will and Dave, they love to surf, you know, like they love to hunt, they love to fish. They just live life to the full when they're not working. They work hard, obviously, for what they've got. But, you know, so he got to Lowy way back 20 years ago. He got to Michael Lowe, my manager at the time, and it wasn't the Southern Cloud, but they rented the Indies 4 up in Mentawais and Martin Daly's boat, and they got me to be the surf guide, and then we've become really good mates since. There's the boat right there, the Southern Cloud, which we done the passage in. So, yeah, so we didn't make Fiji. We had to stop in New Caledonia. As soon as we left Brisbane, the winds were 40 to 50 knots. You know, we put the sails up. It was, wow, the boat was just sideways, like 90 degrees. We took the sail rip. We took the sail down. About halfway, the bilge pump we didn't realise wasn't working. So the bilge is filling up with water, as it does. You know, the water comes in when there's huge waves washing over the boat. But the pump wasn't working, so the alarm didn't go off. So when the water started coming down the hallway, we knew we were in trouble.
Oh my goodness, Ak.
Yeah, like I was kind of thinking, you know, this is it. Like,
Were you
sound like a 60th?
A birthday trip? This is a scary movie.
Oh no, but so anyway, 8 ton of water we had on the boat. And I asked the captain, I'm like, it kind of feels like we're kind of nosediving, like sideways. He's like, no, we got a lot of water on board, you know, fuel, you know, like. I'm like, okay. And then this happened about 2 in the morning. Anyway, all hands on deck. I felt safe with these guys, totally. But, you know, we've got 2 captains, 2 engineers, just in case one gets knocked out. You don't want to be in the middle of the ocean without someone running the boat. The engineer does everything, right? So you know, they had a backup pump. It was a Bunnings pump. So they're on the deck down there. I'm like, is this for real? Like, it took about 2 hours or so to get the water out, enough to continue it to slow down, and then. So that happened, you know, we can handle, like, we can empty it out, like, every few hours. The seas are getting bigger. I'm like, are we going to get there? We decide we're not going to Fiji. We've got to go to New Caledonia. The seas are getting really big by this stage. And then the tender, the speedboat, the next night, the line broke afternoon.
Oh my goodness.
We've lost the tender. So I ring Rothy. They say, the captain's like, oh, you're the best waterman on board, you've got to swim for it, you know, and I'm like, oh, it's about 5 in the afternoon. It's gonna get dark, and I'm like, okay. Oh. And then we're looking at it. It looks so sketchy, Joe. I'm like, really? And then we deemed it too dangerous. So we had it on our radar. We just kept on going up and down, just stayed with the boat all night. I ring Rothy. Rothy's like, just treat it like $1 million suitcase. If you get it, you don't, you don't. And we're just all, oh my goodness. And and I'm like, this thing's going to tip over for sure. There's 8-foot waves breaking everywhere. And anyway, all night, first light, it's still upright. I take a photo to Rothy, send it to him. He's like, yes, it's his baby. I mean, and anyway, here we go.
Wow, this is a moment here. A couple of hacks there on the back end and driving through that section. Seth Moniz is going to hang on to that one and step off. You can still feel the confidence out of Seth on that one. Always looking for big barrels, but going to turns to apply his best score so far. Remember, Marco had the 6.0 on the barrel, and Seth just communicating with the Water Patrol quickly. It was a big event win for Seth. Huge moment for Doug Silva and his support crew, his family. We were there to pick him up at about 5 a.m. at Honolulu Airport after his win. His mom and dad just so proud of what he accomplished as he's getting back to work. Flick, speedy and powerful on those turns, and was able to get a finish as well.
Yeah, it was nice. It was a smaller wave, but yeah, you could really just see, just picking up with where he left off, and shows just beautiful momentum. He looks confident on the board, and a nice paced approach. A beautiful turn there. Released the fins on the first one. Exceptional timing on the second, and really finished with a cool little semi-rock and roll floater there at the end to finish. So I really liked it. Two different approaches. Obviously, Marco hunting the tube there. That's what that wave presented. And then on the other hand, Seth making do with, a couple of turns down the line.
Nice to see him just switch to some big power hooks there, playing the game wisely in this matchup with Marco Mignot. Hopefully finishing 4 heats in this round. Ethan Ewing, Cole Hausman on deck as well, and enjoying this Southwest long period swell here on Cloudbreak. Scores come in for Seth Moniz. It'll be a 5.5, half a point under Marco's 6.0. As we have time to chat with the winner of the last heat, Isabella Nichols moving through, and she's with Vaughn.
Thanks very much, Joey. Yeah, history being made here at Cloudbreak, first of all with Aaron Brooks and that incredible performance, but then following up with Bella Nichols actually surfing against the first ever Fijian wildcard. What an unreal experience that must have been.
It's amazing, you know, Taya's a great surfer, and having knowledge out here at Cloudbreak is so invaluable. Like, it's such a difficult wave and it's so easy to get lost. So like, yeah, you can never underestimate the wildcards. And I'm just stoked for Fiji surfing and women surfing in Fiji, because now if you can see it, then you can be it, right? I know that sounds corny, but I really hope that it inspires more girls in Fiji to get into surfing, and they can realise like their dream one day of competing on the world tour.
That's beautifully said. Speaking of inspiring, Aaron's performance absolutely had the whole place going mad. How hard is it, when you paddle out after all that energy, to just stay composed and realise that there's a job to do and not try and look for something similar? I mean, of course you are going to look for something like that, but yeah, just to manage your heat and do what's necessary to get the win.
I was in the channel for that 10, and that was like one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like, she almost looked too deep, and I thought she was going to doggy door, and then she just like went, oh no, I can make it, and just kept going. And we all know how good she is out here. So, I mean, it fired me up for sure, but I also knew, like, back in barrowing, I'm working on it. It's not my forte. So I knew I was just going out there looking for turns, and if a barrel presented itself, then I would try and get a little head dip. But watching Ayers, she's just pushing women surfing so much, like every year, and obviously the win at Chopes, and then she's looking like the hot favourite here too. So I don't know, I'm so proud of her.
You managed to line up beautifully. You did what needed to be done. Your next heat will be against Nadia Aristabre, and we know that you two have been hanging out and spending a bit of time together. How's that matchup going to go?
I'm so excited. We had a matchup in Tahiti. Nadia's one of my best friends on tour, and it's going to be fun. Like, if she makes it through, I'll be stoked, and if I make it through, of course, I'll be stoked too. But yeah, we're going to go out there and give it our best, and it's going to be a really, really good matchup.
Have a great heat, Bella. Congratulations. And Taya will just welcome you in right now. Sorry about that. Anyone want to shout out to?
Happy birthday to my mum for yesterday, and my twin sister for the other day too. Love you guys.
Thanks, Bella. And Taya, congratulations. Nice one. What an incredible experience for you to be Fiji's first ever wildcard and to represent the country here at the Fiji Pro.
Yeah, it's so cool. Just being around all the athletes and like learning from them is definitely like the coolest experience ever. And having my sister in the lineup and my parents on the ski as well. Yeah, it's really, really cool.
And also, you know, to be in the water and to see, you know, the heat that happened before you, Erin Brooks just absolutely setting a new benchmark out here. You know, there's so much inspiration for the young women coming up through Fiji's surfing.
Yeah, that was insane. I literally saw that. I was sitting in the lineup and I saw that, and she's definitely like someone I look up to a lot, and she's been here a couple times as well, so I see her out in the lineup a few times and talk to her and chat with her, and she's like definitely one of my like inspirations too.
And I think you're going to be a big inspiration to a lot of young Fijian girls. What message would you like to give them right now?
Just keep getting out there and try just getting waves and just getting comfortable probably, yeah, and getting big waves as well at Cloudbreak is, yeah.
Congratulations, Taya. We're so stoked to have you here as part of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero, and honestly, you've just done Fiji so proud. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
I'd like to give a shout out to the FSA, Hannah, Stu, Keisha, Kayla, and my sister and everyone for like Kim as well for paving the way for all women surfing in Fiji, my parents, and I'd also like to say a big vinavinaka to the Vanua and the Tambanivono, Masulivika Tona Singongo, Kanaua, Mekitolak Mainkito Tumungo. Naka.
Naka, congrats.
Thank you.
Vinaka, thank you so much, Vaughn, and great words from Tea Karup, creating history for us today and inspiring the next generation of Fijian surfers. APAC President Andrew Stark taking a moment to congratulate her on making a significant impact here at Cloudbreak. And for Fiji's next generation, I feel like she'll have a few more of those wild cards in the future, as we have the Water Patrol and the Red Bull ski just kind of circling their way through the inside. Marco Mignot getting a second scoring ride to go with his 6-point ride, and just needing a 1.5 to take the lead off Seth Moniz. So with round one done for the women, round two is stacked up with some big matchups. World number one, Gabriella Bryan will have Yolanda Hopkins, but now we'll see what Marco just did. Aki, what'd you see here?
I thought he surfed his wave good. I mean, there's some really good shape waves for turns now, and not every wave is, you know, barrels at Fiji like Chopu, so you have to, you know, do both. You know, you have to be on the waves, you know, that you can turn on, and then, you know, you have to really hunt down those big scores, which are the barrels. But I thought, you know, that might be a similar score for him. So, you know, Seth really needs to, you know, hunt down a barrel, I think. He's been waiting for a while. I'd love to say hello to Tammy and Tony. Congratulations, you know, on the baby. And, you know, the win. Wow, it's all happening for them. I saw Seth yesterday in the surf, and I was on the ski, and I was like, come here, Seth, and gave him the big hug, because just that win, you know, it's been so long, and he's, you know, that final he had with Kelly, you know, and that famous photo of Kelly crying, and, you know, he calls Kelly uncle, but, you know, just, I'm sure Kelly was stoked with that win. You know, I think the whole world was stoked, especially Hawaii, but, you know, everyone, you know.
Yeah, it's been that kind of year, too. A lot of firsts. Seth Moniz getting his first win. Leo Fioravanti getting his first win. George Batar getting his first win this season, Flick.
It's kind of like when one does it. I mean, George sort of set the precedent at the beginning of the season. Those kind of floodgates open, and it's like, okay, this is what's possible. Even, you know, I mean, it's so different for Leo and Seth. They've been on tour for a really long time, but when people have those breakthrough wins, I feel like it's just so inspiring for the rest of the tour to be like, hang on a sec, even for people like Leo and Seth who have been on there for, Leo 10 years, you know, and then to finally crack it and to get a win, it's pretty inspirational. Inspirational for a number of facts, but mainly for never giving up, you know, never saying die, yeah. Because that's a long time between drinks, you know, it's a long time between winning. You qualify for the tour and you're probably winning a lot, like qualifying Series Pro Juniors, and when you get on tour, you start, unless you're in that top 1%, you're not winning as much as what you were. So it's a really long time between that feeling.
Oh yeah, we've seen great talent come and go. Just that awkward feeling of not making heats. It can be hard mentally to persevere through, but Seth's done that, and he's moved up to a great position, 19th in the world now, into another great event for him. Remember, Pipes, the finale, which will be fantastic for Seth Moniz as well. But thinking about Marco Mignon, this guy won Rookie of the Year. Real close friends with Jeremy Flores, Mickey Picon. What have you been liking about watching Marco in the last, 2 seasons on tour, Rock?
I really like the way he qualified, that air he had, the air he's got, on lock. And I loved his coach that was so passionate. Marco was on the boat the other day and I was like, you still got the coach? And he said, no, we parted ways, but, in a good way. He must have learned a lot. I really like the way he surfs and, he's such a well-spoken young man and he's on the JS team and got to give shout-outs everywhere. They're all watching on the boat right now. So how they got on board too, I've got to explain that because, the Rothwells charter it out for friends and family only and the boat was empty. I'll finish off with how we actually ended up, obviously we got to Fiji eventually, but I'll finish that story off. But there was no one on the boat while the WSL comp's on and Rothy was up for NASA at the ABB Board Riders. He's from North Avalon, Well Beach to be exact. You know Dave.
Yeah.
Don't you? You've been on the boat?
Yeah, I've been on the Southern Cloud, yeah.
You have, yeah. And he's like, there's no one on the boat during the comp, and he's like, I really want to put, someone on, and who should I put on? And I was thinking, I'm like, wow, Jack would be great. He'd love it. And JS, he just signed with JS, and, I'm sure JS would love to come, and Luke and Louis, and he's like, yep, we're doing it. And so I rang JS, and JS is like, I'm like, yeah, I think he looked up how much the boat is actually to charter. They never really do that, but he's like, is this guy for real?
This guy is
there
so
any
for real.
Strings attached? I'm like, no strings attached.
I'm at the edge of my seat because I want the back end of how you did get here.
Yeah.
How many JSs are on this sailboat out in the channel there? Jack Robinson staying there. He's got Baron Mamiya coming up later in the round, but up next it will be Cole Hauschman taking on Ethan Ewing. Storytime continues with the great Mark Occhilupo right after this Bon Soy Brew Break. Well, when you just have a game-changing performance, everyone's going to be proud of you, especially everybody on the island of Tavarua. Giving a big round of applause to Aaron Brooks for turning in one of the quickest perfect 10s. Quick meaning how quick that score came in from the tower. It was just no question about it. They could have given a 12. I think they would have. Tavarua Island is frothing right now with Aaron Brooks heading back home to watch the rest of the day. Meanwhile, some really cool lines for Seth Moniz to draw himself into a pit with a lot of spit and air moving behind him, lunging into the next section. Stand nice and low and compact, and he's able to go the distance. Maybe one more. Seth will just kind of get a little rinse off by the lip, and he will step off. It's pumping out there because now it's Marco's turn. Last year's Rookie of the Year lights up the first section, connecting really well off the top on the second effort. Now looking for just a place to kick out. But his board from JS Industries looking solid. Seth Moniz on the Sharp Eye program. And these heats are fun. 2 backsiders, with a lot of strengths, and I think starting with Seth, just that feeling of creativity and freedom in a heat, just those little beautiful lines to set up the flick pit. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was epic. I just think just these two waves back to back, you watch them, it's just such a good demonstration of how many different types of waves come through at Cloudbreak, right? I mean, this one's so different to Marco's, reeling off down the line, really hollow through this section. He threads that so well. He just got such a good read on the tube, and then once again, cool little stall to a kind of little shampoo there on the inside. But yeah, really, really different kind of wave here. You know, we'll first watch this from the channel angle, and just see how he sets up here, grabs the rail. Beautiful read here. You can really see him maximizing that time in the tube with that hand drag. And then I love this angle where you see all the boats in the foreground too, and then the wave just reeling off in the background. Just so classic for Cloudy. But yeah, so such totally different waves, because then Marco here, this one really looking different looking wave arc.
It is, yeah. It's smooth, and it's obviously a turn wave. It just skips out on the bottom there, which kind of got him a bit hung up there, and that wave kind of bended back, and there wasn't going to be a lot of opportunity flick, but Seth got the king wave there. He got the barrel. It wasn't wide open, but it looked like it was hard to ride. He got a few barrels, got deep on the foam ball for a little while. It chandelied. He done that classic layback, which I love so much at the end. How was Teo's laybacks on his forehand this morning? I love that.
Like a throwback.
Yeah,
that
so
was awesome.
Cool.
This style to represent the way you like to surf.
Yeah.
On a wave that tends to rush normal surfers. Everyone's like, oh shoot, I'm on a big wave, it's Cloudbreak, and you know, Seth can kind of slow down time. You know, it's cool to watch.
He can, hey guys, you know, I mean, he's got to get that score right, 6.3. You'd think it, you know, he's gonna.
Yeah, that feels like a lead change for sure. Aki, what's your opinion on the lower tide that we had today, and now you know, tide's still filling in to about 5:30. It's 3:14 right now. The difference on a long period southwest like that, from that bottomed out low to maybe a higher tide that we'll finish up on tonight.
Yeah, it's going to get really good. The only time when it's that south that it does disrupt it is when the water moves off the reef and you get that rip that kind of washes down the side of the wave and it doesn't barrel anymore. And it only does that for a couple of hours, but I've had lots of heats like that. You got to really be aware of that and just try and get really deep and get turns before it gets into that kind of really disrupted part. But these waves are pumping. Look at this, my goodness.
IC score update just came through. Seth Moniz did get the score, 7-1-7. Marco dropped to second, now without priority.
Ooh.
Needs a 6.68. As he's going down the line, we've got a nice little top turn for Seth. Driving into that section, big power hack for Moniz. There's that layback stall again. Did he control it with the lip coming down on him? Almost recovered from getting caught up there. That was close.
Oh, he's just teetering with that lip. I mean, you don't have to make it that hard set. That way was perfect. And he's like, I just think I'll just wear the lip on the head for a while and take that line when there's about 8 foot of room in a barrel. I mean, technical is like beyond the point right there, but I'm hoping he betted his 5.5. That was a score gone begging, really.
Yeah, definitely could have made that too. We'll get another angle on it here. I love how he just had a nice little chip right there to get into this wave.
Yeah, this one really had, I'm going to better my situation, all written all over it, really. Beautiful setup carve here. Just that turn for me, if I just highlight the one moment of the wave, I absolutely love that. And then just toying with that inside section, but just so critical on this turn right here, the second one. Wow, so tight, so precise in the pocket. And then, yeah, just this kick stall here. And it kind of looks like he gets a little bit lipped in the head. So that is just the free chiropractic adjustment you didn't really want out there. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, a couple cartwheels there for Seth.
Flip to the head and then a bit of a scorpion.
Definitely leaving some points out there, but he does have the lead. 4 on the clock. Let's check in with Strider.
Well, Seth was just decided to throw some drama into that inside corner, but just belting it and looking really on point all the way through it, and then came for that little check fade on the inside, got a little bit of the head and the lip, and then pulled it around, and then next thing you know, he was just upside down going over the handlebars. It's just so aggressive, but I think that's where the points come in, though. You know, when you put yourself in a position that doesn't look like you're going to make it, and then you make it, you're going to come away with a bigger score. So I feel like throwing the drama in there is what he was after, and he'll back out there, throw another one in. Let's go. Yeah, oh, good to hear you on the mic in there. And
yes, right.
Great to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. We're in Sumba together. We went to Nihi since that trip, and I was there with Rothy too and his fam, and got to see Strider. Got to go back to Ocky's left, and it was incredible, that resort in Nihi. Oh my goodness, they won an award for the best resort in the world, and I know why. Oh my goodness.
Ocky's left. One day.
One day.
One day.
One day.
We'll get there. That is awesome. Well, don't worry, guys out there. If you're wondering what's happening to the rest of Ocky's journey on his 60th, we'll get there. We're getting down to crunch time, but Ocky's not going anywhere. He's going to call the next heat as well with Ethan Ewing and Cole Hausman. Meanwhile, Marco's looking for a 6.68 to hang on to a spot in this event a bit longer. Remember, we talked about how tough it is to even stay on tour if you're getting knocked out in round 2. 1,000 points if you're getting a 17th here, compared to over 3,300 points if you're losing in the next round. So it's over triple the points if you can get out of these round 2 heats, Flick.
Yeah, it's massive. I think we had that start in the Dawn Patrol show yesterday. Just, you know, even if you're moving from that early round 1 and you make it to the round 2, you've got to advance through the round 2 to even really make a dent on those rankings. So this is super valuable right now, these points. It means a lot, especially in the rankings, especially for, you know, Seth he needs to still keep advancing, you know. He's kind of just hovering around that mark of, oof, as we just see, it looked like Marco going over the handlebars there, but he kind of needs to keep progressing, needs to keep with this momentum.
Seth, the first surfer this year to win an event out of round 1. Morgan Siblett came close. New Zealand over Ragland. He was able to make the final out of round 1. And you saw Morgan just get out of that round 1 space, just like Seth did, getting those 10,000 points. Now he's starting in round 2. This feels a bit better. You can start your campaign without being in that area where you could get that evil 33rd result. That 33rd has had a bad connotation for years on tour.
Yeah, I won't mention it, but
yeah, there's a couple nicknames for that one. Yeah,
30. Yeah,
yeah.
You can do the rest.
DT.
1 minute to go, and Marco trying to hang in there in this heat with Seth.
That looked like a bad wipeout.
Yeah, it did. Over the handlebars.
Trying to shake that one off. Cloudbreak bringing the power, especially on this building swell we've had today.
Where's Marco in the ratings?
Marco is sitting number 14 in the world. He's the high seed in this one. So he's in a pretty good spot. Top 22 to make the postseason, also to re-qualify for next year. Kind of developed kind of a Mr. Clutch type, you know, name just for some pretty big moments in his rookie season, especially in waves where he could go to the air. You can tell he never gives up, and like you mentioned, just the energy he was channeling from his coach last season, Jason Aparicio, and his dad. They're always vocal, moving around the beach, and he said he just loves that passionate feeling coming from his support crew. Unfortunately for Marco, his run stops right here in round 2, heat number 1 here at Cloudbreak, but Seth Moniz still hot from his win in Tahiti. He'll get another chance out here at Cloudbreak in the round of 16. Well done for Seth Moniz. And stoked for us, because Occy is going to continue that story, that journey on his 60th on that beautiful boat, the Southern Cloud, that's out there hosting some of the world's best. Up next, Ethan Ewing takes on Cole Hausman. We'll be right back.
The 1999 Quicksilver Pro Fiji marked a turning point in professional surfing, introducing the world to the raw, high-performance reef breaks off Tabarua Island and establishing Fiji as a premier destination on the World Tour. For the inaugural running, Fiji got the champion it deserved. 1999 was the year of Oki. Under the event's three-wave scoring format, Mark Occhilupo lit up every round, hosting more than 20 points in every heat. He blitzed fellow Australians Damien Hardman in the quarterfinals and Jake Patterson in the semis before facing Brazil's Victor Ribas in the final. There, the Raging Bull delivered once again, taking the title with a commanding 20.25 to 17.8 victory. Oki's Fiji triumph was about far more than one event. After years away from the championship tour, he was back with a vengeance. Fiji was his second of 3 victories in the 99 season. A run that culminated in a world title and one of the most remarkable comebacks in professional sports.
What a celebration. 50 years of the World Tour. That is definitely one of our all-time favorite hits. Aki, you don't age. You look the same as that 99 clip. What a year that was. And like Vaughn did on the VO, he mentioned one of the greatest comebacks to the sport I think we've ever seen. You know, to come back after a hiatus from the Tour and we get 3 big wins that year. It's incredible.
You guys are too kind. Thank you. Really are. I didn't expect that. Was that a little birthday present?
Hey,
I know, because Jess is like, jump back on the cloud, and she's like, you're still celebrating your 60th 60 days later. But I really thought to myself at the start of this year, I'm going to do all this stuff, and I've been doing it. So thank you, darling. And
any new memories coming up when you watch that old WSL Vault clip?
Really, really good memories. Yeah, like Louis was my caddy. We caddied for each other, but he didn't really realise that he was learning to coach, way back then, even though he was, winning events himself.
Most likely, as we go to a goofy foot named Cole Houshman to kick things off. 6'3", 200 pounds, throwing some water on his forehand as he blasts that section again. The powerhouse will pull in at room to move, and he is flying out of the pit. Houshman stalling for a bit more and then goes back to a nice, beautiful down carve finish. What a way to kick off your heat against Ethan Ewing. Felicity Palmatier this morning was like, I think Cole Houshman's got a great read. He's going to be dangerous. And he just, he backed you up there, Flick.
Whew, that was good to watch. I know Jock and me both goofs just watching that. It makes you excited when you see a really powerful goofy foot surf cloudy and absolutely tear the bag. And straight out of the gates against a really strong opponent, Ethan Ewing, it's going to feel good for him, especially after Tahiti and probably having one of the worst wipeouts he's ever had of his life. So things are changing for Cole.
Let's go to the start of this wave, Aki.
Yeah, I totally agree with Flick. A powerful goofy footer on a wave that you can get so much speed out of. It's a match made in heaven. That turn was amazing. The stall right there. He's got it all. That wave was perfectly surfed, really. It's a hard heat for Ethan. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we were talking on the boat earlier about Ethan and, saying how is he out here. He's so good out here. And he's so good everywhere. You know what I mean? He's consistent, but, you draw a specialist, someone that loves, let's say, Tahiti or Cloudbreak, and you get those really hard heats, even though you're good everywhere. You know what I mean? Obviously, Ethan took down the first minute snapper, and he's really good there. But, I mean, he's just so well-rounded, like Ethan has. He's in every type of wave now, and is that world title coming his way? You never know. I mean, you never know.
I see the score update quickly, 7-1-7, but I'm with you. I know what you're alluding to as well. I feel like Ethan is underrated in these types of waves for how good he is. And yeah, if he does match up with a favorite or a slab specialist, sometimes that could stop his run. However, he did go all the way through a finals day run in 2024 when it was that regular season event, Flick. So yeah, watching Ethan with a pumping swell, that helps him. He loves to sit and wait and be patient. And we'll see if he can pick the eyes out of it against Cole Hauschman.
Well, it's what we were talking about. I think we know he loves to sit and wait, and out here, he's obviously got a lot of experience. He's come on, with Surfing Australia, those camps in the past, the high performance ones. He's put the time in here when it came back on the championship tour in 2024 and made finals. But you have to pick the right wave out there, and if you hold on to priority of most of the heat and that wave comes to you and you're so good at picking those waves, chances are, if you just don't fall, you're going to get a good score. And I feel like that is so Ethan in the way that he puts together a heat. So it's just a really interesting one, this one. Obviously, you got Ethan, the regular footer, Cole, the really powerful goofy, who obviously have this affinity with the wave. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
7-1-7 start for Cole Hauschman in this one. Doing well to just shake off the nightmare that he had in Tahiti. He actually did tell me that was the worst wipeout of his life. Sent to the lagoon, got the board to the face. Couple of big waves on the head as we've got Ethan Ewing getting started. See a couple of little ribs on the face, and not usually what we're seeing from Ethan, where he selects a wave and goes straight down.
I know, that was so weird, because we're just talking about how he's going to wait, and he didn't. Look at the second wave.
Cole Hauschman can really take advantage of this, Ock.
It's groomed, and look at that snap. Just grabs the rail a little bit, pulls it out into a beautiful layback snap right there. Look how clean this wave is getting, and he does it again. And a third one right there, that's power.
There's the
like, what's
size
up?
advantage of Cole Hauschman. Ethan trying to recover from it. Big arc in the pocket on that DHD. Stylish little stall for the backhander, and just having a little funnel around him. He'll go back to turns here and lights up that one and steps off. So a bit of a recovery wave for Ethan after a fall, and Hausch's got another nice number to go with his start.
I love the first one from Cole. There was so much power in that one, but that second one, I feel like he's just turned the dial up a couple more notches. He's feeling comfortable, heard that first score come through, the 7-1-7, and thought, right, I'm going to turn this dial up right now. It's hard not to use onomatopoeia when you watch him surf, and you just want to go, like, when he hits the lip, like, sa, like, it just kind of comes naturally, that onomatopoeia. I get it.
Full strider.
But yeah, it really is full strider mode. That's just the only things that come to mind when I see this. I'm like, oh, that poor wave. He's absolutely just destroyed that thing, just slapped it, whacked it, cracked it.
You know what? If you listen closely, you can hear Strider right now. There's some big decisions being made off the top here from Ethan. Real stylish pulling into the pit there.
Oh, backhand check snap. My favorite thing to do is like that check halfway snap into the barrel, and he did a backhand. It was beautiful.
Another angle of it here. Critical part of the wave just to take advantage of showing off one of the best styles in the game. Good battle here. Let's hear from Strider.
Yeah, just getting in on the that little banter that with Ethan, and having that little hiccup, and then just Cole capitalizing and just pushing hard, all that spray. I mean, there's Christmas trees up to the sky right there. Those are the most expensive ones at the back of the lot that you go by. It's like you just love to see all that spray flying off the top, and the power that Hauschy has in those turns is really impressive. But then the finesse right after it from Ethan to turn it around and get back in the driver's seat, shake off the shank into the bushes, and then come right back out into the fairway and just find himself funneling down the inside. It's like, it's not how you drive, it's how you arrive, and it's the finish line is where we're going to finish up, and that's what matters. So this thing's wide open. I feel like, Hauschy had a good start, but Ethan is not laying down, and he is one of the best out here. We've been watching him every day just rip in, so can't wait to see the rest of it.
Strider bringing it. That reminded me of Christmas, playing golf, and Formula One all at the same time, dude. That's how you break it down. That's how you break it down. I love it. Hauschy and Ethan Ewing enjoying their time at Cloudbreak, and we're loving our time with Mark Occhilupo, going through some of his highlights, and just still waiting for the end of this story. I mean, obviously it was pretty frightening as we see the 8.0 drop on the IC score update. Cole was starting to run away with this one, but where were we?
Yeah, where were we? Like, we were, the tender, we broke the rope.
Yes. You were about to jump off the boat.
I was about to jump off the boat. We deemed it unsafe. We got that far. So we stayed with the boat. Yep, the boat was on the radar in the morning. It was there. Did I mention? I rang Rothy and he said, treat it like $1 million suitcase.
Yes.
I said that. Yes, okay.
Yes.
So anyway, the Captain Scotty, in the morning, he got there. The line was really long still off the tender, the speedboat, and he gaffed it. No one had to jump in the water, retied it. We were off and going.
Look at that.
So, yeah, so anyway, we decide that we've got to stop in New Caledonia. The Rothwells changed the tickets, so the family flew there instead. We spent a week there, fixed up the boat. New Caledonia is a beautiful spot, even though the reefs are miles. It's like so far out the reefs, but it's beautiful. Good waves. Anyway, the family flew home. I'm like, you know, I got to finish it. So next part of the trip was beautiful glass. I was on the bow. I was king of the world. Like, it was glassy. It was a really nice trip. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a wave. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Ethan Ewing did that beautiful, stylish mid-face stall, got absolutely deep on that section, and now going to town with some big backside hangers. Well done for Ethan Ewing.
We got a heat on here like that is going to be a big score. I can see that, but I will get back to the story. We'll get a lot of time, and then I'll just finish it off and round it out for you. But what a heat. What a heat we got here.
What a heat. Ethan needed to respond. Cole Hausman was just establishing dominance with an 8 and a 7.17. Ethan started with a fall that is just so not like him, but you could tell he's really building the fire in his belly to fight back. That was a classy wave.
I thought you could just tell how fired up he was just by the intention that he had when he climbed up on the ski. There was like a bit of fired up. There was a bit more gusto in the way he was sort of moving, but let's break it down. So, takes off here, and there was a lot of work done out the back here. Just beautiful textbook Ethan Ewing surfing on the backhand. Kind of waiting for it to hit this inside track, and it really does. You can see he's so casual into the setup, into the tube. I mean, that setup snap, the one halfway up the lip off that you love, I mean, that was just textbook. It was so well done.
That fade, I loved. He stayed so close, and it's so important to do that and read this wave, and look how he just timed that bottom turn perfect, the fade, and so deep. And then the snap. Oh my goodness, how's this angle? And snap actually looked better from front on, but that's got to be a big score. Cole, did you think he felt safe? He probably didn't, because he knows who he's against, and it might just match that 8. I don't know, I'm no judge, but guys, that was pretty good surfing right there.
Some waves just make you feel good.
Yeah,
and just the way Ethan did that just gave you just a warm feeling inside. That's just great surfing from Ethan Ewing, and he just had his pace, you know, wasn't rushed. Shows that you could slow things down when you're in this type of space. Ethan Ewing chasing a 9.5 to go straight to the lead, but he's heading the right direction. At the moment, Cole Hausman's numbers are the best of the day on the men's side of the draw. 7.17 and an 8-point ride are the biggest. That's the biggest combined heat total so far.
I'm not surprised. I sort of mentioned it earlier today. I was like, I just have a good feeling about Cole. I saw a lot of the warm-up clips because before the contest started, there was quite a bit of swell, and there were a few guys really charging, and there was this clip I saw of Cole and a few people talking about him, and I was like, wow, he's got such a good read here, and just didn't look like he was afraid. There was a lot of assertiveness in the way that he was surfing, and I was just, something felt good about that. So, yeah, he's obviously continuing that momentum in this heat.
There's been a bit of a shift, you know, with the Goofy Foot story, Zach. There was a long time, like at Waves Like Bells, where we were always looking to your records as the last guy to win, and then we got the Italo, the Wilco, the Cole Hausman story, and it feels like the Goofies are kind of changing things around in this era. What's your take on these Goofy Footers that are, you know, well, changing the records a little bit?
Yeah, we'd like to think so. You know, Cole, that was a great win. Gabrielle, can he come back and win another world title? I think he can. You know, and the Goofies, there's a Talo, and yeah, you know, it's good times for the Goofies right now. We've got Flick right here about to go to the Champions Trophy in the Maldives.
Yeah, it's a good day to be a Goof.
It is a good day to be a Goof.
Yago Dora as well.
I know you got
no, sorry. You know, Yago came to Sumba when I was there, and oh, mate, it was crazy. Like, their filmer was there, and I'm like, no way, Yago's here. I was that stoked. I'm a groupie, you know. And then I'm watching him at our Ockies left, and he done the I'm going to show, you know, him how to surf. Actually, first I was there, I'm going to show everyone how to surf my wave, and then Yago turned up, and now he's going to show me how to surf.
Yeah.
Sure did. Like, I'm the hugest air reverse. I went up to his filmer, and I'm like, did you get that? He's like, oh, no, we've kind of got all our stuff already. I'm like,
so this session was, what, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
And how was Yago surfing?
Oh,
was it sort of in that mind-blowing?
Unbelievable. Yeah. Like, well, they were making a movie, him and Victor Bernardo, and like, And that air, I was like, did you get it? I got so excited, ran down the film. He's like, no, we've already got our stuff. And then they showed me some of the stuff they've got of this right that was huge. And I'm like, oh yeah, you've already got your stuff. So can't wait for that movie. I don't know what it's called, but we've got Mateus Hurdy coming up, another JS team rider. Well, there's a few coming up.
He's got Iago in that next team. Two good friends from the same part of Brazil.
Oh, and he's got Iago's dad as a coach. How does that all?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic as well. Let's see how Matt's prepping here and then checking with Strider.
Yeah, we're over here with the Tabarua ladies. Ladies, what's happening? We got Team Tabarua out here. They're pushing for coal. They love them, and they come out every afternoon when the comp's on and let us know. Arieta's there, all the ladies from the kitchen and the staff and everybody come out and say hello. I even see Will back there and Missy's son. Everybody's here. It's awesome.
Wow, they always bring the energy, always bringing the song here to the channel, and they're always backing everybody that stays on Tabarua Island. Look at this.
So it's a full Tabarua Namotu heat right here, right? Because Ethan stays on Namotu, and it's been like this since 1999. And it's been full on, and it leads to like the Nathan Hedge story too, right? Because we always used to have a race on the boats to see who could get out first, Tabarua or Namotu, and then Nathan Hedge had that idea, and I'm going to win the race on my birthday, and he ended up on the tower. Yes, and.
It's a true story.
I know, I've heard it.
You've heard the story.
I've heard
I told the boys
it.
the story, and
I've heard
it's
it.
a mind-blowing story, and he's lucky he's still here with us. He did get kicked off the island. Tabarua took him, though.
Those are just the moments behind the scenes that we're bringing to you live here. We love it.
Yeah, he paddled. He done the paddle on this thinnest racing ski. You know, the boys had a couple, and it was him and Phil Macker, and I was watching them, and I'm like, they're not going anywhere. Went to bed. But Hedgie, as persistent as he is, he worked it out all by himself and paddled to that tower at midnight.
It's incredible. Now a super coach these days, and we're happy that he's here to tell the story along with Aki's story. It's 16 minutes on the clock here. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break, but meanwhile, we've got a heat on our hands. Cole Hauschman, highest heat total of the day. Can Ethan come back? We'll find out. It's time for the catch-up, showing you the major highlights of what's happened through the day. We had an unbelievable Australian clash. 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore taking on 3-time world runner-up Sally Fitzgibbons. This was their 22nd matchup in their careers. Two of the longest-serving members of the championship tour with a lot of respect for each other, and they just started swinging. They had to adapt to the conditions. It ended up being Sally's day to upset Steph Gilmore, just like the result from their final back in 2014 out here. Galley sending some words of wisdom to Alyssa Spencer, but Alyssa ended up going down to Vahine Fierro. Important win for Vahine after getting upset at her home break at Chopes. one of the most stylish surfers on tour, especially in the barrel, was just loving these hollow pits on her front side. Peaked at a 7.5. Fierro on fire, moving forward, and then we saw history being made. Maybe one of the best rides in surfing history went down today. Aaron Brooks, absolute perfection. One of the quickest 10s put in the scoring screen of the season. And this one will be reflected on for a very long time. I'd give it a 12. Everyone on the boat was losing it. Back that up with an 8-point ride. She calls it the best heat of her life. And now just enjoying herself. That's what you do after you create history. Get to the Tabby bar, order whatever you want, put it on the tab, relax, enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
A milkshake.
Might be that Oreo milkshake that they're famous for. I've had a few of those.
Oh, you asked me about that 10. How was that pumps that she done in that barrel? How do you... She was pumping so deep. She looked like Gabby. She looked like Gabrielle Medina right there. That was unbelievable.
How critical that was, how deep, how she had to jam. I mean, it looked unmakeable for moments of that wave. Those 10s, you just feel it. You know that score is coming as soon as she came out.
Oh, just set the bar for both the men and the women today. Aaron Brooks did. It's insane to watch. We knew she would have moments like this and she would deliver like this once she was full-time on the championship tour. It took a little while, but I mean, she delivered last week at Chopes and she's already delivering here again at Fiji.
Yago Dora coming up next. He had his dream come true last year. He had to clinch it in the finals format that we've moved on from, but we've seen how stressful that scenario could be. And coming to Cloudbreak, he doesn't have a ton of experience here in the past, but it just looks like it's a perfect match, you know, for him coming here, being on his front side, and all his weapons he can unload on this wave arc.
I know. He surfed so good, didn't he? He won it on turns. You know, there wasn't a whole lot of barrels, I guess, on finals day last year on the finals, but he is one surfer that, you know, with that air that he's got both ways, goofy, natural, his style, he's getting more powerful. Is there more world titles in him? It probably is. Like, he's just so balanced and he's so quiet and calm. And here we go, Ethan, an important wave for him. He gets out of there. There's more behind it, though. Did he have priority there? I'm not too sure. But this is a big set, guys.
Big one rolling through here. Cole Hauschman with priority, and still that solid heat total. That's the best of the day so far for the men. Hauschman from San Clemente starts to lay that rail down on the Mayhem. Big open canvas to play with. Digs in. Now controlling it, stalls, driving deep in the pit. Cole is able to escape the doggy door.
How?
I didn't even see an opening there.
How? How? You just busted through that. That was psycho.
Like cellophane.
Yeah.
This wave is powerful. He was running out of room. He's the biggest guy on tour, Rock.
That was great. Yeah, well, I know he busted through that lip like it was cellophane. Seriously. that really surprised me. That was an amazing wave. We're going to get this replay. How's the wind blowing off it? And the wave was big and it just had so much drama to it. It's going to be hard for Ethan now, as you know, he's just picking these beautiful waves that are groomed. Second wave of the set. Nice extended turn there from Cole, and he just rips that one there, and he stalls on the bottom turn again. He pumps, and what happens here? Just, doggy door, no problem. Chucks his board out, like he didn't snap his leash there, and he flicks his board out.
Man, it's just so crazy. You know, when some people's surfing just really suits a wave and it really fits into the wave really well, just the degree that Cole goes into his arcs with, it just feels like how did he do that? Just no match for Cole. No match for the power of him. But it just feels like, to me, this wave and Cole really go together really well. Just the arc, the radius of his turns, the way they fit into the scoop of this wave. It's really beautiful to watch.
Interesting year for Cole this year.
Does he need a good result?
Yeah, he's put himself in a pretty good spot, like just with momentum, because he went to Bolito, won it again in the Challengers. But before that, it was kind of a tough year. He had that crazy heat at New Zealand where he really pushed Yago to the breaking point. And then Yago did a, full rote, crazy punt and a perfect 10 to slow down Cole's momentum, but he was really trying to just jumpstart that winning feeling, and I think going to Bolito was really important for him.
So he's requalified on the Challenger already.
Well, he's doing
Pretty
great.
much.
Yeah, he's in a great spot there, and so I think just getting that has put him in a better position mentally. Result-wise and ranking-wise, he still needs some work on the CT. So he's 27th at the moment, cut off at 22. He wants his requalification to happen here on the CT, so this is his time to shine, Flick.
Yeah, I already love what I'm seeing, and I think I disagree with it. I agree with everything you've said, Joe. I just think the Challenger Series win, and then that backs it up with a 5th right at the US Open. I just feel like he's carrying that momentum with him. You can breathe a little bit easier when you've already backed yourself up, and you kind of get that winning feeling again. We were speaking about it early in the other heat when there's a long time between drinks and winning events, and you finally have that feeling. And yeah, you can see here it's all working for him.
These two starting to move down the reef a little bit. Ewing with priority. Hausman trying to create some space, and he won't get lit into that one with all that wind blowing in his face. Let's now hear from Seth Moniz with Vaughn.
Seth, congratulations, mate. Not just on your first career win, not just on the new bubby, but getting through round 1 here in a real fight out with Marco Mignon.
Yeah, you know, that heat, I feel like that's a big heat for me after winning Tahiti and coming here and kind of just proving to myself, you know, starting from the beginning brackets again and getting that heat win. So I kind of had to refocus my game plan, and it's tricky. I definitely made a lot of mistakes out there, but stoked for that one.
Yeah, Marco got off to a real flyer, and you had some beautiful waves, kind of a pretty solid set wave with some vision on it. But you had a couple of nice lines into the pit there that reminded me of your old boy at Pipeline back in the day, man. That sort of fade stall into the barrel.
Yeah, I was just having fun with it. Honestly, on that wave, I was thinking of Aki. I saw him the last couple of days, and just, you know, he does this classic backside barrel at Snapper, and I've seen him do it before. So I was kind of envisioning that, but I got a lip to the head, you know, that was a big mistake. So I won't be doing that maybe next time, but anyways, super stoked.
It's a beautiful thing to have, mate, after a pretty tricky start to the year. Momentum, you've really captured it, and you've used it beautifully to kick off this campaign.
Yeah, obviously tricky start to my year, you know, and then just flip the switch in Tahiti and just looking to carry that momentum here, you know, and look, we're at another left, a little bit different than Chobes, and I'm stoked to put my, you know, different type of surfing, some turns down the line, and you know, showcase that I can do that as well and win events. So yeah, stoked for this opportunity.
That's it, mate. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home?
Yeah, shout out to the family at home. You know, I just had a baby girl. She's 7 days old, so missing them so much. You know, my partner, and they're holding it down for me while, you know, daddy's at work. But yeah, win or lose, I'm stoked. Life is great. Just so happy. Have a healthy family, and yeah, doesn't get much better than this.
Good on you, mate. You're on a roll. Can't wait to see you in the next heat.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Seth Moniz sending all that love back home to Oahu. And yeah, I think we have a good idea who that is behind the mask. Doug Silva. That was fun watching their celebration in Tahiti. They had moments together. When everyone left the awards presentation, Doug and Seth kind of sat there and kind of relived it together, you know, and such a great coach-surfer relationship. And they've gone through a lot of the hard parts of losing heats over and over again, and just reminding yourself what you're capable of. And momentum's a real thing. Seth has it there. And how was that shout out to Hawk?
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, did he know I was here? That was, yeah, but that was such a sweet interview. I got goosebumps, you know. So sweet, the shout out and what he's doing, and, you know, and that he's at work, and the love he gave back to the family. I felt it. Yeah, it was epic. Look at this big set we got come in here. What does Ethan need? And he has got priority. He needs an 8-1-4. He definitely doesn't need to choose his first wave. I'm not too sure. It does look like there's a second one, but with that kind of long period, it's, you know, I don't know if his first one's going to clean it up. It probably won't. But let me get back to my story real quick. I forgot to say that when I got to New Caledonia, I kissed the dock. Not unlike Ken Bradshaw when I watched him swim Waimea Bay 3 times that time that 60-foot left came through, and Mark Fu and James Jones and the bodyboarder got cleaned up and rescued by a helicopter in the basket. But I did kiss a dock. I was alive. But, you know, like I said, the next part of the trip was smooth sailing on the Southern Cloud. I was, like, up the front of the boat, and we got to Fiji. I had one surf, and we got here at about 3 in the morning. We had to clear customs, and I was leaving that afternoon because I had to go back. The Oki Grom comp was starting, so I got to have one surf. I had to come home after 3 weeks on the boat.
After everything you went
through. Guess who
through?
picked me up on a ski? I didn't even talk to him. I'm like waxing up a board so quick on the Grady Wide, and the ski comes by, goes, "Happy birthday, Ock, you want a lift?" Guess who it was?
Who's that?
Mick Fanning.
No
Yes,
way.
of course. Yes.
To the
like
rescue.
After 3 weeks, we didn't even talk to each other. I'm like, you're kidding me. So me and him
always shows up when you
we
need
were
him the
trading
most.
waves down at Shish Kebabs. It was pretty crowded, about 4 to 5 feet, just talking story about the trip. And I'm like, shit, I got to go soon. So I paddled all the way up to the top, waited for a good wave, got it, done it, half a carve snap, fell off.
Oh.
Yes.
Surely some redemption on this.
That's
trip.
why you're
Yeah,
meant
hopefully
to come back, Ock.
So when Jack said, as long as you're on the boat, when I said, we've got a boat for you, and I said, that is not a problem.
Yeah.
I've got unfinished business.
You've got
so it's great to be
unfinished
back on the
business.
Southern Cloud, and say hello to everyone. Rothy, good luck on Friday. It's a big day for you. Love you. And I just want to thank the Rothwells for having the crew on the boat.
I'm going to thank you, Aki. You inspire me. Just any bit of advice, for people out there living their best life, because I know you do that so well. People tell you all the time you don't age, but there's this youthful exuberance around you that's infectious. People meet you for the first time and you feel like you're best friends. Any words of advice for how people can live like the Ock?
I love meeting people. I love treating them that everyone's the same. I love meeting people. I love feeling their energy. I love living life to the full. It was a great thing when I stopped drinking alcohol all those years ago. I just live it. Now that I'm 60, I talked to Luke about it too. I want to keep fit. I want to keep surfing as good as I can. And just to wake up, see the sunrise. I don't care if the waves are good or bad. I'm just loving being out there right now in the ocean. I stare at the ocean more than anyone. I live on the ocean. I'm usually on a boat or, on a camp somewhere. And I think I stare at the ocean probably not as much as people that sail around the world, but maybe that's what I want to do one day.
Yeah, I can see that. And I love staring at the ocean with you, Ock.
Shout out there to John too, because,
Yeah, that would be a great partnership, honestly. Sure. Minute 10 to go. Ewing in trouble with priority, needs an 8-1-4. Cole Hausman put the hammer down on 2 quick scores while Ethan fell in his first. Cole got the 8 as Ethan was still duck diving. Ewing made some quick work happen and got into the 7s, but ultimately chasing an excellent score now with 45 to go.
This is set coming. It's going to be an exciting end. He's going to have to make a decision right here. What do you think, guys? I mean, you've been looking at this screen longer than me. Is it a good wave?
He's going to have to go, though. He doesn't have too much time to think about it. Ewing will take this wave. Needs an 8.14. Setup work to start, just trying to get some ground behind him. The man from North Stratty, just all setup work, nothing yet. Now he's slicing it into the pit. Really deep on this section, he does make it out. Ewing ends up having to throw it away and left just hoping that he had something more to play with before he ran out of room. Did well with the barrel ride, but just not much else to talk about there, Flick.
Unfortunately, he just had to take off on that wave because there wasn't much more time left. I don't know if he would have had a roll of the dice, if he would have even stood up before the horn went on the second one. So, he surfed this so well. I mean, if you're out there on a free surf, you get a wave like this, you are absolutely stoked. You could not surf this wave better. Just really waited for this one to come around the section, to really set up this tube once again on the inside. You could kind of already see just the relaxedness in his surfing. I think the body language was already indicating that he knew he wasn't going to get the score. And then, he really here is just the true teller. He knows.
Totally right. Yeah, he knew. You could see him relax there. But, that was a great heat.
It was a great heat.
Ethan's having a good year.
Yeah, that'll be a throwaway. Didn't end up factoring in. Ethan Ewing ending up getting knocked out by an aggressive effort from Cole Hausman at the start. Good for Cole after such a terrifying result in Tahiti, getting the worst wipeout of his life. It will be Hausman versus Seth Moniz in that round of 16. Aki, thanks for the time, the stories, the inspiration.
Thanks for having me. I hope that story kind of made sense, but just thanks for having me. Thank you to everyone. The birthday messages and turning 60 feels great. You know, I used to have friends that said, you know, you don't feel, I'm like, you look old, but I don't feel old. And I know what they mean because I still feel great. I might look old, but I don't know. I'm just happy.
Yeah, happy.
Coco, Jess.
They're just off camera. They're coming up next as we will get ready for Iago Dora and Matheus Herdy in this next heat. A couple more heats to go before we get near to the Corona Cero post show. Kaipo and Jesse will be stepping in for the call.
Let's look back at Cloudbreak last year for a world champion run. Iago Dora, yellow jersey, wanted to keep it that way and win his first world title, and Jesse did just that.
Oh my goodness, just how sparky and how in form he was on this day. Think about the immense amount of pressure that would have been on his shoulders. He's just watched 4 of the best surfers in the world battle it out and then decided, all right, Griffin Colapinto is going to be matching up against Iago, but he kept his cool. He never doubted himself, and now he's our world champion, our reigning world champion. He's back to try and defend his title, and what a way to come back. What a special place for him to come back to as well.
And what a special place we have here, the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Look at that. No, that's not CGI. No, that's not AI. That's real life here in beautiful Fiji. Thank you for joining us here. Day number 1 of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. Jess Starling talking you through the last little stint we have, and we got some great heats coming up right now. We've had Landmark Day. We've had beautiful surfing by both the men and the women. We had history made by Aaron Brooks, but the day's not over yet.
No, not yet. I love the fact that we've already got to call a 10-point ride today, and it's day 1 of competition. We also saw, for the first time ever, a Fijian woman competing at a championship tour level. Let's break some more records today, Kaipo.
Yes.
Why not? It's not over yet.
Well, we have a really cool heat. We have a very interesting heat. We have the defending and reigning world champ, Iago Dora, who won right here, up against Matheus Herdy, who already came through his round 1 matchup earlier this morning for Matheus. And the interesting thing about this heat, well, one of the many storylines is Iago's father, Leandro, is coaching this guy right here, Matheus. Here's his first wave.
Yeah, Matheus, he was so sharp out there this morning. Obviously, conditions a little bit different to that heat we saw with Jarvis Earl earlier today, but Matheus was really fitting his turns beautifully in the pocket, but his barrel riding technique was really what set him apart from the rest of the field. You can see a little bit too far ahead of that barrel there, but wow, solid end turn, flicks that tail all the way around, and then Iago Dora, the first wave of him back in the jersey since he won a world title here last year. 2 gorgeous arcing swoops to start this wave off, and a little cone super deep in the barrel here, traveling all the way through, clean exit.
Mastery.
Just a steezy exit to the wave as well. This is exactly what you and I expect from Iago Dora.
Absolute mastery. What you're watching right now is an excellent start for our reigning world champ and a guy that is really, really a top performer out here at Cloudbreak. I want to see the scoreline, 8.67. Couple of judges, JJ, even went 9.
It had to go there. Just those first 2 carves, so open and drawn out, and you can see his wingspan, his front arm almost touching the water as he's coiling that carve around. So to combo that up with a deep threaded tube, that just was so perfect, and a nice hollow clean exit as well for Iago. Again, just continuing his beautiful connection that he has here with Cloudbreak.
Strider, give us some froth.
Oh, well, I've hit that nail with that hammer so many times today, but I'm gonna do it again. Wave number 2, and number 3, and number 4, each one just getting better and better. That first wave is not what you want. It's that second or third one, and they are just lining up and lighting up this lineup. It's so fun to watch, and it's, you know, Iago obviously had a game plan to sit out there and wait for one of those, and he did it. And, you know, Mateus has had a great first heat, and I was very complimentary because he was so calm and collected, and he looked like he was carrying on. But then again, that second wave came through, and Iago absolutely he was just looking luscious on that thing. He just was syrupy and smooth, and then just came to the inside, and the thing just slurped all around him, and there wasn't a drop of water out of place. And then he just slipped right out, just woohoo! And I was just like, there we go. There's Iago, he's back. He's on my fantasy, let's go.
Let's go.
Mateus trying to come back in here, but again, I feel, you know, Strider just gave the advice, second wave of the set, and Mateus looks like he took the first wave yet again. Surfing well, but he's dealing with a lot of chop and a lot of just turbulence. Throws that JS, gets a little tail release there, but that wave, it looked like he was just fighting against it the whole time.
Yeah, Strider's been on the money with that all day of not going that first wave of the set. The second and the third have been so clean, and they've had such a solid looking barrel towards the end of the wave as well. Something that I find really interesting about Mateus' surfing though is just how clean and smooth he's laying down his turns. He looks really in control of his equipment, where there's been times throughout the year where maybe slightly indecisive, not really sure how he wants to surf away from start to finish, but here in Fiji, he really does tend to look like he's going off feeling. Love that turn in the pocket, that tail nice and tidy, just under the lip though, which I think is smart with this wind starting to pick up. But Iago adding his name to a long list of goofy footers who have won here. 10 goofy footers have won, 6 natural footers. So a place where the goofs actually have the advantage.
Here we go, Dora back under the curtain, driving through this one, and that door is about to close, but don't give up on Iago, Dora. Now we can give up on him because we got the water angle.
And now you can. I got my hopes up. I was thinking, wow, if he could make this is going to be some sort of magic. But Iago, he's that type of surfer now. He gives you this element of surprise. You never quite know what you're going to get. So if he hadn't made that, yeah, I don't think I would have been that surprised, just with how good he is out here. So he knows what he's looking for. He threads the barrel so nicely. So let's see him try again.
Yeah, you don't want to give up on him, right? And you were talking about the goofy foots. We can look back to Damien Hobgood, Owen Wright, of course, Gabriel Medina, Matt Wilkinson, all winners out here. And Luke Egan, Mick Lowe in 1999 on his way to a world title, Mark Akalupo.
Yeah, it's such a stacked list of goofy footers. Obviously, Iago winning his world title here last year was really iconic, but one of the most iconic goofy footers at this wave in particular would have to be Owen Wright. 2 perfect heat totals in that year that he won, one of them including being in the final. So if I was a goofy footer, I would definitely be channeling what Owen did that year to win, because that was just pure beauty.
Another goofy footer we got to have a conversation with, because I think he was spectacular out here. The powerhouse, Cole Hauschman with Von Blakey.
Cole, big beefy waves demand big beefy surfing, and you delivered the prime cuts, my brother. That was an absolutely sick performance, like a real display of power surfing at its best. And it had to be against the tour's premier power surfer as well.
Yeah, fuck. That, I wasn't meant to swear, so.
Swear job, right?
But no, I'm just stoked. Like, I really just tried to be like grateful for the opportunity to surf Cloudbreak with like one other person out. And at this point in the year, it's like all or nothing for me. And I really just wanted to go out there and showcase my surfing and lay into some waves. It's like, I mean, when you get a wave out there, it's one of the best waves in the world. So I was just like frothing.
It's, as I said, you know, the juice is filling in. We've got so much power in the ocean today, but we know that you came here early. You had some incredible free surfs, took a couple of proper lickings, and sort of just got all of that making friends with Cloudbreak out of the way early.
Yeah, I've definitely been paying my dues the last couple of events in the big stuff, but no, I love it here. I've spent a lot of time here, and I come here a lot in the off season or whenever I have time, and come stay on Tabby and just hang with the fam and the crew, and yeah, it's been amazing. I just feel like I have a good connection with this place, and yeah, it's been treating me well. I mean, it's like a heat win right now feels like a final to me, and I just want to take that feeling and kind of run with it, and you know, hopefully make some more heats, and yeah, just get on a roll for the back half of the year.
Mate, I heard a story that one of your wipeouts the other day hit so hard it blew your contact lenses out of your eyes. Is that true?
Yeah, well, that was the day after my big wipeout. It was the big day out here, and at first wave in the morning at like 6:30, pulled into inside closeout and just got my contacts blown out, and I surfed like the rest of like a 3-hour session. And I couldn't even see the lip in front of me. I was just getting like the biggest barrels of my life, but I couldn't see like 5 feet in front of me. And I was just like, that's why everyone, I was like pig dogging, like it wasn't that deep in many of my waves because I just like couldn't see anything. I was like, I think I'm in it, like let's go, but I don't know, it's fun. I might be at LASIK soon, but we'll see.
Well, to quote Keanu Reeves in Point Break, my favourite line in the whole film actually, sight is highly overrated. Mate, your surfing, honestly, you just couldn't look more on point out there. Your tempo with this wave, obviously the power suits you. I'm so frothing to see you put on the sort of surfing that you really want to showcase.
Oh, thanks, Vaughn, and yeah, shout out to everyone at home. Just thanks for staying up and watching. Love you guys, and yeah, let's keep the ball rolling.
Good on you, brother.
There you go. Some Obi-Wan Kenobi right there. Put down the blast shield and just use the force through the barrel. Cole Hausman. During that interview, we saw Mateus Hurdy get a 6-point ride. You can see it in the score line right up there. Best CT result happened as a wild card back in 2021. Over in Mexico, Mateus Hurdy was a new name for a lot of people in the world, and he really set the world on fire there. Incredible sand barrels, but we're talking about left-hand reef breaks here.
Yeah, again, just such nice tempo. That first turn was particularly nice. It was really sharp in the pocket, and then this wave just so perfectly hollowing out, opening up for Mateus just to draw and thread the most perfect barrel. And that's something that I took out of that interview with Cole Hausman was obviously the points do matter at this part of the season, but more than that, he just wanted to win his heat so he could get back out there and keep surfing, because that's just how perfect this wave is. The athletes aren't getting as caught up in the points and the results. They actually just want to show their surfing, and what a wave for them to be able to do that on.
Yeah, and you know, Cole looking for a big result. He had that quarterfinal in Raglan, but hasn't had much of, you know, hasn't had that good of a year on the championship tour. So wants to have a big result on the big stage. Looking really good to qualify, even if he has to on the Challenger Series. If he has to, he could be one of those double qualifiers. We'll see how the season plays out. But today was a great day for the powerhouse. Heat at hand. Mateus Hurdy in the lead right now, but it's a deceiving lead, JJ, because that 8.67 for Yago Dora weighs very heavy, and all he needs is a 2-point ride to turn the heat.
The good news is when Mateus has started to come into these matchups with these really heavy seeds, like I mentioned earlier, it felt that maybe sometimes he was really indecisive about exactly the type of surfing he wanted to put on the table because of how amazing his bag of tricks is. He really can take so many different angles to a heat, but in this heat in particular, he does look really locked in. He's decided that he's going traditional smooth lines comboed up with this amazing backhand barrel riding. So Mateus is building as this heat's going on.
Yeah, let's take a look at some CT by the numbers right now.
Please.
Because it's all about excellent waves this season. And Yago Dora, he's on the top of the pack, just earned his 12th excellent wave. That means 8 points or better in this season. So Yago, rightfully the world champ and proving it right there in the math. 12 8-point plus rides so far this season. Leads the pack.
You know whose name I love seeing just under his is Sammy Pupo. He's had a couple of seasons where he's been relegated back to the Challenger Series, but now, this year alone, he has 10 excellent scores. That is incredible. It's definitely his best so far, but you're so right, Kaipo. Yago is really marking his territory and saying, yeah, I am the world champion. I've had 12 excellent scores, which is 4 more than 2 of the most talented Brazilian world champions we know, being with Gabe and Felipe. So Yago really flexing his authority, and the fact that he already has one in this heat, his very first wave of this competition, means that I think that 12 is going to start to creep its way up throughout this event.
I love that you identified Sammy Pupo, in that, you know, 3 times he's been cut, 3 times he's come back to the championship tour, but this year having a really, really good season coming into this event, number 9 on the rankings for Sammy. So he's part of that Brazilian force. When we look at the top 10, you know, it's still a lot of Brazilian flags in that top 10 going into this stop number 8 of the championship tour.
Yeah, 50% of the top 10. So they're definitely the dominant force this year, and 2 very talented ones in the lineup. Even Matheus Herdy, who, like we mentioned, has had a couple of troubling results and hasn't cracked the code other than Snapper. He's that kind of guy who could turn the year around and really make a big leap up the rankings, especially with this event and Trestles being the next one where he has such an incredible air game.
Unusual circumstance just now, JJ, in that Yago paddled for a wave. We talked about how hard it is to get into these waves. Wasn't able to take off and lost priority. You see the blue box on our judges tower. That means Matheus Herdy has the lead and priority. So Matheus actually has heat control at this moment. It's going to be decision time as we see a few lines start hitting the reef here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because it's not very often you see Yago Dora make a mistake, and if roles were reversed, Yago would definitely be capitalizing on this. So Matheus with an opportunity to seriously build his heat total now.
Big wave for Matheus. And it looks like an unruly one. It's going to clean up down the line, gets a snap under the lip there. Rifling down the line, big tail throw, goes incomplete, hands it over to Yago Dora. We'll see if Yago's on the next wave. He sure is. Dora winds up off the bottom, has to clear this section. No problem for the skinny goat. Pulls into the barrel. It's a funnily section there. Controls the speed. High line exit there for Yago Dora. Off the bottom, slashes off the top with a vengeance. Second barrel section for Yago. Gets a little bit of a pit ride there. Wants a little bit more. Kicks out of the wave. He's going to take the lead.
My goodness. I love the way Yago reads this wave and how easily he can combo up big, deep-throated barrels to coming out of that, shifting his feet so quickly within split seconds and doing a massive layback on this beautiful green canvas. So Yago Dora, he has this exceptional cat-like reflex, and we saw him do that at Raglan for a 10 as well.
I think as we look at this replay, what we can appreciate is the speed control. Being able to speed up at the same time being able to slow down.
I totally agree. He really does have that acceleration and break down pat. Deep in this, not super deep, not as deep as his 867, but that is the moment for him to shuffle his feet forward, then back to do the layback, then forward again to start to thread another barrel is so technically hard to do, and that is why he's a world champion. Matheus now on a big wave. Now, Strider would be slightly annoyed because Matheus took the first wave of the set, and that second one that Yago was on was clearly better, and we can tell by this drone angle that there actually was a third wave as well. So Matheus has that maybe a bit of a Grom energy. He really wants to be on those waves, but that would have hurt to be duck diving this wave with the world champion, the reigning world champion, deep in the tube.
Looking from above, you can see just Yago in the barrel, but you can see how the draw on the second wave, the first wave kind of cleans up the reef and puts less water on it, and you can see the draw. Here's Matheus dropping into this one in the barrel, traveling through this section. Nice make for Matheus. Stalling a little while on the bottom. Curvy section where he hooks it in the lip. Nice hanger for Matheus Herdy. Pairs it up there for a combination. Make it 3 for Matheus and a nice comeback.
Dare I say it, best wave we've seen from Matheus Herdy all day. Whether it's this heat or the heat that he had against WSL this morning, that was it. the criticalness of that takeoff is where a lot of those points will lie, because he delayed the takeoff to be deeper in the barrel. The judges are going to definitely be eyeing that off. And you know what? He needed a wave like that, because now look at the requirement for Matthias Hurdy.
Yes, well, let's see if here from Strider. He's out in the lineup. What was your view, Strider?
Just really loving the body language from Iago, the way he adjusted through his wave and read the barrel section. I mean, it didn't look like he was. It looked like he was going to get too far behind it at first, and from where I was, and then it just opened up just enough for him to come out, and then that hack to barrel was just the fluidity in which it just all combined to itself. It just looked like a perfect pour right into the glass, and just left a little bit of froth on top. I mean, it was just kicked right out, right at us, and it was just like this perfect little moment. And I think that Matthias is proving that he is a worthy opponent watching him surf, which I really like, because he's surfing so well, and he's drawing out his lines, and he's riding the barrel like you said, Jess, and that kind of stuff is like, it's whether he wins the heat or not, he's going to come away with this feeling like he belongs here, which is amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree, Strider. And this takeoff is particularly hard to do. What Matthias did on that last wave, stalling that takeoff, which put him really deep in that barrel. So all he had to do was hold his line. Again, what he's doing with that front knee, keeping him deeper in the tube, and then comboing two massive hooks off the back of that is, for me, the best wave for him all day.
Yeah, but speaking of massive, Matthias needs a massive requirement, a 9.4, because a 6.73 just dropped for Iago Dora on his backup to his excellent score. So there is a hill decline for Matthias Hurdy. We're still waiting for that last score to see if that reduces the requirement. Feeling is it is going to reduce the requirement to something probably more manageable, but we're still waiting for last score for Matthias Hurdy.
And there definitely would be a slight fear factor if you're in Matthias's corner, because he's going to improve, we believe. We believe. He's going to improve and reduce that requirement. But the thing is, Iago's 6.73 looked like him in cruise control. So for him to better that, I dare say it's not going to be that hard for him. So yeah, you're thinking maybe one or two more waves for Matthias at the same level as that last one.
We got new math. 7.67 just dropped for Matthias Hurdy. He now needs a 7.74. Let's see if Matthias can make that 7.74. That's what he needs to get over Iago Dora. We'll find out. We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion. Round 2, Heat 3, Iago in the lead.
Most people know Tavarua for its world-class waves, but the real story is happening beneath the water. More than 10 years ago, we partnered with the Ministry of Fisheries and the University of the South Pacific to help restore the endangered giant clam population. Today, Tavarua's reef is a marine reserve, and these clams are spawning naturally, helping to reseed reefs across western Fiji. This project is proof that every effort matters and that together we can create a healthier future for our oceans.
WSL One Ocean helping in so many ways, from coastal restoration to beach cleanups to supporting the giant clams that live off of the heart-shaped island of Tavarua.
Yeah,
They're incredible. Yeah, you can dive right off of that island and visit the giant clam sanctuary.
Really? Oh my goodness, that's on my to-do list while I'm here.
Don't put your hands in the giant clam.
Okay, copy
ever.
that. Copy that.
I don't know if that's actually.
Oh.
9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Iago Dora, he's in the lead over Mateus Hurdy, but Mateus' last effort got him into a more manageable need of a 7.74. 7.67, JJ, I think that if Mateus was able just to replicate what he did on his last wave, he's got the lead.
Oh, absolutely. Mateus, even just with those last 2 turns, they were so critical and so clutch in the pocket there. There's the IC scoreline. So the spread from all 5 judges, 2 of them going excellent, putting that last wave into that 8-point range. 7.74, I totally agree with you, Kaipo. It's definitely doable. Here's my issue. So Iago Dora is proven to be, especially this year in particular, such a dominant force when it comes to closing out heats. I don't want to jinx anything for him.
Yep.
But he has really just refined his craft to know, all right, I'm going to start strong and finish strong. I dare say with 8 minutes 23, with him having priority, I dare say that 6.73 is going to be out of the picture soon. That requirement could lift again for Mateus Hurdy.
I agree with you. And you talked earlier today about the consistency it takes and how hard it is to be consistent on the championship tour. We've had 7 events so far. This is stop number 8. Through those 7 events, Iago Dora has made 4 finals day. So that is incredibly consistent, right?
Yes.
If we look at his season in a snapshot right there. Had a disappointing result, you know, in WA, and then also had a disappointing result for him just in Tahiti, because he was part of the decimation that Seth Moniz brought upon the whole field. But as a whole, when you look at Iago's standings and what he's got right now, number three on the rankings, already has a win this season and has 2 finals this season actually. He's still a force. He is still a front runner in my book for another world title.
Oh, absolutely. He's well and truly in that conversation, and it's cool to have someone like Leonardo Fioravanti in that conversation as well, where results here and now, yes, they matter for requalification and that storyline for the likes of Mateus Hurdy, but just as important for the world title race.
True. Well, 7 minutes remaining, and yeah, we'll go see Leo Fioravanti in heat number 6. We're not going to get to it today, but we'll see Leo when we resume. Your fantasy picks, you guys. Hey, you guys are really smart out there. Your power surfer picks. I agree with you with the Gabe Medina and Iago Dora. Those are great picks. And of course, Griffin Colapinto, he's won out here. Why wouldn't you pick him? Little bit of an underdog. I think people are underestimating the power of Jack Robinson. And the other thing with fantasy is, you see you 32%. When you go with the obvious power surfer picks, you're going to be tied with everyone else. The people who win in fantasy are the people who take the chances and go with the Jack Robinson. And then Jack Robinson, if Jack Robinson does better, then
Hey, why didn't I know this?
yeah, because if you go with everyone else, then you just tie with everyone else, right? If you do an obvious pick, so you have to take chances on your fantasy. I know it's scary. I know it's scary, everyone, but take chances on your fantasy.
Take a leap of faith.
Take a leap of faith.
I tell you what my protocol for fantasy is. I always do my bracket challenge first, because then I know who's going to meet up with each other maybe earlier on in the competition, and then I won't pick people who meet earlier.
Right.
And then I'll pick maybe my quarterfinalists.
You do your bracket first to avoid the friendly fire. Yes,
and
really
whoever's
smart.
in my quarters or potentially my semis, that's usually who I pick in my fantasy.
So in fantasy, a lot of you guys that went with Seth Moniz in Tahiti, there wasn't a lot of you folks, and a lot of you folks didn't pick him as a power surfer, but you few who did, you know, you moved way up the rankings in fantasy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my fantasy advice.
I love it.
Well, 5 minutes, 20 seconds, and let's take a look at our recap of this Heat 3, round number 2, starting with Iago Dora, who knows how to go excellent out here.
Oh, first wave of his heat, first wave of the event, 8.67. Firstly, those first 2 calves are just so beautiful. And then to combo it up with this perfectly threaded tube through this inside. He's just sitting just ahead of that foam ball the entire time. Really nice controlled exit. as well. And then he got this wave, this 6.73, slightly bigger. We started to see this footwork come into play for Yago Dora. Gets tubed, has to work his way slightly up his board, shuffles his feet forward, then works his way back, gives us a massive layback to think about, and then moves his feet back up the board to get a slight cover up to round out that wave. And that is just some of the cat-like reflexes that that man possesses. Now, Mateus Hurdy, what a worthy opponent. He has fought hard to stay relevant in this heat, where Yago has already put up a really solid heat total. Great looking turns and really nice barrel rides as well from Mateus Hurdy.
And that is your heat recap, and here is your heat in the unabridged form of all the waves written highlighted that are the top 2 for each of the surfers. You can see Yago Dora with that excellent start of an 8.67, and Mateus Hurdy just with it up and down. So that's not going to affect Mateus's scoreline. He's still going to need a 7.74, and we're under 4 minutes. Here goes Hurdy searching on the inside again, and nothing going there. Just trying to do his best to find a wave, find a diamond in the rough under the priority of Yago Dora. However, he may just be paying for it right now.
Yeah, that is the swell is definitely here. It is solid. You know about it when you're duck diving waves of that size out here as well. This is making Yago's life just that little bit easier. All he has to do is hold priority out there. Doesn't need to touch these sets that are rolling through, because with 3 minutes 20 to go, he's still going to keep that priority. Know that maybe another round of sets towards the end of the heat. We haven't seen it being that consistent, but he just has to keep Mateus off anything that looks relatively like a 7.74.
World champions have high heat IQ, and Yago Dora knows, having control of this heat right now, controlling that priority, he's not going to be a Grom and just take any wave. He's going to control that lineup, control that peak. The only way he's going to take a wave, if it looks like a quality wave that Mateus can get that 7+ ride. But it's going to be a little tricky right now, because look at, we got multiple set waves coming through, so it's decision time for the skinny goat, Yago Dora.
Yeah, I'm really loving how consistent this lineup is looking. It's going to be a smaller inside one here for Mateus.
Mateus is really going to have to surf his heart out on that wave, and he just gave up on it, and rightfully so. That wave, I don't believe, had the 7.74 in it. So Yago Dora continues to be stoic, continues to be stubborn, continues to control the lineup.
Something that's really interesting to me as well is, if we think back maybe even 3 years ago, Kaipo, Yago was probably making these same decisions that we're seeing Mateus make now, and being on the back foot and scrambling for the inside ones to try and generate something. But obviously he's found his rhythm, he's found his form. And this is a heat where Mateus, although at this point things can definitely change, but at this point he's not looking like he's going to make it through. This would be one of those heats where you'd actually be really proud of yourself of how you showed up, and the calm and the ease that he had at his surfing. He leveled up, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, when you look at Yago Dora's career, I believe that after he broke his foot and had to take some time off and then came back to the championship tour, that's really when things turn. He's always had that talent, but when he came back, he was a much more studied surfer, and his heat IQ improved, and his clutch surfing also improved.
Yeah.
Where he was able to turn heats in the last 5 minutes and do maneuvers when he needed to do that. Maneuver selection has been huge for Yago Dora. So right now, just takes that one, takes that option away from Mateus Hurdy, uses priority, vicious snap, lip glide off the top. One more, throws the fins on the Mayhem, and Mayhem on the bottom of that wave, and just gobbles them up. That was an aggressive turn, but now just 40 seconds for Mateus to respond.
But how relaxed did he look on that wave as well? This is what's exciting as a surf fan and someone who just wants to tune in, see some incredible surfing put forward. Yago Dora has hit that level where you almost rely on him for a really good heat and some exceptional scores. And he also knows how to build as the event goes on. Like you mentioned, 4 finals day this season alone. So Yago Dora definitely improving every single time the Rashi's on. And the fact that he's already gone excellent in this competition seems like really good signs to me.
Yeah. So it's going to be a win for Yago Dora as the clock ticks down. Mateus may have a chance here. His hands need to leave the rail, and he's not going to make it there in time. So it will be Mateus Hurdy with an equal 17th out of Fiji, and he'll be focusing on lower trestles, stop number 9. Meanwhile, Yago Dora, he'll be focusing on the round of 16, round 3 here. A successful day for the defending world champ. Who will Yago meet? We're going to find out. Heat 4, round 2, Kanoa Igarashi up against Alan Cleland Jr. when we return to Cloudbreak. Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Fiji Pro.
Here we go with Mateo. No, this is a new heat. What am I talking about? We're in heat number 4, round number 2, with Kanoa Igarashi up against this man in the glare, Al Cleland Jr. Kaipagura along with Jess Starling on the call here. And Big Al having his way with this first wave of the heat, Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, what a matchup. These two surfers are both exceptionally strong when it comes to barrel riding and knowing where to be in the wave. Interestingly enough, they both come from the same camp. So Snake training both of these surfers. So he's going to be having a couple of boards in the lineup. And this is one of those ones where it's not like you can tell one athlete to go left, one to go right, and may the best man win. No. It's the same game plan for both of them.
May the best man win.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so take a look here at Al Cleland Jr. on his first wave.
Yeah, Al he's a dark horse for me in this event because he is so good at riding the barrel, but he is also just so powerful. So with these chunky swells, I was excited to see him on this first wave. There's that power in action there, just swooping so hard from bottom to top of the wave. Again, looking so comfortable as soon as the swell starts to get a little bit bigger. Slight little barrel on the inside there. Nothing major, nothing crazy that got me out of my seat on that wave, but a nice settler to start this heat off for Alan.
Yeah, judges thought so too. Al Cleland Jr., 24 years old, second year on the championship tour. Couple of quarterfinals this year, just coming off one of them in Tahiti, also quarterfinal in El Salvador. Number 22 on the rankings coming into stop number 8. He's right on the line when we look at re-qualification. Remember that line for us at the end of the year at Pipeline, 22 qualify out of the championship tour from the men on to the 2027 championship tour. So Al, to really solidify his position, needs a good result here in Fiji.
Yeah, it's interesting for those surfers. Honestly, anywhere between 16 to all the way down the bottom, it's still anyone's game. Obviously, it's harder for some surfers than others, but a couple quarterfinals changes everything. If you make it to the quarters, it can easily put you back up into the 16th, 17th, 18th, and then all of a sudden you're on a roll and you head to trestles where it's everyone's fancy over there, and it makes re-qualifying so doable.
Here we go, Kanoa Igarashi. Best CT result here, semifinals over in El Salvador. He had a 5th at Bells. He's currently number 11, so a very consistent year for Kanoa. His 9th year on the championship tour, 28 years old. Part of the JS crew, staying on that 3-masted schooner, the Southern Cloud. So he's been a man at sea in preparation for his heat here up against Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, Kanoa to me is the mathematician of the tour. He is just so calculated when it comes to surfing heats. I honestly feel like sometimes when I watch him surf heats, like it's like a spreadsheet. He just knows exactly what to do and exactly the right time to do it. And that's why I see guys like Kanoa comboed up with his incredible talent doing so well in this man-on-man format in comparison to some of those newcomers, because he has so many reps in these man-on-man heats.
And he's just an intelligent human being.
Oh, absolutely.
Speaks 5 languages, you know. He's truly a man of the world. And when he's not surfing competitions, he's really amongst the crowds, you know, whether it's at Wimbledon or watching F1, watching the World Cup. He's all over the place, Kanoa Igarashi. Really big, a sponsor favorite over in Japan, and that's the country that he represents on the championship tour. Silver medalist over there in Tokyo Olympics as well. We got all kinds of accolades for Kanoa Igarashi, and a surfer that we knew that was coming into pro surfing from a very, very young age. His trajectory as a young surfer has been tracked since he was 12 years old, 28 years old now. So we've been keeping track of the life of Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, and him and Leo talk about that a lot, because essentially those two grew up doing this together and experienced this all for the first time, and both of them having great career and great success this year. So it's been cool to see that friendship just grow even more on the CT with successes for the two of them.
Monstro performance by Iago Dora. Let's hear from Iago. He's with Vaughn.
Thanks, Kaipo. Iago, last time we stood on this boat against this glass, we were crowning you world champion. It's been a year since then. How good does it feel to come back here to Fiji?
Yeah, it's so good. Fiji is such a special place. I always love coming back here, especially with the memories I have now. And yeah, this morning, not this morning, this afternoon actually, when I got into the boat, and I felt like I was here since the last time. It was pretty funny. It was a good feeling at the same time. And yeah, the waves are cooking, and I wish we had 2-hour heats out there just to get more waves, but it's so fun.
Mate, you came here early, you got that swell, you had some really fun surfs. Mateus, congratulations.
Oh,
man,
so hard to beat this guy.
It is hard. Surfed extremely well, a real danger opponent there, but yeah, you just looked in so much rhythm, man. Your timing with this wave, you know, where you place your turns, you read on when to go fast, when to slow down. It's just all so synced in.
Yeah, I feel a really good connection with this wave. I feel like the timing of my surfing really fits this wave, and the turns to barrels. I feel like that's the kind of surfing I like to do, the transition between turns, barrels, even airs, when today is hard to do the airs, but yeah, just the transition surfing. And props to Mateus as well. He's been getting a lot more comfortable in this kind of waves, and it was really cool to share a heat with him and to see that he had a good performance as well. And yeah, I hope for the best for him the next few events. And yeah, he's like my little bro, so yeah, I'm always cheering for him. And unfortunately, we match up early both times this year, but hopefully we meet up later in the rounds, the next few events.
That's it, man. And you said it, the surf's just pumping out there. It's so hard to just keep your game face on and play the game when there's so many just perfect little waves that you want to try and rip to pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Just surfing a heat out there. I kind of let a lot of good waves go by just because Mateus was not back yet, and I was holding to my lead, trying to hold priority. And sometimes it's fun to catch a lot of waves, but sometimes you can lose doing that. And yeah, so I was just trying to be smart at the end. I knew I had a good lead and just trying to play the game, but unfortunately a lot of fun waves went unreading. I wish I could have surfed them, but yeah, maybe more tomorrow.
Mate, well, definitely more tomorrow for you. Congratulations. I don't know what it is, man, but goofy footers for some reason find it way harder to let a left go by than regular footers do a right. I don't know what it is. That's just something I notice all the time. Kaiba, you can speak to that, can't you?
Yeah. I think regulars
have so many rides on tour. There's so many rides that as goofies, when we have the chance to get a lap, we're just frothing so hard.
True, true. Good on you, mate. Look forward to seeing you the next one.
Thank you.
Yep. Yago answered that question. That's exactly what I was going to say. Seems like there's just less lefts, period, in the world. So when you get to go left, especially for these guys, you want to catch more waves. And as goofy footers, we all know the statistics. We are a minority in the surfing world.
I am a natural footer, but I find it really hard to let left go by as well. And I live in the land of the rights now. So if there's a left, I'm going.
I like it. And you know what? I love that we have, you know, the additional left on tour this year. That addition of Raglan was a great one for us, I feel. And especially, and it kind of starts to even out the whole tour, which is great, you know? So, yeah, hats off to tours and competitions and everyone who's putting together the tour. And I'm really looking forward to uncharted territory as we look at, what is it going to be, stop number 12 over at Cloud9.
Yeah, Siargao. It's honestly, it's one of the most remarkable places in the world. It's such a cool stop to add to the tour. I've been lucky enough to travel there the last 4 years, as it's been a QS 2000 to a QS 4000 to a QS 6000.
There you go. That's the regular season right there. After that, after stop number 10, we condense the field as we go to Cloud9. Stop actually 11, 12 in Abu Dhabi. And everybody, aloha, it means hello. Ikomo mai, welcome. We're going to go and end it at Pipeline, the world's premier wave on my home, the island of Oahu. You're all invited to come. December 8th through the 20th. Have a good time. We're going to have a big luau.
Yes, let's do it. Let's crown some world champions at Pipeline. But again, like, just to add 2 new stops to this year with Raglan and Cloud9. Look at that. That is the dream tour, Kaipo.
Dreamy.
It's there.
And what it takes to be a world champ, you got to be versatile. When you look at all those different breaks, you have to be able to surf a variety. Heavy waves, performance waves, lefts, rights, slabs, points, everything.
Hot waves, cold waves.
Yeah.
Honestly, it changes every single place that we go to. There's a different vibe, even between going from Bells to Margie's or Margie's to Snapper. It's all the same country, but it feels different. So all of these guys, everyone on the championship tour is so versatile and adaptable. And if you're not, unfortunately, you do get left behind. That's just the cold, hard truth of the CT.
Yeah, it is. It is the truth right now. Well, quiet heat so far. So Al Cleland Jr. with a 5.17, hanging on to that. Kanoa Igarashi, you know, like you said, he's a seasoned competitor. So he knows he has a high heat IQ, but he's not budging at all using his priority.
Yeah, no, and honestly, not much has rolled through as we've seen so far. We were in that interview with Yago, but I tell you what, if a good wave came through, there's no doubt in my mind that Kanoa would be on it. So he is particular. He knows this wave really well, in fact. So I'm not surprised that he hasn't pulled the trigger yet, because he only wants excellence in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be pulling the trigger soon, because we got some sets showing up on the horizon right here and just hitting the reef at Cloudbreak. We'll see if Kanoa practices that patience, if he goes for the second wave of the set. Looks like he's positioning himself. And Igarashi just about to activate. Here he goes. First wave for Kanoa Igarashi, looking down the line. A lot of wind on the face. Slight carve off the top. Stalls off the bottom. Mid-face check. Dragging the body. Gets in the barrel and comes out of the barrel. Well-executed barrel ride for Igarashi. Lip glide to, face plant right there, but nice barrel. Chopping off the top. Al Cleland Jr., one more big carve. Airdrops into this one. Jr. gets eaten up by a Cloudbreak funnel.
My goodness, 2 very different waves, but both had really nice strong points in it as well. Al's wave was noticeably bigger, and as he free fell out of that turn into that backside barrel riding stance, that was a moment to be like, this is Cloudbreak. It was, the sun was behind the wave, it was perfect turquoise waters and big turn sections with big barrels on offer. This is why I love this event so much, because you combo 2 of the best things in the world.
Yeah. Okay, so Red Bull Red Bull skis with our water patrol are going to deposit our surfers back up. Now, one thing, Kanoa got on his ski surf first. The skis are it's not legal for the skis to overtake each other. So Kanoa's going to get to the lineup first and likely going to get priority in this rotation. So on that, after the pickup, you can't tell your ski driver, hey, gun it past the other ski. We stay in order here, and there's a designated course for all these Red Bull ski drivers as well. So it's kind of a foregone conclusion what priority is going to be. But let's look at some replays, starting with Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, Kanoa, this wave, it took a while for it to really hit that reef and bowl up. So Kanoa drove through that first carve. Again, technique just so beautiful, especially when it comes to his backside barrel riding. How picture perfect is that? Had the knee in the wall and then just really nice bottom turn, but you can see that board not winding all the way to 12, which unfortunately sent him down. And then Al on a big wave out the back. This is the type of canvas that Al wants to play with. Bigger looking waves, hacking into 2 turns. Just had so much speed as he was going into this barrel stance that the board almost skipping out underneath him. He never quite engaged that rail or himself into the wall. So so much would be happening so fast on that wave for Al. He did the best he could, still got some nice turns done out the back, but I dare say there's more big barrels coming Alan's way.
Yep, and there we go with the priority getting established. Kanoa with first priority, still waiting for scores for Cleland Jr. We'll see on how much he's going to get credit for those 2 big backhand snaps, as opposed to Kanoa Igarashi with kind of a slower start, but having that barrel completion at the end.
It's interesting when you look at both of their strong points. Alan, between the two of them, Kanoa's strong, but Alan between the two of them has the power edge over Kanoa. So if they went turn for turn, especially with this wind this afternoon, Alan's turns would potentially look bigger. Hence why we're seeing him on these slightly bigger waves that are drawing out those turns more. But Kanoa, maybe just with that slight edge when it comes to barrel riding on the back end, or just reps out at Fiji, especially in the jersey. So I like the fact that both of these guys are playing to their advantage here.
If it was arm wrestling, I would go with Al Cleland Jr., but we're not talking arm wrestling. We're talking surfing here, and so I like the strengths on both that you're pointing out.
I was talking arm wrestling.
Oh.
Sorry, my bad. Should have cleared that up, no.
All right, so scores are trickling in, which is going to set things up. A 5.23 for Alan Cleland Jr. You can see that 10.4 two-wave score in his score line. Still waiting for Kanoa to check in with his score.
Well, that's a nice moment for Alan to be rewarded for a mid-range score for 2 turns where, again, it was a bigger looking wave, so he was drawing out his turns, but we know he can hit him harder. So that's almost a compliment to Alan to know, all right, 2 turns. Gives me a mid-range score and a good-looking lead.
That means, for me, for the motivation for Al, that means if he does that same thing, but then gets a little bit of a barrel at the end, then he's up into the 7s.
Absolutely.
Best of the exchange, however, Kanoa Igarashi with a 6.1 for that barrel, so Igarashi needs a 4.3 to take the lead off of Al Cleland Jr., and he's got that priority control. Let's take a look again at Kanoa's 6.1.
Yeah, the judges are always going to love, of course, a beautiful, tidy barrel. That first turn, nice and drawn out. He always drives hard, but look at that knee, that arm engage in the wall here. Starts to slow him down, and he just threads it. He knifes it perfectly to the end there. That end turn, it looked a little bit more terrifying. He was looking straight down at the reef, but these 2 turns, getting Al a 5.2, just so tightly coiled with so much power.
How do you say hammer in Spanish, you know? Because that was a couple of hammers right there on the backhand for Al Cleland Jr., I'm telling you that. That was a big wave, and that was power matching power. Very impressive surfing. I love seeing an exchange like that between 2 surfers.
I love how you said that, and I went, oh, I know. And I was thinking, I was like, what am I talking about? I have no idea what hammer is in Spanish, but I agree. They were 2 massive turns on a bigger looking wave. It's interesting as well, just to compare those 2 waves. A foot or 2 bigger on ours compared to Kanoa's, and they were 1 wave apart from each other. So that's just how quick this lineup can change, and also how important wave selection is out here.
Yeah, it truly is, right? And we've seen that and you know, Strider's been preaching from the channel today too, like, hey, 2nd wave, 3rd wave, don't go on the 1st wave. And it's been illustrated in a lot of these exchanges as well.
Someone hire him as a coach. He's had great points today.
Yeah.
And he's got the best seat in the house time and time again. I would be quite inclined to pick Strider's brain.
Yeah, he'd probably be a pretty expensive coach.
And didn't you mention he was a waterman?
He's a boatman here.
A boatman.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time. He's been.
Oh yeah.
He's a tabby
Come
guy.
on, someone hit Strider up from some coaching.
Love it.
Did he just come in over the top unprompted? That's awesome.
He's getting ready to go surf after work.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was out of the water and not with a microphone. Oh, there, he's got the microphone. He's slowly prepping. 14 minutes and 45 seconds, and Kanoa Igarashi in actually a deceivingly good position right now. Even though he's trailing Alan Cleland Jr., he just needs a 4.3. He does have priority, and he's got half a heat to do it. He's got ample time on the clock.
This is the one where you do feel a bit of pain for Snake. He's come from the highest of highs with an athlete in his group of surfers in the likes of Aaron Brooks having a 10 and an 8-point ride to now he's only 2 male competitors in the opening or the second round together. But let's see what Kanoa can do here.
Kanoa has to get through this first section. Nice carve off the top for Igarashi. Delays that bottom turn, looking for the inside barrel section. Trying to find a line here. Goes low on this one. Pulls in under the lip. Gets that, has to pump, pull up on the rail, and Igarashi gets a deep, nice funnel, nice tube for Igarashi, and had his speed management incredible on that. Had to slow down and then really had to put on the turbocharge, yanked on the rail, got a couple pumps in there. He's going to get that 4.3 he needs and more.
Can we talk about how hard that is to pump in the barrel on your backside? He still had his hand on his rail too, so almost manufacturing those pumps with his arm as well.
Look at him smiling on the Red Bull jet ski. He knows he just got a great score. Replay right here.
Yeah, read this wave so well for Kanoa. Again, slightly bigger than his 6.1, only needed a 4.3. This, you'd have to think, is going to go there. Does the turn, then redirects his line to get the barrel. So similar read to what we saw in that last wave. Doesn't get fully covered until about here. Driving through, has to use his hand to pump through that barrel. Carves it down and pulls off into beautiful, glistening Fijian waters. Let's take a look at this barrel technique from this side angle though, because this is where you're really going to get to understand just how technically hard it is to pump in the barrel on your backside. So Kanoa engages that rail, that arm is in the wall, then he starts pumping through. So to do that with his front arm over his body on the rail, and then manufacturing the pumps all together with his board, is incredible. And honestly, that's why he made that barrel. It was creeping up to him quite quick. So yeah, impressive read on that last run from Kanoa.
Strider, Kanoa Igarashi just turned that heat with a 7.17 for that last ride.
That was just a little sweet Tootsie Roll on the inside corner. Yeah, the way that thing loaded up, and you could see him trying to find his line into it, and he kind of did a little zig and a zag, and then he found himself, like he finally found it, and then he was deep, really deep, like looking into it so deep that I thought maybe he was going to try and doggy door, because the next section you could see it coming, and it looked like it was just going to just squeeze him down, and he threaded that needle so perfectly, didn't even get touched. So really great technique, and going for the extra points on that end bowl, because I felt like he could have doggy doored it for a safety, and instead he went for the extra points and he turned the heat. Beautiful work.
Beautiful work for Kanoa Igarashi in the lead. We'll see if Kanoa can hang on to that lead. Al Cleland Jr. now needing an 8.04 to turn the heat. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Alan Cleland Jr. holding on to priority and needs an excellent score. We'll see if Al Cleland can make it. But right now, driving through the barrel, Kanoa Igarashi in the lead. Brew break. It's the catch-up, day number 1 of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Big action to report on. The biggest news today, Erin Brooks, perfect 10.
Oh yes, day number 1, we already have a perfect 10 in our sights. Erin, so deep. The biggest barrel we've seen all throughout the day, men or women. She also backed it up with an 8-point ride. 18-point heat total in round number 1. Are you serious? So well deserved for Erin, who's just coming off a big win.
Ethan Ewing coming up against Cole Hauschman, but Hauschman heats up out here at Cloudbreak.
The Goofy Footers, they have a special relationship with this wave. We've said it time and time again, and Cole just really solidifying that. He went out there with no pressure on his shoulders. He just wanted to do some good surfing, and my goodness, did he do that. Absolutely laying the rail on so many different occasions. So impressed, and taking down a big name of Ethan Ewing.
8-point ride, 8.71 for Cole Hauschman to win. Next up, Matthias Hurdy up against Iago Dora, and Dora delivers in a big way.
First wave of his event comes in. It's excellent. It's an 8.67, 2 massive calves. And then guess what? Gets so deeply tubed through this inside wave. It was so remarkable just to see how good his connection is with Cloudbreak, and to come back from winning a world title this time last year to open up with an excellent score is pretty incredible.
Looking really comfortable. Now you're all caught up. Live action, 7 minutes, 45 seconds. Al Cleland Jr. looking for 8.4, holding on to priority. Kanoa Igarashi just bailing out of that last wave, trying to surf under the priority of Al Cleland Jr. But Kanoa really with the comeback in this heat, sat for a long time at the beginning of this heat. First half of the heat was holding priority. Now here comes Al. Needs a comeback wave. It's a big wave for Al Cleland Jr. Stalls. Tucks under in the barrel, gets that first section there, stalls off the bottom again. Another mid-face snap, controls his speed, gets back under the hood. Another quick barrel ride. 2 trips to the tube for Al Cleland Jr. and then kicking out to the channel. Was that excellent?
It's a big wave. That was a big wave. He got 2 barrels and he fought so hard to get deep. He definitely disappeared on both of them, but I don't know if it had the velocity of how deep he could be to get it across the line to excellent. We'll take another look at it and really get into the nitty gritty, but Al definitely not crumbling under pressure at this point. Let's take a look at it. Like we mentioned, solid wave, probably the biggest we've seen so far. He's definitely trying to get himself on these bigger looking waves to add some drama. Gets covered on that first section. Now here, works so hard to get himself properly under the lip again. It was short and sharp, kind of disconjointed, that second barrel. My first reaction is no, it's not going to go excellent, but I love just how hard he was fighting to be deep in this tube.
What he will accomplish is he will reduce his requirement. I believe when this score comes through, he's going to reduce what he requires, so he will be able to chip away at it. But yeah, that channel shot, endless, and gives you kind of the idea of all the texture that's out there. Still waiting for the scores for Al Cleland Jr. We're expecting it to come under that 8-point mark, but improve his situation.
Yeah, and the fact that Al is just staying so relevant in this heat, where there was moments at the start of the year where it almost looked like he'd given up halfway through if he was on the back foot, I think is brilliant for Al, and just gives us an understanding of where his confidence is at here.
I agree. You know, he's just a powerhouse of a surfer. And with Kanoa catching that Red Bull ski ride back out and Al paddling, I believe Al's going to get priority. So when he hears the number of a 6.43 that he just earned, now he needs a 6.85. And an important component, JJ, is that now Al has priority. So he's given himself every chance to turn this heat.
Oh yeah, this is well within Al's grasp right now. 6.85 after just scoring a 6.43 on a wave that he easily could find that number again is really just put this whole equation back on the table.
Vaughn Blakey, where are you at?
Kipe, I'm channeling my inner teen wolf here, man. Just doing a bit of roof surfing on the top of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. That's a pop culture reference that Jessie Starling will definitely have no idea about.
Yeah, none.
But you do know?
No.
Yeah, I thought so. But this is unbelievable. What an incredible day. And we are just seeing insane lines, just pure Pacific energy unloading on Cloudbreak Reef. That last set felt like it was as high as the roof as a boat as it came in. And there's just so much to talk about. Straight after the contest today in the Corona Cero post-show, we're going to be looking at Cole Houseman's performance. Unbelievable power to take out Ethan Ewing. Yago Dora flowing on from his world title winning performance last year to beat Matthias Hurdy. And of course, the big story, Aaron Brooks creating history with a 10-point ride and one of the best performances in the history of pro surfing. I'm telling you, mate, I'm going to get my Creed video on here. Can you take me higher? That's the Corona Cero post show. Straight after this heat.
Can't get enough of Vaughn on the roof. We want more of that stuff right there. Vaughn Deadly bringing some flavor to this. That's right, the Corona Cero post show following this heat. Joe, Jesse, and Flick will all talk you through today's action. We had a lot of action opening day of the Fiji Pro presented by delicious 0% all-natural Corona Cero.
Wow. First of all, I'd love that full rendition of that song from Vaughn Deadly. That is definitely one of the highlights of my day. But no, I'm excited. There's so much just to digest.
Yep.
And I cannot believe this has all just happened in one day.
And Michael J. Fox turned into a werewolf, okay? And the werewolf would surf on top of the car. So that was his reference to
Okay,
Teen
copy.
Wolf, okay?
Copy. Yep, thank you.
I just want to I just want to frame what the
Appreciate
reference
it.
was, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, cool.
All right. Well, we're having a good time here. I hope you're having a good time. It's been a great opening day here in Cloudbreak for the Fiji Pro. Alan Cleland Jr. out there with priority, giving himself a chance. He is 6.85. He's got first priority. All he needs is a nice set to come through here at Cloudbreak.
The ocean's got energy in it too. We're looking at a couple of lines starting to roll on through. It's just whether or not they have that enough energy to stand up for Al. Something that he's been really chasing throughout this heat is those bigger looking waves. He knows it's going to set him apart when he places his power down to do some turns on those large looking canvases. So Al, he can't be too selective here though, Kaipo, because there's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's got to make it happen, Strider.
Real quick, just real fast. I mean, the beautiful day that we've had, it is just firing. And, well, 50 of the best surfers in the world are about to go get the sunset session in. And if it looks anything like this tomorrow, we are going to just be frothing all day again out here in the channel. So tune into the post show. Tune in tomorrow morning. And we'll be tuning into some barrels. Let's go.
Woohoo!
That was fairly quick, Strider.
I love it. I love Strider's insights. He definitely has the most exciting seat because he would have watched Erin just pump and drive through her 10-point ride, or Yago on his very first wave. So Strider with the insights all throughout the day.
Yeah, and I'm actually hoping that he's got some insights for, and the ocean has some insights for Al Cleland Jr. because I would love for Al to at least get a chance to get that score. The one thing, the variable in our sport that's so tough is that the ocean's not fair. It's not fair. And sometimes it just doesn't give you that chance, but maybe he's going to get a chance right now. We're hoping for a set to formulate for Al Cleland Jr. It looks like it might just be happening. 2 waves in the set. We already know Strider's rule. Don't take the first one. Look at the second one, looks bigger.
Yeah, there's definitely some size building on that second one. Still has time on his side with 40 seconds. We established earlier it's a 16-second interval, so about 16 seconds between sets. But when we look out the back, this might be the last option here, Kaipo.
I think so. And you know what? That thing was just a mirage. It hit the top, but it did not. The energy did not come down at all. So this is a pretty tragic for Al, who's just left sitting on the Timmy Patterson surfboard.
Yeah, this is the part of our sport where it is absolutely uncontrollable. You never know if a wave is going to come through, and if it does, we know that Al would have given his 110% and potentially could have got that 685, but unfortunately, it's something that Hannah Bennett touches on a lot is the ocean does decide at the end of the day, especially Cloudbreak.
It sure does, but it was really a great performance and a comeback by Kanoa Igarashi. That 7.17 that he was able to attain earned him a spot in round number 3. Alan Cleland Jr. is eliminated from competition. Now remember, we're not over yet. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's the Corona Cero post show. It's going to be Joe, Jesse, Flip, talking you through all of today's action. Stick around for the post show right after these messages.
Bula Vinaka, and welcome to the Corona Cero post show opening day of competition. Just on day number 2 of the waiting period for this special event here in Fiji. Look at this view at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. We get to stay here. I can't believe it. Dream come true. Absolute paradise, incredible hospitality, great restaurants, music every evening, especially over at the Fish Bar where the sun sets. It was like an orange fireball last night. I'm hoping for the same tonight. Thanks for being with us on a great day for professional surfing, and we got through a lot of heats. We got to see Fiji represented in the round 1 this morning, and we just finished off a heat with Kanoa Igarashi fighting back against Al Cleland Jr. A lot to unpack on this post show. Joe Trappell, Jesse Starling, and Flick Palmatier. Jesse, your first trip to Fiji's going great.
Oh, it's absolutely fabulous.
Second. Schoolies doesn't count.
We don't count the first one.
It's a
no,
proper
we do.
trip.
It was fun. The first time I came here, it was really fun. But this is my first time coming in and absorbing the surfing and really absorbing the community as well. And I'm just so in love with the place already. And it's only day number 1. Plus, we got a 10-point ride. So how could you be unhappy?
Yeah, there's so much to talk about there, you know, with a history-changing moment. I mean, there's 10s that win heats. There's 10s that win events. And then there's 10s that become a part of the history of a wave. Aaron did that today.
You don't have to think too hard to know that that's a 10. I think immediately every surfer who's watching that around the world is just 10, 10, 10. We saw the flashes onto the Red Bull boat, the athlete boat. They were all just 10, 10, 10. Everyone back on Tabarua watching it. It just had that feeling. And for me, that was the best performance out of the men and women today. It was incredible. She just raised the bar once again.
And also seeing all the different moods of Cloudbreak. You know, it's not just kind of, you know, set it and repeat it every heat with heat strategies. You've got to really be able to adapt on the fly. Can't count on barrels every heat, but then when the magic comes, it's certainly some of the best waves of the season.
It was wild to me even how much it shifted just based on tide. And it moved its way down the reef and then back up as that tide started to fill back in, and just how adaptive and reactive every single one of our surfers needed to be was through the roof today. And those ones who did it best are the ones who are through the next round.
Well, one man that really stood out today, especially in the last couple of heats, was a reigning world champ named Iago Dora, who's still in a great position in the top 5. This is where that dream became a reality last year as he took out the world title, and he still has that magic footwork on the open face and in the barrel out here, Flick.
Oh, he's just picked up right where he left off. I mean, this is what we saw on finals day last year where he got crowned his world title. It was incredible. I mean, the rail work, he really got it done on the strength of his rail work alone last year. We've seen it here this afternoon. Really beautiful surfing. I feel like he's come back this year. He looks even stronger to me, even more powerful. But yeah, locking in an 8.67, backed it up with a 6.73. So just beautiful surfing, and also to note too, inside the barrel, like beautiful technique, shifting that weight around on the board a lot from, you know, moving up and down, really just showing just that versatility inside the tube. And then he was up against Mateus, and Mateus posted up a couple of his own really good rides too. 7.67, backed it up with a 6. So kind of, you know, for the old Brazilian affair, a little bit close there. And I love to see Mateus fighting back, because really, it was a really tough draw. I mean, for Mateus to go through and then match up against Iago, it's really going to sting, because as we know how important that is for someone like Mateus to really advance out of that second round, to really get valuable points. It's just not happening here in Fiji, unfortunately. But yeah, Iago continuing on in that world title form.
They're neighbors in Brazil. I mean, they're from the same beach. They're good friends. They love each other. You know, Iago's dad went through a loss with Hurdy, and he's in Matt's corner. So that's a really close heat for the family. Important heat for Iago Dora, though, as he's looking to go back-to-back this year. And he really looks like it. You know, Jesse, sometimes that year following your first world title can be one of your worst on tour. It's like you pop the balloon of pressure, you kind of relax a little bit. Iago's done the complete opposite in his world title defense.
No, he's just stayed so relevant. And he, in the CT by the numbers, is actually holding the most excellent scores in the men's side of the entire competition this year. So he added to that today. He now has 12 excellent scores just this season alone. And he's 4 excellent scores ahead of guys like Felipe Toledo and Gabe Medina. So he is really asserting himself as the guy that wants to win multiple world titles and win them back-to-back.
And you also consider maybe the biggest loss of the event for top 10 so far. It's early. Ethan Ewing ended up going down. And for someone like Iago just starting to push a little bit further, that makes that loss sting a bit further for the Australian today.
Yeah, that was a tough one to swallow for him for sure. But he unfortunately came up against a really informed Cole Houshman. I think in the lead up to this event, I saw the free surf clips that were dropping when there was that bigger swell. He just looked so in form. And a couple of little errors for Ethan there. And he's going to know he's, you know, one of the best in the world. He's going to clean that up, and this isn't going to be a keeper for him, but he's still right up there in the rankings, so he'll look forward to the next event.
Well, we touched on at the start of the Corona Cero post show. What did we see today? And the term historic, I guess, gets thrown around a lot in sports, but let's define it. What did Erin Brooks do today, Jesse?
Oh, she changed the game of what is capable for women surfing out at Cloudbreak. For First of all, her read on this ever-changing ocean is exceptional. She came out of the gates and showed us this beautiful textbook traditional surfing, nice and tight in the pocket for Erin Brooks. This is that free surf mentality that we've been seeing, the clips dropping all throughout the last week with Erin just putting down these standout hammers time and time again. But then this happened. This was next level. 10-point ride for Erin. Not only would she get barreled, but she was hunting. She was racing the exit. She was going from foam ball to foam ball, fighting hard to make this wave a complete and making herself one of 3 women to ever score a 10-point ride out Cloudbreak. She's just joined a very short list alongside Laura Enova and Carissa Moore.
And that wave just stands out to me as one of the most impressive ever completed at this venue. 18-point total, throwing away high sixes. Magic run that's connected to that Tahiti win. But for her, I feel like we're going to be looking at this 10-point ride through the rest of her career as this arrival moment of living up to who she is, as she's about to potentially take over the tour.
We've seen her coming from a mile away. We knew she was a prodigy for years to come before she even joined the championship tour, but I really feel like this stands the test of time, not just for women, but for men also. The benchmark has fully been set of what was possible out there today, and to do it at such a young age is incredible. And what did Oki call it? The diamond double? Is that what he called it?
Yes,
I mean,
what he
she's on
did.
her way to potentially winning from Tahiti and then back-to-back in Fiji. That's what he said. So, look, potentially she's keeping that dream alive. She's looking good.
That's right. Well, she's going to have a nice travel home with a brand new Yeti 110 Tundra, scoring a perfect 10 and scoring from our friends at Yeti, filled with lots of Yeti products as well. Congratulations, Erin Brooks. That made us all stand up on our feet. You know, standing ovation in the channel from everyone on Tabaru Island when she came home. The messages on social media are still just mounting from past champs, from people like Brett Simpson who gave it a 12. You know, the energy is real from what we saw today from her. And it's not a thing of peaking too early. I think this is her happy place. She's been dreaming of this moment where she's just firing at all cylinders.
And she talks about it a lot. She just has such a beautiful connection with this place, and you can tell those surfers who do, Yago is one of them as well, they do just seem a gear above, and just they know exactly where to move and flow at the right moments out there, which looks like it could be a hard craft to try and navigate and perfect, but she did it. She finished her 10, literally jumped off the wave into the arms of Snake, and he was there calling it a 20. So.
And Flick, now the matchup's just incredible. Caroline Marks, who almost upset the entire world title race last year, has to deal with this 19-year-old Erin Brooks in the next round.
Well, I think she's the most comparable when you look at it on paper, Goofy v Goofy, but then also the run that Caroline went on last year, all the way from that number 5th seed, taking on Molly Picklum in that first title match. She actually got a number there. And Caroline, the way she fits her turns in the pocket, the way how she's so tight, in the pocket, she's so critical. I think this is going to be an incredible matchup. I know Caroline's not going to want to lose this one this early on, especially with such fond memories there. So I'm just rubbing my hands together looking at that round 2 on the women's side.
Wow, a product of rising tides. Erin Brooks, look where she is today. Speaking of WSL Rising Tides, we just enjoyed the most recent edition right here at Cloudbreak.
I'm so stoked to be back in Fiji. The Fiji Pro's back on and we're ready for Rising Tide. Everyone's frothing and we're going to Cloudbreak.
Today we'll be surfing with all the girls and all the local girls, and I'm super excited. It's so sick, so happy to have the opportunity to do it. Living the dream.
We're here at the 8th stop of the championship tour here in the middle of the ocean in Cloudbreak. Pulling kids from Tabarua, from the Marriott. It's so cool to get them out here. What a special experience. The lineup is closed off for them. Water safety's here. Our pros are in the water. They're getting to see what this feels like on a CT format.
It is very special for the kids because it's very hard for them to catch a boat to come over to Cloudbreak. To see all the surfers around, it is a big chance for the kids. Colleen.
Colleen won a custom lost surfboard because she was the best student in her class, and I'm so excited to see her go rip Cloudbreak on it.
Rising Tides is so cool because year after year when we come back, we have girls winning trials events. So we have Taya on the water right now. Our trials winner for this year was in Rising Tides 2 years ago. She's now in the event draw with girls she was surfing with.
2024 was my first Rising Tides. Definitely cool to be doing that, and then now back here is like being part of the event as well. It's really special.
This is the pathway, this is the first step. You meet your heroes, you see it, you can be it, and this is living proof that she's in the draw, and we can't wait to root for it.
Really enjoyed that edition of WSL Rising Tides, supported by our friends at IC. Thank you so much for the support. Erin Brooks knows that's where she started. She got to meet her heroes, and she was probably the most talkative member of Rising Tides back then, asking everyone questions from Carissa Moore to Sally to Steph. And she said she learned a lot from Lakey Peterson. Lakey gave her a board after a devastating loss at Honolulu Bay. And Erin Brooks never forgot that. That's the whole reason why she's giving away boards, just like she did a couple days ago.
I just love that idea of paying it forward and passing it on. And Erin, she's so active in still inspiring and making sure that, yes, her generation is pushing the limits, but what does it mean to make sure that next generation pushes her generation further? So she's super active in the community, and the fact that everywhere we go, she gets to give away a surfboard too is pretty cool.
Yeah, we get to spend some time with Hannah Bennett when we're here, Flick, and she's just so inspirational to the next generation. You see how proud she is of not only just seeing more women in the water and young girls, but seeing that Rising Tides community really fill up. You know, now there's a pack out there when they paddle out to Cloudbreak.
It's awesome, and we heard Kayla talk about it in the Rising Tides package, but to have Taya, who was a part of Rising Tides, now competing in the event today, that was awesome. And for Taya as well to be out there, I think we had an interview, Vaughn spoke to her in the post-heat, just about what was it, you know, what did that mean to you and what was that like being in the water? Just, you know, you were about to paddle out and you got to witness Erin's 10 in, you know, right there in real life. And she was like, this was the most incredible thing. Like, 1, I'm out there with my heroes. 2, I'm seeing history be made. 3, you know, I'm living my wildest dreams surfing Cloudbreak with only 1 other woman. So it is just such an important program. And I think just for Fiji surfing and women in Fiji and little girls looking up to that and being like, okay, this is really cool and it's possible. And we heard just how hard it can be to get yourself out to Cloudbreak. So WSL providing those opportunities and boats out there is just really cool.
Oh, so good. Let's talk Surf Report. Surfline's been keeping us up to speed. Kevin Wallace even joined the broadcast today to really show us that today was going to be solid and to be ready first thing in the morning as this Southwest continues, along with reinforcements as well, Jessie.
Yeah, I just love learning about the bathymetry and just where these storms start for us to be able to witness what happened today in the likes of Erin Brooks' 10-point ride. This all started with a storm in the Antarctic that just moved its way up the Tasman Sea, just straight through Australia and New Zealand. You can see that dark red just keeps making its way further and further towards Fiji, which is great signs for us because that means we've got swell on the way. We got so provided today with just incredible waves, great wind. If we look to tomorrow, 6 to 8 foot faces, 5 to 8 through the afternoon with a cross offshore. But I love when we see purple and green. And then throughout the week, the mornings look amazing, but slightly onshore throughout the afternoon. So we can start to pick and choose a couple of windows. And then of course, Flick, you've alluded to it a couple of times. There also is a little carrot dangling at the end of the window too.
It's pretty good. Looks solid at the end. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, as we see the fish bar there, what a great view. That's where we're hanging out on the other side of that restaurant. That's where everyone goes to watch the sunsets here at the Momi Marriott host set. We're loving life. I also love to see on those forecasts on the weekend when people are talking about lay days and it still says 4 to 6 foot.
Yeah.
That's when you know you've got a good looking forecast.
Oh yeah, we're definitely just rubbing our hands together this week. Yeah. I'm going to hang out with Flick. She knows this place really well. And we're going to go find our own little bank somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Well, it's coming down to the Daily Top 5 brought to you by the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Let's check in at number 5 on the list. Aussie legends meet again, and we just cherish these moments. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Stephanie Gilmore in their 22nd matchup on the championship tour.
The little girl inside of me screams whenever I see these names pop up. And for both of them to match up against each other yet again in their career is super special. Also a rematch of a final that they had out here back in 2014. But Sally, she just continues her connection here.
She did well, and Seth Moniz has maintained his momentum from his breakthrough win in Tahiti.
This was awesome. Not only did he win in Tahiti, he then obviously welcomed his baby girl into the world just only a few days after. So, extreme highs, and to come here and maintain composure and to thread tubes and caverns like this, just picking up where he left off. I mean, he was the absolute tube master wizard over at Chopes, and this is a really different kind of tube here. It shows up in many different ways, many different faces, and once again, just such a good read on all of it. And yeah, it wasn't a completely easily fought match, this one, but yeah, continuing on and potentially going to go back to back.
Then we saw Ethan Ewing go down, a top seed in the top 10 out of the event because Cole Hausman went bananas.
Yeah, Cole ruffled some feathers in this heat, but he spoke about it in his post-heat interview. He went out there with absolutely no pressure on his shoulders. At this point in the year, he just wants to do his best surfing, and my goodness, I'm grateful for it because there was some massive, major turns there. So Cole, let's keep that rolling throughout the event.
Pretty impressive to see that run go down. Number 2 was a match of good friends, 2 Brazilians from the same neighborhood back home. Mateus, rookie on tour, coached by Iago's dad, ended up going down to the reigning world champion.
Yeah, this was a big heat on paper, big heat for Mateus, and then also for Iago to really, I mean, you look at the turns that he's throwing down, he just picked up where he left off. I mean, this is where he got crowned his first world title just this time last year. Incredible read through the barrel and locked in an 8.67, backed it up with the 6.73.
Love that approach from Iago and winning the post show. Aaron Brooks changing the game here with a perfect 10-point ride. I don't think I've ever seen 10 points come through the screen that quickly.
I know. It dropped within seconds. Every single one of the judges unanimous across the board as well. It had to be number 1. It got people on the boat screaming. It got people in the restaurant screaming. Kaipo and I were screaming. It was just such a solid moment. And to think that we've already had this and it's only day number 1 is pretty special. So Aaron Brooks, what a show.
Red Bull Athlete Zone was hyped on that one. People are still high-fiving and telling their friends what they saw today. It was that type of moment for Aaron Brooks. Winning the post-show. Thank you to the Marriott here at the Fiji Momi Bay for that incredible top 5 moments. And now things are calming down here on the lagoon. Might be time for a little swim to kind of calm down from a big 16 heat day, knowing that we're probably moving right into another full day of action with this Southwest not really moving too much from our lineup.
I'm not mad. I want to keep rolling. I'm so just happy and excited about where the surfing and the level was today, and to know that this is day 1, it can keep improving and pushing from here is so exciting for all of us as surf fans. So let's just keep going.
Yeah, the big seeds kind of had a day off on the women's side as well for Gabby Bryan, still world number 1, and also her best friend on tour, Carissa Moore, world number 2.
That's going to be really cool to see. Potentially we'll wake up, we'll check it, we'll see what the day brings, but potentially we could see them in the water tomorrow. But my favorite part is the level was so high today, and generally what happens in the event is the level just keeps raising all the way through to the finals. So this is just day 1. I mean, what's finals day going to bring, you know? It's pretty nuts. We had a 10 on day 1.
Where do we go from here? Flick, Jesse, thanks so much. On behalf of the rest of our team here in Fiji, thank you so much for watching. Bula Vinaka, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:15 for a potential 7:35 start in local time here in Fiji. We'll see you then.
I wanna know how the other half knows.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.